know people ask for a replay. I've been busy today sewing. So this is just an old school replay where y'all can chit chat in the comments. If you don't mind, we have Cash App, we have Venmo, and we have Buy Me a Coffee in the corner. My mind, if you see something, because I think this live is 6 hours, we'll get everybody in there. Jed, Stephanie Peterman, everybody. Direct people to our Buy Me a Coffee. Thanks, you guys. Shoes, are you on this? I think you might be on this one. Hey, everybody, this is a replay. Replay. Old school replay background noise for you.
Commentary blue, commentary burgundy, commentary blue.
How many of y'all been here since the OG Berg TV in the front with the smooth music? I'm sorry, y'all. I've had that before I even talked about Dolton. How many of y'all been here since that? I just want to know. One for yes, Shari Shay. One for I've been here, Berg. Two for I ain't been here, but yeah, that was our intro. Hey, Potato. Hey, you guys. So this a flashback. We're just gonna listen in. Background noise, all of that. If you can support the stream, Cash App, Venmo, or buy me a coffee. It's a QR code. Just sit back, listen to these people argue about Dolton, and we'll see you soon.
Comment burgundy blue, commentary blue, commentary burgundy, commentary.
Hey y'all, hey, how you doing? How y'all doing? Hey. Welcome to Burgundy Blue Commentary, and I missed you guys. I missed you so much. I got an early day today,
so happy.
Seemingly early. So I wanted to stop by really quickly. I want to talk about the Dolton meeting that we're supposed to have to this Monday, the 6th, right? So before I do that, I just want to say hello to everybody in the chat, and I miss you. And thanks for holding me down. Thanks for watching some of the old school burgundy blue videos. I have this video that I really, really would love to get really ahead. Oh, thank you, Ted. Thanks for buying me a cookie. Thank you so much. I don't know if it's okay to read your message or not. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let me know if I can read your message. That was so sweet. Thanks for buying me a cookie. So, you guys, hey Lucille, show me audits. Ooh, I gotta check out your stuff. There you go, my Lucille, Cynthia, Miss Indians. How are you? No name. When does the meeting start? We're getting to it. Critical, the critical smoker, Ted F. Oh yeah, look what Ted said. Your channel is one of my favorites. The no nonsense, both sides take on everything always keeps me glued to the screen. Thank you so much. Let me tell you, you guys, I get in trouble about that all the time because they be like, pick a side. I'd be like, look, I'm trying to pick a side, but when stuff don't make sense to me, guys, I really try to look at it from a different perspective. Like, okay, now one plus one is not equaling two. Okay, it's just not equaling two. Big dog, thank you so much. Okay, so y'all ready? You It's a board meeting Monday. So I had to roll up. I had to roll up to go find the paperwork, y'all. Hold on, let's pull it up. So it's a little blurry because it was kind of dark out. Let me see. Let me just pull up the first part of the agenda. Let's see. I just did it. Oh no, come on, computer. Sorry, guys. I gotta plug my computer up. I know it's not. I forgot I had it out all day. This baby right here, critical. Besides YouTube Premium this month, we're gonna upgrade our computer a little. We're gonna have to upgrade the computer just a little bit. So it looks like it's gonna be a board meeting. So I rolled on down really quickly and I said, let me see what they're talking about. So excuse usually because I was telling you guys if they don't put it up by 6:30, that's like a violation. And don't quote me, I'm not a lawyer, but it's something about the Open Meetings Act, right? But in true Dolton and Thornton Township fashion, this is just it's just confusing to me, right? Because like I always say, and you guys, I don't start, but that's my saying. Okay, I heard it somewhere. I don't know if I heard it from I Am Groot. I think it was Groot from like Guardians of the Galaxy. He like okay, but one day he was like, I am confusion. So confusion is what it is. Okay, so I heard you, Mr. Jedediah Brown. Okay, and Miss Donna K. I heard y'all. Y'all gave me a whole Bible scripture. I'm not putting that calling on my life, but that's my saying, okay? So, you guys, I am confusion when it comes to why we're not posting this on the Dalton website. Like, what is the problem? Like, have we learned nothing? I think I'm kind of like, at first, I'm like, why we're not posting this for and same goes for Thornton Township. Like, why we're not posting this for everyone to see, right? But on top of that, just we're not posting it for everyone to see. That's a problem for me. But on top of that, you still like learn nothing. But I'm thinking maybe the people that work for the super mayor are just really lazy. And I'm not trying to do this, but maybe they're incompetent of knowing how to do it. You know what I mean? Like she just a bunch of people, because I'm trying to figure out what people do all day. Like I'm being honest, like, okay, now we heard that the people are in town. Wouldn't you try to do right just a little bit? Just a little bit. Hi. Oh, hi, Miss Mary. Thanks for being here. I just love that picture of you. Yes, hottie with the waistline. Hope to see you tomorrow. I mean, Monday. Thank you, Miss Indiz. William says, bet she won't show. I think she's gonna show. She was at Cinco de Mayo today. She's gonna show. It's going to be at the Village Hall. Yes, Critical Smoker. So far, now let me read this because I know that's what you guys came from. And shout out to Miss Mary Avent, our hero over here in Dolton. We just love you over here, right? We love you over here. Thanks for all you do. Okay, so let's get to what it says. This is what I got off the wall. Okay, so this is the roll call. Okay, the Village of Dolton. Hold on, let me just put. So it's okay. So it starts off like this. Let me get my glasses on, guys. I get my specs. Public notice is hereby given. So it's going to be at Village Hall, 14122 Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, Monday, May 6th at 6:30 p.m., right? And these are the matters that are going to be discussed. Now, you guys are saying that you don't think Mayor Henry, Super Mayor Henry would be there, but she was at the Cinco de Mayo event. She will be there with bells on. Will Michael Delgado show up? You guys. So I'm driving down the street. I'm talking to my girl. And all of a sudden, and I'm on the other side of Chicago. I'm like in the west suburbs over that way somewhere. I don't even know if I was in the north suburbs. I'm trying to figure out. I think it's the northwest suburbs I was in. And I'm talking. I stopped dead. And she's my witness. I stopped. It's a Bentley truck. Oh my God. I'm going southbound and the Bentley truck is going northbound. And right through the front windows, yes, the side windows were tinted. Who do I see but some black little frame glasses, silver fox? It was Michael Delgado just driving by Portillo's like it was, he didn't have a care in the world, on the phone, smiling and everything. And I said, oh my God, girl, I got to turn around. Because it was like two things happened this week. I'll share with you guys. So two things happened this week. And one was I went to the mall, and who do I see at the mall but a dang old Tahoe shopping at JC Penney's. I said, well, at least at the River Oaks Mall, it's a Tahoe shopping at JC Penney, one of those $150,000 Tahoes. I said, well, at least they started with a budget plan. Now they shopping at JC Penney's. But I see Michael Delgado plain as day flying down Harlem Avenue. I said, oh my goodness. And I missed him at the light because I sure was going to pull up like, are you coming Monday? It's Burgundy. It's me. Are you coming Monday? Lucille, thank you for the $9.99 super sticker. Thank you. I was an apple chip in my car. Look, if they got an apple chip in my car, I got one thing to say.
You can see, the more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out. And also, if you stay down here and you never fuck around, you'll never find out.
And we'll keep it just like that. We'll keep it just like that. But it was like, oh my goodness, like, baby, it was something else. Okay, so let's get back to what's going on here at the board meeting, because this is the real tea, right? So, okay, so we start with a call to order, roll call. We start there, and this is May 6th at the Village Hall. Now, I don't know why they wouldn't hold it. Well, there we go again with the Open Meetings Act, right? Is it a overplay for the underplay? Because you already know the media gonna take off 20% of the room. You know what I mean? Media by itself. Then you know we're supposed to bring pots, pans, and wigs or something, but we'll get to that. We'll get to that later. So you might as well go ahead and queued up the Thornridge Auditorium and called it a day. But hey, nonetheless, here we are here. And then you know what? Honestly, I think it's only the amount of people that wanted to go in too, because if you let the people that want to go in, because some people don't want to go in, some people just want to support, I think you're not in violation of the Open Meetings Act that way. You know what I mean? So yeah, we start with roll call, then we do the pledge of allegiance, then we do prayer. You know how we feel about that.
More, you prayed us in on unity. You prayed us in and came with the most divisive speech I heard in my life. Don't pray for me no more.
Okay, so then we go to hello, hello, Jesse Pelzer. You have a blessed day. Okay. All right. Then we go to public comment. Okay, so that's it. You know what happened last time after the public comment, right? Hey, Lisa Lee. Hey, I should have pulled it out, right? Then we went to general announcement. Okay. Then the mayor's report. Oh my gosh. Now, are we really going to do the mayor's report? So put it on the Jumbotron. Put it on. So it says, A, mayor's veto message related to the April 8th, 2024 special board meeting. Now, you guys know what that means, right? It's going to be the veto of Lori Lightfoot. Allegedly, that's the only thing she should. Well, first of all, it's the secret squirrel meeting, so she is saying that it wasn't legal, right? So that is number 7 on the agenda. A mayor 7A actually, a mayor's veto message related to the April 8th, 2024 board meeting. So you guys, in my head, and I'm just now learning all of this when it comes to what's going on in Dolton and all of this jazz, right? Everything that got to do with politics a little bit. I'm learning along the way. I would think you want to hold this meeting because if I wish I had an expert on here. I do. I have Mary Event Avon. If you, I'm just gonna drop this link. Let's see. So we got, if you got, I put the StreamYard link too. If you guys want to do the meeting, right? You want to have the meeting, because if not, whatever happens now, it has to wait to the next meeting. And we don't have 2 meetings a month anymore. They can't really pass it at the secret squirrel meeting, as she called it, because she's not going to come to the park district. That means we have to wait till June. I don't know. I think you would want to have this meeting. Okay. So like we said, mayor's report, mayor's veto's message related to the April 8th special board meeting. So, you know, she's going to have a speech for us. Then the village clerk report, right? Then village administrator report. You guys, is Keith Freeman going to be there? I think so. I think not one thing is gonna change. I actually think everybody's gonna be in unison. If we're missing anybody, I want to say it may be Tangenique or Miss Kim, something like that. But Tangenique might be missing. We definitely know Andrew Holmes gonna be missing. I would be shocked if Andrew Holmes come. But I think it's gonna be business as usual. I really do, guys. What do you think? It must be in a municipal building. She could have hold it at the Thornton Township. Right. Hopefully by June she'll be in jail. Yeah. We don't know. You don't know, because, you know, as much as we all think that we know what's going to happen, we only know the tip of everything, right? It could be like deeper than any of us could imagine. And then, like I always say, I don't know anything about it, but my thoughts are Tiffany might not go, because one thing she always say, is Chew still in here? Mary, is that Mary Avant in my? Y'all, this chat is 2 years old. Enjoy yourself if you can. Please support the channel. BurgundyBlue.com on Cash App, Venmo, BurgundyBlue.com, and I'm sorry, BurgundyBlue.com on both. And or buy me a coffee QR code. Let me get back to sewing. But was that Mary? My name is not attached to anything. I think the only thing that would be her saving grace, she
Grace,
has her
Grace,
name not
and
attached to no credit cards,
everybody
no
met
financials
it.
and stuff like that, but she's the overseer of the village. So I'm always confused about that. And I'm not gonna lie, you guys, I saw that Cinco de Mayo video for a little bit. As much as she put on a strong face, she looks so sad by the eyes. Did anybody think that? As much as she put on that face and smiling, she looked very sad in the eyes, in my opinion. It wasn't that when she was bossing up, she had like her eyes were much more lively and clear and focused. It looked like she everything was draining her and she just was pushed to have to go out there and do this. And yeah, it kind of saddened me a little bit. I'm like, ugh, I know you like burgundy, but I'm like, oh man. Village clerk report is number. Oh, I'm sorry. Village clerk report is number 7. Mayor's report is number 6, and her veto is 6A. Village administrator report number 8. Number 9 is the engineer's report. Number 10 are all the department reports. Okay. Now the next part of the agenda is the business, right? So um we have the corporate bills is going to be number 11. Number 10 will be all the department reports. You have a police deputy chief Lacey, fire chief McCain, public works Stacy Carell, water Juanita, housing William, code is Kim. I quit. Hey Kiki. Hey Kiki. Okay, Anna says, does the trustee need to override the investigation report since they wasted $400 an hour on Lightfoot when the FBI is investigating her for Dolton and Township? She's going to jail, take time, justice. Now, do you think they wasted the money on Lightfoot? You know what? A lot of people do, Anna Clark. A lot of people feel like it, but I believe that the feds were here. But it's something in me. It could have been a coinky dink, but something in me feel like Lori gave them that push. Like, okay, y'all here. What you waiting on? You waiting on one? What you waiting on? One little piece of information. Okay, I got to make a phone call, and that's it. That's what I think it is. Does she have a conscience? Good question. Good question. Yeah, will the attorney be there? Can't wait for public comment. Yeah, you guys, I cannot wait for public comment. But okay, what do you have to say? What will you say? Keith Freeman, step down. No. Andrew Holmes, step down. No. Mayor, step down. No. So somebody got to come with something new. Somebody got to come with something new. But you guys, if Jedediah gets up there and speak, Lord. It would be nice if all the and it's not nice because it's horrible. If while we have this national attention at the board meeting, maybe getting some of the victims, if you will, families. You know, we have Funnel Cake Man, Christopher, we have who life he was shot in the heart. These are two separate people. I'm sorry, but we have Funnel Cake Man who died in Dalton. Then we have Christopher who was shot in the heart. His mama has been coming up there for years. And then we have Alexis Wilson mom. Like if we could get their stories pointed out right away, like where the media has to pay attention, that would be good because all they never play that part. They never play the victims of senseless crimes. And then don't forget the chase that we just had, right? Okay. And thanks for that, Anna. Hey Allie. Yeah, public comment. Woo, this gonna be a meeting for you, huh? I'm wearing a whole You what y'all thought I was Carmen San Diego last time. Just wait. I'm wearing the whole get up. Um so then after that we got corporate bills. Okay, so we got the electronic warrant list. Now this is where I thought it got kind of juicy. Oh, I forgot to put that up. Hold on, guys. Let me give you that. This is where I thought it got kind of juicy, right? So remember the walkout. Now we have to play all this in sequence. Nothing got done in April. William, stop trolling, please. I appreciate you, but please don't troll over here. The parking lot is not full. Y'all don't think so. Um, it's not like that. Um, let's see. Let's go. Let's pull up what we gotta pull up, guys. Hold on. Um let's go right here. I had to pull up the next one. Sorry guys, I didn't even think to do that. I think this is it. What time is it, guys? I think this is it. Hopefully this is the right one. Sorry guys. Nope. Let me do it again. Got the wrong one up there for you guys. So and I appreciate y'all patience. Let me just hit. Been a long day. I ran right in to get this to you guys. So I won't be on here long. We definitely won't be long-winded today. Okay. Oh yeah, I put it on the wrong thing. Okay, here I go. Okay, I'm back. Sorry guys. Let me go here. Let's pull it up. Computer Learning Center. Did y'all watch my video today? I should have figured it out by now. Like DeVry did not help me. Let's go right here. Okay. So, here we go. Okay. So this is the new business. So, don't forget, remember April, none of the business happened, right? So, we have to do the February 29th electronic warrant list because remember the bills, if you will, we still have to do that. Then we have to do the March electronic warrant list. Then we have to do the AP warrant list for April and the AP warrant list for May. Okay. We haven't done any of these. Hold on, guys. Okay. So we haven't paid any bills, right? Nothing's been approved. The board, I mean, I'm sure payroll and stuff have been met, but yeah, we haven't paid any bills, right? Um so we got to go through A, B, C, D corporate bills. This is going to be a long meeting. Number 12, old business, none. Number 13, new business. Of course, you know what's on the top of that. Motion to terminate contract of Odelson, Sturk, Murphy, Frazier, and McGrath as counsel. Okay. B, motion to approve the purchase of 5 residential, you guys listening? And 1 commercial properties from the Cook County Land Bank. I repeat, motion to approve the purchase of 5 residential and 1 commercial properties from the Cook County Land Bank. And that's signed by Mayor Henyard. She's asking for that, right? I assume. C, executive session. So that's when it's going to be a situation where they go and we don't know what's going on. Discussion regarding pending or probable or imminent litigation. What is that about, guys? Do you guys think that has to be Delgado, right? That has to be Delgado. We won't know, Kiki. We won't know. We won't know. So that is number which properties? Like which properties? Isn't that important? Hey, Gio from Chicago. Did you see what Jedi said? I saw the other day. I don't know why he was mad at you. No, but I think me and Jed are fine. I just think it was miscommunication. I think we're fine. For sure. And yeah, I did. I got to see it. Like I said, I tell you guys all the time how I feel about Jed, you know. So it is Jedediah, Mr. Brown. So yeah, I think we're cool. Okay. Um, number 2, approval of resolution authorizing and approving the execution of a certain settlement agreement with Graham versus Village of Dolton, Williams versus Village of Dolton, Manji versus Village of Dolton, Redeemed Church versus Village of Dolton. You guys, wait a minute. That church, so this is okay. This is important. Now, this is going to be a meeting you want to tune in for. Now, who I know about the church, I started a video on them. Redeemed Church got that property that was the old bicycle shop, and they weren't able to build out. They got the orange sticker, right? So they sued Dolton. Are they trying to settle with all these businesses that have lawsuits? Who's Man G? Anybody know? Remember Man G versus Village of Dolton? Let's see if we can find it. Now, this would be great. I would love to see Nate the lawyer or Hannibal or Shawan cover this. I always say that. I hope they don't be thinking I'm just throwing them under the bus. I just like their breakdowns on litigation and things of that nature. Um, hmm. Do y'all know what this is? These are some of the ones that no lawyer. This this is it is. The tag says it's open season to sue Dolton. It is. Yeah. This is quite interesting. Wow. Okay, so let's break down some of these settlements that they're going to try to do. And isn't this something that now we have the settlement that now this one seems like this is let's see. Let's go one by one. Hit the like button if you're in here. 254 people watching. I appreciate you so much. Welcome over here, Burgundy Blue Commentary, where you matter over here to me. So your opinion matters. And we say we want to say when we feel like saying it. And you guys, I want to at least get the peak of some of these settlements. Let's did I close out, guys? Okay. Let's start with this Man G. Let's look into some of this. I think this was the one Lacey allegedly. I think he has something to do with this because I remember that name. I wonder if this is the Alexis Wilson protest people. I'm not sure. So I hope someone breaks these down. I wish I had the time to do it today. Okay, you guys, my computer is, oh man, it's acted up. It's acted up. I really want to cover this, but I think okay. It's frozen. Okay, let's see if I can at least read it for you guys. I was trying to share it. So this says today, Center for Protest Law and Litigation files federal lawsuit against Dolton Police for violating protesters' constitutional right. Okay, let me see if my computer will act a little better now. There we go. Because I would love to share this with you guys so you can see it. So This is one of the settlements. So they're going to have closed session. She's going to have to ask the trustees to approve some settlements. Wow. I find this very interesting. Let's go to it, guys. So this is what I'm reading so far. It says, today, the Center for Protest Law and Litigation joined Counsel Melinda Power of Chicago West Town Law Office in filing a lawsuit in U.S. District Court for the Northern District of Illinois against the Dolton Police Department for violating the constitutional rights of Shabir Manji. Mr. Manji was falsely arrested by the Dolton police on September 1st, 2021, as he and others peacefully and lawfully protested the police murder of Alexis Wilson. Rest in peace to Alexis Wilson. And justice for Alexis Wilson. So this was one of the protesters. They want to settle. The village of Dolton is a suburb just outside of Chicago. The Dolton police acted in silence. Mr. Manji and other protesters challenging racist police violence. The police unlawfully and continuously forced peaceful protesters away from City Hall and an outdoor public meeting. The mayor was present. After police falsely arrested two other protesters, including one on a bullhorn, Mr. Manji picked up the bullhorn and called one officer a pig and another officer a effing pig. The Dolton police immediately stormed into the assembled group, shoved him to the ground, handcuffed him, and took him into custody. The Supreme Court has made clear that police may not arrest and punish someone because they do not like the content of their speech, including criticism or invective verbalized against the police. The police further wrongfully charged and maliciously prosecuted Mr. Manji for months, eventually dropping the charges only on the eve of the court proceedings. You guys, I actually have a paper on my vision board here, and it's from Miss Cheryl Hill. Something happened to her. She kept going to court, and they never showed up. So when Lacey came to arrest her at the Easter egg thing, the event with her grandson, she was like, "It's no papers on me. Y'all never." He was like, "Yes, it is," and it wasn't. So you guys, I just want to read this part. My First Amendment rights were violated. We were there to demand justice for Alexis Wilson, who was wrongfully killed by the Dolton Police Department, and were met with blockades and cops who abused their power. We will get justice. The police sought to evade accountability for the murder of Alexis Wilson and used their power of arrest to silence community opposition and punish those who dare challenge their sense of impunity. Wow. This is crazy. Like when you think about it. So this case is on the board list, on the list for Monday. This is going to be an interesting meeting. Let's see the next one. What's the next case, you guys, that we should look at? Well, Williams versus Village of Dolton. Graham versus Village of Dolton. Let's look up that. Let's see what we can find. This is going to be a long board meeting. You guys bring your chairs if we could get in. Now, I only am looking at what I see that's available. So we're going to try Justia Law and see what's available. Like I said, I hope someone could have the time to break down after the board meeting all of these cases and how they want the village to settle. So that, wait a minute, how are we going to settle if we don't know how much is in the bank account? Is that going to be due to, would that be, I'm sorry, I'm thinking out loud, guys. Would that be the only way to settle Oh man, is my stream okay? Can you guys hear me? Can you guys? Okay, because my StreamYard failed. I'm sorry, guys. Let's see. Um, the only way to I'm thinking out loud. It's gonna be the village insurance, right? It's gonna be the insurance. Okay, so this is one of the cases Delgado, I believe, was in the process of, and I may have it wrong, but I don't think he could have dropped this case because he was in the process already. So I think that's why they're looking for the settlement, insurance and bonds. Hey, Gardis, did you hear the news? Whew, the news is something else, isn't it? Let's go back to this one. They want to settle these cases. No. Let's share this one, guys. This been around for a little bit. Is this from No, this cannot be the one. This coming back from the Shaw days. Graham, a former police officer for the Village of Dolton, has sued the Village of Dolton, Robert Fox, in his individual and official capacity as police chief, and Robert Shaw in his individual and official and capacity of inspector general. Well, one of them is no longer here. Wow. So, is this the right one? Because he has like 3 lawsuits against the Village of Dalton, allegedly, from what I see. Is this the one where because he was trying to he was saying it was some prejudice in the police department and he got overlooked for promotion? I remember this story. Let me just see if it's another one, because he's been waiting for a long time, if that is the truth. I just want to see it, make sure I got the right one, but we're just going to go for it because this is all we know. Okay. I got it, guys. I got okay. It says, I think this is this one. See, I need the numbers. I don't think it's this guy. Let me go to this one. I need the numbers. And see, they won't give us the number until after private session, right? After that closed session. Let's see. Thanks for being patient with me, guys. My computer is really running slow. All right, let's share this one instead. I think this is more likely the one for Graham versus I don't think Lori Lightfoot would be here. We got the agenda. We got the board agenda. And on the agenda is the veto for Lori Lightfoot, right? Oh, you're right, Tyler. Tangenique has to be included on that lawsuit for them, because village clerk, she gives her report. She'll be able to tell us if she got access to the bank accounts. And what did she see? Was it any money in the bank when she got access to? It's not funny, but it's like, why was it this hard to do your freaking job? I think I just don't understand that part. And business is business. You can't be politics is, I mean, not politics, government is government. Okay, I think this is the one. Okay, David Graham versus the Village of Dalton and Robert Collins. I think it's this one. Okay, I think it might be this one. So they're trying to pay out these settlements, guys. Oh my goodness, it's crazy. What's the other one? Williams versus Village of Dalton. So you guys, I might have to do a separate video because this is a lot to get through. So basically, let me go back to the agenda at hand. So this is what we have to look forward to. We got to look forward to a few things. Number one, We got the call to order, the roll call, pledge of allegiance, prayer. They gonna need that prayer. Public comment. Less public comment alone. We're gonna get 2 minutes or 3 minutes this time. General announcements, mayor's report, mayor's veto message related to the April 8th special board meeting, village clerk's report, village administrator report, engineer's report, all the department reports, right? Then we go from there to corporate bills. We haven't been able to have a strong meeting in months. So they have to go through the electronic warrant list from February 29th, 2024, because remember, we had the walkout April, right? Because the Open Meeting Act was violated, and then the mayor didn't come to the special board meeting, so no bills were approved. So we have the electronic warrant list from February 29th, 2024. We got the electronic warrant list from March 31st, 2024. We have the AP warrant list from April 1st, 2024. We have the AP warrant list from May 6th, 2024. We have no old business. We do have a lot of new business. We have the motion to terminate the contract of Odelson, Sturk, Murphy, Frazier, and McGrath, as usual. That's been on there for 2 years. The motion to approve the purchase of 5 residential and 1 commercial property from the Cook County Land Bank. That's signed by Mayor Henyard. She wants that done. She also wants the termination of the contract. Then we have the executive session. And that's what happens. It's discussion regarding pending or probable or imminent litigation. I'm not a lawyer, but that sounds deep. Lastly, we have approval of resolution 24 dash, and it doesn't say any number, authorizing and approving the execution of a certain settlement agreement with these following people, right, or entities. Graham versus the village of Dolton, okay? Williams versus the village of Dolton. Manji versus the village of Dolton. Redeemed Church versus the village of Dolton. This board meeting, y'all might as well pack a sleeping bag. Y'all might as well pack a sleeping bag. It's going to be bananas. Let's get to the comments, and I'm gonna let y'all go because I didn't got long-winded. What happened, Tag? So I had it. I got the stream. Oh, I didn't pin it. I'm sorry. Okay, hold on, guys. And only the people I know right now, because it gets a little. Y'all get a little reckless. Getting a little reckless here. There we go. There, I pinned it. So y'all, this streamline. Hey John. Hey John. Okay, so I think so. Who all you think is going to attend the board meeting? Number one, I think for sure we're going to have Tiffany is going to be there. I think Keith Freeman is going to be there 100%. I think. Who do we have that's not going to be there? I'm not sure if Tangenique will be there. But they might be like, Tangenique, you need to come because you've been missing girl. You need to be there. If we don't have Tangenique, we have, who else will be missing? Oh, Andrew Holmes is not coming. He's not coming. So he'll be missing. He'll be getting another check this month because he's never stepped down. That should be new business. That should for sure be new business. It's embarrassing. He needs to not be there. And I mean, it doesn't mean you're admitting that you're guilty. You know what I mean? You're under investigation for SA, and you're a self-proclaimed activist, if you will. It would be the right thing to do to step down. It's just common sense. Like, why keep on bringing shame to a village you don't even live in? He bringing shame, then the village, you know what I mean, that he don't even live in. He just want to get the check. Hey, Go Political. What's up? Great channel, you guys. Go Political, please, if you have time. Break down the sorry it's not a better photo, but they're not gonna put it on the website. But break down the agenda if you have time, because what is up with these 5 properties they want to buy? Go Political. Motion to approve the purchase of 5 residential and 1 commercial property from the Cook County Land Bank. Mayor Henry. 5 residential properties to do what? And it's making me think, you guys, when I have time, we're going to put that Thornton Township agenda up too. Because didn't we try to purchase something and get rid of, purchase some property at one? It was on the agenda in the closed session, but I'm not sure it went anywhere. But the 5 properties and the 1, which commercial property? Which 5 properties? I cannot wait to find out. And what are we going to do with them? What are we purchasing for? And can we afford to purchase them? Can we? You know, I like I said, I'm not a lawyer. I don't know anything about real estate or anything like that. But yeah, they have been working on that land bank deal for years. I remember Brittany Norwood saying something about it, but that is very interesting. And then don't forget this, you guys, and thanks for that, Tyler. The settlements. They are trying to settle those 5 cases. That's number 2 at the bottom under the executive session. One of it being the protesting outside of her house for one of the protesters for the Alexis Wilson case. But they want to settle out of court about 5 cases. Can we afford that? Did the money come down the pipeline we were waiting for and we just don't know? Are we in a deficit? Because this is sure, this whole thing and this agenda, we have to pay all those bills from February, all the bills from March, and the April bills, right? Because we never got through anything at that board meeting. And Michael Delgado done quit, so I'm sure he's gonna send a letter in there like, here's my final invoice. Here's my invoice. I'm gonna need y'all to go ahead and clear that, okay? So we're gonna have Michael Delgado up in there with his check. He gonna want his check. This is very interesting. This is very, very interesting, isn't it? This meeting is gonna be long. Long-winded to say the least. John Luna, thank you for the $10 super sticker. I appreciate it so much. Glad I got to catch some of your live tonight. Great content as usual, as well as your commentary. Keep up the great work. Thank you. Thanks for the encouragement. This is well, you know what? That might be the thing. Now, see this. Okay, Gardis, I have a question. Okay, so remember when they had to settle at Thornton Township for the watchdog, what was the Edgar County watchdog settlement? And they had closed session and they wanted to settle, and it was like for the $5,500. And Chris Gonzalez said no, because it could have been avoided, but because of the mayor in the township, the super mayor, she has the majority vote over there. In Dolton, she does not, right? So this is my question. So we know Jason House, he cares about the finances of Dolton, right? From what we see, he's always declining stuff because we don't have the money. Now, if these are settlements and these are his people, I don't mean him per se. If Dolton can't afford it, the majority vote in the trustees would say, no, we're not going to settle because we can't afford it, right? Or, yeah, we're going to settle because we know we're going to lose these cases anyway, so it's cheaper to settle, right? That's a sticky situation to be in, because if you don't approve the settlement, the people who are looking for the settlement may be angry. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm trying to think. Or maybe they might not be angry because they might get more money when they win in court. But then the village would have to pay off. It's a if and when, and the village would have to pay off more. So that's a sticky situation to put that in the board meeting, right? What do you guys think? Isn't that sticky? Wow, because most of the people like is I wonder if that's Rabbi that gets the settlement, because whoever was at that protest, I think he was arrested with Rabbi. For instance, I'm gonna use him as an example. It's a sticky situation to be in because Gardis is calling in while I was talking. Okay, we're bringing up Gardis Watts. Let's bring him on up. We won't be long-winded, Gardis. See, my computer's slow.
Hey, what's going on?
See if we could get him up. Oh, did I get you up there and take you down? Yep. Hold on, Gardis. It's my fault. It's my computer.
Hello?
Hey, Gardis, there you are. We got you.
What's going on?
What's going on? We
Okay.
appreciate you calling in. Do you have something to say about this agenda?
Well,
And I hope you had a good day.
I got a notification that you were on live, and I was like, oh, okay, let's see what she's talking about. And I had no knowledge of this, so I'm still trying to play catch up. But I guess to your last point in regards to settlements, because obviously we know that Dalton is in the hole, and so and it's a real sticky situation because do you remember last week when Delgado pulled out, they were talking about the township also being uninsurable. And that would have been something that would have helped them, pay out some of these settlements. But now with the issue of their uninsurability, possibly, bond rating being lowered, I think their only option, they might have two options. One option would possibly be take out more loans, which is going to put them in more debt. And then there's the nuclear bomb option of filing for bankruptcy.
What, they can do that? The village can file for bankruptcy?
Yes, they can. However, here's the problem. It's not going to be run by the Dolton officials. So if I'm not mistaken, if somebody can correct me on this, in a case like this of filing bankruptcy, the bankrupt the bankruptcy holders have some sort of governmental say in the business of the government to protect the interests of whatever loan or whatever whatever thing that they lend out to the government in order to get them out of bankruptcy. So it's sort of like if I file for bankruptcy and put up my vehicle for collateral, so I can't sell my vehicle until I pay my bankruptcy off. So it's kind of like in a situation of a governmental entity, them filing for bankruptcy, the bankruptcy holders would have some say in the governmental entity of it because they owe them the money. So yeah, that would not be a good thing if they did do this. So if you look at it from a perspective of, let's just say Jason House is the mayor. Well, his powers would not be say full because of the fact that now he has to kind of report to what do they call it? Because Detroit went through this a couple of years ago. And they call it something. I'll look it up in a minute. But but the thing is that they will have to report to whoever the bankruptcy holders are, which is typically the state, because they have to file bankruptcy through the state. And we all know how trustworthy Illinois politics are. I'm being facetious on that.
Right? We can trust them.
Of course we can, but yeah. So it would not be a good thing if they did file for bankruptcy. But it's it's something that can put them into a serious, a very, very serious bind.
Mm.
So
Yeah.
I would try to avoid that at all costs.
I'm wondering what the rush to settle now is. Is it because Delgado quit and they can't linger it on? I wonder, because that hasn't been on the agenda.
Well, the thing about settlements is, you always have to make that decision in the beginning, because if you start going to court and you start paying litigation fees, the settlements basically doesn't mean anything then, because now you don't spend all the money on litigation, and it's like you could have saved that money and just negotiated the settlement outright.
Mm.
So for them, it's just kind of minimizing the damage now, even though you could have settled it before litigation even started.
Okay. Wow. I'm wondering how this vote is going to go and if it even reaches to that point, because we can't get past public comment.
Yeah, I was actually planning on going.
Mm-hmm.
Just like, I'm down the street from it, even though I'm in South Holland, but at the same time, it's like, I was looking at it and looking at the agenda, following the agenda as well. And yeah, it looks like that's going to be a long meeting. Emergency manager, that's what they have. So when Detroit filed for bankruptcy, roughly like about 10 years ago, they had an emergency manager who basically oversaw what the mayor was doing, what the aldermen were doing in that particular town. So I'm assuming, and like I said, somebody can correct me on this, because maybe Illinois law might be different from Michigan law, but there will be somebody overseeing the day-to-day operations of the village if they file for bankruptcy.
Mm. Wow. Someone just said we could have because that Jedediah is planning to come to town with a whole week plan of events for us. I don't know if you heard about it for Dolton.
Yeah.
That meeting is gonna be crowded. Like I said, media is gonna take 25% of the room. So someone said we could have the opens meeting outside. We could have it outside, sort of like the trustees did before, like to hold it. I don't know if we could have the board meeting outside, but I don't know if it's gonna come to that.
Well, I mean,
If they have enough room to hold it, rather.
well, yeah, obviously she's going to push Tiffany's going to push this meeting through whether they have room or not, because that's her tactic. She wants it in small places so she can limit the amount of people who attends the board meetings.
This is crazy. Okay, someone just inboxed me and said it's called stewardship.
What is that?
It's called stewardship. Was that what you were saying when when they take over the town? Thank you, Aerodite one. Now, Aerodite, I will let you up. But the way my live's been set up recently, I got to screen everybody today. I appreciate you calling in, though. Thank you, Aerodite. I appreciate you. I was like, I'm scared to just let people up, and then it's Aerodite says when the town defaults and the state takes over.
Yeah, basically. So I found something from the it's from WTTW, but it's a report from the Better Government Association about municipalities that filed for Chapter 9 bankruptcy. And it says some states have specifically authorized general filings of Chapter 9 that specifically authorized Chapter 9 bankruptcy. Another 12 conditionally. Okay. 3 states, and Illinois is one of them, have a particular government agency that gives permission. In Illinois, it's the Illinois Power Authority. Nobody else does it because it was put in the legislation. 2 states prohibit it, and that's Iowa and Georgia, and the remainder. Okay, so that's the process. What is it? What happens when they do file for Chapter 9 bankruptcy?
If she wants that, you think if she loses the town, she wants it to go into bankruptcy? That way nobody has the power?
Well, there's an old saying about a dictator will rule a city even if it turns into ash, and then it'll rule over the ashes. So it's one of those, if I can't rule it, then nobody's gonna rule it.
Did you go to the Cinco de Mayo event today?
I drove by it. It didn't look like there was a lot of people there.
It sure didn't. I heard it was not a lot of people there at all.
Yeah, it didn't look like there was a lot of people there. And I drove by it like at about, it was like about a little bit afternoon, which was probably like around, what time did it start?
I thought it was like, I don't know. I don't know how long, what time it started. Let's see. I gotta look for her picture. Let me go to gotta see which flyer it was. I have to look for which outfit she had. Cinco de Mayo. But she had Dora the Explorer there.
See, and
that's what I said. I said that.
No. And it's sad because it's so funny. Like when my daughter was little, I used to take her to the Thornton Township, what do they call it? Dang, what is it called? It's the annual Thornton Township celebration they have, like close to the beginning of the school year, like towards the end of summer. And I remember her first time taking her there. She was like about maybe about 5 years old, and my daughter was in love with Dora. Dora was she loved Dora, and so when she saw Dora, it was like heaven to her. She sat there and she didn't want to let go of Dora, and it was like, oh my God, we were trying to pull her off of Dora, and she like, no, I want to stay with Dora.
Oh,
but that, what, and it's like, yeah, this was on the township grounds that we used to go. Taste of Thornton, that's what it was.
Taste of Thornton, yeah.
Taste of Thornton, yeah. And so, every year we would go there, and then she grew out of Dora eventually, but yeah, it was sort of like she basically, remembers that, and now with this new administration, they're just kind of ruining what was there before. And yeah, so it was, it's sad to see how down it is gone. Because like I said, when I drove by there, it didn't look like it was anybody there. I was thinking like maybe they still setting up, maybe it's
they said it started at 1, so maybe that's what it.
Okay,
I saw her later, like around. It wasn't a lot of people there yet, but about the Dora, I loved Dora, but I was actually Dora one Halloween. I tried to be Dora one Halloween. That's another story for another day, you guys. It was like a whole nother day. But the thing was she's, I don't know if you call it, says she got Dora the Explorer there. Like she said, I got Dora the Explorer. She's always saying I instead of, like we or the township or tax. You guys, look what we did. We having this event because of you guys. She was like, we are in the black. We got Dora Explorer here. Thanks for your. She switched it right over. I'm like, wait a minute now. Just people come down to Cinco de Mayo. Don't leave the politics out of it. Come on down and enjoy yourself. Forget about the politics for a day.
Well, unfortunately, she's created an atmosphere that we can't forget about the politics. Because a lot of this has been caused by her because of the politics,
Yeah, yeah,
and it is very, very unfortunate.
yeah. That is
Yeah.
true.
So
Uh,
I mean, I'm actually still looking at this, and it does say here that municipalities must be specifically authorized by state law to be a debtor under Chapter 9 and must be authorized by a government officer or an
mm,
organization empowered by the state to make such an authorization. So it kind of is similar to what Detroit went through with the emergency manager.
oh, yeah. I think we might be running into that depending on what's on this report and what Clerk Key tell us about getting access to the bank accounts. It seems like that might be the option. I hope not, because has there been any town that successfully got out of bankruptcy and thrived again?
Um,
I
well, I
wonder.
mean,
That's something.
in Illinois, I'm not sure. I'll have to look that up. But like I said, like the latest one has been Detroit, because Detroit is such it's a big municipal city,
Mhm.
and I remember when they had to go through that whole thing, and a lot of it had to stem off of what Kwame Raoul did. I mean, not Kwame Kilpatrick.
Yeah, right.
Kwame Kilpatrick did, and many people from the outside, who look at this situation in Dalton, kind of compare her to Kwame Kilpatrick.
Yeah. I mean, he ruined a whole legacy, and I think that's a part of how I feel about um Tiffany. I'm like, you're doing all this, but this was really your chance and your legacy. And that's what disappoints me the most. Like, this is what you're known for, other than being the, like she says, I'm the first black female mayor and supervisor. You made history, but that's all overshadowed. Just like I think Kwame Kilpatrick, wasn't his mom in politics too?
Yeah,
Uh
he came from a political family. I know
yeah,
that.
so he just downed the whole situation. He just messed it up in one swoop. And I find that so sad, very sad.
It is sad, but yeah, I'm kind of combing through this document here, but yeah, it looks like it's about the same of what happened in Detroit. There'll be an emergency manager. Um, there's something about payroll, because all of the resources will start coming from Illinois, and so
Mhm.
obviously whoever provides the money is going to control, have the power,
Yeah.
and basically it'll leave basically the government and Dalton powerless if this happens.
This is very sad. This is very, very sad. It's very sad for Dalton. It's very sad for Dalton, and I don't think I hate to say this. This is even worse, but I don't think it's going to be a productive board meeting because everybody's so angry right now. People have questions, and it seems like it's definitely going to be some resistance from the mayor.
Well, I mean, it's like that every session.
You said big deal, huh?
Yeah, I know. Like, big deal. That's what happens in these meetings. I mean, like you said, for the last three years, this has been happening.
Yeah, I wonder if, like, that's the thing about this board meeting. We won't even know if any agents are sitting in there, or we won't know anything. We're not able to clap, but we won't be. We won't know if anybody will notice if our rights are violated. So this is just, I'm interested. Um, I'm gonna read more on this bankruptcy situation. I'm glad you brought that knowledge because
Well, yeah, like I said, I hope that is not an option, and it's probably the, because unfortunately, I would say it's not an option. They would probably be forced into bankruptcy if that happens. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. But if they can't get insured and they can't get a loan, then yeah, there possibly may not be any other way but to bankruptcy. And I'm hoping that doesn't happen.
Yeah, and I wonder. Lastly, so we found out we never had a village attorney. So we never had a real village attorney. We never really had a chief of police, like legally. So I'm wondering who would be who would want to come in and work for Dolton. Um,
Well, I mean, see, and that's another thing about lawyers and law firms, because they have a lot of political weight as well. And a lot of this is caused by this rift between not just Delgado and Otis. I mean, not just the village and like the law firms, say like Tiffany versus Otison, but the law firms like Delgado and Otison has a long history of fighting each on both sides. And so
oh,
they basically try to grab municipalities like they're picking teams on the basketball court and try to go at each other. And
mm,
and what's interesting is somebody brought this up I think it's in a post on the Dolton Politics Facebook page. And I found this interesting because I think the the attorney that was there when Tiffany first was elected, her name, she was a black woman.
oh, Welsh.
Was it Welsh or was it
Was it?
somebody else? It was started with an S.
Hmm.
Man, I can't think of, but no, you're right. She's married to Chris Welsh, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she's married to Chris Welsh, which is interesting because Welsh is the guy who started something against Bert Otison back when he was on the board at Proviso West or something. And
Whoa. Yeah.
oh yeah, Welsh has a very shady history, because what he started doing was he created this blog, and he was basically trying to out a lot of his political opponents, but he never pinned his name to this blog, so it was basically quote unquote anonymous, like we have all of them posted in the Dolton Dolton Politics board. And so I think somebody did like like some sort of forensic trace to where the computer was at, and they found it. They traced it back to Chris Welsh.
Oh my goodness, no.
Yeah, because he started saying these derogatory things against Bert Otison, against his political opponents, and they basically traced it back to Chris Welsh.
Oh my goodness. Who's
Yes,
our
so
Speaker of the House, right?
yes, who is currently the Speaker of the House.
Oh,
Yeah, who is currently the Speaker of the House, and him and Bert Otison has been at each other's necks for a long time. And so that whole situation of that one of the attorney being Welsh's wife has was kind of like when I look at things in history, I'd be like, I wonder how did that go, you know? And yeah, that's pretty interesting. And then then after that, the attorney carousel started to happen.
wow. Yeah, so I mean, I guess it doesn't matter because you're getting paid, right? So I guess you're right. They'll just rotate, like you said, rotate attorneys. But that's quite a fight. I just want to put it up. People were asking if that's her. It did start with an S.
Yeah, Shantae.
Shantae
Yeah, Shantae
Rains.
Rains Welsh. Yeah,
But
yep,
I think she was Shantae Rains, and nobody really caught on. And yeah, the Welsh, who's now Judge Welsh.
yep. And see, that was the thing. I didn't, like I peeped out a board meeting from, from 2021, and she was on that Zoom call, and she was identified as Rains. I think Shantae Rains, Attorney Rains, or
Yes.
something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But she never, she didn't use the Welsh moniker, and maybe because her husband wasn't the speaker yet. But well, was he the speaker at that time? Because I mean, he just got in
Ooh.
that. Yeah, he just got in that position not too long ago, about 3 years ago. But yeah,
Wow.
that's an interesting connection right there with her being the husband of Welsh, and Chris having this issue with Bert Olson, and this whole thing of Bert Olson is doing this and doing that. But the problem is that all of these law firms are doing that, and that is including Delgado, who ain't
Mm.
got a clean. They ain't got a clean record either.
I know Delgado really. I don't know if you had peeked in. So I have to work on the other side of Chicago. So it was my first time ever. I know this sounds like you guys been in Chicago forever, but never visited Oak Park really and
Mm-hmm.
saw the architecture. So I used to work for this school, IIT, and it had I used to work in the architecture house of IIT. So I love architecture. And I love history, as you know. So I get to Oak Park over there, and I didn't know Oak Park was so ritzy, you guys. It's beautiful over there, and they had these big homes made by Frank L. Wright, right? These big
Yeah, Frank
homes. So
Wright. Mm-hmm.
I wanted to go look, right, and I wanted to see all these things. So I'm driving, I'm on the phone. This is the other day I'm going to work. I'm on the phone with my friend, and I see a Bentley truck. I'm going south and a Bentley truck going north or whatever. I'm going down to Harlem or whatever. And the side was attended, but the front you could see dead end. It was Delgado, just a cheesing, smiling, cruising in this Bentley truck. And I turned around because I wanted to see if I could really be like, if we were going to, like, if I could get him at the light and be like, hey, are you coming to the board meeting? I just want to know so bad. Is he coming? Like, I hope, like, I don't want no smoke, Delgado, but will you be at the board meeting on Monday? I wanted to know so bad, but yeah, I wouldn't have I wouldn't have had the kahunas to do it. But yeah, it was really, really cool because I was like, was that Delgado? And it sure was. Bentley truck cruising, hair perfect, transition, sunglasses, eyeglasses. He has not a care in the world. Not a care. And I think that's like interesting to see that he just dropped right before the feds came, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, Delgado has to have a reputation as well, even though it's not very good, but they don't want it to be any more sullied now since they
Mhm.
have been associated with Tiffany and her administration. So I think it was probably best for them to pull out before it gets even more sullied, because despite the fact that, it is true that, there might never be another law firm or lawyer that might not work for the village. If they kept this up, there probably won't be municipalities that won't hire them.
Oh, you're right. And he has to think about like what you're right, because he has to think about his legacy and what he worked hard for,
Exactly. He has to think
period.
about his reputation as well.
Yeah, and I thought about that on being on this side of town, and not that I was stalking Delgado, please don't think so. It just was interesting. I saw this ritzy side of town, these beautiful cars, and I'm mesmerized by the architecture and these $1 million homes. And I was like, I don't know anything about Delgado, but I was a world away from Dalton for a moment. Now, just across the street, it was still the west side because I went over to give me some sharks. But but it was really interesting to see, like, I wonder, would Delgado ever spend time in Dalton? That just stuff like that just ran in my head. No. Like, did he even care about the people of Dalton, or any of the other, I wonder how his life reflects the municipalities that pay him. Like, we're begging for help, and Tiffany, him, no one, not lawyer Tiffany, but none of the lawyers could help us because they were probably in a bind too, because they really weren't here for the citizens. They were here for the business, you know?
Basically, with lawyers, it's all about business. Their interests are not in the people, but actually preserving the government that they're trying to protect legally. So when you think about what lawyers do for these type of cities and villages and other municipalities, their interest is to just basically um, keep or minimize the cost of paying out legal, legal cases out. This is why, the first option that lawyers always give to these municipalities is settlements, because it's the cheapest route out. You don't want to go to court. You don't want to keep paying them, 200, 500, $1,000 an hour so they can do these litigations. I'm pretty sure Tiffany is basically telling them that, no, we're going to go to court. We're going to fight this. We're going to fight this. Instead of just settling out of court, just, how can we negotiate this and minimizing the damages? This is what a normal municipality does. Normal cities, normal villages go through lawsuits all the time. But the key to it is that they minimize it by settling. You settle so you can keep the costs down.
And I was wondering that. I'm so glad you said that, because when we get to those settlements at the bottom, and I'm always like thinking from the other side, do you think that Delgado might have said, hey, these 10, like you said, we need to settle this? And she said no the entire time. And now they're in a pickle. They're like, okay, we have no choice. I think it was a little bit of, we paying you, so you do what I say. And
oh yeah, that's definitely the conversation, because even Dr. Nikita, she says that Tiffany doesn't listen to anybody.
Yeah.
She doesn't listen to anybody. So yes, that is definitely, I would definitely believe that the Delgado would have, despite the fact that their reputation, is a little tarnished because of dealing with the Tiffany Henyard administration, it will be very unethical of him not to suggest the settlement first, which I think he probably did. And they probably did, on the first round. But she was like, no, we're going to fight this. We're going to fight this. We're going to fight this. And not realizing that the longer you fight this, the more it's going to cost you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm telling you, this is an interesting situation. I'm sorry, guys, I had the hiccups. When I saw Delgado, that just briefly, it made me think like sort of his side of the situation. Like, man, this is becoming dangerous. I could lose everything. Let me exit. Let me exit this.
And think about that when you're thinking about federal indictments coming to your clients. Now you're not defending them in civil cases. You got to defend them in criminal cases now.
Mm-hmm.
And criminal cases cost more. And he realizes they don't have the money to pay for a criminal case.
Didn't think of that. You're right.
so now you go into the criminal realm, and it's like, look, they're not even paying us for the civil cases that they're trying to fight. Now you want us to defend you in criminal cases? Yeah, that's okay. We gone. And now they can get in trouble if they stick around, and if there's some sort of knowledge of criminal activity amongst the lawyers. Now you're in danger of malpractice.
Yeah.
You're of legal malpractice now.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Oh yeah. You know what? Hey Miss Mary, that is definitely true. They could be sued for legal malpractice. I mean, I'm not sure what the depth of it is, because like I said, they did pull out, but I think they pulled out because of that. They want to avoid that.
Yeah. That he has a pretty big law firm. It's a pretty big. One of my favorite creators, Long Island Audit. Shout out to Long Island. He did the. He has a lawsuit in Berwyn, which is how we ran into each other a couple of times because I think he was out fighting this Berwyn. I forgot what he called it. He had a dissertation. What is it? This I forgot what it's called. I said that's school dissertation.
Yeah.
Well, he had to go. He had to go to court, y'all, and that's how we ran into him twice. And we ran into him three times, but he said, and I hope I got it right, that Delgado was that city's attorney too, Berwyn. That he was fighting against. Delgado was one of the lawyers he was fighting against. I was like, wow. So I'm wondering how many cities he have on lock, because that's quite he that Bentley truck probably paid in cash. Skip the Dalton money. He don't need the little Dalton money. That's a nice little, that's a drop in the bucket. If he got that many municipalities, that Michigan Avenue office costs. So if he got that many municipalities, then he's good to go. He's good to go. So I was really thinking about that. I said it probably was easier to walk away than to keep on dragging his law firm down with all the lawsuits. I've never seen this many lawsuits happen in Dalton at once. This is crazy.
And they may not be out of the spotlight yet, because I mean, there could be, if the feds come in and the investigation is thoroughly vetted, they could call them back in, as witnesses, as maybe defendants, because there might be some evidence of legal malpractice.
Yeah. And thank you, Chronic Mike. Deposition. That's what I see.
Oh yeah, deposition.
Yeah,
You call it a dissertation.
He had to come and do his thesis. Regardless, it's always wonderful talking to you. I appreciate you so much.
All right, take care.
You too. Bye.
All right.
You never know who you meet in life. And I would have never ran into Gardis Watts, like, unless he was at the old 50-yard line or something like that, which I doubt he was. You guys, oh my goodness, what's going on? Oh, Paul Roberts. Hey, Mr. Roberts. He says that Delgado started getting bad Google reviews from the public because of Tiffany. You guys, is Donna K, girl, you in here fighting for your life. I gotta give it to you. Donna, y'all, Donna K, you have your opinion, and I appreciate you being able to voice your opinion without getting nasty with it. So thank you so much, because you be fighting for your life in the comment section. Keep going, Donna. Donna, you know what? Like, I've seen Stranger Things. You might be right about everything. I've seen Stranger Things. Jay Jones, hey, I hope to see you Monday. Give me a big old hug from my girl Jay Jones. Yeah. I'm getting, you guys. Sorry, guys. I'm getting the names all crossed up. Man, y'all are the bee's knees. Thanks for having this discussion with me this evening. Y'all, like I said, I'll be in and out because I think I got 9 more days of hard work. So I was able to come on for a little bit. I appreciate y'all rocking with me. If you don't mind, check out some of my older videos. Let YouTube know you're still here with me, and things of that nature. I appreciate you so much. What's up, Mara? Oh yeah, you know what, Mara, thank you. I'll probably do that tomorrow. I'm gonna be honest. Anybody else be getting Dalton burnout? Y'all, okay, being a Dalton person, right? Oh, you guys, I got like this little t-shirt thing. I made 2 t-shirts. I made a Daltonite t-shirt and I made the burgundy blue t-shirt with the logo, and I made a beanie on my Teespring. I'm gonna try to make a bucket hat, but I want to make sure the size was enough for everybody because me, sometimes I got my toe in, sometimes I don't, sometimes I got my braids, sometimes I don't. So I need a big bucket hat. That's my signature. I always have a bucket hat. So I'm gonna try to get that up there. But yeah, you can check out my little store. How I'll figure out how you can check it out. But it should be linked below. Um, okay, so back to this. Anybody else getting Dalton burnout? You guys, it's a mess. I've never heard no one talk about Dalton this much in my 106 years of life. I'm like, what are we talking about? Like, I don't know how I feel about the amount of attention on Dalton sometimes. Sometimes it is very strange to just see people walking around with their tripods now in Dalton. Do anybody else feel like that, or is it just me? I never thought this would happen to Dalton, and I'm gonna tell you my regret covering this. My regret is that I didn't cover Dalton when Tiffany first got in. Like maybe do the history of that, like because she came in and she hit the ground running, and she was ready for change. Because I would love to see when it switched for her like that, when it turned from I believe she really went in there. I know a lot of people don't, but I think she went in there with the best intentions to start. I do. I would love to know what happened. I'm sure like the trustees and stuff have the footage, but in her day to day, it would have been nice. I'm sure she probably already got a documentary because she had that. You guys, I have to do the election videos because she had that "Born by the River" song playing while she was driving around Dalton in the Land Rover, the Range Rover. We was like, ma'am. She had like the broke down parks, and it was like, I was born by the river in a little tent, a river we can't even partake in. Shout out to Piscatire Lake. The black folks can't even go over there, but she was definitely born by the river, child. Um, but it turned to who sang "Born by the River"? Was that Sam Cooke? It turned to "Born by the River" by Sam Cooke to "Born by the River," Sexy Red featuring what's the other girl she hang with? Her? It's the song "I Was Born by the River." I was shaking that ass, Sukiana. It turned to the remix. Oh, it got so bad. It got so bad. Oh, like some of you guys think it changed. And I don't know what happened. Like we could say, like a lot of people felt like she never had the good attention, but some people feel like she did. I don't know because now that I look, you ever see something different now that you look back on it, right? Hindsight, right? Now that I look at some of the videos, like with the housing situation, like with the mold, with her response to the housing situation, with how she talked to people, with the South Suburban situation. You know how I looked at it. I looked at certain things as growing pains in business, right? But then now that I'm learning government and you know, being a public servant, if you will, those are not good values to have. You know what I mean? To be an overseer. Now I see the difference. But yeah, I was like, she was young. At least she was trying to do something. Maybe mistakes happen, situations happen. But now when I look back, I'm like, oh no. But I still think that maybe she was like, okay, I got this. And then move from there over to the township. Maybe it was more people in her circle influencing her. Sometimes I think that, but at the end of the day, this is her legacy and she has to nurture her own legacy. So I can't really worry about it, right? Yep. Thanks to everyone that supports Dalton in the fight. Yes, Mary Evan. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the support. I it's just strange to see. It's strange to see when I be seeing people slowing up and they have their cameras. I'm like, little old Dalton, little old Dalton. I'm gonna tell you one thing. I wish it was something better we were known for than what we are known for. But hey, every day is a journey, you guys. Every day is different, right? Um, wow, this is just interesting. I usually just keep what watch to a few channels. I don't watch too many channels that are covering dog. Yeah, it gets kind of everybody one thing she was right about clickbait. I never thought on my YouTube I'd be talking about someone that went to Thornridge High School that lived in Dalton and the experience, right? Um, very much Twilight Zone, if you will. So yeah, you guys keep everybody in your prayers for Monday. Let's pray that everybody has the best, that they make the best decisions that they can with what they can and the right choices for the village and the residents and not for themselves. But I'm probably talking to the wall but at this point because I don't even know. But okay, put before we leave, put a I know the mayor's going to be there, so I would say yeah, but put a 1 in the chat if you think Keith Freeman's going to be there. Put a 2 in the chat if you think he's not going to be there. I want to know before we leave. Oh, we were just talking about that. Hey, Holly. And oh my gosh, I've got to tell you guys, we reached 100 members on the channel. Woo woo, you guys. I appreciate y'all so much. And I hope you stick around for my other content as well because I've been slacking on my old reality show, Love After Lockup, TLC, and I got to figure out how to streamline that the way I want to because it's all over the place. This how y'all make me feel?
That I have felt the most connected and valued.
Her face gets me. The way her face look. Holly, I think that the mayor will be there. Yeah, she was at the Cinco de Mayo event today. I actually, I ain't gonna lie. Sometimes I worry about her too. I know, y'all. I'm sorry, but it's the truth. Sometimes I worried about her too because I'm like, this enough. Lord, I just be praying, like, please just let her follow through. I could, this definitely could make you depressed, but she might be stronger than we thought. So I always pray that she would do the right thing as well, you know what I mean, regarding what she needs to do. That you want to feel connected and valued. I need to do that. Yep, I think he's gonna be there. I think he's gonna be there. But y'all, I tell you what, I'll be there. Yeah, a lot of twos. A lot of twos. Y'all say y'all don't think he's gonna show, huh? Oh wow. You know what? I'm gonna be real, Regina. Hey Regina. That whole front row, like the front row of the board meeting, how much y'all want to bet? It's gonna be Odelson, Keith Lawyer, I think his name is Josh. Excuse me, guys. Keith Lawyer. I'm over here. Oh, you guys, I got the root beer Olipop. It's okay, but it got an aftertaste. So y'all got to give me another beverage suggestion because I was tearing up them vanilla Dr. Peppers, y'all. I think I got pimples and everything else. I was drinking the heck out of y'all. Told me about that vanilla Dr. Pepper. I don't even want to touch the cherry one. I don't even want to touch the cherry Dr. Pepper. Y'all, and I'm not even a huge pop girl. I like the San Pellegrino, but don't tell me no more. Don't tell me no more beverages, you guys. Y'all got me hooked on this Dr. Pepper. Now I got the Olipop thinking it was healthier. I went to Trader Joe's and it's no good. Did you like it, Jay Jones? Now I'm gonna tell you the one I like, the cream soda Olipop. The root beer one had a little aftertaste, but I still drank it all. I don't know. I guess it's the sugar they use or the non-sugar. Thank you so much for the 1999 super sticker, Holly. I appreciate it so much. Yeah, you got coconut Dr. Pepper. It's a coconut Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper is really changing things around, huh? Hey, succeeding too. You'll be in this. Okay, bring the suit. Reality Check TV Chicago. You guys, so don't forget to follow Reality Check TV Chicago. He streams as well the Dolton board meetings. So don't forget to check in to see, the angle you want to see. Sometimes Reality Check TV Chicago has a good angle. Critical Smoker, and whoever else may come out there. But usually it's us three, right? Right now, Reality Check TV. But we'll see. I'm sure it'll be more people. Put your pinky in the air. It's the one with the it's like I forgot the name of it. It's like a blood orange. And I saw my girl succeeding. Thanks for being here, succeeding too. Yeah. So you think, yeah, okay, I'm gonna go with what Mary says. Yes, he will be there. Oh, thank you, Panding Panda. Yeah, I didn't see you go like, yeah, I have a busy work week, you guys. I have to make the donuts. Thank the Lord. And thanks for y'all that was praying for me, because I had a really hard time this last it's been a rough with work, you know what I mean? So now I'm back to work and I cherish every moment that I can do what I love. So thank you for y'all support and prayers. And I love doing YouTube as well. So you guys coming over here, this is like, I love it. It's relaxing to me. I learn from y'all. I'm meeting some cool people. And I just want to it's just so many great content creators. It's a list I have on my community page. If you scroll down last week, I listed a bunch of people that I watch, and I have to add more to the list now because I'm finding more. So you guys, that's it. Oh, Tony, you so sweet. Amazing. Oh my God. Paul Roberts. What's up with that? Speaking of beverages, will Tiffany still drink Fiji water? Like, what's up with that? Like, that's the only water you can drink. I mean, now we have like different water bottles. It's almost like, yeah, everybody else that's not the cool kids can't have. And you know what? It's one of those waters I do not like, and that's that Dasani. I don't know what it is about Dasani water, but I do not like Dasani water. I don't know why. I just never. I'd be like, ooh, and I could always tell. It don't matter what bottle you put it in. Maybe it is the bottle, but I just could tell it's Dasani. Okay. Um, but what's up with the Fiji water? Like, what's up? Like, she almost looked like, you guys remember the bougie people that wanted that glass of Voss water. Like, we're gonna see that next. But yeah, Fiji is good. Fiji is good, but bring it off. The whole class needs to have Fiji, right? Like, I can imagine her office is like full of only Fiji water, right? It's just too much. Ooh, you guys, water is good. What is it with Dasani? Oh, I am confusion. You guys are so funny. I only say that when I be confused. Ooh, succeeded too is calling in. We were just gonna leave, so now we gotta stay. We're so excited. Tony said right now it's looking like it's gonna be decided. She better go to Sam's Club. She better go to Sam's Club. Bringing up Succeeding too. Hey, Succeeding.
Hey,
Hopefully my
y'all.
computer's slow.
Y'all didn't call me and tell me y'all were on.
I I had got caught in that rainstorm, so I was able to get in a little earlier. So I wanted to go live. How are you?
Y'all over here having fun without me.
We had to read that agenda. I had to go see what's going on, but we're so glad you're here.
Oh my gosh, it Theodius. And I don't know if Big Bull is on here. Tell you we were like on all hours, wee hours of the morning.
No, where were you doing?
My schedule was so off because I took a long nap yesterday after work. 'Cause like you said, it's been a crazy week. And by
Mm-hmm.
me taking, you know how when you all take like a long nap, you're all refreshed. So I took like a 3 hour nap. So when I woke up, they were on this live that they said, I thought they said they were going to be interviewing um your mayor.
Mm-hmm.
And but the guy was really okay, Theodius, tell me if this is your opinion. He's probably a nice guy, but lazy as far as research. He kept trying to get me to come up there to give him information. And I'm like,
Oh.
I'm not giving you our intellectual property. You know, we all came up with these things, you know, over time. So no one's going to just come up, give you the story, and now you're ready to report. You know what I mean? Because now everyone wants to jump in.
Mm-hmm.
Because I
Mm-hmm.
saw it's two of them, not just him, but it was another person coincidentally, and they were saying stuff wrong because they were trying to, you know, catch up too.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And so now it's like these people are coming in last minute. You know, the baseball game is over. We getting ready to have a barbecue, and they're just arriving to the game saying, "Hey, you know, what happened?" And I couldn't believe it.
Oh yeah, they brought the foil. They just brought their Ziploc bags of foil.
Right. They did like me. Like one time, y'all, I came to a family reunion and I didn't bring anything but an apple pie. I knew I was sitting with a certain group of cousins and they already had everything.
Mm-hmm.
So I brought the one thing that I knew I wanted, and that was it. I was busy at work. I didn't have time to cook. I didn't have time to prepare anything, y'all. And that's all I brought was candy bags, you know, for giveaways and just that apple pie. So they were like me that year. And I couldn't believe it. He kept trying to get us to give him information. He kept telling everyone, come up here. Here's the number. And no one would come up.
Oh my goodness.
And then we went over to Shay's after that because I didn't know he was live. And I think we were on to, I don't know, Theodius, what time was it? Like 4 in the morning, maybe?
Oh my goodness.
I
Shay
know
knows.
I woke up at 10 o'clock this morning almost.
Wow. Yeah, time flies when you're having fun. Shout out to Shay at the late night crew.
Yes. He was like, he's like, you and Berkeley, you all were over there. That was good discussion. I think he was talking about when we were talking to Edward Steve. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
That was a good conversation we had with him.
Mm-hmm.
And he was playing back. So Shay was playing back the meeting when she was dressed like Nino Brown.
Oh, that was something to see. That was a time.
Now, what was interesting, it was so much going on. Okay, Theodius, was this the same meeting? Because in that meeting, that's when it was just all over the place because it was like all these lies exposed where she was trying to get them to pay. Remember when she was saying that the funds were donated for the ice skating rink? and she kept saying it was donated, but I think she was referring to the grant money that she kept claiming to get. Remember?
Coming down the pipeline.
Right. And so she was wanting them to pay. And then she said at this meeting, because this was Edward's last meeting, and then she said, well, that was donated. Well, when she said that, then Kiana, Miss Financial, was on top of that. She's like, well, you paid the guy $10,000, so how was it donated?
Oh, yeah, because what about that too? I know this was separate, but those Christmas lights that was paid in cash, that
Well, that's
always
what they
gets me.
said.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what they said. I
Mm-hmm.
think that was just them pulling something out, because she was trying to lie and say that the ice skating rink was donated. And then
Yep.
they said, well, then why did you put the full price for payment? And you know what she said?
Hmm.
Because I knew you all were going to say no.
Oh no, she didn't. Did
Now,
she? I gotta
that
go.
part I did not remember her saying. I,
I
I, I actually did not remember that. I knew the ice skating. I knew she lied about it. I knew the guy said he had, because I heard the guy said he had to lay people off because it took her so long to pay him.
Whoa.
And her whole point that meeting was pay the people what you owe them. So that's when she had the DJ to play, that.
Yeah. It's just sad, man. It's like this went bad. Really, I mean, it went so bad. Like I knew. So Mara says, I put it in there on there just to show people y'all just
Mara
went.
was there with us last night too.
All right, yeah, y'all was the late night crew.
Yeah, Mara was in there.
Hey, Mara. Oh, and I have to say thank you so much, Chavez, for the cash
Oh,
app.
Jada Jones was in there too. It was quite a few.
Thank you so much. You got Chavez. And then I'm sorry, I missed one more thing. Thank you for the cash app. And one more thing. What was it? Because I hate to be rude, Cecilia. Forgive me. Reality Check TV Chicago. $5 super sticker. Burgundy blue. Beautiful, universally revealing, great authentic news, delivering your best, keeping us entertained. Thank you so much.
A Reality Check TV. He be on the scene.
Uh-huh. Make sure you guys follow because he'll be on the scene with great video
Yes.
equipment too. He has great
We
equipment.
have to make sure we go over there. I know, yeah, he does. I don't know what kind of camera he has, but it is really, him and Ryan should get together because he has that
Oh,
clear camera. And Ryan, I don't know what type of audio Ryan has. Ryan, you could hear a pin drop. Because I remember when Ryan was at the meeting, and that was the one where they wouldn't let a lot of people in.
Mhm.
And you could hear everything. Like there was someone that was in the back when they said, when she said, Kiana, nobody likes you. Remember when she told her that?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Cressy Belcher, nobody likes you. And someone yelled from the back and you could hear it from his. That's, you don't like her. And she kept saying it. You don't like her. She was clear. And he said it was so hilarious sitting back there because you could hear so much.
Wow. That is crazy. Now, John said Tiffany also told the trustee that some school district was going to donate what was needed to
Oh, those
cover the light.
fireworks?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And there were no such agreement made.
Right. Yep. And they had that documented. So she just kind of seems to like lie and say, and it was so funny, so you all have to watch that meeting, because when you watch that meeting and we know what we know about Keith Freeman now, it is hilarious for him to tell a report about money and what people should do and how this should work and how that should work. Because I know I put in that chat, yeah, that's coming from a man who allegedly 90K is missing from Robbins, But,
Yeah.
of course, we didn't know that then.
Wow.
So we have to watch some of that because it does give a different perspective
It does. It
because we
does.
know so much more now. Because
You
when
know,
was the last time we were here together, y'all?
I think it's been like 5 days or
5
so.
whole days?
What has it been? I feel like I missed you guys. I was like, this is too much because I never knew how much I missed doing this, and the information just flows.
When we
All,
talked to Edward, that was 5 days ago.
oh no, I think it was just
Maybe that was
before.
Wednesday or
It was
Thursday.
4 days. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So remember that night I was like, what do you all think is going to happen? Because everything happens on a Friday.
You are right. Everything happens on Friday. We
A
will get
Friday
ready.
or a Monday. And it's
Mhm.
like, like usually places don't like to give bad news on like those days they'll use on for them. They let them go to weekend. You gonna get this bad news and you gonna have all weekend to digest this.
Uh-huh. Let me tell you, I mean, I didn't think they were gonna double back. Like they came that one day. I thought that was it.
Mm-hmm.
Then they went to the township. Then they said, "Nah, we double it back." And I think this is the most interesting one because we're gonna get to see some of those business licenses.
Oh
So
yeah.
that's gonna be the most interesting. Like, why were you holding them up? Especially Dr. Scott.
Right. Dr. Scott's makes sense to me now because I sent Regina. Uh, Regina probably was like, Regina, okay, she's my friend to me in my mind, Regina, NBC News,
Mhm.
Regina Waldrop.
I love
So I
Regina.
sent her this long email where I dissected everything. So this
Mhm.
is what I think, you all. Dr. Scott, remember her vision was not only to have that facility, but remember, she wanted an after school program for kids. She wanted a place where people that had non for profits that didn't have the funds to have a place where they could come. She wanted to have like education. She wanted to have meeting rooms, a banquet facility. She wanted, in addition to the store, the consignment store. Did I leave anything out, y'all?
No, I think she wanted so much for
Okay,
the.
so think about the building that you all told me about.
Mhm.
The building, banquet hall, the building, meeting rooms. You see what I mean? Tiffany then suddenly wanted a second location
Mhm.
for food.
The
Remember?
food pantry, like we already have.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. So she suddenly wanted that. Then suddenly we heard her talking about doing computer classes. Remember, suddenly?
Mhm.
Okay, so that covers everything. That's why they say, you all don't tell everyone when you're opening up a business, or you have to be careful of who you
Yeah.
share, because that was Dr. Scott's vision. And she shared that, and look at everything.
Yeah. But if I'm not mistaken, I remember the first time Doctor. Hey, Stephanie. Stephanie said she
Hey,
wanted to know
Stephanie. I sent
Tuesday.
you a message, Stephanie, because in Stephanie, in my mind, Stephanie, my friend too. Stephanie,
Yeah.
I sent you a message on Friday. I sent you a positive text message. Yes, I did. I was in my chair. I was doing a dance. And even I was gospeling about you, Stephanie, because I only gospel. And we only gospel over here. When we gospel, it's because we going to tell the person what we said. And when somebody posted a picture, who was it? And they said, this is the look that Tiffany had when this happened. And I said, no, that's the look that she has on her face when Stephanie Wiedemann gets you together. I did
Oh
put
my
that on there.
goodness.
Yes, I did.
Oh my
On what's
goodness.
his name? What is his name? He comes over here sometimes. Is he an attorney? You all.
And
Oh, Stephanie, you interviewed with him. What is his name? I should know his name, you all. It's so many
oh,
people.
you mean Hannibal?
Yes.
Hannibal is
Yeah, he put
hungry.
that picture out. I said, that's the look you have with Stephanie. Because that's when Stephanie had called out the attorney.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
the picture it was. It was the attorney. That's when Stephanie said, "I see you."
Oh my goodness. Yeah. It's very, very interesting. Like, Stephanie, thanks for standing up for Dalton and the township as well. Like, it's very interesting to see. Well, I met Stephanie. I had never met her, but when I met her, she actually seemed quite shy. I don't know if that's true, but I was like, wow, it seemed like it took a lot for her to have to come out and say these
I
things.
don't think so. Nope.
Being
Stephanie was
attacked.
nope. Stephanie was is I don't think Stephanie is quiet and shy. And I
Uh-huh.
don't think it took her long to say these things because Stephanie had been documenting these things for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And she
Yeah.
was very vocal that she had been documenting those things. And because she had been, that made her a target.
You know, question. I agree. Question. Y'all, what's Dan Brown gonna do at that meeting Monday?
Look like Yummy the Dummy like usual. Like usual. Because
Oh,
this is I okay, so on the call, you all, we talked about Sam Brown and why he does absolutely nothing. Okay, so you all, since we last talked, I had time to digest this. It's been 2 or 3 days since we've been on. I'm thinking in my mind, the man is almost 75 years old. He should have it together from a financial standpoint. So at a point that you're ending your career, it should not be about, oh, I need this money, so let me just be a rubber stamp and let me sit there and look like a fool, because he has to realize that he looks like an idiot at every meeting.
absolutely. It's like, is that what you? But now I hear his whole family basically got a job at the township, right?
Right.
So I wonder if there's any discussion, or is it just like work and keep your head down so you keep your check?
Well, that's
Uh,
what I'm saying. He's 72 years old. At this point, he should have it financially together. 90 something here and whatever amount the trustees have. I'm sorry. He should have it financially together at that point.
yeah, he already, like, I know that people are like he was holding two positions, but I mean he had the post office at a good job, and then he had uh the
Okay,
district,
the
right?
post office. Y'all got to tell me about the post office. I'm
'Cause
just
why did he get let
intrigued
go
by
from the
this.
post?
They
Yeah,
said fired.
how you get
That's
fired
what
from
the
the post?
people
He
said.
got fired on his day off. What
That's,
happened?
that's what the people said.
But you're enjoying, but you've been around politics, so you knew some of this stuff was wrong.
Well, from what we heard from someone who was credible, who worked with him, he hasn't been the most stellar person for a while. He's been just kind of in cruise control. You know how cars used to have a cruise control?
Mm-hmm.
He like in that mode.
Yeah. Do you think like
But it should
I
be
have one?
embarrassing. Like,
Uh-huh.
if you're his wife, aren't you gonna say when he gets home, "Look, honey, you got to stop embarrassing me. You looking crazy up there."
Immediately, I always think that. I'd be like, so no, like a Michael Smith wife. I'd be like, she's not saying, "Don't you dare go up to that podium," but
Okay,
then she might have recently said that, from what I
okay,
understand.
y'all. So y'all, why she bring up Michael Smith, y'all?
She
See,
must
tomorrow is Sunday, so we got to get it all out. Okay, y'all. If y'all believe that Michael Smith had an incident with a dog, please put one in the chat. If you think it was another situation, please put two. Now, actually, I think it was another situation, but I don't think it was the wife.
I think it was another situation too. But the first thing I thought when I saw that, I said, I think she was like, I told you if you went up to that podium one more time, what was gonna happen.
See, okay, so do you think, okay, so what I think is, his mouth is too reckless. And sometimes you come up on the wrong person. You know how he was approaching Long Island that day? You know what I mean? You come up on the wrong person.
Yeah, yeah, you come up, and he has a lot of mouth. He
Oh,
has a
Candy
lot
put
of.
two? Ooh, so Candy, you think it was a dog?
Somebody said one and two.
Okay, because I dissected the picture. Y'all know I did. And I'm looking at the one side of the face on the right, and the right side that I remember was swollen.
Mm-hmm.
The left side, the eye was slightly closed. Okay, if the dog got you, why is the one side swollen and the other side, the eye closed? See, that doesn't make sense.
It was Sally the mule kicked him.
You see what I mean? Because it would be the same side. And why do you have swelling like that on the whole face? Like a pumpkin, like that movie, Mr. Pumpkinhead.
Oh my goodness.
But I think he came up on the wrong person.
He probably did. He probably did. He probably came up on the wrong person because all that fighting and arguing, it's
Right.
just it's too much. It's too
Right.
much. And I'm so glad. Now this, I'm gonna be in all seriousness. When I saw that, I believe it was something too. And you know what? This is when it gets dangerous like that. The stuff with poor Jedediah, all that stuff, it's just dangerous.
Yeah. But I think that's how his life is. So you know what I mean? Like running around like that. This is a person that's over a podium, and he started at one end attacking one person to going to the other end with nothing that is none of his business, with as if he could talk about absolutely anyone.
Mm-hmm.
He should be holed up in the closet somewhere, period. All the
Yep.
stuff he had going on, he has no room to open his mouth to ask anyone anything, including if they're running, including weren't you doing this? Weren't you going to run for this? Include nothing.
Nothing. Now I have a question. This is probably gonna be a little. I have a question. Out of all the departments that sit up there, is it anyone that you're gonna feel sorry for when the kingdom falls?
No.
That was quick.
Because I'm thinking, you know what? Okay, I want you to play that episode. I want you to play it. Kim asked for the FBI to come. She asked.
She sure did.
said it. You have to be careful with what you ask for. She said, if she guilty, let the FBI come. And I did it, and I work hard, and they're there. They're there.
She said it. She said, come investigate everybody, and they did.
She asked.
Mm-hmm.
When I tell y'all that song, be careful what you wish for, or you just may get it. When I grow up. La, 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 la.
She sure did. She got there. Her microphone was working and everything.
Yep.
Are you gonna apologize to this lady when they do?
Right. That's what she said. So I wonder what song she's singing, because okay, you all, if you all worked, okay, like, yeah, I'm gonna admit to you all, like, I'm not a confrontational person. Like, I wouldn't do like a Michael type of action to anyone ever.
Mm-hmm.
I'm more of a call you, like, one-on-one, have a conversation with you type of person, not,
Yeah.
But I'm gonna tell you all, there is a limit. If I was in one of those meetings, I'm so sorry, my phone would actually go off when Tiffany talked, and it would say, B better have my money. And she would know the song is about her. I would have those songs. I would have a song for all of them.
Yeah. Especially that one that burned my grits. That na.
Right. I would have a song for all of them.
Yeah.
all
Yeah.
of them.
Yep. Yep.
You,
Yep.
you know, I'm so serious. I would have a song, and I may have to have some of those old songs. There was this song I hated that I liked this song, you all, because it was so inappropriate, but the
Mm-hmm.
beat was so nice. And it said, "There's some Don in this house. There's some Don in this house." I'm
Oh, the
so
one like,
serious, you all. I would have the songs playing, and nobody would know it was me because it would just kind of play like just randomly. Yeah,
mm,
I would. You want to have a DJ? Yeah, I'm not gonna pay $10,000, and I'm gonna give you a DJ.
yep. Yep. Yep.
And she
And
would,
that,
"Are you out of order?" She would know who she telling they out of order.
and I have them all, and they try to leave out through the back. I have them all walk to the front. No, go out that way. Treat them
Right,
just the way.
right.
Wow.
I'm telling
Yeah.
you, Keith would have his own song. And what about this? And then it's like, pay the people what you owe them. What about the guy who this guy had to lay people off? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
And you said it was free, but it wasn't. So that was a lie. Lie after lie after lie after lie. With just over nothing. You just lie just on demand.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And
And it's sad. Oh, I'm sorry. Go right ahead.
and Keith was trying to tell them about the lawsuits.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if your police behaved, you wouldn't have these lawsuits. I mean, doesn't it all go back to that?
Mm-hmm.
So at a point, where does that accountability come in to say, hey, you all, what are we doing? What do we need to change here?
Yeah.
What did
Absolutely.
Tony say?
And she stated before the DJ played that song that this is for the residents.
Yes.
The nerve.
Yes. This is for the residents. That's what she said. Because she tried to change what she really meant, but I really think that that's exactly what she meant, Tony, although she tried to say, oh, well, that's what the residents are saying. No, that's what you're saying,
Mm-hmm.
Chief Sticky Fingers.
Now, I got another question. Who you think gonna get the first Tiffany Henyard interview? Gail or Robin
I
or
don't think she's going to do another interview.
oh,
What do y'all think?
we need that Gail King or
Because what can she say?
mm-hmm.
Everything has been exposed. Okay, then I have another question for you all, since you all have told me about the building. It makes no sense to me why this person that owns this liquor store,
Mm-hmm.
like, why would you want to bring another liquor store to Dalton? One, that doesn't make sense to me. And two, like, of all the places for her to come out of her nice Frankfurt community, I think she's in that area, the person who owns it,
Mm-hmm.
you decide you're going to come out of your nice community to put a liquor store in Dalton. Why?
Yeah.
You've driven past Hazelcrest, you've driven past Olympia Fields, you've driven past. I mean, Orland didn't need you because they have so many there, but you've driven past all of these places and you decided to come to Dalton. Why?
Mm-hmm.
And then with all of this going on, you decided that was a great place for a five-star restaurant.
I have a question. As the liquor commissioner,
Hmm.
does she get? I mean, I know she gets paid to be the liquor commissioner, but does she make more because they're coming?
Well, she probably gets a licensing.
Okay. Okay.
That's what I'm thinking. Because you know how, like, the judges, they get to keep the fees.
Mm-hmm.
but I think she likes it because it's power to her.
Mm,
You know what I mean? Like it gives her power to say, I'm the liquor commissioner.
yeah, yeah. And remember, at one point at the board meeting, she said that she didn't want any more liquor stores here. So I think
Right.
that's why some of the people are having trouble with their licenses.
Right. But yet she let that liquor store come.
Yeah, yeah. This is interesting. So, um, with the one more thing, this is a great question. Lucille says,
I like Lucille's question.
if Tiffany has to step down, who would be the better choice for township supervisors to take her place? That's a good question. Um, Stephanie said, sorry guys, my computer is just,
Is Stephanie gonna say Cassandra?
yeah, I think she says, I think they should do I think they should do what they should have done before and put Cassandra,
Uh-huh.
then we wouldn't have been in this mess.
You see, I told you I think Stephanie my friend.
I don't know how Cassandra feels.
Yep. Yep. That's what I thought she
And
was gonna say.
Cassandra's our assessor, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
And I heard Stephanie, it was an old video she did, someone played. And I said these words to you. Stephanie said, when I first came on here, I said, Stephanie said she's actually always been that way. That same immature person that we see, this same 15-year-old that we see, Stephanie didn't say that, but that same 15-year-old we see in front of us is the way that she saw her. And that same, oh, you don't like this person, so I shouldn't like this person because you don't like this person.
Yeah, you know what was crazy? I've had a crazy week of succeeding. Let me give y'all my rundown. It first started, I saw the Tahoe at the JC Penney's, right? I said,
Oh,
now we Target shopping. I said, we got the Tahoe at the JC Penney's. Now we're cooking with grease. Now y'all getting some really good deals. So we shouldn't have a new outfit at the store meeting. We should only have that JC Penney special. Then I ran into an old classmate. I was at the mall. I was in Orland, ran into an old classmate. And when you run into people from class, the first Dolton.
yeah.
And I said, I wonder what her mom thinks. You know what she told me?
What?
That she talks to her mom that way. What are you talking about?
I would think so, because do you think that if she talked, because remember I said that to you,
Uh-huh.
she has no respect for anyone that is of an older age. Because remember I said that? I said,
Mm-hmm.
there's no way I would have ever talked to the way she spoke with the mayor.
Mm-hmm.
She seems very comfortable speaking to everyone that's older than her. Like Clerk Keys. I mean, she's very comfortable
Yeah.
speaking to all of these people that are older than her in a disrespectful manner. So someone like that, oh, that's the way she communicates, period.
Yeah. She was like, she's very spoiled, and that's how she responds to her mom. And I'm not trying to throw her mom in here, but I was just like, because that's what had been in my head the whole time. Like, wow, I wonder how. What if her mom has said, "What are you doing? Are you doing
Now, her
this?"
mother, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Sometimes, you follow people home. That's what you see. You see what
Yeah.
you see.
Yeah. And I was like, wow. And then my third one was the Miss Mary. Oh, my third one was running into Mr. Delgado and
Hey,
his.
wait, is that Mary?
Yeah.
Mary! The owners are from Linwood. Okay, because it said, is this the person? Because I thought she owned the um insurance, like an insurance company, like a State Farm. Maybe, but people do move.
This is quite interesting because I'm still interested in that building. Quite
Yeah. But I
interesting.
still want to understand why, like, yeah, you couldn't get a liquor store. And why are you, what Linwood obviously said, Mayor Jada obviously said no. Because when I looked them up, y'all, it had a different address, and it had, like I said, I know people move, but it had a lovely address, like New Frankfurt, New Lenox area.
Mm. But that's what people do, and that location is prime. Like when I first saw it, I said, "Oh, okay." This as I'm getting into learning about, you know, Dalton more. I'm like, "Oh, okay, they finally got rid of that animal hospital. They're gonna put something new here. This is good for Dalton." Never did I know that was going there, and I never thought about the residents in that area and
Mhm.
traffic they're gonna get and the strangers that will come in there because it's sort of like you guys. My first boyfriend lived over there in the back. Shout out to him. So you could cut through to like my first boyfriend in high school, and you could cut through the back of
How
that
do you know about where you could cut through?
because that's sort of the day. That was my boyfriend. I met him at Great America senior year. Right, we'll get to the details later. So anyway, when you cut through there, you could go like to the Dorchester, and that's just like only the people, the people know. You cut through on the express. I said it's gonna be
Right. You have to know to
traffic.
know.
Yeah, it's gonna be so much traffic going from 100 and Sibley to 154, trying to get from one side to the other side. It's just gonna be a mess.
But what made them say, of all types of restaurants to put there, what made them feel that that met the demographics of a five-star restaurant?
It's not. Girl, that's gonna turn into the apartment lounge slash 50-yard line slash freaknik of 94. Okay. That's what's gonna turn down to a year down the line. Because if you saying that you would not let Rutgers open up the fine dining establishment with the jazz bar and the lounge, how
Right.
we're having the same thing right there. We're having it in
Well, that's why that was the other thing. That business. And Stephanie, on this, we did, Burgundy Blue and we did endorse Miss Mary for
Mhm.
trustee. We did tell her township too.
Yeah, I think Miss Mary should go directly to the township.
Yep, we said do not pass, go directly to the
Mhm.
township. Report for active duty.
Yep, and you could fight for Dalton there, and I know you'll win because we need you over there. You know what I mean? Um, mm,
Stephanie, what if, okay, new administration, we know they're coming in. What are your top 5 things on your list for the park district that you want to do
ooh, great question.
to enhance the experience, and like what types of programs?
Yeah, Stephanie, did you ever get any permit? Did you even get the permit for Rutgers Park? Okay, it's too many questions for Stephanie. Hold on, guys. I got to take this call. Hold on. We're going to answer the question. Continue, succeed, and I'll be right back.
Okay. So Stephanie, we can't wait to hear what you would want to do first. And I know your biggest challenge is not being able to get permits for what you need to get done. But if you were asked to report to active duty to the township after all of this is over on a loan basis, like if they like a loaned executive kind of program, would you do that? Stephanie said, "You hit me with too many questions." Stephanie, I was going to call the mayor in Hammond and ask him to interview you again because I always thought that if you all didn't catch the interview that Mayor McDermott did with Stephanie, and I think her name is pronounced Nikita. Definitely catch his podcast because it was a very interesting interview. Now, I'm going to warn you all, he is not your typical formal formal mayor at all. He's very laid back. So if you're looking for that type, he is going to be definitely totally different. And his dad had been mayor prior to him, and he's definitely not his dad. And I just read an article. He said he's going to work on thinking before he answers any questions because he made a comment about deer that albino deer that offended people. And I love albino deer. I worked at Argonne National Lab and we had white albino deer there. And the last one died a few years ago. And you would come out when it was winter and you would see these beautiful deer. And they had, of course, tags on them to kind of keep them in the premises. So I didn't know that there were albino deer in other parts of town. I'm not able to see you all's comments. I'm going to look at my other device. It may be because Burgundy's not here. So I can see what you all are saying. Oh, Stephanie, isn't he funny? Okay, Stephanie, the first thing I would do is to fire her administrative team, get a strong team where there's some knowledge on how to rebuild. Now, Stephanie, would you be willing to give them the blueprint? So, Ted, I'm going to look for that interview and I'm going to ask Burgundy to pin it.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, the first question, Stephanie, I asked is what types of things have you not been able to get done? Like, what have been your challenges? Oh, thank you, Mara. That Mara is on her business.
She is always on it, isn't she?
I would love for Stephanie. Maybe it's because Stephanie is driving, Journey. That could be. But I would love for Stephanie to honor us.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was watching an old Stephanie interview, and that's when I realized Stephanie had been documenting everything.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when I said to you, Bergen, remember I said Stephanie is a former executive assistant.
Yeah.
And Stephanie doesn't remember me, but I met Stephanie. She was just a baby, just a sweet thing then. And that's when they would do the Taste of Thornton, and I was one of the vendors. And Frank and his team he always liked to see what was out there, and he would come in and he would, look around and everyone would be with him. Okay. Oh, definitely file a claim against. Oh, you know what? So that's going to be interesting because no one is talking about it. But shouldn't there be something like there should be a high dollar amount that should be paid back by her? I agree. What do you all think?
Like out of her money that she had earned.
Yep, out of her personal money, the personal money that she should have been using to pay for her hair and nails and clothes and all those things that were on the receipt that I saw. Okay, so Stephanie, why are all those storage room? What are your thoughts of why there are 4 or 5 back-to-back storage facility charges? Is she paying for mama and daddy and sister and cousin and brother? Or does she know someone that works there and they kicking that refund back? I don't have this card anymore. Because you know they will put it on another card if you say I don't have this card anymore. And why has no one asked the bank to lower the limit? Because the bank should be concerned at this point that one day they may not get paid. Right? Burgundy, are you talking? Because if
I'm
you
here. Yeah, I had to take a call, you guys. I'm sorry. I'm here now. But I had to say thank you,
oh,
Carla. Thank you. We appreciate you so much.
yes.
And Lucille says, would you come back, Stephanie? And justice for Alexis Wilson, Cara. Thank you, Cara. I hope to see you Monday, but if I do not, I understand. I understand.
See, I think Stephanie has made a great impact with the park district, but I think it would be outstanding if she was able to carry out her initiatives.
Yeah.
Now tell us what you think about that, Stephanie.
Stephanie says state law requires her position to have a surety bond, like an insurance policy. It's for 15 million. We could file a claim and get some of that money back. Wow.
Was Stephanie, you better snap, circle, and twist, honey.
Yeah.
That's why she wanted Stephanie gone. It's because Stephanie knew, and I said that to you too.
You crack me up when you say that.
Yep, I said that to you. I said Stephanie knew what that position entailed, and that's why she wanted Stephanie gone. See, Stephanie, the reason you think she wanted you gone was not the reason. It wasn't because she couldn't trust you. It was because you were a permanent reminder of an old Run DMC song. And the song came out in the 80s. And the song says, dumb, 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 dumb. The girl is dumb. I'm not joking, Stephanie. You were a reminder because see, Stephanie knows. You see how Stephanie just like okay, Stephanie has been doing other things, and Stephanie still has the information.
Yeah.
And I told you there is when your first job. I told you my first job was an executive assistant. When your first job is an executive assistant, you know you have to know everything.
Yeah.
Especially for someone like that.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
The storage was extra space storage.
Extra space storage.
And I saw 4 or 5 back-to-back charges, and it's all in 1 month. And that seems odd to me.
When they get a hold of the credit cards, wow.
You mean the credit cards that they claim they didn't have?
Yeah, and the interest. Remember when Stephanie said, you know, and Tiana Belcher, shout out to Tiana Belcher, when she said, "Did you go to Washington in the capacity of a mayor or a supervisor?"
Correct.
And she said, "Don't worry, what you worry about where I went."
Right, correct. because, and she was asking because it's like they're using the cards, they're rotating those cards.
Mm-hmm. Um,
Oh, Stephanie, can you answer this question? Why does the guy at Gallagher Pavement, you know, the guy that they owe 600 that and 15,000 interest accruing plus the additional 10, why does he think that that money is coming out of the from Cook County? It seems like he mentioned something about the highway, but he mentioned Cook County. Why does he think that money is coming from there?
great question. Somebody
Oh,
tell them.
Stephanie is, yep. We can agree that Stephanie has to be one. Stephanie is cool, calm, and collected
Yep.
on top of being intelligent. And when I saw Stephanie, I'm telling you, the meeting, when I looked, I'm like, no, that is not Stephanie. My eyes are playing tricks on me. I'm like, it's amazing how much she looks like Stephanie. And then I'm like, Stephanie? Like she's going to answer me.
Oh, Stephanie said, "What's the call in?" Oh, Stephanie.
Ooh.
No. Wait, Stephanie. So y'all, we're having a treat today.
Okay. You
Now
have to
we
put
just
our picture up.
missing our Gardis and Big Mike. That with the questions, this a full panel.
You have
So
to
we
put
get
our
along
picture up of what we thinking when
Oh yeah.
Stephanie come up.
Oh, this how I be looking at stuff.
Stephanie, this is how we looking at you.
We're looking at you like that.
Hey, Stephanie. That's how I was looking at the TV that day when I saw Stephanie conducting the meeting.
Yeah. Yeah.
You heard me. I said conducting, facilitating.
Yeah. Stephanie got in there, honey. Stephanie's coming up, guys. What a treat. What a treat. So we have the StreamYard link in there for Stephanie. Journey says, Stephanie, pull up. Stephanie, pull up.
Pull up, pull up sharp, Stephanie. Make one of those quick turns.
Panding Panda said, I knew you were gonna put that picture up. It was just like that.
You know we were. That's how we be looking at Stephanie, how we look at Miss Mary.
Yeah.
Me with Edward Stevie. That's how we look at them. We're like, yes, Brittany.
Oh yeah, for sure.
If they have a knee in their name, that's how we look at them.
I think that's what it is, isn't it? It gotta be that. Yeah, that is so funny. Journey says, I have my popcorn and
Journey. We looking at you like that too, Journey.
you couldn't make. I said she was excited, like, oh my goodness, the president. So we have Stephanie here.
Yes,
Stephanie. So Stephanie Weiderman. I'm gonna let her say her last name because
is it Weiderman?
I never see an R, but people do say Weiderman. Okay, let's bring her on up. Hey, Stephanie.
Hello.
Hey, Stephanie.
How are you?
Ah,
Stephanie. You make us feel connected and valued over here.
Stephanie, you see how we look at you?
You guys are so sweet. Thank you so much.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well. You know, it's just weird to sit and listen to people talk about you. You know, it's such a funny place for me. I know that you don't think I'm an introvert, but really I am.
Yeah, no, I think you're an introvert. I think you are, I don't think you're shy. I think you're a direct communicator that will get a person together as when needed.
Yeah, I'd rather be sitting in the back just doing the work, you know? Just quietly going about my business.
Now, you all would not think I'm an I.
Definitely not.
So now keep in mind when you've done the Myers-Briggs, what most people think of as extrovert, for us I's, it takes a tremendous amount of energy.
Yep.
For us to do this.
Yep.
And when we're done, we're done. And we have to detox from it.
Yep. That has been my cycle recently. I'm exhausted, and then I just recharge because, well, nobody likes a quitter. I
Yeah.
started it. We just got to keep going because, you know, we're in the midst of the fight, and I feel like we're closer to the end now than we are the beginning, which I'm grateful for.
Now, how do you feel? We do have to ask you, and congratulations, because we know that you have been working very hard,
Yeah.
and we want to make sure that we want to give you your flowers. We
Well,
don't want to give you flowers. We want to give you a whole bush, a tree, a garden, gardens of Gervany, like Monet's gardens. We want to give it to you all because we know that you did something that others did not do.
well, I appreciate that, but if I'm being honest, this whole thing with, us just kind of building up a team of people that cared, it really started with, those Dalton residents, Sherry specifically. When I was let go from Thornton Township, it wasn't even a matter of a week that she had found somebody to reach out to me and just wanted to sit down and talk and, first and foremost, see if I was okay. I mean, I'm assuming that everybody prior to me had an understanding of what it felt like to be in that position, to just, have her come in and without warning just pull the rug out from under your feet. um,
Right.
so there was definitely, a level of, are you okay, and what can we do to help? But then there was that, that connection that, okay, you guys care just as much as I do.
Right.
And from that, she likes to think that this was built off of a dislike for her, but that's not at all what it was. It was built off of a passion for what's right.
Right. The principle, because I'm
Right.
all about the principle. And
So
that's why.
So I
Yes.
will say that it
Ah,
started with that little piece, and it just kind of grew from there, where we would see people that would add value and bring them in. And it wasn't just the team of 10 of us that kind of took the front line. It was also the people in the back that made the phone calls with the little tips, even if it was something that they thought was minor. Getting that info back to us helped us piece a puzzle together that we wouldn't have otherwise had.
well, and and you all as a team collectively, because it was what to me, I kind of looked at it separately. I looked at it as because I looked at it like some of them in Dalton were hitting it from that direction, and you were hitting it from the other direction. Do you know what I mean?
Correct.
And kind of meeting collectively.
Yep. And early on that worked because my theory kind of was, look at what is already happening in Dalton. Now you guys have put this woman in our house. And just watching what is already taking place, I know what is going to come. So for me, it was just kind of like throwing up the red flag at the township before it happened. But I think everybody was kind of like, well, she wouldn't do that in two places because right now she's blaming the trustees. However, if it starts happening in both municipalities, well, the only common denominator there would be you, ma'am. You would be
Right.
the problem then. So I think that the people of the township thought that she was going to do everything she could to take a different course there. And she did. She got lucky with the trustees voting in her favor pretty much every time. Um, what she didn't factor in was me continuing to watch and
Right.
still having access.
Correct. That's right. She definitely, yeah, because you know what? I would not want you to be my enemy. It's some people that you should know. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Is that there are just some people that not to get on their not so positive side. And she made it personal because, and you could tell me if I'm wrong with my thought here, it's a disrespect to your best friend and boss.
That honestly is a piece of it.
Okay.
It definitely is a piece of it. I will say, had she done and said the things that she is saying about him today, if she had done and said those things 2 years ago, I think or a year ago, even for that matter, I think my
Mhm.
reaction would be much different.
Yeah.
There is something to say about time. I don't know that it fully heals the wounds, but I can have a conversation about it now without completely losing it, with which a year ago I couldn't do. So yes, protecting what he built is a
Right.
piece of it, but before that, because now at this point it's been, almost 2.5 years, I don't understand why we continue to throw dirt on somebody that's a bad pun, I guess. I'm sorry. I just don't know why we continue. It's been a long time. He's been gone.
Yeah.
But for me personally, Frank had these amazing ideas and this way of connecting with the residents that was just admirable, because I'm not really a people person. And when I went to the township in my, very early 20s, I was still a little troublemaker. And, I Michael Smith wasn't far off when he said I didn't have a high school diploma. I mean, I do have a high school diploma, but I didn't get it the conventional way, what he's speaking of.
Yeah, but well, that's none of his business.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah, and then he could go and tell Judge Mathis the same thing. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So,
But to his point, I was still getting in a lot of trouble back then. I dropped out of high school. I ended up getting my diploma through homeschooling. Now, keep in mind, I dropped out in April my senior year. So it was 3 months before
right,
graduation. It was just a bad decision. You're young, you make them. I got lucky finding this seasonal position at the township, and I just stuck it out there. He showed me things that he was trying to grow me, and he was trying to steer me in a different direction. And he had these great qualities. But as far as the township is concerned, his his direction was strong, but the work that was done, that was done by the people behind him. He
right,
had an idea, he threw it at us, he said, this is what I want it to look like, this is the budget you have, get to work. And it was us that put our blood, sweat, and tears into that building, into those programs, into those seniors, into those residents, into those youth, it was us that did that. Not that he
right,
wasn't a part of that, but what I'm fighting for is what I helped build. That's
right.
my
And
entire adult life, you guys. People can't tell me to not take that personal.
right.
It is.
And that's why I said you were a young thing when I met you.
Mhm.
Is exactly that reason. And there's a question that Miss Mary had about Frank's credit
Can
cards
I
after
interject?
he passed.
I want to interject right quick before we go there. Thank you. Well, I had a question because I've been dying to ask that question. Um, Thank you for addressing the whole diploma situation because that was a talk of the thing.
Mhm.
But this is my question. Does Michael have a diploma? Because I was talking to a good friend of mine and I was like, wow, why did he yell that out about Stephanie? Is that true? What's going on? I was like, oh my goodness. And then one thing she said, she was like, 20 years in the same position is
Right.
very respectable, number one. And who would you rather representing you? Tiffany with a diploma or Stephanie without I mean, not diploma, degree that they're proud of, or Stephanie who may not have one? And I just wanted to say that you having over 20 years at one job is very, very, very amazing. And the experience alone, that's what people look for. So I just wanted to cover that. But I don't know if Michael Smith got a diploma, but if he do, what who is he? But that continue.
Listen, I'm not ashamed. I mean, my past is what it is. I made bad decisions. I did things that, maybe I would take back, maybe I wouldn't, because I'm proud of the way my life turned out. And
Right.
it's not like I walked into Thornton Township with a six-figure job at the top of the food chain. I started making $7.50 an hour in a temporary part-time position, and I
Wow.
busted my butt over the next 20 years to accomplish what I did. It wasn't
Exactly.
easy. Frank was very demanding.
Mm-hmm.
I gave a lot of time. And then on top of that time I gave to the township, I also volunteered politically for him.
Right.
I personally believed in what he did, but when it came to my work, that I took pride in that. I took
Definitely.
pride in making the township look good, making the residents feel like their needs were met. I mean, there's something to be said about, people thanking you for doing just what you think is normal or right
Mhm.
or simple.
Amen. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and continue, but I wanted to just address that because I appreciate you standing up and being the Stephanie is we call the Park District Stephanie House over there. So yeah, I appreciate you speaking. So go right ahead, succeed about Miss
But
Mary.
I thought, how dare him ask her that? She's not running for office. And so nothing about her background is any of his business. And so that's kind of how I felt
Well,
about it. And Choose Compassion said, well, dang, I got married at 16 and got a GD. And I hate when people do that. Yeah, I did. I felt a certain way about him doing that because I felt he had no right to ask her. That is not what she was there for.
He
well,
lied.
and just so we're clear, no favors were done to get me a job at the Park District. And I know that's what he's insinuating, but A, I have my high school diploma, and
Mhm.
B, the job description that was posted for the Park District said that a degree was recommended, not
Yeah.
required.
Right. And then sometimes they will look at your experience at that. So, companies do that from local to downtown.
Yeah. Okay, let's get to some of the questions, and that just wanted to say that, Stephanie, because we support you. Thought he was embarrassing you. That's what he thought he was doing.
Correct.
Yeah, he
But
didn't.
how many of us in the audience had the same situation? Like we're saying, 16. I had my son at 16, so I'm with you.
Some people try to make you look bad by letting a lie linger.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Kind of like you were in Vegas when he was, to Chris. You know what I'm saying? Just kind of, and then he moved to Stephanie and to, just letting a lie linger. But and that's all I'll say about that.
We'll see
But
what happened to him this week, so we'll just move on.
my suggestion to him would be to read A Piece of Cake by Cupcake Brown, who is an attorney who, at the last time I had checked, she had never lost a case, and she did not actually get her diploma, if I'm correct, because she was kind of, in a bad situation, but she got that law degree.
Yep. So we appreciate you, Stephanie.
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you, ladies.
Mary Avant's question.
Yes, about the credit card.
Was it true that they take Frank Zuccarelli credit card after he passed?
They did. I believe their first Vegas trip, the credit card was still in his name.
Oh.
Oh,
If I remember correctly, and don't quote me exactly because you guys, it has been a really long 2 years,
Mhm.
but I believe his name wasn't taken off that card until August or September after he passed away.
how
Wow.
could they run around with that card? And they couldn't just go to Old National or whatever and get a new card?
You could.
Well, here's
They
the
just
kicker of
didn't.
it all is that our card wasn't through Old National. It was through MB Financial.
Okay. Oh, okay.
So they definitely could have changed it.
Mhm.
So why do you think they didn't? Like, it's speculation wise. Was his name better credit or?
Oh, absolutely.
You need a relationship with the bank, probably.
And when Frank was the supervisor, there was one credit card. It had his name on it and he had possession of it
Mhm.
unless we asked for it.
Correct.
He knew what every charge was. Frank signed off on every single bill. He knew where every penny went. I'm not claiming that that man was perfect. I
Mhm.
will never tell anybody that.
Mhm.
What I will say though is that if he did something wrong, it wasn't going to be somebody else's fault. He made sure he was the final say in everything. So if something went wrong, he took responsibility for it. It's the complete opposite of what she does.
Mm.
She has credit cards in everybody else's name. There is not one in her name. And her famous line is, I got nothing to do with the credit cards. But you hire everybody, ma'am. It still falls on you.
Correct. And then you could see just based on the purchases, because what is Keith buying his wife? Well, it's hard to say whether he's buying it for his wife or whether he's using it for Tiffany with all those beauty supply wigs and purchases.
Yeah, it could be either. I'm gonna guess it's for Tiffany would be my,
I wouldn't, based on what we know now, it wouldn't surprise me if, honey, go get yourself something.
mm-hmm.
It just would not, based on what we know now.
And if I try to do a good job of keeping my personal opinions off of my interviews, because they are sometimes just opinions. But
Right.
for some things, when I look through like these credit card bills, one of the statements had 2 charges, like 2-night stay at a Best Western in Orland Park.
Right.
And of course, my initial thought, and no proof behind that, just my thought, is that Keith and his wife were fighting and he needed a place to stay. Because why else would we be getting a hotel in Orland?
Right. Yeah, some stuff just doesn't, just like the 4 storage room costs didn't. And if you look at like what was posted, because my friend sent it to me, she saw it on Jedediah's page.
The extra space storage.
Extra
Okay,
space
so
storage.
to be fair, I don't know if you saw my comment. To be fair, those were our storage units prior.
Oh, those were okay.
They were our storage units that we used when. So I don't know if you guys remember when the township redid the main building.
Okay.
I think we started construction in maybe 17. We were moving in when COVID started, because everybody was off work and I just went in with the construction guys. So we were finishing up construction then. So we probably finished end of 20 maybe. And then we moved back in the building. Well, when he passed away, we hadn't emptied all the storage units. So I don't know why they haven't, because you could save a ton of money if you just got the crap out. Maybe there's
right.
Though.
Because those costs were crazy. And then the other thing is, why would they use the credit cards?
Well, because Robert Hunt likes the rewards.
So you know what? I like the rewards too. I was thinking that too, because I was wondering.
Pays everything with the credit card.
My other question was, who is getting the rewards? Because I like rewards too, but from a standpoint of a township or a village, doesn't it get a little sticky?
It does. It looks like when I look at the bills, it looks like they give them in $100 deductions off of the total due.
Right. Yep. So yeah, I like rewards too, but yeah, that didn't. Yeah, but usually that's not a bill though that you wouldn't pay a vendor with a credit card for that, even though it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, they put everything on there, like Comcast, all of their regular bills.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, Robert Hunt has his own credit card, as I saw in the Tommy G documentary. So does he get to keep those points?
He does. Well, his Old National credit card is on the same statement as everybody else's. So those points all come in on that one statement, and it appears to just deduct from the total.
Right.
Now, I did in my last FOIA, I did see that there's another credit card. Robert now has a BMO, I think it was.
Yep.
So I'll watch the points on that one, but the month I got the FOIA was the first month that he had used the credit card.
Yeah. I just have one thing. Susie, I'm not ignoring you, but could you put your question here? Because I'm only going to take the people I know today. I'm sorry about that, love. We just don't want any situations. Not saying you would do it, but that's it. But put your question there.
Garda said he was wondering when he worked there why he wasn't buying their technology with the credit card.
Oh, he was buying technology with a credit card.
Well, no.
He said why
when he worked there, we did not, because again, Frank was the only person with a credit card, and we only used it for emergency purposes or when we needed to order something online if we didn't have an account. But we did do things kind of the snail way to pay bills and to purchase things when, you know, it was a different process
It
because
gives you checks
everybody
and
didn't have
balances.
access
though.
to a credit card. Yes.
Yeah, because that's too many cards out.
Yes, that was his thing. It's, you know, it's my job to manage the money, and the only way I can do that is if I have the credit card and I see what's being spent. And it was a rule that everybody knew. There was a time I was at his house I went to go pick up the card because I think we were going to pick up the toys for Christmas. I can't remember what we were doing, but I needed the credit card. And I went to his house to get it. He told me that Robert had it. So I called Robert while I was there and I said, I'm going to stop by and get the credit card. And he said, well, that's fine, but I got to call Frank first. And I laughed at him because, well, it's me. And I had Robert on speakerphone. You know, Frank was sitting across the table and he says, you know, Robert, give it the, well, I'm not going to say what he said, but he
Right.
told him
He's
to
giving
give me
her
the credit card.
blankety card.
Yes.
Yeah. Wow. So, did you have a good relationship with Robert Hunt? I always ask these questions.
That's a tough question for me to answer right now. I had
Yeah.
a decent relationship with Robert. We had our ups and downs. You know, he has a different personality and I'm a very direct person. And so we had moments. I wouldn't say that I necessarily had issues with him. I was probably one of the people that dealt with him better because other people did have issues with him. But I do think that, you know, given what happens, it proves that, you know, he's very weak and that money can alter the person you are. Because
Yeah.
I don't think the Robert that is here now is the Robert I would have ever thought he was 10 years ago.
Yeah.
What do you think, Stephanie, if you don't mind? What did you think? It's kind of I hope, feel free to not answer the question, just so I don't feel comfortable answering that. Or whatever you choose to say. When Doncor said, do you think we're doing a good job? Frank said to ask you that, and the crowd went crazy.
Oh, her face was priceless.
Uh-huh.
I think that I think that Doncor got exactly the reaction he was looking for.
Yep.
He knew exactly what he was doing when he did it.
Yep.
Doncor's been around longer than me. His relationship with Darlene it goes way before me. So Doncor knew what he was doing when he got up there.
Your face was priceless.
When I tried not to laugh?
You tried. It turned into a smirk.
Yeah, I was trying not to laugh. I
We-
mean, some
You
of the
held it
comments,
together.
how do you not? Like, I'll be honest with you, when the crowd booed her when she brought
Yes.
Frank's name,
I was going to ask you, how did you feel?
that was the moment I wanted to take my jacket off and put my chest out.
Yes, I thought so. Yes.
Yeah, it was
Yes.
it was very empowering. It truly let me know that I don't need to be up here fighting for him. I need to be up here fighting for the residents. I'm not fighting for Frank anymore.
Yep.
That moment made it clear to me that it doesn't matter what she says. He did his job right. Not perfect, but right. And the people know that. So she can make herself look bad by doing that. And I'll just continue to fight for the residents.
Yeah, I didn't understand the separation that she always try to say. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to my black and brown people. Like we're not an entire.
Yeah, I didn't like that at all.
Yeah, I think that I'm just maybe immune to that portion of it. I don't feel any kind of way when she does those things. I mean, if we're being honest with each other, I've been a part of this community longer than she has. I know this isn't something that a lot of people know about me because, I mean, I don't like to publicly talk. So these are private conversations always, but I grew up over there. I grew up on 141st and State Street.
You mean you grew there?
I went to Roosevelt School.
So you grew there?
Yes, I literally grew there.
Thank you.
Yeah. So when she says the whole, I grew here, y'all flew here, I know what she's trying to say is that I'm coming in, like, like she says, the attorney, they come into our communities, they try to tear us apart. But honestly, this was my community before it was hers. And the very people she says I'm trying to tear apart are my friends. Like, they know better. Nobody that
Right.
knows me believes what she says about me.
Right. Actually, I don't understand her comment. When I've heard her say that, this is what I thought. So I guess I was totally off. I thought it was you know how I keep hearing the police say, like, they blame everything on Chicago crime?
Mm-hmm.
So I thought that's what she was trying to imply, like, you all came from over there. You see what I mean? But then what her mom said at that meeting disputed what she said. So she really didn't grow there based on what her mother said at the meeting, her own mother.
Yeah. Now, I don't know her personally, like her personal life. So I can't really say, but the general consensus is she came here somewhere right around high school, maybe a little bit before, but
Right.
in that general vicinity.
Yep. Well, her mom's, it was played on a video. So we actually saw her mom say it. And it wasn't that she grew there.
Yeah. And honestly, whether you
But
grew
it doesn't
here,
make a difference.
right, or you moved here, if you want what's
Right.
best for the community, you want what's best for the
You
community.
are in the community now. So
Yeah.
what, you're living together in the community.
And she says she wants what's best for the community, but what we're going through at the park district proves otherwise.
So
We
tell us about that.
so the playgrounds that we are installing, we had 5 projects in the making. One of them had a playground and a concrete slab that was at Rucker Park. And the concrete slab was going to have the fitness workout place on it. So it's an outdoor fitness pad, and Blue Cross Blue Shield sponsors it.
Oh, nice.
It is the first one of its kind that will be in this area, I believe in the state of Illinois. So it's a big deal. They've been planning.
Oh,
It was already in the making when I came on board, so I kind of, picked this project up. But we were already hitting snags. So, of course, it got delayed another year. Then I had 3 other playgrounds that were getting installed. And then Blackstone Park, which was getting a walking trail, lighting, a gazebo.
oh, wow.
Yeah, it's very nice improvements. We're really trying to beautify. There's 11 parks in Dolton, and we're hitting 5 of them this year. And to have our own mayor and administration be the holdup for these things is very discouraging. As an employee, as you know, a, a voice for the residents, it's a very tough cycle to be stuck in, and trying to find, hoops to jump through was very hard. And thank God for those trustees and for them being so understanding and so compassionate that they want to help. It was because of them we were able to push through this and get these permits signed without Tiffany.
Wow. Well,
So
that's great.
yeah, so we have been able to, secure the permits for Blackstone. So that project will be starting somewhere around the 4th of July. It will be completed mid-September. The playground at the main park has been installed already. The playground at Rucker Park has been installed already. The playground at Town and Country is being installed as we speak. Because these are structure replacements, we don't need permit. We're just
Right.
one structure and putting another one in. All of the parks got new mulch delivered all this week, so we're spreading that. All new borders, every part that needed to be replaced at every other park, we ordered, and it should be shipped next week. So that'll start getting put in. So you'll start seeing all these upgrades here within the next 4 to 6 weeks.
Have you thought about doing a interview with the Lansing News so that it is clear
Yeah,
what
I
you
have
all
a
have
right
done?
quick. I'm so sorry, Succeeding. Stephanie, are we on speakerphone? Everyone's saying we got feedback on your end. Are we on speaker?
I am on speaker.
Oh, would you mind to see if it makes a difference? They're in the chat like we got a lot of feedback. We can't understand.
How? I don't know how to.
No, never mind. Keep going. If never mind, you're coming clear to me. It was just a chat. Okay, succeeding. I'm so sorry to interrupt. Continue. The Lansing Journal.
We just want to make sure that they're, because you have a group that is good at taking the credit of others, and them knowing like what accomplishments that you all have made.
I'm sorry. I didn't hear. I couldn't hear.
Can
you guys hear me?
I can.
Okay, go ahead.
Have you thought about doing an interview and inviting the Lansing Journal to kind of see and do some pictures maybe about with some of the beautification projects that you all have done?
I have not. I wouldn't be opposed to it. We do have, a PR person at the park and communication. So we've kind of been putting the so to speak grand openings or reveals. We've kind of been putting them together internally, but I'm not opposed to the media coming out.
Yeah, I think that would be a great idea for them to see, because just as you're explaining some of these things like the gazebo and just, walking them through some of your challenges that you had and how you were able to overcome those things.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
Me too. Stephanie, I have one more question. When you, I promise I won't be long-winded as usual. When it came to when Frank passed on, because I didn't understand it. I did look at I got to view the funeral recently. But when Frank passed on, Nate Fields mentioned he was the one that found him, and he let Tiffany in the house.
Yeah. So honestly, that day is kind of a blur. I don't particularly remember her being in the house. What I remember is I was sitting on the porch, and Nate was standing behind me, leaning against the wall, and I heard him say something to somebody, and it was just the two of us standing there at the time. And I turned around, and I see Tiffany and Nikita walking up. Now, I didn't know Nikita at the time. I had no idea who she was. I just saw Tiffany and some other lady, and I looked at Nate dead in his face, and I said, who the hell told her to come here? Because it was literally the most inappropriate thing. I don't care what relationship she thought she had with Frank. It wasn't that. It almost felt like she was coming to make sure it was true. Like, it was so inappropriate. And Nate didn't tell her. Stan text her. But
wow.
yeah, it still pushes a couple buttons, to be quite honest with you, because it was personal for some of us, very personal.
And so Stan, and I'm sorry, Stephanie, for your loss. Because a mentor, a friend, everything like that has to be hard. When I knew Doncor as a kid, so I saw the change that Frank brought to Doncor life. No offense to Doncor, I just saw what he did.
Mm-hmm.
But what Doncor changed, Doncor made the change as well, but I saw the difference in Doncor immediately. Stan Brown, so he's the one that told Tiffany that Zuccarelli passed.
Yes, from what I understand.
Did he hold any of those positions? If don't feel free not to answer that he has now before at the township
He did. He was the manager of the lawn care program.
of the ZAP program.
Yep, and his wife was the assistant manager in the senior services department.
So now he still has the same position, right? Those two.
Um, I, I'm not sure right now. I think he went back over to Zap for a while there. He was running like a community outreach type of department, but I mean, the rumor mill is that those people are gone and Stan is back at Zap.
Why? Okay, so do you know anything about this is me. I'm new to the whole politics thing. Zap turning to HAP. Just could it have stayed Zap like in honor of Zuccarelli in your opinion? Because I think so.
In my opinion, it should have stayed Zap.
Yeah.
Absolutely. 100%. And let me explain why. Not that a new supervisor can't come in and take over some of these programs. She absolutely can. She can call them whatever she wants. However, if you know the history, you would understand that that ZAP program, what that started from was literally an idea in Frank's head. And he had like 4 of our maintenance department guys start cutting grasses, like lawns for seniors. And then I don't know, I think we might have started with 15 lawns and 4 people cutting. And it grew. He was like, what about if we did this with the high school students? And we put the high school students to cut grass at the seniors' houses so that there was that connection between generations, so that these kids could have jobs, so that they're off the streets for the summer. Like he literally grew it into what they got handed.
Right. And you're talking 9+ years ago.
Oh, I think we started Zap in maybe
It was way up. It was because Don said
11, 2011, maybe
yeah.
Yeah.
maybe even 2008 or 7, to be honest with you. Yeah,
Do you no, go ahead.
my concept of time is not great anymore.
Me neither. Do you feel comfortable now attending any of the township events like the Taste of Thornton Township, today's Cinco de Mayo? Do you feel comfortable going out with your family attending that because you have been here 20 years plus?
Um, I mean, it's never comfortable because of
Mhm.
the aggression from her people. So I would never call this comfortable. But it still feels like home.
Right. See,
I
I
mean,
remember telling
yeah,
Burgundy. To me, going to one of her events is for me, but this is just my thought, is me buying in to her, just everything that she's doing.
yeah. I think me showing up is more just
Yours is different.
it's
You
just a
showing up
yes,
is
it's just a
different.
sign to them that I'm not going to run away.
Yep.
Yeah,
You showing up is totally different.
because I agree. I do think that there's like, why am I here if I don't support you? But I support the residents
Right.
first and foremost, and maybe it's not support. Maybe it's just to show you that you're not scaring me. And I'm not going to go away no matter how many cops you have come for me, no matter how many times you arrest me, no matter, it doesn't matter. And if Stan was a friend, he would have told you that, because Stan tried this already. He called the cops on me and wanted me removed from the township building in 2015. That didn't go well for Stan.
Dan Brown, what? What is that? That is horrible.
Yeah, he called the South Island cops and wanted me removed from the ZAP building. And I just laughed when the cops walk in. I'm like, sir, I'm an employee. Like, I don't know what he's telling you, but like, I'm not going anywhere. Like, it is what it is. I didn't have to leave. They ended up calling, I think it was one of the directors at that time, and she was like, no, she's supposed to be in the building. And of course, there was a meeting afterwards, and I don't know if Stan thought I was going to behave myself if he got me in a meeting with Frank, but you know, Frank probably got more of my mouth than anybody else because I was around him the most. But if people think I sat next to him and just didn't give my opinion, I did. So when we got to that meeting, it didn't go well. And things were funny with Stan and I for a while. We eventually spoke, but I mean, he's on the right team at this point, I suppose.
I suppose too.
Yeah.
And I was leading on that. He should have been established. Question, Stephanie, really quick. Going into that, how do you feel, good, bad, indifferent, about the auditors coming to Thornton Township and Dolton?
I I have mixed feelings, honestly. Like specifically the Long Island auditor. I sent him an email over a year ago trying to get him to come out because I had already experienced these things. So I know if you come in with a camera, I think that um I think that sometimes the reasons that they come out aren't always beneficial for anybody but themselves. So I'm not saying that about all of them. Um, we're clear that our First Amendment rights are being violated. We're very clear. We've been living it for 2 years. We didn't really need somebody to come in and tell us that.
That's true. I think they just have a big platform to show it. Do you know what I mean? Because you have like 500, because when you look at the amount of views, like Tommy G got, because I remember
but Tommy G's was different.
Oh yeah, his was
First
totally
Amendment
different.
thing.
Yep, his was totally different.
Right.
But
those people are merely coming in based on their rights being violated. I don't care if 1 million people see that. It doesn't bring us a benefit.
right.
Like, we're fighting a real fight here. This isn't a show. I know everybody
Yeah.
outside is watching it like it's a TV series, but it's real for us.
Yeah, see, he went by the to see Dr.
Scott.
Right. And so to me his was different because he did something totally different.
Well, yeah, and he communicated with all of us leading up to. He knew who he wanted to interview. He wanted to drive around with people. He wanted the real feel. It wasn't just a come in and let them violate me. I mean, honestly, we told him not to go to Village Hall. We told him exactly what was going to happen. He was like, no, we'll be okay. Like, he wasn't going there as a First Amendment. He was going there as he was making a documentary.
Right.
So I think that his reach definitely had a different hit than the auditors do.
Right. Yeah, I think so. I totally agree with you.
Me too. And I really like that he took time with you too, Stephanie.
Mm-hmm.
To bring up, I think we said the code word. We got Gardis Watts back.
Oh, we got Gardis. We got the G in the house.
Did you ever meet Gardis at the township? I'm gonna bring him on up. Yeah, if you guys had knew each other, I'm bringing Gardis up.
Oh yeah, we worked together.
Hey Gardis, you're live.
Hey Gardis. Hey Gardis.
Hey, ladies.
Hi, Gardis.
I just wanted to say hallelujah because when you asked that question about the auditors, remember I said a couple of weeks ago about Long Island audits? And I mean, I'm at a point right now where I don't care what they think of me because I think most of them, I will say most of them, are basically agitators.
Mm-hmm.
They're agitators because, for one, they're not really in depth onto what is really going on in the township. Just like just like Stephanie has been narrating this. And I think the problem too is that when you have when you're working under these hostile environments where if she sees that any of these employees are assisting or even, not trying to stop some of these auditors coming into it, they will be fired. I mean, we just heard Sandra Tracy, who was the former HR manager, talk about in the span of 2 years, she's done fired, 120, 130 employees, where, where that was kind of unheard of, during Frank's time, and so they're under so much pressure that, sometimes I feel like they're being very much agitators. And another thing too, for people to say that they're being quote unquote exposed, you know, she's been exposed for the last 3 years now. So I don't know what they're bringing in that is new. I don't know, what some of these people who are coming in are bringing in are productive, but eventually, we all see it coming to an end. So I've expressed this weeks ago about some of these auditors coming in and being agitators instead of being, uh, putting the story out there in a real genuine sense. Now, like somebody like Tommy G, I can give him some credit about it because, yeah, he did help out Dr. Scott. But yeah, I was just really looking at a lot of these people that's coming in a little side-eyed, not knowing the situation, not talking to people like Stephanie or Miss Avon or anybody who is on the ground, not even talking to the trustees, and I'm like, you gotta look at these people side-eyed when they don't know what's going down. And actually it's kind of dangerous if you look at it from a perspective of how she is using the Dolton police as her own personal security guard. So yeah, I'm very much now calling it as I see it, that they're agitators. And I also have to say something, and I really don't care what he has to say about me or anybody else, but I have to look at Jedediah Brown a little side-eyed about this as well, because for me, I really don't understand what is the purpose of bringing out who had sex with who, what inappropriate sexual relationships have gone on. Now, I do advocate for him bringing out Andrew Holmes and his improprieties on the Vegas trip, and maybe possible sexual allegation assaults. That's what we need to focus on if we're going down that route.
We're going to
Other than
slide
that,
past him, Gardis, just for the sake of Burgundy, keeping good relations, and there's a strong communication out there in the streets, and we just want to make sure that everything just stays positive and that nothing is said.
and I get it, and this is and even though I apologize, but even on Burgundy's channel, but I've known Jedediah.
But we gonna not even bring the name up because it's just been too much. We don't want, because everything that happens on here falls back on her. And in the streets, even all of that going on, the other content creators are focusing on the positive that he's doing, and we just gonna slide past that particular individual just for the sake of what it's been doing in the background. And we just gonna keep that, focus just based on that, just what's been going on to protect Burgundy and continue.
So thank you, Succeeded. Thank you, Gardis. Look, Gardis said he don't care what anybody has to say. I got something to say.
Yeah, because but
we love you over here.
It's gonna be on her. It's not my page. It's I'm saying everything will fall right back. Her name is the one that you hear mentioned, not me, not you. That's why I'm saying that. Just out of respect, because she's gonna be the end all.
Well, you know what? succeeding. You so right, because you know I got a heavy work week, and then my emails be going off.
Yeah, because
But back to the auditors. Let's start there, Gardner, if you don't mind, Stephanie. Okay, so Long Island specifically, I got to run into him 3 or 4 times. If they don't come and show what's going on, now I do understand Stephanie's point. She reached out before, it took them a year to get here. And I think you guys feel like if the story hot, right? The same with everybody. If the story hot, like we were talking earlier, Stephen, I do know the 2 people you're talking about. They're putting out all the wrong information.
yeah,
Because you really don't
yeah.
know.
I didn't know, y'all. I'm gonna tell you all. You all live in the area.
Uh-huh.
I didn't. Everyone does not know about this story. Everyone did not. I did not know about this story a year ago. In fact, someone asked in a chat to know more about Stephanie and what she did. And so one day had to have Stephanie to come up so that she could talk about her job there and what she did, and that type of thing, because people want to hear more about that, Stephanie, about what you did and how things were even during the time under the other administration.
Yeah, we're gonna give it back to Stephanie. I for sure. I want to just close it up.
But I didn't know. So honestly, to tell you the truth, for me, it did bring an awareness. And I do think that when you have these people that may have been doing some protecting, when you see that you can't contain your sugar honey iced tea anymore, that it's coming out, you know what I'm saying? Then you know that certain things have to be addressed. And I do kind of feel like, with some of them coming, it did kind of expose it, because I mean, if you look up reality, if you look up worst mayor in the country, Tiffany comes up. You know what I'm saying? So this is something that's being talked about because all of these people are finding out about it through word of mouth. And I didn't know about it. Like I said, I live not far from you all. I'm just, maybe 13, 14 miles.
Yeah, but Stephanie's been in the thick of it. Gardis had he was into the thick of it, but he had the choice, just like Stephanie. Stephanie said, no favors done. Gardis came in. Miss Sandra Tracy, I would love to talk to her because I think her story is so unique. But do you guys wrapping it around a close? I feel like I didn't close up the auditor part. Do you feel like even though they came, even it helped a little bit? Or do you feel like even when we see the media just coming to these board meetings, Stephanie, I was looking for you at the Thornton Township meeting because I need somebody to sit next to. And
I was in South Carolina.
Wait, and between you and Gardis, you guys get the eye contact from the super mayor. Y'all get this. So I was almost sit back, but I got the eye contact this time. But what do you think? What do you think that the auditors could do different to help? That's the question I want to ask. Instead of just coming in with the camera, and pinpointing what's wrong about the First Amendment, is it something you want them to do more? Just voice it. That would be.
Well, to be honest with you, I enjoy watching those First Amendment audits. I watch those videos all the time. I don't think that there is anything wrong with them. I think that they came in and stayed exactly in their lane. They came in to do exactly what they do for a living. They're not here to fight for us. They're not here to they did their job. So I think that given we understand what their role is, they did great at what they do. I don't think it hurt us or helped us.
Mm-hmm.
I just think that they came and did their job and left. I mean, there's no benefit because they're not, actively fighting for us. They exposed that they'll violate people's First Amendment rights. But again, us in Dolton and Thornton Township, we knew that already. You didn't have to come here and tell us that. You could have, gone to all these other places, and then when the smokes died down here, then you could have come. I get why they did it. It's hot right now.
See,
So
I didn't know it though. Some of us didn't know it. Like you all knew.
I didn't know either. When I rolled up, I like I'm coming from Dolton. I see like I see Long Island, and I'm like, "Can I film you?" And he's like, "Yeah, I'm in public." And I'm like, "So that don't matter. I'm asking permission. I'm just now learning about all these crazy rights, like the things with um that's going on with the Easter Bunny situation." But no, we're gonna stop there because you and Gardis have something in common. With maybe is this a First Amendment right? Possibly Stan calling the police on both of you. How did,
Yes.
how did y'all deal with that? Like, what? So is he known to just call the police? Because I saw an auditor come in there and he was like, I'm calling the police. I don't know if you got a gun or whatever. Is that his MO to call
he
the
did it. He did it to an employee when he worked at Dalton Park District too.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, he never called the police on me. I witnessed him call the police on somebody else who was an employee.
Was it me?
No, it wasn't you. It was somebody else that was working at SAP. But
yeah, he did it a couple times.
Yeah, and I know he did it a couple times. But I think going on Stephanie's point about what they do, because it's not really about helping the people; it's about exposing more of the only people who can violate your First Amendment rights is the police. Now, the one thing that I can say is that they have exposed something that, for some reason or another, I don't think mainstream media here focuses too much on.
Mhm.
And because one of the dangerous things about Tiffany is her control of the police and what they can do, as police. We already know that within this country, relationships between the Black community and police are very, very bad. And to do that, to use your police force as that type of, as I term it, the Gestapo unit, it gives a very sour feeling of this how we look at police, because unfortunately Dalton police can't be trusted anymore. And when that trust breaks down, which have already been broken down between Black and brown people, she's just completely ruined it. So now whoever comes in as the new administration has to scrub that whole police department clean, and that starts with Lacey as well. So you don't know who to trust in these positions. I mean, it literally has become what the Harvey Police Department had to go through, where federal agents and the state had to come in and take control of that police department.
Oh my. Wow. And Stephanie, I think that a lot of these auditors, because from listening to, I was going to call him Titanic. You all know who I'm talking about, TT. So they get these leads from all over. So they have people that are all over, sending them these leads and saying, hey, we need you to come here. Now, were you surprised when he spoke at the meeting?
I was actually. I think what he said was fine. I do think that some of his conversation pertained to Dalton business and not township business, but same person. So I see his point, but they are different seats.
Which some people don't understand the two seats. So that's a question somebody had also in the chat. They don't, people from other places don't understand the two seats.
A lot of people from here don't understand.
That's
I mean,
true.
if I'm being quite honest with you, Tiffany didn't understand the seats.
I was just about to say that. She
That's what I
doesn't
thought
even
about when
understand
you
it.
said that.
She still says she's over 17 or 16
Correct.
mayors.
She thinks she is over the mayors.
Correct. And we, we, us, the general population, knows that that's not true.
Right.
You supply resources to those communities, ma'am. You have no say in their municipalities. Nothing.
Correct.
You actually have no communication with most of them.
And they don't like you.
Well, I cannot say that,
I
but I
can't.
can say that she does not have any communication with most of them.
Right. Well, the what on they have said we don't trust the way you handle money. So
Correct.
I'll just say what they have said, and
Correct.
they have answered it on a letter that they have all signed, with the exception of what, maybe 3 or 4 of them that did not sign that letter.
Yes. And and for her to throw in Gardis's face that, a shame on you for wanting that to not pass, but it's because we have understanding of what you have eliminated. So to tell somebody that knows that there is a need, knowing what you have eliminated from that department, it sounds ridiculous to us.
Right.
Absolutely. Gardis and I was chatting one day, and we were talking about the mental health referendum situation and what is, because we're still looking for the Calumet City Chargers that got all this counseling. I am. I'm not saying anybody else is. Not saying it didn't happen.
I sent a FOIA for that.
Okay. Okay.
The shooting did happen. That's real. I sent a FOIA asking who was providing the counseling, what cost was to the township, because there are no counselors in your youth and family services department. So I want to know where it's coming from. And do you know what their response to me said? After a thorough search of our records, we found that no such records exist.
You mean he looked me in the eye, or she looked Gardis in the eye?
Yeah, I am not surprised. And here's what she said at the what is that thing that she had last week? Township Talks. So and I think I expressed this before to you, Burgundy. I went to the Township Talks. I didn't say anything. I just wanted to observe. And I think Paul was there. Paul Roberts was there as well. So we just kind of observed to see, what goes on there. And so she mentioned mental health again, and I wanted to hear what she had to say. Now she says that the township reimburses people for mental health services. And she says, like, so if you have a favorite mental health counselor or guidance or counselor or somebody that you feel comfortable with, we pay for that. We reimburse you for that. And I sat there and was like, it took you a whole month to figure that one out. I mean, it literally took her a whole month to figure that one out.
Yeah, because you had Robert Hunt up there. You and Stephanie had Robert Hunt up there sweating. He needed a drink right after that meeting.
Wow.
And I probably maybe Stephanie, you might want to do that too, but probably want to FOIA that as well. Are they reimbursing the residents for mental health services?
I doubt that.
I will be.
Yeah.
So yeah, because just like we've all known, they don't have mental health counselors anymore. They don't hire a particular service, a third party service. So now they're telling us that they reimburse people for mental health services.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
We would like to see the records on that.
Well,
Now-
and I would like to see how they're doing that, because
Right.
that's a tax bracket of money being collected from a levy.
Yeah.
There's restrictions around how you can spend that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true, because now you're getting into uncharted waters where somebody might be paying like $20,000 for mental health services. Is the township going to reimburse you on that?
Right.
I doubt it.
Well, or it could be your cousin that has their own business maybe, and you know what I mean?
Yeah. So how does that work? Like she never gave us like a cap of how much they reimburse you on. She just says that they reimburse you on it.
I
Which,
have a question.
everything is vague with her. Like she would always talk about all this money that they're getting, these grants that they're getting. She never specifies if they're state, federal, if there are ESSER funds, COVID funds, funds that, the Ford Foundation or whatever, it's always, we getting money.
Well,
We
I can
getting
tell
money.
you the $1 million youth violence prevention grant that came from the Department of Human Services, because I FOIA'd them for the billing. I've also FOIA'd the township for the billing to compare the two, because, well, that's always and the 15 million she was talking about at the township talk, because I saw clips of it, although I could not be there. I think she explained that 9 million was for the township and 7
Right.
million was for the
Mhm.
village. Those are state allocations. That means a senator and a state rep allocated money to her.
But they didn't come in either.
However, precisely, that money has not been released.
Mhm. It won't be.
It won't be. I don't think it will be all this going on.
Mm-mm.
Stephanie, what do you think about her saying we're in the black?
Well, I looked at the numbers that they posted, and the numbers that I saw, the ones that Keith Price put up, those numbers showed that $6.5 million state allocation in the revenue line.
Right.
Of course you were in the
Right.
black. Yeah.
Right.
And then the last year it showed like a $3 million in the black, but that was because they took the $5 million loan out.
Right.
People have been saying
Yeah,
that.
she didn't talk about that.
That was the one. That was the
Mhm.
one Miss Wendy Kelly asked about, right?
Yeah.
Right. Yes. That was the
Mhm.
$5 million loan. So
Mhm.
they would have been 2 million in the red. I mean, we can all do math.
Right.
And here she goes again with all the half truths, saying that, the township was running on a deficit before. Okay. So there is some truth, because we fronted the $5 million
Mhm.
to redo the construction at the main building, because the money for that was coming in a state allocation.
Mhm.
Those take time to get. Frank was not a patient man. He fronted the money for it. Because he was an honest man, that was never included in our revenue. So of course we were running at a deficit, because we were spending millions that we were
Mhm.
collecting.
But Stephanie, they made it seem like Frank put the township in like a $30 million hole, and
I want to
that
point
wasn't
out
the case.
that there was still a $12 million surplus.
Right.
Yeah,
And I
exactly.
want to also point out that we had the $5 million to front for the project.
Yeah, because I think, Stephanie, correct me if I'm wrong. The reason why was because they under budgeted that project. Am I right on that?
Yes, by about, I want to say maybe 800,000.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It was like it wasn't even $1 million.
It wasn't.
And that could happen with those types of projects.
Stephanie and Gardis have a quick question. I had to go back to the mental health thing. Gardis and I was on live. Mr. Weems is still on the website.
I'm sorry?
Is that his name, Mr. Weems?
Yeah, Dr. Weems. He's still on the website.
Oh.
Who's in charge of the website? Do you know? Like, allegedly, you don't have to tell us exactly, but is it anybody that is like, when you go to look about, like today, I'm having a bad day, I want to see what Thornton Township has for mental health. It says call Dr. Weems.
Yeah, so clearly they haven't updated that.
Yeah, because they don't even have pictures up of certain people. Because if you look like Stan Brown and certain you'll see it says like it's coming. So no one's maintaining it. Now they're good at taking people off like they did with Chris, but they're not maintaining it.
We have Jedediah Brown in the chat as well, you guys. Jedediah, the stream link is there.
Hey, Jedediah.
Question though, before we even get to that, it was one more question I wanted to ask. 16, it was regarding Stephanie. Oh, Stephanie, oh my goodness. Now this is a crazy question. Feel free not to answer it. This is, believe me, I'm talking to you like a girlfriend. Because you guys, Stephanie has the prettiest face,
Now, Stephanie,
And Stephanie has nice nails.
You guys are so sweet.
so let me tell you this. You're right. I'm into fashion and cosmetology.
Mhm.
Stephanie, is that a heart-shaped face or diamond face? It's something with a point in your chin. I just
A
love.
heart. I would say a heart.
It's a heart.
Definitely a heart. Yep.
Okay. So you guys, I had to ask Stephanie. When Lucille had a question, Kamal and his position at Thornton Township.
That was on my. I had that on my list too.
You had a list?
Yeah.
That's Lucille. Can you explain who position did he take over? What happened? Can you explain Kamal's position at the village? Does he? No, it's not the village, but it's the township.
Mhm.
Does he actually work there? I've never known him to have any skills besides selling retail.
Well, I personally can't tell you what his skills are. I do not know the man at all. I know his face attached to a name and that he's Tiffany's boyfriend.
Mhm.
That's the extent of what I know about him. So, what I can tell you is that he was hired at Thornton Township as part of that youth prevention violence grant, that youth violence prevention grant. I'm sorry. And he was hired as that. I think he was the director.
Yep. Youth direct. Now, that is a grant that did actually come in?
It did.
Okay.
It did. I FOIA'd the state.
And how much was that one?
1 million.
Oh, that didn't go very far on his
Oh.
100K salary.
Well, I mean, and a lot of that money was wasted on that youth summit she did.
Yeah. On the
Oh,
The
party, the
entertainment.
DJ. Yeah.
Ah,
I heard D-Lo got like $500, and I heard it's gonna be revealed that they really got more money for him. It's so funny.
I think none of them got paid the full amount that they promised.
Yeah.
'Cause I think
That's what I think.
they promised G Herbo 33,000,
yep.
and he didn't get all of his money.
G Herbo 33,000.
Yep,
For
for
8
like 8
minutes. He
seconds.
was up there for 8 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah, for like 8 minutes.
It was crazy.
Wow.
Now, Stephanie, let me ask you this: Kamal, did he take Larry Lawrence's spot? Was that Larry Lawrence that was doing that?
No, Larry was the program manager
Okay,
for the youth committee. It was nobody's spot because it was in this grant.
It was
So
created.
when the
Okay.
grant ended, like the other people that were in the grant, Kamal should have been let go. But he's not. Now I haven't FOIA'd to see what department he's billed to, but my assumption is they took him out of that grant and billed him to the youth department.
Probably.
Hmm.
So
'Cause I know Larry Lawrence was like in that particular area.
Yeah.
do you mind, Stephanie, if I ask you if every Thornton Township, with the exception of Chris, every person went to Vegas?
Um,
Because I have my list and I'm missing 4 people.
yeah, Darlene went. Joyce her flight was booked, but she passed away before the trip, so she didn't go. Jerry Jones went.
Yep, I had him.
Mm-hmm.
I had Stan. I had Keith. I had Ron Smith.
Carmen Carlisle.
I have her. I have the other assistant. I have Byron Miles. I have the second officer, who I'm thinking maybe Terry, but maybe not.
I don't know. I don't know who was paid through for the village. I can only speak on what I saw on the township credit card.
But it's 3 people that I'm missing other than Darlene. And I have Darlene, Stan, Jerry, and Andrew Holmes.
The township also paid for Fania Dukes.
Yep, I got her.
It
was number 1 on my list.
That was it. That's
it. But it was 13.
The photographer.
Oh yeah. That's but I'm still missing 2. Even with the photographer, I'm still missing 2 because they reported that. I'm thinking, okay, maybe a youth director may have gone.
Yeah.
But I forgot. The photographer. Okay, I forgot the photographer. I remember the photographer, but I didn't know their name, and I forgot to add them back in.
Maria.
Maria? Who's Maria?
The photographer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yes. So I still have only 11 people, but I didn't have, and he would make 12, so there would be one more.
They said photographer, engineer. Ron's the engineer, though, right?
Yep, I have Ron.
Poor
I
Ron.
have-
Ron's been hanging in there since 1982.
I have two assistants.
Jerry Jones' wife.
They paid for her.
The Village did.
Oh my gosh, that's
Whoa.
why.
There's
Okay,
your
that's
13.
why.
Yep.
See, I was thinking I didn't put her on the list because I told Burgundy she went, but I didn't think that they paid for her to go. How wow! Oh my gosh.
Who pays for the spouses to go on a?
Yeah.
They were living it up. Now, you guys, I heard it was a rumor that this is some gospeling, as Cecilia said. It was a rumor that after they got to Vegas, that Tiffany took everybody to Foot Locker. That is hilarious to me. I'm like, did everybody get Pumas? Because that's her thing, to wear Puma. Not Jerry Jones.
God.
Where is he at? Where
No.
is Jerry okay, you guys? If you could say, where is he? He hasn't been to none of the meetings.
Yeah, this will be, if he doesn't come next week, that'll be his 5th one in a row.
You all don't understand. Sometimes you have a case of diarrhea and it just doesn't end. And if you all were in this, you all are not being sensitive. If you were in this situation,
baby,
you would have a case. You would have a case. And I think from this week, when they hit those new ones, I think she has a case of diarrhea herself.
Let me tell you, you can see it when I saw Dora the Explorer not rave back at Tiffany. I said, we in a bad way, y'all. We in a mighty bad way. If Dora the Explorer not raving back.
Well, I mean, going to the theme of what we did last week with the Take Back Our Township, and one of the conversations that we were having was, what are we going to do when she's gone?
Yeah.
Because it's inevitable. It's just a matter of time. We don't know when. Could be next week, could be tomorrow, could be in June. I'm predicting she'll be gone at least by midsummer. I don't think she's going to make it to the next election. And even if she's lucky enough to do that, she won't be elected. But the conversation has always been, what do we do to prevent this from happening? Because it seems like stuff like this has been happening in different parts of the Southland.
Mm-hmm.
And we have to keep up this movement, this organization of vetting our politicians, making sure that they go in there with good intentions, and holding them accountable, as well as holding ourselves accountable to making sure that we put mechanisms in place, that we make sure that if these politicians get out of line, that we will respond and step up, and that we don't, we're not, we don't, if it's happening in our backyard, even if it's not in our town, that we concern ourselves about this. I always say that I'm in South Holland, but I live on the north part of South Holland where it borders Dolton.
Mm-hmm.
And I can actually walk to Dolton Village Hall in 25 minutes, even though I'm in the next city.
Mm-hmm.
So it was always a concern to me that, some of the residents of South Holland, during the time when she started acting all crazy at Dolton, well, that's a Dolton problem. Well, Dolton is next door to us.
Right.
So it's like, this is going to be an issue. And all of a sudden it became an issue when she became supervisor.
Mm-hmm.
So, we cannot be neglectful when we see stuff like this. There are some troubling names that I've been seeing who is looking to take Tiffany's spot when she is either removed or elected out, that I think we need to really, really examine, because we don't want to go through this again.
Mm-hmm.
So we seriously need to start, getting together and talking about this some more. Because like I said, me personally, and I'm not going to say the names now, but there's some names out there who's looking to take that spot. And I
Mhm.
don't think much is going to change if some of these people get the spot.
Yeah, because Harvey has already asked you all to help him.
Well, yeah, Harvey is going through another thing with Clark, and I remember when Clark first got in, it was sort of like a breath of fresh air, considering who they came from,
Mhm.
and that dude was like a literal criminal. I mean, he was a criminal. He was not just a corrupt politician. He was a criminal. But measuring someone from criminal activity isn't really saying much. And I think people kind of like rested on their laurels, just saying, well, we finally got rid of him, now we got this new person. No, you have to hold that new person accountable as well.
Maybe they could if he had come out of his office and not have his head trustee to take over the meeting. I mean, those meetings are crazy over there.
Yeah, so that, I mean, but that's the task that we have to, we have to keep in mind when she is removed.
Right.
So we have to understand what's going to happen next, and the work starts with us.
Right.
The work
Amen.
starts with us.
And hopefully that will bring that awareness to the other communities, like you all are saying. Hopefully they will know, yeah, this was exposed here, but it will be exposed. Because see, I would not have known if Ryan had not exposed it, with me watching his video. And I'm like, okay, I have to support him. I'm the only person on his live. You know what I mean? So I felt like I had to look at that whole meeting, and I was like, oh my gosh, the guy doesn't come out of his office.
Yeah.
Like,
No, it's crazy.
can I ask about the t-shirts,
Which ones?
Stephanie, the t-shirts that were purchased for Tiffany's fake charity that were paid for by the township?
Sure.
Okay, so can you explain that invoice?
Um, it just said, I think it was a 1,000 t-shirts and 1,000 white hoodies,
Right.
and it just said township logo. It didn't say anything else. Um, you know how I knew, well, there some bullet points. I mean, the timing of the order falls right in line. I mean, I have eyes that I, luckily can see with, and I could see you in white shirts with, the pink logos, free bike ride.
Mhm.
And, um, just as a former employee, I'm well aware that ordering white t-shirts for most township employees would I mean, it just wouldn't make sense. It would be a waste of money. We've got
Right.
food pantry, we've got the maintenance workers. I mean, we've got the lawn care program. Like, who's wearing a white shirt there?
Mhm.
I haven't seen a township employee in a white shirt.
And what about them being sold?
um
Because they were sold.
yeah, I mean, I don't have the ability to trace that, unfortunately. I
Does
mean,
that cross a line?
oh, absolutely. I mean, just purchasing them with the township money crosses a line.
Mhm.
Selling them and keeping the profit, it just,
Mhm.
I mean, it just adds to, I suppose.
And is it true, with the salary change, did that actually get passed?
It did.
It
Yeah,
did get passed.
it did. And, I heard her say on, I believe she said it on the Roland Martin.
She did.
Yeah, that she didn't change it. The only thing I changed was the salary from, 50 to 25. And that's because everybody said we made too much. Well, no, we said you make too much.
Right.
That's what we said. And it's not true. That's not all she changed. The prior salary was set on a per term basis.
Mm-hmm.
So I believe, if I remember correctly, the thought behind it was to prevent voting on it every term. You
Uh-huh.
vote on a per term basis.
Yeah.
It's the same for everybody, no matter what term you're in. And so, Frank's salary progressively got to what it was.
Correct.
It wasn't always at that. And if he had lost and somebody else won, they would have started where he started and worked their way up just like he did. And so on and so on and so on. What she did was, so had she ran for that seat in 2025 and somehow managed to win, her salary would have went to a first term supervisor.
Correct.
So to prevent that from happening, she changed it so that an incumbent keeps the salary and a first term goes down to 25,000.
Hmm.
Well, go ahead. Go ahead.
And how did that get passed?
The board voted on it.
Yeah, she has the board in her pocket.
But that brings me to how we got Tiffany, not for Thornton, but for Dalton in the first place to even lead her to Thornton. Because of that referendum that Riley Rogers passed. No one seems to really bring it up. I saw Big Mike talk about it, but that referendum he passed, that Dalton trustees only had a 2-term limit. Tiffany had nowhere else to go other than, I guess, clerk possibly, but she was basically forced into the mayorship. Like, not by herself, but she was like, well, I'm gonna be mayor, because she couldn't be trustee again at that point. And I know, Succeeding, you always bring up the mold and the check bouncing.
Mm-hmm.
She was endorsed, shout out to Jason House, love him. But she was endorsed by Jason House, and he's a lovable guy for us,
Mm-hmm.
to become mayor. And not even that, I voted for Tiffany just because I saw how she was walking around handing me a smoky turkey tail. And here we are. She really had nowhere else to go but the mayorship if she was going to be in politics in Dalton. And I think that we have to really address that in the future.
Well, she probably had other areas to go because
Like
it would.
where?
Well, look at like how the type of salary, like what type of salary do they get as a trustee?
Oh, they only have like 25. Like right now, I think they make like 25,000 or maybe
So
between.
any of those positions at Thornton Township, she could have, you know what I'm saying? She could have stayed in politics. And
Where was she? Where was she in Thornton? Was she in Thornton Township before, Stephanie?
No.
Right, but I'm saying she could have, right? Couldn't she have gotten?
We did business with her
politics?
once.
The mayorship really pushed her in that direction.
What pushed her?
That she was able to. Okay, I probably am not saying it correctly. She was a trustee for 2 years. Riley put that pin in it that trustees have 2 terms only. Then they have to take a break. They can come back as trustee, but they have to sit down for 4 years, if that makes sense, I think.
Yeah, but let's also understand this too. The atmosphere that was going on during that time.
Mm-hmm.
Riley Rogers and Frank didn't get along. Matter of fact, their relationship became just vehementous. Like they were just like really at each other's throats, and it got to a point where, they had to vote him out, or they had to get him out somehow. So Tiffany became that candidate. She was on the Z team, even though she, slanders his name, even though the guy has been passed, and he helped her out,
right,
big time.
Right.
So it's like it's just so weird that she would say all of these things about Frank, even though Frank helped her out. And I don't think that, she would, with Frank helping her out, with Riley Rogers having a stroke before the election, she only wins the election by a little bit over 100 votes.
Right, correctly. Especially
that
the
doesn't say
pandemic.
much. Yeah,
No,
that
she
doesn't say
won
much.
82%. Get it right.
Yeah, okay, but that doesn't say much about
Nope.
her victory, because I
Yeah.
mean she should have really won that election by a lot more.
Right. So it didn't show that. But people also should have came. But it was just like Stephanie said, the timing of it.
Yeah.
C-19 was going on. So it
Yeah.
was 2021. And a whole lot of people still weren't getting out. It was still a lot going on then.
Yeah, and like Rogers was getting very unpopular amongst the people, so it was a perfect opportunity for her to run against him at that time. And yeah, she was going to be termed out as a trustee. But remember, when we talked to Ed Steve about it, he was saying that mayors, now the Dalton mayors, also have terms,
Mm-hmm.
but Rogers' term was going to be reset after they passed that,
Correct.
after they passed that ordinance.
But
So
I researched that. That's not true.
Mm-hmm.
That's
that
not true. It never passed. I'm gonna say allegedly, but I've been doing my research. The mayor part, didn't somebody step in and stop it, like one of the senators or something? But it's not. We're talking about Tiffany, but
no. I'm going by what Trustee Steve said, because
oh,
he said
Right.
he
He
did
said it.
pass,
Right.
but he said
Trustee
but he said that it reset
Correct.
with Rogers, because Rogers would have been termed out as well.
Right. That's what
However,
he
he
said.
got somebody downstate to have
Mm-hmm.
them reset his
Right.
term again.
Yep. Yeah, that's what he said.
I think that might make sense, but I'm gonna look into a little more because I don't think that the mayors have terms anymore. Like I think that Tiffany could go infinity and beyond if she wanted to. I'm a double check. But that is, I trust former trustee Ed Steve, no S. So he said it.
Mm-hmm.
I trust Stephanie, I trust Garnet. So yeah. I trust the season too. Stephanie, you can move anywhere in the world you want to. Goddess, you can move anywhere in the world you want to. What makes you stay in the South, man? Why is it home?
The people.
We had nice people here in Indiana, and we welcome you anytime you want to come,
Well,
Stephanie.
I mean, did you not hear Mike Smith? I was in Indiana for a while. I did. I moved to Indiana from 2011 to 2017.
You should have just stayed right here.
No. Frank
We
made me come
love those
back.
dollars.
He made me come back. He was mad when I
You had
left.
a purpose.
Yep.
You had a purpose.
Yeah.
I'll say that.
It's definitely the people. I've done
Mhm.
a lot of traveling. I've been to a lot of places. And, a lot of people that aren't from here think people from here are mean. And, we definitely have a way about us. I know I do. But it works with each other. I just feel comfortable here. It's home. Now, that's not to say I won't ever leave.
Mhm.
Might bring me somewhere where it doesn't snow.
Amen. What about you, Garnet?
Well, for one, I don't think my wife wants to leave, so so I think we're gonna be here for a minute, and plus it costs too much to move into the city. I don't want to move to Indiana. So this has been South Holland's been home for me for the last 23 years. Yeah, about 23 years. So but as I'm here, and what's so interesting is watching things change within South Holland. But what's so funny as well is as it turns from being 30 years ago predominantly white to predominantly black, we don't see like some of the things that has happened, like saying Dalton or even Harvey or Riverdale. And we see a maintenance of what was here previously. South Holland just recently assigned a liquor license, and that was on a very limited basis to one establishment. So we don't have any liquor stores, we don't have strip bars, we don't have those type of things still in South Holland. We do have limited amount of Section 8 because before, when I moved here, there was no Section 8 allowed in South Holland. However, pressure has come down from the housing department to have Section 8 in it. And, South Holland also doesn't have apartment buildings. They're only homeowners at one point. When we first moved here, it was only allowed. So it was sort of like, that structure that was here before. And we all know those structures were, most of them were racially motivated because, that's how it was. But now that we're seeing, Black folks, coming in, especially from the city, who are kind of like middle class Black people, and we still seeing the same structures because, the fact of the matter is that the government here has been a little stable. When you think about the mayors that have been South Holland since 1960, there's only been 2 mayors in South Holland.
Yeah.
But what happens once he's no longer mayor?
Now that's a conversation that we have to have because, obviously with only 2 mayors in the last 50 years, we have to make sure that whoever becomes the mayor establishes the same stability that has been going on, since I've been here. And one of the things that got me involved in politics here in the Southland is when Robert Shaw tried to run for South Holland mayor 20 years ago.
Do you know that I had to petition that? I was like, hey guys, I probably knocked on your door. Hey, we're ready for mayor.
But a group of Black folks here in South Holland, because at that time South Holland was about 60% Black at that time. And so I guess he figured, since there was more Black people here than white people, he could win the election. Well, we obviously felt like we saw what Bill Shaw did to Dolton, and we were not impressed of what happened over there. So we kind of had a meeting, got together, was like, yeah, it's all good that you want to come up in here and, be the first Black mayor of South Holland, but you know what, we'll pass. And DeGraff won that election by 90%. So
wow.
It was a slaughter. I remember that.
How old is he?
Who, DeGraff?
Uh-huh.
He might be in his 70s.
Have you all asked him what his succession plan is?
No, and we need to.
Yeah.
We really need to. And one of the things that and I'm hoping some of the people that came to the rally last week, the organizers, so I'm planning on going to the next South Holland Village meeting, which is on the second Tuesday of the month, to kind of talk about what's been going on with the township, since the base of the township resides in South Holland. And what is the village's plan to support whoever comes in into the new leadership in the township, because I think it's important to South Holland. It's very important to South Holland to understand and get involved in this stuff.
Right.
So that's something that, that's a conversation that we need to have. And I think that was encouraged in the rally last week about, going to your different municipalities and talking to these elected officials. So I'm going to start next Tuesday with going to the meeting and, kind of raising these points about, what's been going on in the township and what we need to do once we remove the current administration there.
So, and when you all say that, so with that question that I asked Stephanie, with a salary of $25,000, How many candidates do you think you all will get?
Well, I think we can rest assured that we would be getting the right ones because it should be for the service and not for the paycheck. You can make it a part-time position and work a job if you have to. But I think it should be somebody that's in there for the right reasons.
Yeah.
I think 25,000 is too low. I know the work.
Because it's a big
Even in a
job.
part-time capacity,
Mm-hmm.
I still think 60,000
Yeah.
would
It's
be.
a big job.
That's a big job.
Yeah, it's a lot of people to coordinate. And even if you're
Mhm.
not in the office full time, you still have to manage, you know, average of 75 to 100 employees.
And if you guys don't mind, Stephanie have a quick person that wanted to join, and then we'll let everybody go because we've been long winded. We got Big Mike on the line, and he knows a lot about the Southland. And I don't know if you know Felita Creighton. I'm gonna be there on May 12th. Go ahead, Big Mike. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hey,
Hi,
Big Mike.
hey, Big
Hey,
Mike.
how's everybody?
He's like the Godfather. You hear the Godfather music come on. If you hear that music, it's because he's on, Stephanie. Dun 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 dun.
He knows a lot about the
He
Southland.
does. Like
We
the
love to
Godfather.
hear that. And we got Stephanie. Stephanie, can you pronounce your last name so we're not saying the wrong thing?
Wiedemann.
Oh, it is a Weedy Min or Weed.
Wiedemann.
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 I,
Wiedemann.
I actually I think I mentioned this in the comments one time. I know Cleo Jones, go way back. He used to coach the Dolton Bears.
Mm-hmm.
He's been coaching for a long time. Cleo Jones, nice guy. He just celebrated a birthday
He did.
a couple of weeks ago, or I think a couple of days ago, rather.
Yep.
And interesting fact, Stan Brown used to have your job years ago.
I know. Jerry Jones worked there with him.
Yeah, Jerry Jones was the coach of the Dolton Bears, the head coach.
He was an employee at the Park District with Stan Brown too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, they've been around for a while.
The good old boys, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Is Gregory Knuckles still there?
He is.
Awesome. Have to stop by one day and say hello.
You know, we're always there.
And I'll be there on the 12th, you guys. When was Felita Creighton event, Big Mike?
So she's having a Mother's Day event on the 12th, which is I think it's after Mother's Day, if I'm not mistaken.
Is that Monday? Is that the 12th? Isn't 12th on a
Friday? So it's Sunday.
Friday?
So that's a Sunday.
No, that's
And
Sunday.
so she's hosting a Mother's Day brunch at the Field House in Dolton Park District. I think it's the Lester Long Field House.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Stephanie know.
Yep.
And Big Mike, if you don't mind, can you clarify for me? I know all y'all follow, but for me, what is that referendum? So the Thornton Township people get two terms. All mayors get 2 terms as well.
So originally, the referendum was on the ballot for the mayor to be term limited. Um, I went back to the recording because after I got off the live with you, I had to run some errands. But then I went on the recording and heard that Steve talk about, the term limit started when Riley was reelected, and that's when the term limits start. I did some research, and I wasn't able to locate any of that. Um, I'm not saying that what he said is inaccurate. I'm just saying that I just couldn't I just couldn't go back and find something that would uh, confirm what he was saying. All I can say, I know for sure because of the landscape, the political landscape that was going on at that time, that Riley worked with Napoleon Harris in Springfield to put language in a legislation that will that will put a halt to the term limit for mayors. Again, I wouldn't know if it meant that it was going to restart again. It was going to restart when Riley gets reelected, or they were going to immediately scrap it. I've been looking hard for that legislation and just can't find it. So if Ed Steve have evidence, though, I mean, you should definitely be presenting it to you guys so you guys to be informed what's going on.
Yeah, and I thought that was weird. Like I said, it's not like he's not incorrect, but that was the term limit thing was a very powerful tool for certain politicians to kind of like get them out of office. And like I said, that's eventually that's how they got Kellogg out of office. They limited his term.
And then also, I want to also touch on the salary part. I was hearing about the salary that Tiffany changed with Thornton Township. Did she get that a referendum on the ballot and that was voted on by voters, or did she pass it with her board?
She passed it with her board.
That was with the board.
So can a new supervisor pass an amended resolution undoing that?
I would think so.
No,
Because
so you can't change salary midterm. So the new
Mm.
supervisor can vote on a new salary structure for the following term, but it would not apply to that term.
That current term. Okay.
okay, just curious. But they can change it though for the next term though, correct? Like let's say someone gets in for let's say term one, and they have to go through the guidelines of the salary changes that was done by the previous administration, and then they were able to change it for term two, and they get elected for term two. That will undo what was done by the previous administration, correct?
Well, I don't know that anybody moving forward would do it on a per term basis. I think that it moving forward would be a set salary, and it would stay that salary until a board voted on it, in which it would be altered in the following term.
Okay.
So I don't know that anybody would do it by term again. That was honestly the first time I had ever seen it done that way.
Mhm.
Yeah. Well, she did say that the ordinance was already in place, but she cut it in half, Mara.
But how was she able to do it?
She voted on it for the next term. It won't affect this term. You can't change your
Right.
salary in the current term.
Right. Okay.
Well, I have a question, and Stephanie, I promise we're gonna let you go. Stephanie, when she did that affect? Did the trustees' terms come in play as well?
She
Yeah.
said it.
Yes. So the trustees their pay scale was set the same as the supervisors.
Mhm.
So they had a starting pay rate and then it went up per term. Same
Right.
thing with the highway commissioner and the assessor, and the clerk. She eliminated all of those. I
Mhm.
think the trustees, it was the same. Incumbent keeps their current salary. New trustee, I believe,
It's 5,000.
5,000.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what she said. 5,000.
And
Isn't
then
that
for
ridiculous?
the clerk, I believe it was the same. The incumbent keeps the salary, and then it was 12,000 maybe for the clerk and the assessor and the highway commissioner.
What
But
board meeting was that?
Um,
I mean, was it
that
at a
was
board
pretty
meeting or was
early. It was at a board
okay?
meeting.
I'll find it. I was just wondering. Okay.
I
but
want to
Stephanie,
say it was April of last year. I'm
I
sorry.
was thinking, since just based on the reasoning of her doing that, wouldn't that be something that an attorney could be hired to, you know what I mean? Because that kind of trails on illegal, doesn't it? Just based on the drastic changes she made.
Um, I I'm not an attorney, so I will not say whether or not it is illegal.
Yeah.
But I will say that it reads to be self-serving.
Yeah. Cause I heard someone, and it wasn't like a blog or anyone, but it was it was one of they were talking about it on the news, and it was attorneys that were speaking about it.
Hmm.
And it just kind of borders where you're kind of it's kind of like influencing, You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. You're
Yeah,
kind of
that's where it gets.
dissuading people from running.
Yeah, that's where it gets that line gets crossed.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. You guys, let me tell you something. Stephanie, I don't know. Look, let me tell you, I can go all night, but I know you gotta be at the whatever you, oh no, tomorrow's Sunday. I was like, you gotta be at the park this shit.
Yeah, but I mean, that's it. Listen, I got grass to cut, and it's a full day.
And Stephanie, when I tell you I appreciate you, I really do. When
Mm-hmm.
I met you, I was like, can I interview you? And you just seem so timid. And I love that heart-shaped face. I appreciate you taking time to, like, no matter what you might hear come out my mouth or what I talk about, just coming over here and talking to me. Because I know my opinions could sometimes be overbearing. So thank you so much, and thanks for explaining to us. Do anyone have a question for Stephanie before I let her go?
Yes. Thank you for being my virtual best friend, Stephanie.
Really, the thank you should be coming from me. I mean, having the support and it really makes a difference. The feet on the ground, the voices behind you, it helps. So, I feel like I owe you guys the thank you.
I'm like, Stephanie. I text Stephanie. I said, I'm writing everyone. Every time I would think about it, I would get off of a live. I would get off and I would go to Twitter and I would hit the Twitter. I would. And it was what now. I know it was not me, but within them 2 weeks of me hitting the Twitter and me telling y'all I hit the Twitter, we started hearing stuff coming out. But all that stuff was already in the works because the people had already put that stuff in the works.
Well, I always say Stephanie knows where the bodies are buried.
I say the same. I told
You
her
say where
the
she
same
know where the
thing.
bathrooms are. That cracks me up every time I hear that. She knows where the bathrooms
I
are.
told Burgundy, I said Tiffany is still trying to find the bathroom.
Stephanie, I'm going to the beauty supply tomorrow. Do you need a wig? Let me.
I actually have a question for Stephanie, if you don't mind.
Not at all.
If you were offered a position with the new administration to work in the township, would you do it? Would you go back to the township, or would you stay at the Dolton Park District?
Um, I think that depends. I would love to go back as maybe part of a transition team. I'm not saying that I would never go back. I'm saying that right now I feel like something in my soul tells me that if I go back expecting to have what I had, I'm always going to be disappointed. And
Yeah.
I wonder if I'm just going to be perpetually setting myself up for failure. So it's because of the emotions for me. That's a very tough question for me to answer.
I think you probably have to have a different approach to it.
Yeah.
I think it's more on the level of, what we're kind of doing now, even though, like I said, where the bodies are buried. But I think if you come in as a concerned citizen who knows a lot, I think you could be a big help to whoever the new administration is.
Yes.
She would have to be contractor though.
Yes, I think I would love to help, but when I think about that long term, I think that it wouldn't be fair to the person that sits in that seat or to me.
Yeah.
I'm very good at making adjustments, and I think that those adjustments could be made, but I think it's not fair I can be very overpowering, and my approach isn't always great. My delivery, I sometimes things come out faster than my head tells them to stop. So I think that it wouldn't be fair, because I'm so opinionated and I express those opinions, and sometimes not in the best way, for me to be passing judgment on a person that's doing a good job, but just not in the way that I think it should be done.
Mm-hmm.
I think it would be a hard position for me to be in. Doable, but hard.
Yeah.
Question: was that how Frank worked? Came across a certain kind of way? Like, did you learn from him? I don't know why that piqued my interest because I was speaking with Don Core at the rally, and one of my questions was, "What made you be there with Tiffany at 7 minutes before midnight?" And we went through several answers, but he said that his goal is to make Thornton Township Zuccarelli again. And my thing is, Zuccarelli's gone.
Mm-hmm.
But do you feel like maybe you got some of those attributes of that way he worked? Do you feel like that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And not that I think nobody can do better than him. I think
Mhm.
someone can come in and grow that township into something even better. I believe that with all my soul. However, um, nobody's going to get the same kind of loyalty that he did.
Mm-hmm.
It took
That's where it starts with the loyalty.
it took a long time to build, and
Mhm.
I don't have that time anymore.
Right.
You know, he got me at the beginning of my career. I was 22. He was 50.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm 44 now.
Mm-hmm.
So in 20 years, I'm going to be retired. I don't have the time to build that same rapport with somebody else.
I
So,
don't agree with that, Stephanie. I think that a lot of people are looking to you, and maybe Zuccarelli didn't have that opportunity like you have, where we know, like, what do you guys say, Gardis? You know where the bones are buried. You know,
Yeah.
you're basically taking up, which they should have done. The in my, and I'm gonna let you go. But the ballless trustees that are left,
Yeah.
that they didn't do, and if you were able to come in with your own fresh ideas, I'm sure you. I think I'm saying that because I'm sure when Zuccarelli was talking to you at one point, he would say some things one way, and you would know as a youth and as someone that was learning and watching him how things could be better. I think
mhm,
you always add your flavor and put your hat in the ring. But when you're
But it
ready,
also came with her working,
yeah,
because think about, was not in the same position. She didn't stay in the same role. So it also came with her learning, because think about it.
yeah,
She's someone that she knows the so it's not just based on, oh, I looked at him, I saw this. I No, she learned on her own.
right.
She
I
learned
think that
watching. He had a powerful team, any great leader, because like when people would thank me when I was working on a project, it was my team that was behind me. And so usually it starts with you having not just you have many people that make that team great. And he had a great team, and
Absolutely.
that's how they function. And that's what that person was trying to reiterate in that meeting. And so people may be looking at Stephanie, but Stephanie is smart enough to know, and she keeps saying it was a team. So a lot of times it's just like church. People always it's just like that book of the Kings I took you out to. People always trying to take you could be the one, but and Stephanie knows, now it wasn't me, it's a whole team of people.
Right.
I
And
did this,
I'm
I
not
stayed in this lane, they did this.
and I'm not selfish with the info. I understand I hold a lot because of my time.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I said part of a transition, because I would love to go in and give all of that to somebody that wanted it.
Right.
But I mean, in all honesty, I am at the end of my career. Not that I'm
Right.
going anywhere anytime soon, but I should be giving people what I have to take over. There should be another generation coming in. Even if we flip this and talk about it on the political side, you
Mm-hmm.
know, where is this next group that's going to do it? You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Where are
Yes.
these kids? Let's get them interested. Let's get them trained. Let's get them, you know, I don't want to walk away with all this, but
Right.
but I do want to be able to walk away at some point.
Stephanie, it's intellectual property. You just remember that you get paid for intellectual property, honey.
I will say that, and I'm not saying this. If I was the next supervisor, I would definitely tap Stephanie as somebody to talk to.
Definitely.
And
And they will. I'm sure they will, because I've seen that happen. I've seen it happen in corporate where there was a person they let go, and this person held the knowledge. He was a product manager. And when this product failed, everything failed. And everyone was like, well, where is that guy? Well, they had fired him. And they had to bring him back, and they brought him back as a contractor. So they've had to pay him a lot more money. But Stephanie, it has been a pleasure. You are a gem.
thank you all. It's been a great conversation.
Oh, Stephanie, I'm so sorry. I have one more question. What if you don't know your, text me if you know your Myers-Briggs letters. If you have to think about it, if you don't know what they are off the top of your head. I know it starts with an I. I know Gardis, he's an I too. I used to be an E, but it changed where I'm an I.
Whoa, we got to hear more about
functions
that.
as an E when needed.
We got to hear more about that, because yeah, I see some eyes in the room. Big Mike is an eye.
And those are people that people would not necessarily think would be an eye, but yeah.
Yeah. Stephanie, thank you so much. And I think that you saying team is what makes us, make you part, why we want you to be a leader so bad. We're like, because you get the grand idea. So whatever you see me, Stephanie, I'm supporting you, just so you know.
Thank you.
And I'm here, if you need anything. But yeah, I'll be at the beauty supply, girl. I'm going to get I'm getting like a tie-dye wig. I'll see you soon.
Yeah, she has to get her some. She has to get her some stuff. Stephanie, how did you get? How were you moderator that evening?
The crowd elected me.
Tell me how that went. Like, what happened? Because for those of us that didn't see it,
so Don Ford Parker nominated me. Somebody gave a second. Keith Price nominated Tanika Hughes. A young lady gave that a second, and then everybody in the room, when the clerk asked, all in favor of Stephanie Wiedemann, hold up your yellow card.
Y'all been hanging with me this long. Hey, Choose. Choose said it's a black man on the screen under the black man. What happened? Hey, y'all. Okay. I got to get back to work. I finished the dress, y'all. I'm post a picture of it. If you can support the channel, we need $19.99. But no biggie. We'll get it one day. And yeah, this flashback was kind of cool. Isn't it kind of cool to see the names you haven't seen? Like, as soon as they were like, oh, Burgundy never voted a day, everybody was like, oh my God, pitchforks. All right, y'all, let me let you get back to it. I think you only have, what you got? Oh, about 2 hours if you want to listen to background noise. So thanks for being here, guys. Flashback.
And then asked the same thing for the other nominee, and I won.
And the crowd went wild.
I bet they did. I'm telling you. I wondered that. I was just like, wow, okay. That answers that question for
and
those
the
of us.
About that is, to be honest with you guys, that was so organic. I looked around that room. I knew I had about 15, maybe 20 that were going to vote for me. A lot of those people I knew, but they're employees. I knew they weren't voting for me. That would just be ridiculous.
Right.
So outside of those people, I thought 15, 20, I thought the rest of the people were hers. I didn't know them.
Yeah.
When I saw all those yellow cards about to go up, I was like, holy crap, I'm going to win this.
We knew you. Stephanie, real quick. So what was Tiff? Can you give us a snippet? Tiffany, the lawyer, got up every 2 seconds.
Mhm.
What was one thing she said to you that you could share with us
I
when
mean,
she was in your
e-
ear?
every time they got up, they told me I was misbehaving pretty much.
Ah,
You know, I kind of felt bad. One of them told me that I was supposed to be neutral, and I said, you know, F it. They nominated me already. Uh, it was tense up there. I'm not gonna lie. It was pretty tense. You know, they kept telling me to take control of the crowd,
mhm,
and she never gives them a voice. I have
mhm.
I have control. Nothing's happening, and when it did, I addressed it.
Right.
But I'm not going to take their voice from them. I refuse, which is why I let everybody speak as long as they wanted to. I didn't want to sit there for another hour either. But I asked the clerk several times if I should stop them. We're not doing the time limit. Okay. Well, then it's only fair that they speak the same amount.
Yeah. How
Well,
long? How long has now? They just started with the township since Tiffany took over, correct?
Who?
That
The law
attorney.
firm? Yes.
Delgado. Mhm.
hmm Okay, so I'm just going to tell you guys, my phone is at 1%. I don't have a
Oh,
charger with
okay.
me. So
Oh,
if I drop off, that's why. But I'll keep going until it dies. Go ahead.
no,
Okay.
are you in a safe place before you do that? Are
Are
you
you
home?
home?
I am. I just don't have a charger right now.
Okay, okay. It's
Is your
My
charger
daughter has
home?
it. Yes.
Okay.
oh yeah.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So Delgado just took over.
Yes, they actually took over the that very night. I mean, the township attorney quit.
No,
Wait, who was the one
that
that
was the one that
was
was
falling asleep?
the Shantae?
No,
No,
Dolton.
that was the village attorney.
Oh, that was the
Mhm.
village
The
attorney.
township attorney was Stanley Cusper.
Ooh,
Oh.
was that the one that wanted to go home when she talking about, I'm talking about the Chargers and stuff, or was it somebody else?
He was the guy. Oh, he wasn't up there the night she was nominated. He had one a person from his firm there.
I know who. Okay, we'll go over that.
Okay.
Stephanie, before your phone died, everybody's saying how wonderful you are, how great you are, how much we care about you. Oh, her phone died. I wanted to
Love
make
you, Stephanie.
we love you, Stephanie. I want to make sure. Big Mike, connect your device. It said device not connected. There we go. We got Big Mike back. We love you, Stephanie. I was trying to get that out so she knew all the support in the
Yes.
investigate and advocate. That's Jedediah Brown's channel. God, Jedediah, we can't waste our questions on you. You got a direct line to everybody in the Southland. Okay, but we appreciate it. Thanks for being here. So we got Gardis and we have Big Mike back. Any that was really interesting. The last thing I was gonna ask Stephanie was when she told the how did she feel when she told the lawyer, I saw
Mm-hmm.
your computer,
Mm-hmm.
saw you. I was in my living room like I was watching a football game. Like, oh I mean, I was
Yes.
there, but I was watching the replay like, whoa. Big Mike, Gardis, you have any final words? Because it's 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. I don't want to hold you guys up. Gardis, I know your wife is like, are you on the phone again?
This is his wife was like, why don't you run for office?
Why don't you? Hey, this is gonna happen when you become a trustee.
Mrs.
Supervisor.
Gardis is like, why don't you run?
Okay. Yeah, my battery about to die too.
How
Sure
convenient.
it is. Go
No,
ahead.
I mean, I don't. I
You
mean,
giving us a Tiffany.
Check
no,
the receipt. I want to see the receipt, Gardis. Your battery.
Yes, don't give us a Tiffany.
I think Stephanie said it all. Yeah, like I said, she's the person that you want to connect with. And like I said, if whoever is the next
Mm-hmm.
supervisor or even new trustees that come in, they might want to consult her about,
Mm-hmm.
some of the inner workings of the township. But also the township probably has to do a little bit more of reaching out to some of these other other municipalities that's in it, because there's a lot of townships I don't see. There's a lot of cities and villages, I don't see the township being involved in that much. And maybe because in a lot of cases, it's been a lot of political tension. I think we talked about this before with Riley Rogers and the Zuccarelli tension going on, and how the reason why Dolton doesn't have a lot of Thornton townships all the way up until Tiffany took over. And it seems like everything township wise is in Dolton now. But yeah, I think the township needs to reach out to some of these municipalities as well. And I was previously talking about who's going to be elected the next supervisor, because obviously there's a lot of candidates that want to run for it, and there has to be a voter registration in some of these towns, because the key cities that is going to play a part in voting the next supervisor, you're looking at Cal City, which has and to correct me if I'm wrong, it's the largest population in the township as far as cities.
It is. Yep.
You obviously got Dolton and South Holland, which the seat of the township resides in. Those are going to be key voters as well in electing a supervisor. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting race when they elect the next supervisor.
You better get a committee going.
Well, there's committees that's been going on already, and like I said, there are some candidates that are concerning me. So
they want to run for super.
Yeah, they want to run for supervisor.
I had a question. Every time I hear the supervisor role, two names always come to mind: Thaddeus Jones and Napoleon Harris. The reason for Thaddeus Jones is because Thaddeus Jones, as you have mentioned, Calumet City is one of the largest populations in the township, and Thaddeus Jones is currently mayor. And he's also state rep. And I feel like I could see him putting his name in the hat to run.
But doesn't he have some stuff going on in the background?
Is that me?
Thaddeus? Yeah. So, Thaddeus already holds 2 elected seats.
That's not what I meant.
Oh yeah, he's being investigated for using credit card information with his wife and all of that. But I mean, I'm sure that's not gonna stop him from running or any of that. And then Napoleon Harris is another. And correct me if I'm wrong, actually, but my memory serves me correctly. When Napoleon Harris was running for the state senate, he ran against Frank Zuccarelli's candidate Pat Mahan, Patricia Mahan.
Yep.
He actually put $220,000 of his own money into that race.
Yep.
Yeah, is that the mayor of Lansing? Well, that's not Patty, is it? That's not Patty, is it?
No.
Okay.
Wait, which mayor? Which mayor?
I thought he was talking about the mayor of Lansing, Patty.
Oh no.
Okay, keep going, Big Mike. I'm sorry, making sure.
So when I think about the two, when I think about the races, those are the 2 names that typically come up. I'm trying to think of anybody else that I would think that will run for that. Yeah, those are the 2 names that typically come up.
Burgundy brought his name up actually back 8 to 10 weeks ago. Napoleon.
What happened 8 to 10 weeks ago?
You brought up Napoleon's name as someone that and this is exactly what she said, because that's why I tell everyone, don't tell me nothing they don't want me to remember.
Life is cold
because he doesn't need the money, so he would still be okay with that salary.
So one last thing. So last week when we were out there, and I don't know if you got one, Burgundy, there was a guy out there named Sidney Moore who was passing out cards saying he was running for township supervisor. Did you get one of those cards?
I surely did not.
Okay. I'm
Yeah,
wondering, does anybody know who Sydney Moore
yeah, I was
is?
gonna ask you who are they?
We're gonna
Mike?
find out Sydney with an S, a C, what?
Yeah, Sydney with an S. Sidney.
Well, actually, they are no, they are WTTW knows who they are. They were they did do an interview. Let's see, several campaigns, including former Barack Obama, former clerk of the Circuit County, Dorothy Brown. Oh, you say, oh no,
So he was out there passing campaign cards out there,
right.
and
So he
I
worked.
didn't recognize who he was.
Mhm.
I was wondering, like, Big Mike, do you know this guy Sydney Moore? I have no idea who he is.
And
He
never
was
heard of this guy.
he was running for the office of Secretary of State for the state of Illinois. Let's see.
Did he get the nomination? Like, did he get the Democratic? Well, did he run
No,
in the primary?
this was
Or,
back. This is back a while ago because this is what WTTW shows, and this is an old interview, but it
Get
doesn't tell
up.
me the date.
so you got so with a race like this, you're
Hmm.
gonna have a lot of people that nobody knows throwing their hats
Right.
in the race. But it's really the people that are gonna have the money
Oh, he
to be able to
lost.
run the elections.
He lost the Democratic primary
To Jesse White.
when he ran for Illinois Secretary of State in 2022. Yep.
Oh, he lost to this Alexis
Mm.
Janulius then.
Yep, at
Yeah, that was
2022.
Alexa.
Yep, Alexis 54.3. Yeah, he was number one. Then Dan Brady was yeah. So that's who he is. Yep. Yeah, I hadn't heard of
Do you guys think that Stan Brown is gonna run?
no.
No,
He should be embarrassed. He should be wait, how do you say it? Shame. Not ashamed. He should be shame of himself.
I
No.
would I would feel even if he did attempt, he would not win.
Oh, definitely not win.
I mean, his just being attached to this administration has basically tarnished his name.
But he hasn't done anything that shows that he's for the people. It would be one thing if he was associated with that
Yeah,
administration and,
that's him.
and
That
spoke.
was the guy that was passing out the cards.
Okay, yep,
Yeah, that was him. So
yeah,
I didn't
that's
know
the
who
one.
he was.
I never heard of him either until you said it.
But yeah,
Yep.
he was passing out cards, running for township supervisor.
Oh,
You know what? I
yeah.
think I did see him briefly, but I didn't make it over there. You know me, or they didn't make it to me. Um, I'm sort of invisible. You know how I am, Gardis. I get out the way. So this is interesting. Okay, so that's who was saying that he wants to run for supervisor. Has he won anything from what you saw succeeding?
No,
Okay. Well, moving
no.
right along.
He's like, let me try this.
he's like, I can't do any worse. Let me try
Let me
it.
try that. Well, it looks like he lives in Homewood. Does he?
I don't
Wait,
know.
Homewood. That's not Thornton Township. That's
Okay.
Rich Township.
Well, it
Cause
got a
he.
Well, there's a small part of Homewood that
yeah.
Mhm.
is in
Yeah,
the township.
yeah. It's a small
Okay.
that other side.
Yeah, but
Because
majority is in Rich, but I think it's like
Right, but that portion that's
the
right off of Governor's Highway by the train station.
yeah, that's Thornton
Yeah.
Township.
Yeah.
okay. Because my colleague Calvin Jordan is the supervisor of Rich.
Look, I know. I was at the picnic too, Big Mike. You were there.
Oh, look at this.
He brought the Jesse White brought the tumblers. Weren't you there, Big Mike?
At the picnic.
Uh-huh.
Uh, what
This a
picnic?
couple of years ago. I
Oh,
know he has a lot of. I get the emails. I know that he has a lot of things going on.
I've went to a picnic of his years back, but not recently.
Okay. I was at that one too. That was That was before the pandemic.
We probably met each other. We probably met each other in passing.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. You guys are so amazing. Gardis and Big Mike, I sent you guys an email and you guys like left me on red.
Oh wow. Are you kidding?
What?
That's what the young
What
people
email?
say.
Gardis.
I said, let me know. I gave a date or so. You guys left me on red, as the young
Wow.
people say, but it's okay. Just
Gardis
like
and the
and Mike
Godfather.
left
The,
me on
the, the,
red.
the
The
last email I
Godfather.
got from you was, did you want this to be recorded or live? And I had responded live because I would like people to ask questions. And then Gardis agreed with me on that. That was the
Oh,
last email I got.
there was something wrong with me then in my computer. Okay, I'll figure it out.
It was the computer.
It was the
Now
computer.
she did it. What's her name?
Because
What's her name? Levita. What's
Yeah.
her name? Levita.
Yes.
when you trying to figure out if we were gonna do
It
this
is so
like
funny.
after the town, I mean not the township, but the Dalton meeting, right?
Yeah, I said May 6th is the board meeting. It said I sent it 6 days ago, but it's probably me. I said May 6th is the board meeting. Would it be better to do it then or before? So let's wait till after the board meeting. So let's go for after the board. You know, my work week sucks. But I'm off of my last heavy day on the 9th. So, but if we got some like on the 6th, if you guys are if I don't see you, Gardis, I know I'll see you, Big Mike. Hopefully I'll meet you maybe, I don't know, on the 12th. But Gardis, I'll see you on the if you're there. I don't know if I even want to go how long this board meeting gonna be. Lord.
How long is it gonna be?
Baby, the board meeting gonna be at least 4 hours if we get through it. All the
Okay.
good business, it's gonna be a long board meeting. I mean, I say 4 hours exaggerating, but usually a board meeting is gonna be 2 hours, maybe three.
Okay.
A Dalton board meeting, yeah. If we
Um,
get past the Open Meetings Act.
Well, y'all, I gotta go to bed. So
Yes, please go to bed. Everybody go to bed. Big Mike, Gardis, stop leaving me on red. And I appreciate you both.
Well, I'm not in Illinois right now. I'm in Phoenix, Arizona, doing some consulting work on the Glendale City Council. So I'm doing some consulting work with them.
Are
So I
you
should be
downtown?
in Glendale.
No.
Wait, before we start that,
in Phoenix.
let's release Gardis. Gardis, like, look, I said my phone.
Gardis.
all right,
Gardis,
y'all.
we love
Y'all have a
you.
good night.
Gardis, you have a good evening.
Take
All
care.
right.
Good night. Okay, go ahead, Big Mike.
Gardis, say a prayer for us tomorrow.
Because I
So,
got to be up at 7. Go ahead.
so I was saying that I'm traveling. I'm in Glendale, Arizona right now, doing some consulting work for their city council,
Mhm.
and we'll be flying back to Dolton. I'm gonna miss the board meeting, but I'll be back on that Wednesday. So I should be at Mrs. Creighton event. If I do see you, I'll definitely tap you on the shoulder and say, "Hey, this is Big Mike."
Please do. You know who did that to me, you guys? It was Army Steely Dan. Steely Dan did that.
Oh,
He tapped me on the shoulder. And
that's awesome.
yeah, I was like, oh my God, he knows me. So Big Mike, please do that.
That's
And you have to
cool.
come to Arizona, okay?
You enjoy. How's the weather there right
Oh,
now?
it's hot. It's hot.
Yeah, you enjoy yourself. I did a half marathon there once, and it was in January. So that's a good time. You know what I mean? Because it starts at 40 and it was 70 when we finished. But
Yeah,
you enjoy that hot weather.
I can't enjoy it. It's unbearable. I had to go and like
I
get
don't know how they do it.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's hot. It gets hot here. It gets very, very hot.
Yeah. My friend's sister moved from here, said she would never come back to Illinois. I guess they adjust.
Well, Big Mike, you enjoy and bring me a
Awesome.
little cactus keychain back. I got you.
I tried to bring a whole. I had respect for the cactus when because I never liked cactuses until I went there.
Now, are we supposed to say cacti, right? Or is it was more than one? If it's more than one, we say cacti or something.
I never heard more
We
than
don't
one.
say cactuses if
Oh
it's more.
no, yep, no, not cactuses, just cactus. Yep, they have
And I, and
respect of the
I, and I,
cactus there.
and I promise I use my own funds. I didn't use Thornton Township funds.
I want don't put nothing on that warrant list, Big Mike.
Right, right. What's on the card? Whose card do you have?
Big Mike, I appreciate you so much. It's always great to hear from you. Look, I'm gonna email you. Did I send you my phone number?
No,
I'm about to email you my phone number because I want to talk to you.
yeah, sure. I mean, anytime, anytime. Just send me an email and we can set something up
Okay, thanks, Big Mike. You be safe.
Bye, Big Mike. Safe
as well.
travels.
Oh, thank you. Take care.
You
Good.
take care.
Succeeding.
This was great.
We got Stephanie.
We got Stephanie. That was amazing.
We got Succeeding, and I appreciate you because you just make this a dynamic duo.
Oh no, it is all you all, but Stephanie, that was amazing.
Oh, Stephanie, and she usually doesn't call in. Stephanie, we love you. Like, just know that. No,
Yeah.
like it takes a lot to be out there. That's why when I always think when people be like, "Oh, Burgundy, be careful." I think about a lot of the people that has like Miss Sherry, Miss Mary, Stephanie,
and they don't have no fear either.
Valeria, let me tell you,
None of them had no fear.
I packed up my suitcase that night. I'm like, okay, time. We remember the color purple when the dude slammed the piano down.
Yes,
time to go. That would have been time to go.
But they are just fearless. But I'm sure coming together kind of builds that because they're part of a team.
Yeah, they are a part of a team. And I appreciate you succeeding. And I will talk to you.
We appreciate you.
Thank you. And y'all go follow Succeeding too. She did not say this. I say this all the time. If you are not sure about starting a YouTube channel, but you're on the fence, I know Succeeding hasn't said it. It's so cool if you already have the subscribers there. Just go subscribe to your friends, all your friends. All right. Thanks, Succeeding. Have a great night.
Thank you. You all sleep well. Thank y'all for holding down the chat.
I'll see you at Munster Donuts.
Okay.
All right. Good night. Bye. You guys, what an amazing night. Okay, so I had to clear everybody out. What's going on in this chat? Where's my moderators at? What is going on? Let me tell you something. Investigate and advocate. Okay, let's start there. Jed, if that's you, which I perceive by the text, it is Jedediah Brown. Here is the floor. Now, Jed, didn't we go through enough this week? Then we go through enough this week. I'm elderly. You a young tenderoni. You a little whippersnapper. Then there go Mara send Jed, Lucille send Jed, Jay Jones send Jed that link before I gotta take Geritol in the morning because of Jedediah Brown. I need to order some Geritol off of Amazon because of Jedediah Brown. Now, if this is the real Jedediah Brown, there's the link. If it is G number 1 mod, there is not the link. Okay? Good Lord, you guys. I didn't even think about doing that. I just did the regular bird. Because you guys, let me tell you something. So, Jed, you and I have something to talk about. Let's talk about it before I go to sleep. You know, it's past the early bird special started at 6. And I need to be there at the Denny's. So there is the link, Jedediah. If you had no, he can't say that because he had a lot of comments. So I understand what you're saying, Mara. But it's you do or you don't. Jedediah Brown is an advocate. He has Hell Week coming up here in Dolton. Monday. Hell Week starts at 5:30. He has a plan. Jedediah, you have the open part of my platform right now. If you want to explain Hell Week, it's not a back and forth between you and I, but if you want to talk about Hell Week, you got the next 10 minutes to do so. I would appreciate it. Other than that, let me tell you something. We got to talk, and we talked virtually, and I think we're cool. Um, you said you didn't understand me. I had the same thing. Like I said, I'm telling you about my Jedediah. He's this, he's this, he's this, but I don't get that. So I think we're on the same even playing field. I feel that Jedediah did not deserve what happened in Markham. I feel like nobody does. Um, uh, but the thing about my platform, guys, when I have questions, I just ask questions. I don't mean any malice. If it's something that doesn't, I don't see, just like we just got off the conversation with about the two terms versus this. The coolest thing that Big Mike said was, I'm not saying Trustee SC, we're not bringing him in there for a negative way. Just Trustee SC brought some up. We couldn't verify it. It'd be cool if he could verify it. That's the same thing I feel about everybody else. I like to ask questions. So Jedediah Brown, we were talking in the chat. I did not bring you up because I did not want any friction. But if this is not Jedediah Brown, because we have experienced that with the investigating advocate, that is fine. You don't have to come up. That's all I'm saying. Okay. So you guys have the stream, and like I said, because of y'all, I gotta take Geritol. Do they still make Geritol? I gotta take Geritol in the morning. Here's the link. Are you saying another show link like you don't want my link, Jedediah? Or are you saying that? And like I said, it could be, remember I was listening because I do listen to Jedediah and what comes out his mouth. This might not even be Jedediah. Remember he was saying that someone said he was in another of my favorite creators. He was somewhere. He was at Late Night Crew. I'm sorry. I couldn't remember. And he said that somebody was acting like they were him and it wasn't him. So maybe this is the same thing. I don't know, because I'm new to YouTube. So I'm new. I'm ready for Big Bingo at the Thornton Township. Okay, then never mind. If you don't want, it's not no smoke. It's no smoke. I'm just saying, if you're welcome to come up here for 10 minutes to talk about Hell Week. It's not smoke over here. But again, like I said, okay, you don't got nothing to say. So then there we are. Because that was the thing. I don't want people, like you had the 5 questions, investigate and advocate. And I'm going to address it that way because I do not know that to be Jedediah. Because the Jedediah Brown, I know he pop up. So that's where I'm going with that. That's my intuition. That's just my intuition. So investigate and advocate, perfect. Okay, now we got a call. Now, if this call is a booty or anything weird, because remember someone told me it could be a booty or something, Papa? I don't see a face. Let's see it. Say Jedediah. Let's see. Hello.
How you doing? Good morning.
It's Jedediah. I said, don't have a booty, Papa.
I've seen that before. That's hilarious.
Isn't that crazy? And they'll cancel your whole thing. So look, we're not gonna talk about us because we can talk about us any day unless you want to. Let's talk about Hell Week, and you have the floor. And I appreciate you calling in because I was confusion. I did hear your preach, but I was confusion. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I mean, first of all, I don't know the etiquette, so like, I don't know if I was being a bug in the chat or not. I don't know the decorum yet. I wasn't trying to. So was I okay? I don't know. Tell me.
Well, you had questions, and I didn't want to stop talking to my guests to answer the questions, but that was it. And I was like, okay, well, at this point, I don't want any friction with anybody. I think if this makes sense, Jedediah, I think we're all trying to learn each other because you said this and this resonated. You said, Dalton, ain't nobody been worried. You said something similar. I ain't never heard Dalton in my entire life this much. So if you got something to say, now's your time. And that's how it is. It's like, wasn't nobody worried about little old Dalton? So it's totally strange to have all these opinions and options and situations if you can understand. But I appreciate since we said that. I think it was just like the chat. I was like, oh, I don't want to say anything wrong, and I had 5 people on a panel. Now, if it was just one person and you, it would have been different. That's all I want to say.
No doubt, and I want to applaud you as a person that is vital for getting that information, and obviously you have the respect of the most important players in this because you've been in it too. So I want to applaud you for your response or the lack thereof to my YouTube. I do have a lot of things I don't understand about you, but the way you handled it spoke of a grown woman who on grown woman time, and I honor that, and I'm gonna be responsive to you again, and I just thank you for that because I can see by that you're not looking for mess. We just all, like you said, trying to figure it out. So I just want to thank you for that.
I
Um,
I
mhm.
thank you for responding. I didn't see your video until like yesterday. I saw 2 minutes of your video. It said something like, I heard the conversation. I said, no, let me go on here and address it because I have a busy work week. I'm not trying to deflect, but I was like, I don't want it to go on for days and days. And you think, okay, instead of me, when I come to Dalton, I'm not, I know you don't, I'm just a little old person, but you're not welcome by this person, this person, this person. You got to look over your shoulder and deal with what you had to deal with at Markham. I don't want that kind of situation for you because you don't live here. So if you was just to sit at home and watch Netflix all day, you wouldn't have these problems, if that makes sense.
I will get the next Netflix and chill. Can't do neither one. But I do want to say this though in this, and then I'm gonna go ahead and talk about Hell Week. You're not a small person in this. Again, I'm very intentional. I think I just think I'm very confrontational. You could everybody could be able to tell that. I don't mind confrontation. But when I tell somebody I'm be responsive to them, I'm giving you permission to be my accountability, especially when the people of Dalton value your voice. So if you call me or if you ask me to come on, I don't care what's going on, I'm gonna be responsive. If you want to understand something, I'm gonna be responsive. And so you're not little. You're actually, yeah, like you're the balance. So I just appreciate it. So when that's why I was upset because it's like, wait a minute, if I'm gonna be responsive, don't talk about me. Call me.
No, okay, so I got a question because now we on here. Now, feel free not to answer it. I always say this. I wasn't trying to be condescending. I was in your Facebook today, yesterday or whatever. I'm always in your Facebook, so it's no secret. I'm always looking. Like, hey, Jedediah, I'm looking. Um, I saw Advocate AICU. They're able to chat in your Facebook. Did you guys have a discussion or anything like that?
No, he's been consistently still chatting when I come on.
Mm-hmm.
But I did tell him that I'll be willing to have a conversation with him tomorrow.
Oh, okay. So you're sort of like me. Like if somebody has something to say negative about me, I don't block them. I just let them say it. Their opinion is valuable to me. I don't block them, or I'm like, say what you got to say, like that situation. So you're gonna talk to him about what wrong happened, maybe tomorrow on the foreseeing days.
Yeah, and I only did that because, like you say, I saw he keep on talking. He said stuff, and then I still have to finalize our business. And so he was just like, "Look, it's a misunderstanding." I said, "Okay, well, I don't feel like dealing with that. Oh, I'm busy. Well, we could talk about it on Sunday, and that'll be tomorrow." So if he follows through, I'm gonna have the conversation. But him being on my thing, yeah, you're right. I just don't block people unless they cross a certain line, because I try to bring them on and cuss them out.
Yeah, yeah. I don't block anybody. I let them just. I'm not gonna cuss them out, but I'm like, go ahead, go ahead. I tell my mods, don't block them as long as they're not totally crazy. You know what I
Right,
mean? You
exactly.
just say you don't like me doesn't mean you could be blocked. Okay, tell us about Hell Week because I gotta try to get a wig.
So I'm actually one of the things that I really one of the things that I want to say on here, and I like to try to make make sure I'm giving some kind of value. Number one, I am not literally. I started out doing this thing one way and by myself, but now I'm a part of a collaborative effort. One of the biggest heroes, which I think you guys are already perceiving and knowing in this, is Stephanie Wiedemann. Like, she stood up, she's standing up, she's fighting back, and she's giving access to things so that people can have an understanding. And like, that is so rare that you find people that brave in these kind of spaces. And so we've been looking at a lot of things that Stephanie Wiedemann, I don't even know if I'm saying her last name right, but she's helped a lot, and she's helped make sure that there's not been even and one thing I love about all these people is that they not allowing for things to be out that's wrong. So if I say if we got a misunderstanding, they available to clarify. Or if I perceive something is wrong, they check it. I just fucking love that about them, because it's not, you could just tell it's not like a bunch of evil hearts that just want to see this woman destroyed. No, they really just want their government back, and they want it to be done the right way. So I appreciate that. But we also have a lot of things that's going to come out of Hell Week that's going to be quite interesting. It's going to shock the hell out of people. Like, and I understand people do not get my approach. We'll talk about that later. But Hell Week is going to be hell, because we're going to talk about things like Don Core being in a relationship with Tiffany. Bet you ain't heard that before.
Now see, I'm not trying. Look, can we leave
Okay,
that
let me
on
let me let
Facebook?
me let me let me
Can we
let
leave
me
that
say
on Facebook?
let me say this. Okay, no, because you all want us to Hell Week. I'm trying to give the point of the impact of it, but let me just focus. The Hell Week is supposed to be just that, absolute hell, in the sense that it is the unraveling of things for the citizens to have their freedom back, their ability to assemble, to express themselves. And we start on Monday at the Village Hall meeting, and we're asking people to bring wigs, pots, and pans, because there's going to be sort of this ceremonious start, and sort of kind of the sound being sent out in the village before the week goes out. I put the schedule on my page. Every single day, there's something symbolic that's going to highlight everything that we've discussed, seen, and found out. We're going to be releasing some comfortable receipts, some uncomfortable receipts at the
Wait,
same time.
Jedediah,
Yeah,
I
yes,
swear I'm not lying. And I have my hair in a bonnet. Uh, People are saying this is not really you. That this is somebody impersonating you. So I don't want to get in trouble on my channel. Would you mind coming on screen?
this is Jedediah Brown. Ain't nobody else on it. This is me.
Okay, I'm just letting y'all know. I don't want to get in trouble. People are saying this is not Jedediah. Yeah. That is.
This is Jedediah. Okay, Investigating Advocate is my YouTube page. I just think coming on because I guess I could.
You got a bonnet on too? Cause I got one on. I don't want to. I got a. It's no voice, but people are saying this is not Jedediah.
Yeah, they gonna people. It's
So
Jed. I
they say,
can't see. I can't see the comments. It's me. It's me. It's me. Hell Week starts on Monday. It's gonna be at the meeting. We're going to we're gonna have the wigs and the pots and the pans to make some noise. I ain't gonna be and I got one request in this, because like I said, the schedule's put up, and certain things are gonna be shared as we come. There's gonna be some uncomfortable things that's gonna come out, some comfortable things will come out. The victim of the essay is gonna come out on Monday. It's gonna be a video that's gonna be released, and it's just gonna be a lot. And I would tell this is what I'm gonna tell people: don't blink or look away for 1 second during Hell Week, because you might every moment is gonna be powerful and impactful. But this is the only acts that I have. We're not trying to bring no fear into this. I don't think anybody has any problem besides me to a certain degree. And so if I'm arrested or something happens to me, I just got one request here on record, that y'all don't stop and y'all complete this thing, because it is a movement and it's bigger than a person. But I do suspect that this rogue ass deputy chief is going to attempt to remove me from this situation. Okay.
Okay. Well, we heard here first, so we're gonna keep on going with the process. And what time does it start? Monday, 5:30, right? Because the board meeting's at 6:30.
It starts at 5:30 on Monday, and we'll be giving out more tidbits along the way as it comes. And can I respond to something to you really quickly before I get off?
Sure, I'm here.
Okay, so you talk about tightening up, and I wish that I had that ability, but in this, I've had to do a lot of stuff remote with a lot of new faces. And before Dolton, I was pretty much just chilling, living my own personal private life. So it's kind of hard to organize remote and to know who people are in such a small time frame. But I want you to know I heard you. We're working on that, and I get what you said.
Okay.
But unfortunately, we got to kind of go with what we got, and I just feel really good. I think this is gonna be amazing.
I think so too. Now, like you said, that it's hard to do that. Oh, I did listen when you were saying it's hard because like you came in here alone and you're learning along the way, right? That is something I can understand because that's sort of like me with YouTube. I am learning along the way. I don't know how YouTube works. I'm just learning along the way. What I thought was interesting was this one particular person, the advocacy ACIU, and you were like, oh, I knew them back before Kanika Jenkins. It's like, how did they go rogue? But people can do that at any time, right? That it doesn't have a time limit. So now I understood what you were saying. Like, I'm like, well, wait a minute. I thought this was someone we could trust. And that certain person was sending receipts about everybody's business as well. And I'm like, well, I would hate to send, I think I meant by streamline. I'm not trying to be offensive. I was like, man, I would like to be able to say, because it almost happened to me. I almost sent you some personal information of mine thinking it would get to you. And just to know that it would be in this other person's hand and they would send it to other people, I did not like. So
Yeah.
we're scared. Resident, like, is it like maybe your top? This sounds weird if I say this. You guys, like Jedediah Brown got these top two lieutenants, like these top two, like right and the press. Okay, Jedediah Brown. The information goes to sort of like Stephanie. She was the chief of staff. She held the credit cards. We trusted Stephanie, but I'm just using it as an example. Ziccarelli trusted Stephanie for so much years. Is it someone that can be in charge instead of? I remember because I follow you a lot. So I remember being like, "Oh, Jed," and people are saying that I'm talking to the AI Jed, just so you know, because on screen they said I'm talking to the AI Jed. I'm not even talking about.
They need that medicine.
Yeah, they like, yeah, I'm talking. But I remember being like, "Oh man, Jedediah's gonna come here. He's gonna shake it out." Your past is not the real issue for me because we all have one. But it's like if the past is repeating itself, what can we do to help? Because you can't just trust Burgundy. Burgundy could go rogue. So do you have any plans?
Yeah, well, I continue to try to reassess my approach. And again, if I would have been doing this, so like now, leaving Dalton, or when Dalton concludes, there's
Mhm.
like people across the freaking country saying, look, we're dealing with this and that in our village. And so now it's like, okay, if I do this on a more streamlined basis, now I will put mechanisms in place because it'll be something consistent. None of this was expected. None of this was desired, if I be honest. And so I've learned this, but I've also taken my lessons from the past because I came into Kanika Jenkins' case with a whole big old squad, and things happened where people lost heart, or people got caught up in the wrong thing, and we just fell apart, and it made it look a certain way. So I don't have teams like that anymore, but I am learning, and we'll be putting that stuff in place. And
Okay.
if I may, to marry event.
Hey, you guys. I see Kara. I see Just Humble Me. I see Choose. It's only 5 people in here. I appreciate y'all so much. If you guys like these replays to see where we used to be when it comes to Dalton, hit the like button. And if you can, support the channel, Venmo or Cash App. We are trying to make $19.99, and we've been on 6 hours and we haven't made $19.99 yet. Or the QR code, buy me a coffee. I love you guys. Thanks for being here. If you can't, just stay here and enjoy the show.
Who, in my opinion, saved my life. She saved my life recently because I lost my damn mind when the police were chasing me. Um, she said, "Is the township going to have proper attention?" I don't. I'm trying to figure out how to do this, but this is not my. This Hell Week is not mine. I'm a part of it, and so we're gonna do and go as the spirit and the voices of the people lead it. Um, and I think that is something that we're gonna have to. I'm trying to figure out how am I saying this. Mary, absolutely. If that's something that needs to take place, it's gonna take place. But we just need everybody to pitch in and do their part to make sure it happens.
Yeah. Now, is it anything about the agenda for the meeting Monday? Did you is it anything that piques your interest? I don't know if you got the chance to see it because it's not publicly posted, but we got some settlements coming in. We did remember we had the walkout on April 8th, so the bills for 2 months haven't been paid. Anything that piqued your interest you saw, possibly, or that I mentioned?
I think the whole thing piqued my interest. First of all, I'm shocked it actually was put up. Um, but the purchasing of property, handling the bills, like actually, I mean, I don't know, the whole damn thing did, honestly, and I'm really, to be honest, I'm really conflicted about how this goes because you do want to take care of the business of the village, right, and not set the village up for a long term fallout of people suing and all kinds of things. The only reason why I'm not suing is because I love the people of Dalton, because I got a clear case of harassment now, but I'm not gonna do that. But that don't mean that other people won't. They feel they're not gonna understand this position, and so I kind of feel like, they want to discuss the veto or something like that. She has a message about the veto. I want to hear it.
Me too.
so
What about? Do you
so
know
I'm
Lori
so I'm
Lightfoot?
thinking like wait, so if we can't get in, maybe we just let them have a meeting because I want to hear it.
Yeah, because I was wondering because I know you had dealings with Lori Lightfoot. Do you think she had a hand in any of the stuff popping up as fast as it did? We know the feds were here, but it's a coincidence, right?
Nope.
No, you think Lori did it or no?
I know that she's a very, very, very good big component of how fast things have progressed, as well as all of the attention from all of us, you too. So what people just don't. If we hadn't, and I'm saying this because I'm in the rooms to have these conversations. If we hadn't if we hadn't put the pressure and the spotlight on it that we did, and if she didn't show up the way she did, I do believe that the feds would have played an even longer game than they were playing. They were kind of like, they being very patient, and they're gonna let all the accumulation of evidence come before they strike. And they're trained for the long game. And I think that they would have waited even a little bit longer. But with all of the pressure and with all of the tension and with people who got the ability to make certain phone calls, it kind of made it a little more urgent.
Mm. I'm gonna tell you something different. This sounds weird, Jedediah. When I was working for the Village of Dolton years ago, when I was a tenderoni, it was a certain man that would come to the village and talk to us about prospering, and he was possibly going to run for mayor. And his name was Willie Wilson, and he had buku bucks, buku bucks. He had money falling out of trees. Do you have any connection with Willie Wilson? He's run for mayor of Chicago a few times. I don't have a problem with him. I'm wondering, is it a way that possibly he could financially back the movement? I've seen him. I don't know anything about him other than when I saw him when I was younger. But I've seen him bail people out of jail. I've seen him try to run for mayor. I've seen him help the homeless. Do you have any opinion? This is Burgundy asking, because I don't know anybody else that would know Willie Wilson.
I'll text you his number when I get off here.
No, okay. I walked past Chewy Garcia office today. I was over there.
And you let me know how that go.
No,
But
I
I
was
do
just
know
wondering.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna give you his number. I'm gonna send you his
No,
number.
I don't need to know. I was just like, is anybody connected with him? I've seen him from the news, just like I saw Andrew Holmes from the news. I didn't know him. I'm just asking, and not saying anything derogatory. I'm just asking, man, could he help fund the fight in any way? Just wondering.
Well, I know a lot of the conversation is shifting, and this is another indicator that we're closer because a lot of the people who wouldn't even touch this are now starting to respond,
Mm.
and they're starting to offer, and a lot of people want to help now. So it speaks to writing being on the wall, and that's how we were given $20,000 for rewards for more to complete the investigation.
Really? Congratulations.
Yeah, I would really, and I just said give us some help, and they said I'll give you $20,000 to help with your investigation because you've been doing a great job. So if anybody give me a tip that'll help give me greater understanding of the corruption and things going on in Dalton, I can put you straight through, and they paying it out. I got proof that they actually paying out the reward because a few people have gotten it.
What if you know somebody that's doing Tiffany sew-ins? Does that get you $1,000? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. So I think that. So this is what I'm trying. So really, to be honest, Burgundy, this is why I'm trying to get people to understand. Like, hell, we getting just about making noise. This is about the world seeing where the people of the village are because so many people want to help and do, but they need to know where to do it. So if the village, I don't know how to explain this. I really don't. If the people of Dalton wanted some help, they need to get together and call for it. It's coming.
It's scary though, because I don't know if you know. I'm gonna share something really quickly. I think I told you might not heard this, but Lacey was my truant officer as well as the chief when I was a kid. Now I'm 102 years old, and he was my truant officer. So it's always been a standing thing, and I'm sorry, Mr. Lacey, but you don't mess when you see him. You already know you're going down. It don't matter if you got a library book overdue. It's been a standing thing most of my life. To see him in action like this, I never knew it was that bad, but we always knew it was always a standard thing. It's a fear in people, fear of retaliation. You built your home, people are able to F with you, if you will. You're here, you don't have nowhere to go overnight. If you speak up, it's a problem. That's why I think the rally was a little short. So maybe what you're doing with Hell Week might make people feel a little better with the crowd. I do have still a compassion for. I hate this because I feel like you weren't going for Tiffany at first. Like I remember I covered it. I still have a compassion. I looked at her video today and I said she was trying to put up a good front, but her eyes look sad as hell. It did. It looked really sad. Like she usually is more, and I don't know. I think residents, you're gonna. That's what I know. You said you didn't understand me. I I just am inquisitive. I don't mean any harm, but I do have my questions like this or that, that or this. That's like my whole thing. So I don't like. That's why I wanted to apologize to you when I came with that video. Like I don't want you to have to look over your shoulder and say, "Now I gotta worry about this mug." I don't want that. I just wanted you to know that you're welcome. I just had my questions. Where do we go from here? How's this gonna go? How are you gonna change what happened in the past? You can't change your past, but people are always gonna look at your past. Um, how does it go from here? That's just what I was asking, So I didn't mean any disrespect by that, and I don't mean to bring any chaos when I bring up Jedediah. I definitely had my questions. And if we ever fight again, I would like custody of Cairo.
I can't take it. Well, I want to say this. Lacey, I mean, just like all of these niggas, they all had the most amazing second chances, opportunities they didn't qualify for. They had the most potential. Like it just really pisses me off because there's so many people who wish they could have had this chance. They finally we finally got an example of what happens when people get it. And then y'all make it into this mess. Lacey is in a see, he doesn't even have the ability to qualify for it. And so with him, I see that it's a lot of like it's just nonsense. Like I'm emotional, but at the same time, he doesn't have a good. It's like where's your conviction? Where there's no stop to this gentleman. There's no limit. And so for Lacey, he's doing this to himself because what I've come to realize based on my study of him, he just does stuff to try to make himself feel bigger, and then he think about it and he regrets it. And the way I know he regrets it is because of the recordings I have of him in the aftermath. He doesn't think when he's in the moment. He think after. That's why when I first came there, everybody was confused and people was like, "Damn, is Jedi work with them?" Because Lacey was so nice to me. He didn't want to
He
push it.
was, yeah.
Yeah, he was very nice and respectful. I'd never met that man before. I was like, "What the fuck?" And so, it I can tell even with the thing he did now, he know he messed up. But it's like he didn't think about it, which is why why he's so dangerous is because he's impulsive as a leader in policing. She absolutely feels the weight of this on her shoulders. When I think about the thing that just happened and how I read it and I keep reading, it says she couldn't hear the conversation that me and Kamal was having. She was in that car panicking. She didn't know what the hell was going on. But she has to keep up this front and this image because still in the back of their mind, I do believe they have this hope that this all just gonna go away and they're gonna be able to move past it. But when you look at the subpoenas alone, we know that that's just not gonna happen. And so this has been a hell of an experience, and this is why I think that Hell Week is so important because people in government need to see what happens when an oppressed and a mishandled and an underrepresented people finally stand up for themselves. Now you do have this whole notion of retaliation. All of those people who went to court had pictures taken of them. But there is only so much they can do. They can't take us all. And they cannot. And if people are making, because we've had people make us aware of stuff, they see every time they move, we move. And the days of them bullying Dalton are over as long as Dalton stands up together. That's why this is important.
It is very Jedediah. I know after our conversation, you said you were gonna leave, and then you came back. I knew you were coming back. I knew you weren't leaving. I
I
was like,
didn't shit.
I know he was coming back. But this is the thing. Now, after whatever happens with our Superman, what do you think? What do you think about the next person that takes office?
I wish you never asked me that because I'm finna sound so disrespectful. I wish everybody would stop being pussy and just be honest right now. I'm tired of people playing games. We literally are at the point where we're behind schedule. Ain't the election next year? Everybody still want to tiptoe. This is how we get into bullshit. I need people, because I didn't ask this question about 90 times. Who are y'all looking to replace this person? You can't just be on the mission of tearing down. Who are we looking to replace this person? What is the process? Do we know the numbers? That's why my team and we said, wait a minute now, if we do all this and then they reelect her because of the people who voted and the things and the way she treat them and the rest of these people, and then a lot of people who be mad, they ain't even registered to vote. Or they
Yeah.
don't vote. It be like, what the hell? So I've gotten to the point where I promise you, I didn't know I was coming back, but I guarantee you this. After this hell week is going on, I'm gonna see what Dalton do. I'm gonna see what the people do for themselves. And if the people Burgundy, I'm saying this on the record, and I hope I don't hurt people's feelings and make them mad. But if Dalton don't do for itself, they ain't gonna have to worry about me no more. Because I'm be going on because I ain't got time for it. This is the moment where we should be having very specific conversations without fear about what direction we want to go. And if people don't understand there is power in disagreement, sit down in the room, hash it out, come up with a consensus so that everybody considered wins, and then make it happen. The best politicians, in my opinion, are the ones who are presented with the offer to run, not the ones who decide they're going to run.
Hmm. I never thought about it that way. That
This
is
is when this is when Dalton and Town Thornton makes its candidate. So if everybody is saying, "Oh, fine, you find the person, let's rally around them, let's organize around them, let's resource them, and then let's push them." We want you to run, and this is what we want you to accomplish. That is a whole different conversation than a bunch of strangers who probably ain't did nothing for the last 3 years, showing up to say, "I want to run," because they now see the opportunity. There's a woman running around that's gearing up to run. She ain't, but there's a lot of snickering. This has been too serious.
yeah.
This has been too this has been too serious. It's been too deadly. So when they talking to me, I say, well, shit, tell her y'all ain't supporting her, or tell her you are. But we don't have time to play political games because that's how we got in this place in the first place.
Jedediah, I'm gonna say it on the record too. It is somebody trying to run, and nobody's taking them serious. And
And
if they win, they win, and that's all I gotta say because I would like to hear her points. I saw her walking around a couple of times and people talking, but nobody took her serious. But she just might. I think about 7 to 8 people gonna run for mayor. I think
that's not good.
it's not good. It's not good at all. So that's why people need to dim it down now. We're not just facing one situation, we're facing many. So I, as a Dalton resident, sort of, kind of, I never, Long Island, I never tell you, but as a Thornton Townshipite, Daltonite, Jedediah, I hope I added some value to your life. And
Good
if I
night,
didn't,
Burgundy.
I apologize. Because sometimes I be tripping. But I wanted to make sure that you knew that where my heart was. I wasn't trying to square you in. There's that situation. I'm like, okay, if I feel like if I email, like you say, you'll give me Willie Wilson number. I email Willie Wilson Jr. I need I need somebody else. I need to know I'm contacting them. And that's it, guys. Shout out to Jedediah. He's amazing. You guys said sometimes I be tripping. You guys, 7 to 8 people are not necessarily qualified. They will be succeeding. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Oh, thank you. I love you. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. I've seen, let me see. We're not counting Jason House. One. Jason House, we know we want. So let's say Jason House is number one. One. I've seen 4 candidates already. 4 candidates that said they're gonna run. Four. Now, I don't know what it takes to run. I don't know what kind of money it takes to run, but I've seen 4 people say they're going to run, and I've seen 4 people show up each and every time. Y'all, I appreciate all y'all. I appreciate all y'all so much. Shout out to everybody that called in. My succeeding to my voice of reason. Shout out to all my mods. Mara, Lucille. It's so many of you guys. It's a lot of y'all. And I probably didn't give you a wrench, but I call you a mod because I don't know how to do the wrench. Jay Jones. What's up? Everybody in here. Shout out to everybody covering Dolton. Oh, let me finish shout out. So everybody that was here. Gardis Watts, Big Mike, Stephanie Wiedemann. That's amazing. I saw Stephanie once and I was scared to approach her, and that's why I say succeeding. She was shy to me because I was just like, can I please talk to you? And she was like, can you please not? We were just shy. Miss Mary in the
Just
chat. I
humble
wish you
me,
would have
thank
called in, Miss
you.
Mary. You're always amazing. What else we had? It had Gardis, Big Mike. We were supposed to be on here for 2 minutes. We had Gardis, we had Big Mike, we had Succeeding 2, we had Jedediah Brown, we had, it was one more person, I feel like Stephanie Wiedemann. I guess that was it, right? If I missed you, I am so sorry, y'all. This has been a long work week. I gotta be right back at the set at 7 a.m. Hey, Yaya. Thanks for being here. Me and Yaya have been going back and forth. Clark Stark, Succeeding 2, Mary, Kiki, everybody investigate. Just for people who are up, who want, thank you again, Just Home Week Clark. Want to see the flashback? Hey, Casey. Anybody I missed? This is the flashback. Oh, this one got Shay in it. This is gonna be cool, y'all. So this will take us over midnight, and we only got 12 hours on StreamYard. So if you can support the channel, $19.99. I love you guys.
our house. And first of all, we understand one thing. When you're doing wrong, you need to be corrected. So I only have one question, Ms. Darlene Gray. Do you think that the board is doing a good job right now? Frank told me to ask you that.
Oh.
Commentary blue. Commentary burgundy. Commentary comment blue. Commentary comment burgundy blue. Commentary blue. Commentary burgundy. Commentary.
Hey guys, hope all is well with you and yours. We're going to talk about this Thornton Township Town Hall meeting in bits and pieces. And wow, was it some moments. I want to talk about this moment. This came from Mr. Doncor. Doncor is a 20-year employee of Thornton Township as well as a fellow Falcon. Shout out to him. But you guys, I was a little confused because I recall Doncor being Z Team, of course. He's very in the community and things of that nature. And he was mentored by the late Frank Zuccarelli, who we know Super Mayor Tiffany Henyard was appointed his seat after he had served, I think, 8 terms. So you guys, you know, Frank passed in 2022, and with Miss Henyard coming about, it brought a lot of change. One I did not know was going to be Doncor, honestly, because we remember him possibly being her campaign manager, but definitely being the one the Lansing Journal captured during her appointment, during the super mayor appointment for the seat. Let's take a look.
She has to sign the warrant, and she's got to take the oath in 9 minutes. Let's go. Put your hands together for your new township supervisor, Tiffany Hendricks.
Y'all can have it, baby. Y'all can have that shit.
The question is, when did things go wrong? Because this was such a special moment between the two. I would have thought that Doncor would have been Tiffany's right hand. I'm confusion. Okay, you guys, as I always say, I'm confusion. Okay, you guys, let's get to what happened at the Thornton Township meeting.
I stood here. And one thing we never stood here under Frank is race. Black, white, Asian, or Latin, we all got along. So no disrespect to UTO, but we don't do that here. This is our house. And first of all, we understand one thing. When you're doing wrong, you need to be corrected. So I only have one question, Ms. Darlene Gray. Do you think that the board is doing a good job right now? Frank told me to ask you that.
Oh.
You asked me a question, I'll give you an answer. First of all, I sat with Frank for 30 years. I worked with Frank with his first election. So don't tell me about the 30 years he sat here and the people that I worked in the cold for to see that they had jobs here. I am ashamed. You know what? You hire people to do their jobs, and those people are.
Make it clear what you're ashamed of.
No, you don't. First of all,
what could you be ashamed of me for? You're sitting here and you were elected by us, the Z Team, and you know what we stand for. You're not displaying that, and you know it.
What is Z Team standing for? What? Tell me this. You tell me.
And Tiffany, you're doing such a good job. No one can contest to you. Frank came in. I mean, Frank never had his name in the papers as many times as you. He's never been on TV as much as you. I mean, come on, he can't even compare to you. Back to you.
All right. Okay, trust me.
Answer the question.
You're tap dancing out the back door.
They turned off the wrong mic.
The question is, do
They
you
turned off the
think
wrong mic.
that you guys are doing a good job?
You can finish your comment, Douglas. Go ahead.
Darlene, with all due respect, my love for you will never change, but you know where we come from and you know what we stand for, and you're not displaying that. And if I did something wrong as a young man, you guys would chastise me. I've been with you all for 20 years, and you guys know better. And look at Pepe over there not saying a word.
That's him right here with the black shirt. Yeah.
We ain't gonna mess with Pepe, but one alone stand 1,000 strong. Injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere. When you see something, say something. It's not just a slogan. Now, at the end of the day, who all on that board thinks that they're doing a good job? Cassandra, are you guys doing a good job as a whole?
We can't hear.
I am the assessor for the township. The assessor's office. This is part of the county.
Gotcha.
Just so you know, you can make your statement and move on.
Okay, so basically the question wasn't answered. We know what our standard used to be. It's not the same, and we all know what we need to do now. Is that correct? Is everybody here registered to vote? Okay, so at the end of the day, make sure everybody has their voter registration card. All this back and forth on the media ain't going nowhere. Election day is where we make the change.
Thank you.
Sal, it wasn't a soul living on this earth or not living on this earth that Don Core did not talk about. Frank Zuccarelli, rest in peace. He just was talking about the standards that they used to have as a Z team. He called out Miss Darlene Gray Everett. He called out Pepe. Pepe is the highway commissioner. And please know, I'm sure he knows them well as he's been there 20 years and they have won election after election. He left no stone unturned, but he asked a question. He just asked a question. Do you think you're doing a good job? And because it was public comment, it was not supposed to be an answer. You guys, let me know what you think about this. Let me know your thoughts. Is it time for just a whole new team? What is going on? This is very confusing and very messy. When you think about it, I just hope everyone could get it together. I know that's wishful thinking, but come on, guys, it has to be better. If you see something, say something. As always, take care of yourself and each other. Bye. Hey guys, good morning. How are you guys? Y'all, oh my goodness. Let me tell you something. Greetings, everybody. Good morning. Sorry I missed the live yesterday. I was so busy, been so busy, so I'm trying to catch up. I'm actually late. I thought I was gonna start this live early. I appreciate y'all so much. Y'all, when I tell you I saw that freaking that meeting was a mess. Today I actually want to talk about the attorney. I want to talk about the Lansing Journal. Maybe we'll get a call in from Mr. Watts. And we'll see what's going on. I didn't have time to organize everything today, so I'll do it later, but I wanted to pop on here and say good morning. Hey, we got Lar calling in. Let's see what Lar has to say. And guys, to call in is in the chat. Thank you. Hey, Lar, you're on live. I don't know if we can hear you, Lar. Is it my fault? Oh, there you go. I can hear you.
So, you know, a lot happened at that meeting, a lot.
It did.
And I was watching the replay of the meeting.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a lot of civil rights violations occurred during that meeting.
Yes.
So my focus has always been on constitutional rights. And I seen numerous constitutional rights violations in that meeting. Most of them were First Amendment right violations.
Yeah.
But you know, it's good that was all available for the public to see, because that just supports the number one driving factor of removing her. She has to go.
Mm-hmm.
She's using her police force as a tool of intimidation, and that's not cool. That's not cool at all. And you know, I was befuddled. There was just so much going on in that meeting, and I again, like I've always been saying, we that aren't in Dolton need to support you guys and your cause. And I'm gonna get off of this because this is your show. She has to go, and she has to go quickly, because she's gonna run that community out of money.
Yeah.
She what? Because when these charges and when these charges start coming at her, and when she starts facing litigation,
Mm-hmm.
that's going to be highly to the detriment of that community, because somebody's got to foot the bill for that.
It's going to be so many lawsuits. Yeah.
And they're committing so many civil rights violations practically every time they're on that every law enforcement agency that is interested in prosecuting her, make no mistake, they're watching these videos. And the situation with Las Vegas, I understand that was a civil lawsuit. The city of Las Vegas is not gonna take it lightly.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want to be tarnished by her, so they're gonna come after her. And it's not gonna be pretty. It's not gonna be pretty. She's potentially facing charges in two separate states, 2 different federal jurisdictions.
Mm.
And I'm telling you, it's not. And the people that are close to her are going to go down with her. I firmly believe that even her lawyer is culpable.
What did you think about the lawyer? Her name is Tiffany, also, that was at this board meeting sitting next to her.
Where she's representing every lawyer that's representing her they're putting themselves in jeopardy.
Mm-hmm.
And here's another thing. I support the appointment of Lightfoot.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why is because the people of Dolton do. She was hired by the trustees to do that job, correct?
Yeah.
So that means she has a penis. If she is an employee of that government, she is an officer of the court. She's a lawyer in the state of Illinois, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes, she is.
That means she's an officer of the court. She can, if she's got charges, she's an officer of the court, and she's working the capacity of a official.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What's going on in Dolton should not be. I personally get the impression that they're not taking what's going on seriously.
Yeah, because she didn't get out on that recall,
I don't think that they understand the magnitude of what's going on. They are facing serious time. Yesterday, at that meeting alone, I seen at least 3 or 4 violations of the First Amendment and a couple of the Fourth Amendment as well.
Wow.
Just in that one little, and that was just looking at it briefly.
Mm-hmm.
So, anyways, I'm grateful for all of you out there that are covering this story. And I'm happy. It makes my heart glad that people are done with tyranny. And these politicians, and it's not just politicians, it's at all levels of government, even at the employee, non-sworn government officials, people that are working in these in the capacity of as a civil servant. They're because they're putting themselves in jeopardy. And then all of those people that are sworn, like Henyard, the police officers, they all swore oath of office to those jobs. So they're especially, I mean, everything that they're doing that is in violation is under the color of law, under the color of authority. And that makes it even worse. Anyways, I appreciate what you're doing, Burgundy. I appreciate all the people in Dolton.
I appreciate you so much.
It's just mind-boggling to me that they're doing these things in front of live cameras. It's surreal. It's absolutely surreal.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm gonna go now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for all you do, and let's support the effort to remove Tiffany Henyard. All right, take care. Bye.
Have a great day.
Okay, bye-bye.
That's Lar. Is it NCR? I have to look back in the chat. Thanks, Lar. Yeah, every time I see Lar, I want his hat. You guys know I love a good hat. So I want to just piggyback off what he said, then we're gonna get into that. This lawyer right here, Miss Tiffany, she was the one sitting in the board meeting, next to Tiffany Henyard. So when it got down, I was most disappointed in her. Tiffany was definitely telling her what to do. Shout out to Stephanie Weiderman. She was trying to moderate. You know what I mean? She was trying. I can imagine that was really, really difficult because the attorney kept getting up to tell Stephanie what to do. It was like she would get up and keep on telling Stephanie, "Oh, you have to do this. You have to make sure you tell public comment and stuff like that." Or the super mayor would tell Stephanie, would tell us as an audience, well, what she was supposed to have told you was this. And I'm really disappointed that she would put her law degree on the line for not answering simple questions. And we'll get into that later, but just not even answering simple questions. You know what I mean? It was like, my favorite one was when Stephanie said, you looked up, the meeting, the first agenda said Q&A, questions and answers. And then it went from Q&A to public comment, like she did, like the super mayor would do Dolton, public comment only. And you can't help but see the same old thing. Like, remember when we're at Dolton at the tea with the trustees is this Saturday, guys, in Dolton at the field house, Lester Lawn Field House. But no, I'm sorry, we were at the special board meeting, the secret squirrel meeting rather. It was nothing like this. It was nothing like this. And I've been sitting here trying to think, like, maybe with the super mayor, why does she feel the need? Like, okay, this photo right here, we have Stephanie Weiderman, we have the clerk, we have the mayor, and then we have the township attorney. And the thing about the township attorney, who is Delgado, the thing about him, he sent Tiffany, the next attorney, over in his place. The thing about this was, you guys are supposed to be representing the township attorney, the village attorney. People are turning this into, you're representing Tiffany Henyard, and that's not supposed to be the case. And the thing about this, everyone thinks that this is a situation where, not everyone, but you know what I'm saying, the people may be pro, or the workers, or pro Tiffany Henyard and things like that. They're acting like this is a game, and that people are uneducated on what can be done, what's law, what's open meetings at, all that stuff, what's in the Constitution, right? The thing is, I'm not doing shade. A lot of people may have not known, may have forgotten their First Amendment rights. They probably did, because we've been living in this situation for so long we not meaning Tiffany Henyard, just this whole situation for so long where the police will pull you over when you walking down the street, throw you against the fence, show some ID. Look at what they did to Tommy G. In Illinois, you got to show ID. Oh, okay. Well, this is a police officer saying that, so it must be right, right? People are starting to wake up and now get educated on what their rights are. And the worst the worst thing you can do is educate somebody, right? Right? Remember, they didn't want us to be educated. They didn't want us to read and stuff like that. I'm not even gonna get all up into that. But the worst thing you could do is educate somebody. Okay? Because now everybody's waking up. What? You mean that I don't have to do this? You mean I'm free to do this? You mean it's my constitutional right to do that? Okay, you're rapid firing some budget numbers off. Okay, all right. So you don't want to print it out? I'm gonna record it. I'm gonna transcript it myself, and I'm gonna question you about it. And it's like the loopholes. Now, loopholes are there for a reason, okay? You have a lawyer for a reason. Loopholes are there for a reason. But why we have to use so many loopholes? Why do we have to use so many loopholes? Something's not right. And the people are starting to wake up. So just looking at this picture, it's strange to me. So we got Stephanie Wiederman over here as the moderator. We have the clerk, we have Tiffany Henyard, and we have the village attorney. Who's that standing over there in the corner with the jersey on? Armed, ready to go. Lewis Lacy. Lewis Lacy has no jurisdiction in Thornton Township. I mean, he's the chief of police, the acting deputy chief of police in Dolton. What is Lewis Lacy doing over here at Thornton Township in the corner? And who pays for that? Do Thornton Township pay him overtime? Do Dolton pay him for going to Thornton Township to be a bodyguard for mayor? But she's technically Supervisor Henyard. It's a lot of confusion. Is it none of our business? What is going on here? And why are the reports coming out and no one and no one in her camp says anything? Keith Freeman was running around that piece. Just I think you guys crack me up. My favorite word you guys say all the time. It was unhinged. Keith Freeman was running through there I mean, he could play for the Bears, and I don't even know sports. He was running interference everywhere. He was trying to stop anything, and that's what we're going to cue into the Lancet Journal next. A lot of things were not necessary. You know, the way the super mayor, she stood up there. This would have been a great time. I know I'm nobody but an old lady with a computer, right? But this would have been a great time for the super mayor to get to public comment, line item number 9, and say, you guys, I know what's going on. Instead of bringing up her podcast, instead of bringing up Facebook or YouTube or anything like that, it would have been a great time for her to say, I know, I hear you. You have been heard. Give me a moment. Let me digest everything, and I will be doing a press release soon, or we'll have another, or the next town hall meeting, or the next, not the yearly one, but the next Thornton Township meeting. I will be addressing some of your concerns. Public comment, and you only responding when you feel like it, giggling, laughing, pointing, telling people, like she made sly remarks. Like, it was one point she said, y'all want excuse my French, y'all like a shit show. And I'm like, Supervisor Henyard, no. Whoever's the PR agency needs to be fired. Or they need to just keep collecting free money from the taxpayers. Because there's no way she's listening to a PR person. Let me get to the comments, guys. And we're going to get on over to Lancet Journal. They were eating. Good morning, Tony. Thanks for everything. The only reason the lawyer lasted this long is because she's one of Tiffany's puppets, period. If she tried to tell Tiffany what to do, she would have been fired. I understand, but it's a okay. It I'm gonna say this. Thank you, don't play with my yo-yo for that, because this made me think about something I want to say. You know how everybody's like, you would be fired, you would be fired. These are people. Tiffany has her degree from IIT and Chicago Kent. Okay, she's a municipal attorney. Now, I, I'm 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 willing to bet the way her and what's his name, Michael Delgado, are carrying on, they're getting triple the money they would have gotten anywhere else. They probably, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful when I say this, but if Lori Lightfoot's getting $400 an hour, I bet you Michael Delgado is getting damn near that too, or more. You know what I mean? Because he probably walked into a scene and where people, and I have to say it, where people didn't know any better, and they were just throwing money at him and his law firm. It was easy money to advise them, easy money to advise them wrong, just easy. And I think that has to be the reason, because this attorney could go anywhere and work. She's not even like a partner. She's senior counsel, but she's not a partner. She could go anywhere. She could start her own firm. She could work for the city of Chicago. She could work for the city of Harvey. But I bet you nobody's throwing that kind of municipal money like Dalton. She could work in Naperville. But I bet you nobody's throwing that money like Dalton. They're probably I thought about this thoroughly. I said, there's no way I'd risk my being reported to the bar. It's no way I'd risk it. This was all on tape where Tiffany was telling her not to answer the questions. When Stephanie was saying, hey, Stephanie was so brave. I looked this up. I saw you looking at your computer. I can look up a lot of things on my computer. It was just a mess. It was a mess. I am one to believe that Dalton is tricking off on these attorneys, for lack of a better word. And they're like, it's easy money. Won't nobody else give us $600 an hour, but they will. But they will. That's my assumption, allegedly. Okay, let me get on over here. Oh, I gotta thank you so much. Lar. Oh, thank you, Lar. Thank you for the $10 sticker. Lar NCM. Lar for president. Thank you. Um, it's ridiculous. You work that hard for your degree, and then you can't even represent the township. You're representing Tiffany Hen. Tiffany Henry should have a personal attorney, okay? And the township should have an attorney. Now, this is my question. Is it a conflict of interest? Because I think it is. Like, I'm learning, guys. I'm talking out loud and I'm just learning along the way. For Delgado Law Firm to be the prosecuting attorney for the village of Dolton, and also, how the hell did y'all get over there and get into Thornton Township bag? How did you go over there and become a lawyer for Thornton Township? How did this happen? It's a problem. Because you can't tell me that you don't see the same key players at Thornton Township and the same, y'all are running like, I don't even know how you're running. Like, this is not right. Because y'all ran that tried to at least. They tried to run that Thornton Township meeting like the Village of Dolton meeting. Next time Thornton Township is going to have freaking metal detectors, but the people of Thornton Township is not having it. Okay. And let's see. Let's keep on going. Tiffany Golden Mike here. That's Tiffany's special bodyguard. Yeah, I'm like, what? Ooh, I thought it was Shakti. I'm like, what are you doing here? Like, when I sat down, and why are you sitting up there next to the? Okay, we're gonna let's get to Jedediah and the Lancet Journal, because I have something to say with that. the need of security like this, the fear of, I mean, okay, don't get me wrong. I have said from the beginning, I feel like she needs security, but this is an access. I feel like she needs security because I recall working for different municipalities and it's a small town and you would be out like as the mayor would be out eating or walking through Menards or whatever. And citizens would come up to them and say, "Hey, I need my roof fixed. Hey, I need to set a meeting up." It'll go on and on and on. So sometimes you just need a second person, maybe not secure, just a regular plainclothes person walking with you, not a bodyguard or anything, but just something. Now we do know the heat of the climate. Yes, she might need one person or something like that. I get it. But you're making it worse by the way you're responding to the community. The way you're responding to people is bringing fear in you and it's bringing fear in the citizens. It's like we're gonna piggyback over to Jedediah, but when he was saying that he needs a bodyguard to walk around, you guys, since I've been doing this, things have been coming about in my life too. Things happen when you're out here speaking about whatever situations, weird stuff start to happen. Weird stuff start to happen because people want to know who are you? Why are you talking about it? They want to. It's so many weird things that go on, and especially when I'm here. Look at what happened with Shay when Shay from Late Night Crew came and the officer blocked the camera. People are watching. You know what I mean? But a lot of us don't have the luxury of having a bodyguard with us everywhere we go. You know what I mean? Everywhere we go. So I just pray that this changes. This changes. Oh, Hannibal's in here. Oh, hey, Hannibal. Good morning. Did you hear that lady in the back wearing red when she told Long Island audit that Tiffany Goon said her child got due to not supporting Tiffany? You know, it's okay. I was there. Okay, so I had one of the goons, they want to call it. He looked at me, waved at me, and was like, and I couldn't tell if it was at first I was like, maybe he's just saying hi, but it was a because of his history, it was definitely a form of intimidation, in my opinion. Like, I don't care. Like I told you guys, I was on YouTube before I started covering Tiffany Henyard. A lot of people followed me because I was covering her. However, my whole basis was I took a whole year. I was watching everybody talk about it for a year before I threw my hat in the ring. I was like, you know what? I'm here. I'm experiencing it. I want to talk about it. It's just some things I see that I want to talk about. Um, when you when you see the amount of people, and that's why I'm leaving this up, Black Crypto, the amount of people that use the intimidation tactics on bloggers or YouTubers or even journalists, it was ridiculous. When I walked in, one of the officials who is on the Dolton board, one of the trustees, he saw me, he was there, and he pointed at another man to stop me from filming. And that guy was really nice. He was like, he looked at him and said, "No, I'm not, I'm not gonna stop her, him, stop her from filming." Um, and it was pretty cool. It was pretty cool that he did that. He didn't violate my rights, but I knew it was coming. And he directed them to do something. And they were like, "No, I'm not about to do it." So that was pretty cool. If you guys saw my coverage, my hands started shaking because I was on the side that I didn't know where it was a lot of the employees for Thornton Township. The side I was sitting on were employees of Thornton Township on that side, friends of Tiffany and stuff like that. They were cool. That it was no problem. But every time a fight or an argument or a tiff broke out, or if somebody got loud, that side had to come over there and back up that side, if that makes sense. So it kind of like was making me nervous. I would be sitting there like, oh my God. I think when Michael got up, it was the most nerve-wracking. My phone overheated. Like what Shay was saying was right. My phone overheated And then on top of that, did anyone capture the last moments of the young man that found Frank Zuccarelli dead when he passed away? I have to find. I'm gonna ask the Lancet Journal, or maybe Hannibal got it last night, or someone. But it was the end of the. It was the end of the meeting, and when he said, "Hey, I found Frank," and we thought he was in support of Super Mayor Henyard, and he was not. He had lost his job. He was talking about his mental health. I hope someone got it because my phone overheated. But he was the one that found Frank Zuccarelli passed away. I want to talk about that. You guys, thanks for everybody that answered. Shout out to Hannibal is hungry for being in the chat. Shout out. Is Gardis here? Hey, Harem, get noticed with Nikki. Hey. Oh my God, Gonzalez. We gotta talk about Gonzalez. Everybody in here. Chris Gonzalez, come to the front. Okay, you guys. So today, for the people that a lot of people do not like to talk about Jedediah, but I am going to talk about Jedediah Brown today because I have to catch up and I missed a lot of things. So we're going to talk about Jedediah Brown today. First, let's go over to the Lancet Journal. And thank you to Coda the Penny guy. I appreciate it. Thank you for the $2 super chat. I appreciate you so much. Thank you guys. Okay. Yeah, Gardis, you did your thing. That speech was amazing. Oh, Long Island Audit has it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, that part when he was like, I found Frank, and Tiffany, you said, what about my mental health? And that's what I want to talk about with Gardis. He did amazing asking about that mental health situation. This is public comment. This is public comment. No, but when someone had something positive to say, it was Q&A. It was really, I'm starting to come around. Yes, I am. Yes, I am taking calls. Let me put the link in here. We're taking calls. I don't know. Let me go back up here and see if I can pin. Let me pin this to the top. I just learned how to do that. Hold on, guys. Because I was able to pin my yeah, it was. Ooh, baby. The sister from the corporate sector lit her as when she was. Did you guys hear when we have to go through it step by step? My apologies to you guys. I have been working, so my schedule has been really crazy. But did you hear when she was talking about, like, what was it, $50,000 on chicken or something? We have to. We have Jarvis. He's here calling in. Let's bring him on up. Hey, welcome.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Thank you for being here. We all can hear you.
All right. Good morning. How you doing?
Good morning. You're our hero. Good morning. You did
No,
amazing.
no, I'm not a hero. You know, it's so funny because people saw me on the news, and I just cringe when I hear it because I really didn't do this to be popular or get some views or whatever. I just wanted people in the township to like take the situation seriously because I just feel like there's not enough people who speak out against her that is outside of Dalton. And so
Mm.
I just want people to understand the seriousness of this situation. And also too, I honestly think too that and this is not to move away from. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Sorry. Mhm.
This is not to like move away from Tiffany, but I think people have to realize that this is just bigger than her. And the level of corruption that she has been allowed to do, on the township and Dalton level, uh, is a part of a system that has, ushered her in to do stuff like this.
Mm.
So when you look at the township, and you know, Tio Tio Hardiman, who I know from a distance, was sitting behind me, and
Mhm.
I knew he was going to come in and support her because we all know that he's a supporter of Tiffany. Whether he's getting paid or not, that's not the issue.
Mhm.
The issue is he has no working knowledge of what is going on in the township or in the village. Because when
Mm.
he said we elected her, well, he should have known, just like with some of the people who come in and audit. If you do your research, she wasn't elected. She was appointed
Exactly.
in the township. And as far as the village of Dalton,
Uh-oh. Jardis? Hello. I think we lost him. Okay, we're gonna see if he calls back. He calls back. I think he probably was, he's always busy. But he's absolutely right about T.O. Hardiman. Um Gardis, if you hear us, please call back. So yeah, you absolutely are right about T.O. Hardiman. It's in the auditors. We remember we saw Long Island Audit was saying, what did he say? We have the first, he made a mistake and said the next new mayor will be Andrew Holmes, where really Jason House, or when we saw our boy Tyrant Terminator. He was like, who is this guy with Stan Brown? We don't know if they knew or not. And then also when we got down to Tia, oh, he's calling back, guys. He's calling back. Here we go. You're back on.
hey, I'm sorry. Maybe it might have been on my end, but where did I leave off
You were
at?
saying T.O. Hardiman, if he should have did his research, like sort of like the auditors as well, when he said she was elected.
Oh yeah. So yeah, that was the first thing that he made a mistake on talking about. We elected her. We should give her a chance. And everybody in the crowd was like, no, we didn't. We did not elect her. She was appointed, by a trustee board who I want to talk about in this conversation as well, because me, I'm neutral about Frank. All right. I don't like down him, but I don't up him, like most people. I'm very neutral about him because I actually know him. We've talked, and I know several politicians. And yeah, Frank is just like every other politician that, I know and I see. Um, However, here's the thing. During Frank's 30 years as the supervisor of the township, the board, or the trustees, were basically kind of his puppets. And when Frank left, or he suddenly passed, uh, he left a vacuum, and it was basically a vacuum of power because the board was incapable of running the township. And you see the results of why it was such a misleadership board, that they appoint somebody who, just like with Trustee Gonzalez, just threw a name out there, didn't even know like her issues in Dalton, because mind you, it was 2022. She already had a whole year to, dissatisfy the trustees and the people of that village. Threw a name out there, and the board, who also probably didn't know who she was either, just decided to vote her because the thing is that there were people that Frank wanted to groom. And I'll say this because well, I'm not going to say who it is, but there was one person Frank had in mind, but the trustees did not like her. And so in the rounds of people that they nominated, she never got the 3 votes. and obviously some of the trustees, that they were so divided and so split. But like I said, it was because of their misleadership. Because from my perspective, Frank created that vacuum, and he created that because in all honestly, he made himself king. Now, mind you, Frank Frank took care of he took care of the people who supported him, but he also took care of his political constituencies, which is the elders. He did a lot of programs with the elders. Now, when you look at it, most of the programs in the township are for elders. This is why Frank has been successful in his 30-year career as a politician. Now, this does not mean that he forgot about the youth and some of the other people, because he also had programs for them. Also, Frank brought in the mental health program when it was around. So, yeah, he did. He brought that in. But Frank, being Frank, and being one of the being what many people regard as the most powerfulest politician in the Southland, he helped a lot of people get into office: mayors, aldermen, trustees, trustees on school boards. So that was his. But like I said, he made himself king. So in a sense, Frank actually broke down the democracy of that particular governmental organization, which, like I said, left that vacuum to have her come in. Because if you look at the board, the trustee board, those same people who supported Frank is now supporting her, with the exception of Gonzalez, who, and I'm just guessing here, who might have made a deal that night with Tiffany, and I guess she reneged on that deal, and that's why he goes against her. So, and that's the problem. These guys are following folks instead of, when a situation like Frank passing comes, they don't take the leadership. And nobody, see, it's different like with them. So contrast that to what's happening in Dolton, right? You look at their board, and well, you look at the people who are against Tiffany, and they see Jason House as the leader. They see Jason House as the senior trustee, and most likely when he runs for mayor, they're going to support him. There is no division or anything like that. They all are supporting him, which is fine. Opposite that, to the township, they don't have that type of unity, because everybody is in it for something or for themselves. They're really not for the people. And like I said, when Frank was there, all they did was just listen to what he said, and that was it. So that right there, that vacuum of democracy has been eroded, during the Frank administration, and we have to analyze that. This is not a slight against Frank, because, like I said, Frank wasn't like Tiffany personality, and Frank took care of folks. But at the same time, Frank did what a lot of politicians did in the Southland. Why do you think he was the most powerful politician in the Southland? I mean, in all honesty, let's think about that. But here's the thing too, and this is why the Tiffany Hanyard situation is so dangerous in Thornton Township. A couple of years ago, the people in Springfield, or the Illinois General Assembly, somebody in the assembly, I can't think of their name, but they were looking to abolish townships in Illinois. They felt that township services were very, very, it's basically copying off of what a lot of municipalities do. But when you see like the municipalities we live in, like Cook County, or even the state of Illinois, or whatever village we live in, they don't provide those services that the township provides. Because what they want to do is they want to abolish townships so they can get that tax money to the state. And so when you look at that situation, so I was having a conversation with the assessor, Cassandra, and she was telling me about that whole situation and how they were trying to. Now, this is not like, this is not the township. It was the state that was trying to abolish her office first. And when she told Frank had to make some phone calls. And what Frank did was he was able to hold off on, on them trying to put the bill through to abolish townships because they want that township money. And because Frank, like I said, Frank holds a lot of weight. I mean, he was a chairperson of the Cook County Democrats, and Frank also too, brought in a lot of voters for J.B. Pritzker. So when J.B. Pritzker was, who was the governor of Illinois, was elected, who had front row seats at his inauguration? Frank Zuccarelli, because he brought him a lot of votes.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, now when you see this, because Thornton Township, the largest township in Illinois, now becomes a subject of revisiting this issue of our township. Should we abolish townships? So now she is making a mockery of this, not just on the state level, but on the national level. So I'm willing to bet you that now this is going to come back to the table with should we keep townships? Because many people in a lot of governmental organizations thinks that townships is redundant. However, in Cook County, they don't some of the services that the township supplies, the Cook County or even the state of Illinois doesn't supply that for them. So now this comes back to the table. And so now, speaking of the chairperson of the, Cook County Democrats, which, I don't have much love for them either. You look at their posture in this whole situation and wondering, why isn't anybody stepping up to remove this woman, knowing that this woman is committing blatant violations of the law? And, you can quote to me a lot of things about, well, we got to do this, we got to do that. And no, I am not a lawyer. I don't have a degree in law or anything like that. But we don't have to have a law degree to know when injustice is happening. So this situation that's going on and the posturing of Kim Fox, who I've supported, and Kwame Raoul, who I actually didn't support, is just, it's questionable. Like, why are you letting this woman, do this? Because my thing is that, damn well, if this woman was doing this to a majority white village, she would have been removed 2 years ago.
Absolutely.
She would have been removed 2 years ago. So I have to question the posturing of the Cook County Democrats on why they are allowing this. Now, the problem comes where most likely, and I will probably say 99%, she's going to be elected if she finishes out her term before she gets, if she doesn't get prosecuted within a year. She's going to go into the elections and she's going to lose big time. However, here's the thing. And when she leaves office, there should really be no celebration for this, because the damage that she has done, not only to the township, but also the village of Dolton. Jason House, a couple of months back, or, maybe not too far back, had said that the last time he saw the budget, they were in the $7 million deficit. And that was back in September. It's probably twice as much now, considering the lawsuits, considering the spending, considering the businesses that she's ran out because they don't want to give, her campaign funds. it's probably double that now.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure Jason House, who probably is the heads-on favorite of being the next mayor of Dolton, is cringing because unfortunately he's going to be climbing an uphill battle. And I think people have to recognize and realize that in his first term, he's just going to be repairing everything that she's done. And I think people need to prepare for that. They really, really need to prepare for that. And the worst part about it is dealing with the police department.
Mm-hmm.
She has corrupted that police department to a point where they might have to reconstruct that whole department. And that's not going to be a easy task. So with that, he obviously has to get rid of Lacey and several of the other police who have followed his lead, because you have to have police force that you can trust and a police force who will actually do the work of protecting the citizens, because the police force just doesn't protect the mayor, they protect everybody.
Yeah.
And you see that it's not happening there. They are just protecting the mayor and anybody who is interested in supporting the mayor.
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to be a task within itself. You take a look at Harvey. All right. Harvey, a couple of years ago, had just got rid of Eric Kellogg. Now, for those who know Eric Kellogg, he was in that Harvey seat for I believe 15 years or 20 years, something like that, for a long time. And mind you, same thing, corruption, stealing money, lawsuits up the yin yang. Even though he was driving a Bentley, I didn't stutter, driving a Bentley, he was doing the same.
Mayor of Harvey?
Kellogg was driving a Bentley.
Oh my goodness, I didn't know that.
He was driving a Bentley. So Kellogg was very much he was very much, doing the same thing. The only thing he wasn't doing was posting it on social media and having podcasts and stuff like that. But everybody knew. And every election cycle, he would get, intimidate voters. He would basically, and here's the thing too, he also used the police force as his own protection unit. Now, it's so funny. I remember some years ago when Kellogg was in office and Dolton was a little different. I can't remember who was the mayor. I believe it might have been the guy after Shaw. But I remember talking to somebody who had joined the Dolton police force. And I went to school with him. I went to high school with him. And he was telling me how he worked in Harvey. And he only stayed there for like about 6 months because he felt like that was the worst job he ever had. And he felt like his life was threatened because apparently Kellogg asked him to do something and he knew it was unethical and he didn't want to do it. So he had to leave there. And that's why he joined the Dolton Police Department. He's not at Dolton anymore, but yeah, I had to talk with him. So I got a glimpse of what that police department is going through. Now, as people know, a couple of years ago, the state police had to come in and basically take over not the Dolton, but the Harvey Police Department because they were so corrupt. Now, I got a feeling that this might be happening in Dolton as well. And now you're going to have to reconstruct that police department from the bottom up, which is it's not an easy task.
No,
So
because they've been there forever. These officers have been there since like 21 on up. Look at Lacey.
Yeah, exactly. So now you got to do this because she has tainted the police department so bad. So here's the outlook. If Tiffany still is in office by August. Now, why do I say that? August is when the Democratic National Convention comes into Chicago. I would recommend the people from the township, people from Dolton, go down there and protest. Why do we still have this official in office? And implore to somebody out there to please remove this woman, because the more she is in office, the more she's going to put not only the township but Dolton in the hole. Dolton right now, I would even guess maybe on the verge of bankruptcy, and it I mean, it is what it is, and then unfortunately we don't know because she hasn't released records since last year.
Yep.
So I would definitely implore somebody at the convention in August, whether implore or even protest, that this cannot be happening in our towns. Like I said, if she was in charge of a majority white village, she would be gone by now. But unfortunately, because of the fact that over 90% of the residents in Dolton are Black,
Mm-hmm.
and you have a significant Black population in the township,
Mm-hmm.
then nothing's going to be done. And it's going to be, so I really hope that Lori Lightfoot, I mean, I don't know why people keep harping on her mayoral records. I didn't like her as a mayor either.
Mm-hmm.
But this is not about her being a mayor. This is about her being a prosecutor, an attorney with contacts, an attorney who can probably call Kwame Rayu and ask these same questions of why aren't you doing anything about it? And she could probably cite some cases, do some things to probably, make him do what he was supposed to do probably months ago. So I'm hoping she can do that.
Mm-hmm.
Lori was not, I mean, even though Lori was also part of, the Cook County Democrats, she was never one of their favorites. And
Yeah.
so I feel like she could probably, attempt to move the needle. And if she could get things done in an orderly fashion, maybe they can have her removed, or maybe she can step down, which I doubt she does, by the summer.
Mm. Yeah. I got a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
What did you think about Robert Hunt rapid firing those numbers off to the township? And then it was a young lady, she spoke right before you, but she was saying this isn't really actually the budget. This is just water under the bridge. What do you think kind of financial situation the township is in?
Well, Robert, what was so funny? I was sitting next to Robert, and I know Robert. We worked together when I was working at the township.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, Robert was working there as well. Another supporter of Zuccarelli, and then he had to support Tiffany if he wanted to keep his job. But it was so interesting how me and several other people that was sitting next to the podium, notice how Robert was shaking his hand. His hand was shaking when he was reading off the numbers. And it was very interesting because there was a woman behind me who was like, why is his hand shaking? And sure enough, that's what was happening. Now, sitting on the other side of me was Sandra Tracy, the former HR director who has a lawsuit against Tiffany and the township for unjust, releasal. And I don't know if you heard the story about her. She had a heart attack during her time at the township, right after Tiffany had been appointed. And then, she had a heart attack. Her husband is not doing, well health wise. And then she comes back, she's healthy enough to come back. And they ask her to do some digging on certain employees. And she tells them, no, I don't want to do it. It was very unethical. Like, she wants them to find some dirt on certain employees. Now, like I said, Frank didn't bring me into the township. Sandra did. She was the one that recruited me. And she basically, said, I I've worked in HR for over 30 years, and I've never done anything unethical like that. So when she refused to do that, they slowly kicked her out up until the point where they fired her, but did not give her her last check.
Ooh.
And yes, that was withholding her last check from her,
Mhm.
which is that is just absolutely crazy. This woman got to pay bills too.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was and I remember hearing about that. I was so infuriated about that because it was like, how dare you? And it's just like, not only just, her, because I mean, she's an elder as well. I mean, not like, to an age where she's got to retire, but it's I just hate that she and many others have to deal with what's going on in the township. Sandra told me that there was an elder one time who called the township for a ride. Now, remember at the township, she was talking about you can call, get a ride, everything like that.
Yeah, ride to the library.
She said the person on the phone told her to call an Uber.
I believe it. Do you know why? Remember when we were sitting there and when someone mentioned something about not getting printouts and people phones are getting cut off, and when she said when the township supervisor said if you didn't pay your phone bill, that's not my problem, I almost walked out. I said,
yeah, that is the utter disrespect that she has. Now, going back to Robert Hunt. Robert, like I said, Robert is just like the trustees. He just does whatever whoever is in charge and whoever's the leader. Nobody with any type of leadership, ability, or skills. So he just basically rattles off the numbers. And he was there during the Frank Zuccarelli days where he had to make sure that the numbers were right, and they would print out the copies for people to have before the meeting. This was, and mind you, the attorney who was there, I forgot her name, but obviously she was correct.
yeah.
Obviously she was correct, but at the same time, you know, I I like I do like using biblical scripture, but it's not the letter of the law, but the spirit of the law. You want people to not just follow the law because it's written. You want to follow the law because you want to, inform, make a communal effort to get everybody to work together. And it just goes against all the values of building a community. So, from my standpoint, I just felt like Robert, like I said, Robert is a yes man, and there's nothing else I could say about that. Now, as far as the woman who was there, I think her name was like Wendy Kelly or something like that.
Which one?
The one who had the printout of
Oh,
all of
yes. She
yeah.
went on the first, she went on the third, she went on the ninth, she went and got that printout.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, like she was the smartest person in the room. Like, you couldn't get nothing past her. Like, she just got down there and started breaking down stuff. And remember, I had came up and asked about the mental health item because I didn't hear mental health. And Robert, in his normal tone, well, we're gonna approve it, and it's not on the budget. So I was like, okay, I just want to put that on record that there was, but yet in the last meeting, she told us that mental health was still there. Mental health services was still there.
She said, no matter what nobody says, the mental health services are still there.
And I was listening intently, like mental health services, 2 million. I'm like, I ain't hear that. I ain't hear that at all. So that's why I asked that question. But yeah, that woman got up there and she was like, hey, what about this? What is this loan here? Like, we got a $1.5 million loan. What the hell is this loan doing here?
She was so good. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, all right, that's what I'm talking about. You you couldn't get nothing past her, and I was really appreciative. Now you talk about people saying I was an MVP. That was the real MVP right there. She knew, she broke down the numbers, and I was like, that's what I'm talking about. That's what we needed. We needed somebody like her.
We
So
did.
yeah,
I think her name is Wendy. And what was so great about it also, one of the things she brought up was the spending on the food. Just like in Dalton, we have that problem. She was like 50. I'm just throwing a number out there, but she was like, I've worked for Fortune 500 companies, 100 companies, and I've never seen this kind of display of usage of funds on food.
yeah, and you can tell she was very intelligent about all of that stuff.
She did a great job, and I think that kind of made the super mayor angry because she was like, it's just like school. Because I think it was Mr. Robert, I think his name was, but he was like, why we can't get this in the email? And Miss Wendy said the same thing. Why we can't just, it's 2024. You could have posted this. It was hard to find out on the website. And she was like, well, it's upstairs. And just like school, you have to do your homework or something. I was like, oh my gosh. Everybody was booing the heck out of the poor super mayor for that.
Yeah, because if you look on the website, I mean, first of all, the website doesn't even come up automatically. They got I don't know if it's just me, but when I go to thorntontownship.org, it initially tells you that basically that the page can't be found, and then like about a second later it loads up. Now I don't know, maybe it might be me or something like that, but it sounds like they got a DNS issue. This is old IT. This is IT lingo, but somebody needs to correct that DNS issue. But but you go on that website and all it is just pictures of her. The maneuvering of the pages, you can't. It's hard to find the minutes, like the meeting minutes. Like I want to go to the meeting minutes. You can only find the meeting minutes under the office of the clerk. Probably one of the few pages that doesn't have Tiffany's face on it.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's where you have to find the minutes. I go to the Worth Township website. I can go to the Orland Park Township website. I go to Brennan Township website, and right on top I can find like government and meeting minutes easily in three clicks. You gotta go through a maze in order to find minutes without having to sift through all of these events with flyers attached to it with her face on it.
Yeah, it's crazy. We went through it the other day live because we were looking for just the details. I had to go to the Lancet Journal to find out about the township meeting.
Yes, I did too.
Right, but you can find out about Big Bingo in one click on Big Bingo or anything that the super mayor has going on. Like, it's like, what are you guys hiding? Like, even if you're not hiding anything, right? Just the fact you're trying to make it difficult for people to get the information they need is ridiculous.
Yeah, and Miss Mary Avon, who spoke, said it best. When you don't answer questions, you hiding something. You are hiding something.
Yeah, you're hiding it, and it's really, I don't know. It was very unfortunate the way they were trying to do everything to appease one person when this is about the township. Yes, she's the supervisor of the township, but all of these people are hired and took oaths. And like my favorite one was Don Parker. Like, what do you think when he said Frank told me? He was what Frank told me to ask you. What do you think? How are you guys handling this? Great question. Great question. Because no one could answer it because they know that they're just being a bunch of yes people. Except for Chris Gonzalez was trying to he feels guilty, I think. I think he feels guilty.
Hey, he probably does. Like I said, I think he made a deal with Tiffany to nominate her, and then it kind of fell through, and now they're at odds with each other because he didn't get what he wanted.
I believe so. Yeah.
I believe so too. But like I said, it's just me. But considering that board, and unfortunately, Joyce Washington, who was a trustee too, God rest her soul as well, because she had passed away. She was another one that supported Tiffany. And yeah, it was the board that was there at the time and the board that's seated now. Now, here's something interesting, because one of the trustees have been missing from the meetings, and that's Jerry Jones.
I did notice that. Yeah.
He has not been at a township meeting in several months. I'm wondering what's going on there.
Yeah, I noticed that. I said, now wait a minute. And she needed every vote she could get, because I noticed, like, when it was time to vote, they had to vote for her if they lived in the township. And I noticed Chris, he really didn't vote too much on too many things. But when he did, he voted no, of course. But yeah, Jerry Jones was needed for that vote, because it was a close one. It was a close one.
So I don't know where he's at. Like, what's going on? Why hasn't he been coming to the meetings? Like, he hasn't been in a meeting in several months.
Yeah. Oh, I wanted to read. Thank you for that, amazing. I wanted to read a note from Teresa. Thank you for the $5 sticker. 2023 Form 6 elected officials have to list all assets. Could be interesting to see if Tiffany has completed. She must complete that by law. She has to list all her assets as a township supervisor. I didn't know that.
Oh yeah,
I didn't know that. So she's about to. Well, she's gonna be like Jedediah Brown. I'm homeless. She's not gonna list. She's not gonna list anything. And then I'm sorry. And thanks for everybody commenting. I'm sorry I got in the conversation. Lucille Fox, thank you for the $9.99 super chat. Thank you. Reality Check TV Chicago, who did great coverage at the Village of Dolton board meeting. Thank you. Hey, Burgundy Blue, blessing us, revealing good understanding necessary, delivering big love unto everyone. Thank you so much. Thanks, everybody. And we're going to play Gardis. Gardis. When they put Curtis on the news, I wanted to call the news. I said, excuse me.
Yeah, I know. It's like a running joke with my family. I'm like, hey, Curtis. I'm like, oh God.
Yeah, I said, now who didn't ask for spellings of it? Because I think they got Miss Mary name wrong too. I was like, oh no, but it was so, if you were by the media, it was so chaotic back there because everyone was looking over your shoulder. I know I saw Stan Brown point at me, like, I'm just gonna call his name. He pointed at me for them to remove me for taping. But
speaking of which, at the meeting, so Michael Smith, the guy who was ranting a lot, when we got in line for public comment, he was the last one in line. So I was like, is this the line for public comment? He was like, go ahead of me. And I'm like, no, you was here first. Go ahead. He was like, no, go ahead. I got a lot to say, including you.
What? Did you know him?
I mean, I we met before, but I don't know him know him. So I was like, okay. So that last part when I talked about me not having a criminal record, that was for him.
We missed that. Okay,
I didn't even.
Yeah,
that was the reason why I said that. I really didn't plan to say that about former and current employees of the township. But when he said that to me, I was like, okay, I got something for you.
That was smart, and it went over my head because I thought you were referring to Tiffany. So
well, her too.
Yeah,
her too, and a lot of her other people that she brought in.
Yeah, because this was the thing. For Michael, like, okay, this is what I want. I'm scared. Like, it's gonna be secrets coming out the woo side because Tiffany is not gonna be her thing is, well, y'all didn't say nothing to Frank, and y'all didn't do this back then. So she's gonna try to expose everybody before she leaves, and Michael's gonna help her because I think he's bitter that his record is out there for whatever reason. But if you did it, it's out there. You did it. You know what I mean? But you want to stand up and call everybody else out, but don't want to answer when someone says something about you.
Yeah, and I don't know if that whole bonuses was for Stephanie, because I know damn well I ain't get no bonus when I was there.
Yeah, poor Stephanie, he was going in. I said, I wonder, not like it was it like that Frank died and everybody was like, I'm exposing you, and then they're like, I'm exposing you, or did everybody run to Tiffany's office like, okay, look, I'm on your side? I'm wondering how they were scrambling after Frank died, because I looked up there on that panel, and even if I take what Michael said into consideration, and I like Stephanie, it's no shade, but even if I take what he said is true, which she did not deny it, when he meant the bonuses and then her not getting a seat or whatever. I don't think nobody prepared for Frank to pass away. They thought it was just gonna, because he had already been there 30 years. They thought it was just gonna roll over until retirement. Because I would say, I don't know how old Stephanie is, but she darn sure could have retired as chief of staff if Frank would have stayed. Well, I don't think nobody prepared for the end.
Well, and that's the problem that I said, that I was trying to say in the beginning with Frank leaving this vacuum. Now, here's the thing too. Frank was sick. I think he had cancer.
Okay.
I think he might have had cancer, but he's had heart issues. He's had strokes. I believe he had a heart attack or something like that. I think it wasn't too serious, but Frank has had health issues over the years. He was having health issues when I was working there.
Wow.
And so that's what I'm saying. You got to notice this, and you got to know that these people are not going to be here forever. And I've always, and it was like a running joke at the township when I was working there, that it's like when Frank is gone, half of these people are going to be let go or fired or whatever, because whoever the new person is going to come in, they're going to be putting their own people in, because half of the staff was hired by Frank.
Yeah.
I mean, personally, he's personally hired a lot of these people, and that's a good thing. I mean, I really appreciate that, because now they have to support him politically and everything like that.
Mm-hmm.
But the one thing that I can appreciate about Frank is that he doesn't posture these people up and demand that they do this or they will be fired, because there's some employees that was at that meeting on Tuesday who I know personally. I work with them, who basically, when there were referendums or motions that were passed that she might have favored, I saw them putting up, their signs as electors, and I know damn well they don't want to be doing that.
I was near, not pointing anybody out, but I was near the area where they all were like working, and like they were like, we had to be here. They didn't want to be there.
No.
They didn't have to do it, and they were like, look, we just trying to keep our jobs. And I get it. Like, but I don't get that lawyer. Like, she could work anywhere. I don't know why she was up there acting like she was. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, and that woman that came behind me, and see, this is what I was talking about, I think it was like 2 weeks ago, about having a little grace for the employees. Now, obviously, yeah, she was, I wouldn't say she was over the top, because she had some concerns about strange people coming in. And like I said, I still have questions about certain auditors who come in, from out of town, and what are they really here to, get views, get likes because this is a big story, or are they genuinely, coming in to help? And so I'm kind of skeptical on certain people who do stuff like this, who cover this. And it's like, okay, so what are you going to give back, to the community? And shout out to who's the guy that has the podcast late night.
Oh yeah, Shay from
Yeah.
Late Crew.
So I saw he came into town, and shout out to him. He hung out with a lot of the Dolton people, and so he looks like he's a genuine person, and he wants to help, and he's one of the few. And so I'm not going to name anybody else, but I know he's the genuine article. I really appreciate his work, because he really hung out with the people when he was here. And yeah, so but the thing is, are these people, like, when this story is over, when Tiffany is gone, where will these people be at? And Late Night Crew or Shay will probably be the only one that'll be here. Is anybody else who've been covering this, are they going to see what's going to happen? Because like I was saying earlier, when Tiffany is gone, there should be no celebration. There should be the start of the work that they're going to have to do to repair that village, that the township, because she has put those municipalities so far behind that it's going to take years to get out of. You could see, going back to Harvey is going through it right now, even though Kellogg has been out of office for 5 years now. So they got a guy named Christopher, I think his name is Christopher Moore as well. I believe that's his name. But he's been in office for 5 years, and now they're basically kind of going through they're still going through the rebuilding process of what Kellogg has done. So I remember there was a former trustee that worked at the township when I was there. And when I was there, this is when Kellogg finally decided to not run again, and Christopher got in as the mayor. And he told me, because I asked him, because when he was on the trustee board, I asked him, was like, how did you let a guy like that stay in office for all of those years? And he told me something that I would have never believed. So he said, and I trust this guy because, like I said, he worked in the Harvey government. He said that Kellogg was an informant. And Kellogg was an informant for the FBI because in the city of Harvey, they have a club. There's a strip club that was on 147th Street.
Never heard of that. No.
What is the name of that club?
Never been.
Yeah, so there's a strip club in Harvey that was owned by the mob, and it had mob ties in it. And so the feds was interested in taking them down. And so what they were doing was they had co-opted Kellogg as an informant because he was the one who supplied them their liquor license and all that other kind of stuff. And what he told me too was they were giving Kellogg $10,000. Chris Clark. Thank you. It was Chris Clark. Chris Clark is the mayor of Harvey. They were giving Kellogg $10,000 for his campaign. This is the government, our U.S. government, allowing a guy to destroy Harvey so they can give information to the feds about a strip club that is in his village that they're trying to take down because they want to get the big mafia people who are running that club. So he was allowed to do that all the way up until they finally got the club shut down. And I think the owners or the backers got indicted. So then once that happened, Kellogg decided, well, I'm not going to run no more. So Chris Clark gets in there, and this is what he told. This is what the guy who worked as a trustee told me. He said, Chris Clark, when he first walked in, let me do this. As soon as Clark got elected, there were, you know how it is in government that there's a transitional period, kind of like handing over, it's like a handover of the seat. He said there was no basic handover. He basically, when the night Chris Clark won the election, Kellogg left immediately. No transition or anything. He left immediately. And so Clark came in to the office the first day he was elected. And he said he walked into the records room and it was just a total mess. Files on the floor. They couldn't find, you know how like in a proper records room, you know, things that are in alphabetical order or certain timelines. He said it was just paper was just all over the place.
Wow.
So that's what he had to walk into. Now they're currently, I guess the trustees there are currently having a revolt with him. And apparently there's a lack of, you know, there's some sort of, you know, miscommunication, mistrust going on between the trustees over there and him, even though there are some people who are telling me, now I don't know if this is true or not, some people who are telling me he's still trying to straighten up what Kellogg is doing. However, some of the trustees that were there or that are there now were under the Kellogg administration. I'm not sure, but that's the secondhand information I'm getting in there. So we see that going on in Harvey. It may not be as bad in Dolton, but there's going to be an uphill climb in Dolton once Tiffany is gone. And this is not to, you know, because many people will express, well, she's the devil that you know, and no. The longer she stays in office, the more she puts that city in the hole. Yeah. And so you have to get rid of her, but the thing is that you're gonna have to dig out of that hole. You're gonna have to get out of that hole. The hole's already dug. You're gonna have to get out of that hole. And that's going to be a process. You're gonna have to have a mayorship and a board that is together on this. And apparently, I do trust the board that they have now to come in and do what they need to do. The people are gonna have to get behind them.
Yes.
Despite the fact that they might have to make they might have to make some calls of help to the people, even though it may not be looks favorable, but also too, they have to make some deals with the businesses that, you know, Tiffany had to kick out, because a lot of them have lawsuits against her. And so hopefully they could come to some, you know, agreement to say, hey, you dropped this lawsuit, we could bring your business back, bring your license back. You know, hopefully they could contribute to, you know, whatever deficit that the township has had, and bring the name of Dolton back, because a lot of businesses are not really looking to open up, because this woman is literally, you know, shaking down a lot of the businesses for thousands of dollars to contribute to her campaign. And if you don't do it, she's gonna, you know, she's gonna hold your license, your business license, whatever construction you want to do, whatever liquor license you want, because she holds the key to all of that. But unfortunately, with the township, whoever comes into the township, it will be a huge disappointment if the new person has to deal with this board.
Yeah. It's about to be, it's an uphill battle for sure. It's not going to be fixed overnight.
No, it's not. And that is the sad part about it. And I think that is the part that we have to understand. And like I said, this is a system that, you know, that was put in place. And it all boils down to history. Obviously, you know the history of Dolton. You know that there's been mayors like her who wasn't as flamboyant, but you know there were mayors like her. The mayor that just, you know, that had left was like her. You know, he wasn't showing his hand like she is, but
right.
There was nothing. Yeah, it was, as far as the personalities, there was really no difference between Riley Rogers and Tiffany. And I would like to blame him and some of the other mayors who came in, before her, who basically laid out that blueprint of how they think Dolton should run. And like I was saying earlier, Frank laid out the situation for her to come in because of the vacuum that he created. Now, if you had a board when Frank died that was able to take up the mantle of leadership, like say the Dolton trustees do, Tiffany would have never had a chance. She would have never had a chance to be seated as the supervisor.
Mm-hmm. You're right. The thing about Tiffany being seated as a supervisor, I wanted to know, was it just a first and a second that was needed? Because I was trying to recall when Chris said he nominated it, how many votes did they need? 3 out of the 4? Or was it just a first and a second? Because I was noticing that from
it was 3.
3.
It was 3. So
okay.
So when he nominated her, it was second by I can't remember who it was. And then Gonzalez, I think it was Washington, Joyce Washington, and it was Darlene gave her her third vote.
Wow. And I read somewhere, actually, it's like it's Googleable that Joyce Washington actually was supposed to be Frank's pick, right? I don't know. I heard that. I read it, actually. I didn't hear it. That it was not sealed down, it wasn't written down, but that he would have liked her to take the next step. And I wonder why she didn't.
Well, she was I know she was the senior trustee.
Okay.
She's had issues with the other trustees, which probably why. And I believe she was nominated, but she didn't get the required 3 votes. So yeah, it was a whole mess with that whole situation. I mean, you can find it on YouTube the night that Tiffany was appointed the supervisor. That's on YouTube. Many content creators have used that video. So I would suggest people watch that and see what actually happened on how she became the township supervisor.
Yeah.
Instead of coming in, like Tio, misinforming us that we elected her. We didn't elect her. And for some reason, the trustees didn't want it to go to a special election, which the people could have voted.
Yeah.
The people could have voted, and she probably wouldn't have had a chance.
And they said they didn't want to have that, but now I understand, because it was so funny at the end of the meeting. I think one of the township constituents, they were like, "Look, this is getting out of hand. I vote to close the meeting." And then someone had to say, so I can understand the town. It was midnight already. So but they should have let the town select. They should have.
But the problem is that the candidate that would have came in there was not in that particular club that they had. They wanted somebody like Frank to run the township and just protect them. And this is why they are not saying anything, because as long as she's out there talking, everybody's going to point to her. But me, I also include the trustees as well.
Yeah.
This is your fault that she's here.
Yeah.
She should not just be the target. You all should be the target.
Yeah. I agree. And then because I've been long-winded, before I let you go, I want to go over the auditors thing. Okay, so a lot of people have comments about the auditor situation. I was getting ate up in Shay's late night crew. He played the video of me meeting Long Island again. I don't know him personally. I was hoping actually to see Tyrant Terminator come out again, because I don't know him personally either. I just feel like he slides under the radar, and they don't even know who he is. That's how he was able to walk in the township and walk around so long, just because I hate to say it, but because he was black.
and that's the reality of it.
Yeah, they didn't even look up. He walked right past security. When Long Island got there, I got a little bit of the footage where they started like trying to. He wanted them, in my opinion, to try it, and they did not. But I think the thing is, he's there for audits. I'm just now learning that. Like, I'm like, okay, I don't think he's there to a lot of people are like, well, what is he going to give back to Dalton or to the township? I think he just travels and that's his content and what he does. I don't think now Shay is part of trying to build up. He's doing content and I think he sort of fell in love with us as the citizens of Dalton, if you will. Like, man, these are real people. This is not just content. Not saying Long Island Audit thinks that, but his audience is totally different. So I'm sort of happy that Tommy G, I think that Long Island Audit and Tyrant Terminator, they get a lot of slack, but it's really, they're only out here because of Tommy G, in my opinion. When Tommy G's civil rights were violated, that's when we started seeing these auditors pop up. Like, try it with me. Tell me to give that ID, because Tommy gave his ID up. Spencer Cornelia, he ran out of town. They ran him right out of town. So it was now the amendment auditors. It's actually Lacey and Tiffany fault. Everybody's coming out, in my opinion. So, but I think they're making us realize our rights. That's how I see it. Now, I do see the part about I know, like, the girl crying. I wasn't with that. I was like, girl, go sit down. Just, I don't know. I know she could have been genuine, but she didn't seem very genuine. She's like, it's scary. Like, just go sit down. But I do see them they feel like they're getting harassed. But really, you need to get your customer service in check and know the First Amendment rights. You know what I mean? It's just what it is. Now that I'm coming, what do you think about that? Because I don't think they should, people are like, well, he's just here for clout. Well, I think he's kind of shedding light on what we're going through, in my opinion.
Yeah, and see, that's the thing about it. I think with her, the woman who worked for I think she worked in senior services, and her being afraid. So that was not the venue to do that. Because, for me, it was if because she does have a valid concern about these strange people that's coming in. However, a lot of this atmosphere, and I think you touched upon it, is because of Tiffany and her actions. This is why these people from out of town are coming in and doing this. And so the blame has to be on her. The blame has to be on Tiffany, because she created this atmosphere. But she couldn't say that. She could not say that. My thing is this. It should have been, I'm an employee here, and so we just ask people to just give us a little grace, because we're working with a lot. And I would have, you know what, I would have been 100% with her. Like, yeah, you're right, because this is not your fault. You're just trying to get a check. Now, I even though it was funny, I was kind of like, that woman should have said that when somebody would say, just quit. Like, no, don't tell her that. That's not right, because I mean, like, people just can't quit jobs, and you know what the job market is like right now. You just can't get up and get another job in a week or so.
Yeah.
But yes, that wasn't the venue to kind of say your frustration, or vent your frustration out. That should have been, it should have been more, I guess it should have been more tactical than anything.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you wanted to say something, just keep it short, and just implore to the public that, hey, I wasn't put in this situation, but I still got to do a job. So if you guys could just take it easy on us, we can help you out. And yeah, that would have been perfect. That would have been perfect.
Yeah.
That would have been perfect. She would have got a lot of sympathy on that if she would have just kept it short.
Yeah. I agree. It was like, okay, but once again, she was like, it's just like if I was flipping burgers at McDonald's.
Yeah, when she started getting all of that and talking about I'm not political, and then started pointing to Long Island Audits, which was the wrong move. I would have been like, yeah, she didn't do all that extra stuff. She would have been fine. But because she did all that, it was like, oh man. So now and I still had a heart for her. But
Yeah.
at the same time, I was kind of like, oh man, you just messed up. You
Yeah.
just messed up. Like,
Yeah.
golly.
Because it seems like nobody up there realized that the taxpayers pay for their everything. Everything, even the printer paper, it would have been cool to have to print out the agenda totally all the way, or what's going on, the budget. Taxpayers pay for that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
Thank
well
you.
I'm gonna get off.
I appreciate you.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you so much. Have a good one.
All right.
Okay, that is Gardis Watts. He called in, and we're gonna go. In case you missed what he had to say, I want to go over to Late Night Crew. Late Night Crew had a great view, and he was able to catch it in a moment. Let's see if I got it here.
Greetings, moderator, Madam Supervisor, trustees, administrators, and residents. Once again, this administration seems not to care about the dissatisfaction the people of this township have against the supervisor and her staunch opponents. You would have thought that voting down the health referendum for a second time would have made the message clear to this administration. But yet the supervisor has made it clear in her own mind for the last meeting that we are the ones that are wrong. We have been called brainwashed, hoodwinked, and led astray. And she was bold enough to talk to residents that live and vote here as if they were subjects under her rule.
Come on now.
Yes. Come on, Supervisor. We are not brainwashed. We are fed up. Nobody said that we didn't think mental health was important. We just don't trust you to fix it.
Thank you.
Now, the last township we talked about, this township still has a mental health concern. I just asked about the budget and I didn't get a clear answer. Can you provide the name of the person who leads this program?
No.
Next question. Are they qualified to be mental health service providers?
It's questions and comments. We'll clear it up. Questions and comments. This is not Q&A. Your original agenda said questions and comments.
Okay, all right. Never mind. If you would not like to answer, I understand, because you don't want to answer to anybody. Because you feel like you don't report to nobody when it concerns your decisions.
Share this stream and tag Dolton, bro.
And even though you have trustees and administrators who support your obnoxious actions, and trust me, their day is coming. We will not support your intentional clergy trying to destroy Dolton. We will not support your efforts to subvert democracy in that district. And we will not support your scandalous conduct as the mayor of Dolton that uses police as a you are all.
We did like badgering the workers. Like I'm actually scared to come to work. Quit. You want me to quit, but you also want me to work for the community that I'm in. I don't have a.
Can y'all see me? Put the one in the chat.
I live here. Okay, I'm just gonna ignore. Okay, you out of order. Go ahead. I just want to say we have nothing to do with the campaign. All we do, all workers do, is come here to help you guys. We don't have a vote on. We don't really care. When we come to work, my first priority is I even said when I was trying to.
This is public comment.
I don't care about what's going on. I barely watch the news. All I want to do is work for my community. I volunteered a lot in Chicago, and I came here to.
Sorry, guys. I had to run out the room. Yes, let me tell you this. That shout out to Gardis Watts. Thank you for sharing that. Thank you for thinking about all those that lives were lost in Dolton. The mayor had no kind of response. She did not care. I I don't know who's advising her to look like that, but thankful people like you were able to stand up and ask these questions on the record, so that when this is reviewed at the next annual town hall meeting, possibly, it's going to be for 2025. It'll be for people to see that and question it time and time to come, even though it'll be a new supervisor then. Okay, let me go to Chavez. The sad thing is when super inmate gets tossed out of the office and into Club Fed, she will scream. It's an attack on her being a single Black mom. Shaking my head. Yeah, but I hope she's able. Like, it should be like, you guys ever watched that show Black Mirror? It was this show called Black Mirror on Netflix, and it was like this thing where people could they would loop their lives. Their lives will be loop things they did in the past, and they had this little chip built into them where they could some other people could see, like, even if you were a smiling face, they could look and replay your past. I wonder if she would, if it would be so cool if they would loop her faces and the way she makes these faces at the people. Like, either be calm and stone face and not react, but then don't react so smug. You know what I'm saying? So you guys, I've been on here. I've been long-winded. Let me get to Jedediah Brown. I've been long-winded, guys. And I really appreciate Gardis for coming in. And did I say his name wrong again? I'm so sorry. Jardis for coming in. And no, I said it. Gardis for coming in. I'm so sorry, Mr. White. And it's not a difficult name. I don't know why I'm messing up this G. Thank you for coming over here and letting us know that last part of the speech when you said you were an employee without the record was for Michael Smith. Oh, that was some good information right there. Okay, guys, forgive me for being a little less organized today. I'm sorry, my work had taken a toll. Jedediah gave her the business. First of all, Jedediah Brown got $3,500 to come to Dolton. Let's go on over to Jedediah Brown. He earned every bit of that $3,500 when he came. If whoever raised that $3,500 for Jedediah Brown to come to Dolton, go ahead, trustees, find another. The trustees didn't raise it allegedly. I'm not saying that. But can we find another $1,500 out of Lori Lightfoot money for Jedediah Brown? Before we close this meeting, hit the like button. I appreciate everybody. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for engaging in the chat. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for telling me your valuable opinions, because over here we all have an opinion and they're all respected. Okay. I want to hear from you for sure. Just so you know, the link is up there. If you have something to say, if it's respectful, we're here for you. But let's go ahead and share this screen over here. Because let me tell you, they've been getting in the Lansing Journal buns. Okay. So the Lansing Journal, they were there taping the whole time, but they haven't it's been what, 3 days, 4 days? And I mentioned that. I said, I don't think they're going to be able to edit this. Like, shout out to Shay from Late Night Crew. He had to catch a flight that night or that morning, I'm not sure. But the thing about Shay, he actually was giving us the content live, got on the plane, and by the time he got home, he gave us a decompressed episode, a review of the whole thing. Lansing Journal ain't gave us nothing. Not to compare the two, but Lansing Journal, they had to decompress because old girl, I'm talking about old girl, somebody from the Lansing Journal, let me go to it. Thornton Township. Is it gone? It was in the top post this week. Hold on, guys. We might have to get back to it, but basically, I might have to get back to it. The lady from the Lansing Journal, Mr. I don't pray for me no more. He was blocking her. He was blocking her the whole time. Let me find the article, guys. Let's see. This guy right here.
More, you prayed us in on unity. You prayed us in, and it came with the most divisive speech I heard in my life. Don't pray for me no more.
it should be a level of this. Okay, it should be a level of disgust for the way. Hold on, guys. I think it's gone. The Lancet Journal restricted media access. I had the link. Wait a minute, guys. Let's see if I can, let me copy and paste. Because this is the thing. The woman wrote a whole essay. Okay, here it is. She wrote a whole essay on what happened to her, rightfully so, right? But they still hadn't put up what happened at the Thornton Township. So people who are waiting on the Lancet Journal content about the township and key points, they haven't gotten it yet. So they're coming for the Lancet Journal head. Let's read this really quick. These people, I understand they have a job to do, but Brother Moore, you're doing too much. You're doing too much. So this is from the Lancet Journal. Melanie, this is the part we heard Stephanie scream out, "Hey, security!" No, it's back. Security. Stephanie was like, "Hey, security, we need you. This man just hit this woman," but we couldn't see anything. So here we go. Let's read it, y'all. So this is the reporter note from Melanie Joxma. I am telling this story first person because it's an account of what happened to me at Thornton Township annual meeting on April 9th. This is not an editorial column or opinion piece. However, my intention is to simply report the facts as I saw them. Okay, as I descended the staircase into the lower level of the Thornton Township headquarters at 333 East 162nd Street in South Holland, I could see an arrangement of stanchions at the back of the rooms. They were linked by retractable vinyl belts, and the area was marked with a sign saying media. A cameraman from one of the Chicago broadcast stations had set up his gear there, and others arrived later. Okay, Lancet Journal, you in these ads, you almost as bad as me. How do I close this? How do I close this? Good Lord. They said they about to get their coin. Let me tell you, Lancet Journal has not seen this kind of action. I can't even move. I can't. What is this? What is this? Oh my goodness. Y'all, okay, wait a minute, Lancet Journal. Hold on, y'all. These ads are, y'all, hold on. I know we're supposed to be talking about one thing. Do y'all see these ads? Do y'all see the Lancet Journal ads? They have never been this. Look at this. They have never been this deep. And I saw Melanie leaving actually. Y'all, I'm sorry. Let me look at your comments because I was. Have you guys seen the? Look at these ads. Lancet Journal, come on now. I know you trying to get the coin because Lancet Journal hasn't had this many hits ever, probably since President Carter came to Thornridge. And look at this. This is ridiculous. I can't even click around this. Y'all, let me go to my iPad. Now, Lancet Journal, now come on now. As a content creator, I am with you. But come on now. Now come on. You're gonna have to make a banner for the ads or something. This is ridiculous. My good googly moogly. This is sad. So when you got, and I'm sorry, no shade, because Lancet Journal gave us some of the hottest stuff we're using to this day. I really love them. But you guys, this is a hot story. You can't blame Burgundy. You can't blame auditors. You can't blame Facebookers. You can't blame Jedediah Brown. You can't blame the Lancet Journal. You said that's my cat. Baby, let's just go to Jedediah Brown. Okay, I'm gonna give you the synopsis because I can't even. Y'all gotta ask Melanie. I can't even close the ads. So, wait, can y'all see this if I'm scrolling? Let me see if y'all can see this. Yeah, okay. But do you see like when yeah, y'all see it. I'm looking on my other thing. I can't another one. Do anybody want to go to the Titanic Chicago? Have you been to the Titanic Chicago exhibit? That's a good thing to ask her for. Y'all, I give up. Melanie, sorry that happened to you, girl. So basically, what happened was, I'm a break it down because I can't get around the ads. So basically, what had happened was Melanie was sitting there. She had freedom of press. She told Brother Moore told her to go to the back. She said, "I'm not going to the media department." And he tried to block her again. She tried to move her camera. She pulled his hand down because he was in her way, intentionally blocking her. And then the phone got knocked out of his hand. Now, Melanie, if it's something else that happened, girl, you're going to have to call up here. The link is in the description because it's too many ads for me to even find out. I'm scared. I am confused. I can't even, the stolen cat. I can't even get around it. I can get around this one. How do I get around this dang on motorcycle? All right, Melanie, thank you for your input. Moving on to Jedediah Brown. This is ridiculous. Thank you, Tanya Harper. Thank you so much for the $9.99 super sticker. Oh my goodness. Thank you, John QQ. And you guys, John QQ had a great breakdown on Dolton. It was his initial video. And it was really, 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 really good. It was really, really good. He started from the top. So if you need to catch up, and then he's going into the Alexis Wilson case and things. If you need to catch up on Dolton, it was good. I was at work listening. Oh my goodness, I get it. I can't even Tony, thank you. I was in the same front row as him. Oh, we got Black Crypto calling in. Let's get him, and then we'll go to or them, because I don't know. Then we'll go to Jedediah Brown. I was in the same front row as him, and he had been fussing at her, using her camera for a while before that happened. It was like a middle-aged white lady. He did that too. I saw her. On there, but child, we actually saw her go to her car afterwards, and I figured that's who it was. But Lancet Journal, this is too much action. They haven't even had time to download and edit. And when was the meeting? The 9th. Today is the 12th. That is a long time to put anything up about the meeting. Okay, bringing up Black Crypto to the stage. Black Crypto, how are you?
How you doing? Am I on?
Yeah, you're on. You're live.
Hey, thank you for bringing me up. Appreciate your channel. I came to you from Long Island Audit. From your first time he linked up with you, and that's how I got on. So listen, I've been following this thing for a very long time, and I caught wind of this from Pink Book Lessons. I don't know if anybody else knows. She keeps up with what's going on here, and other foolery around the country like this. But I don't have much of anything to say other than when Jedediah Brown finished cooking her, I noticed because I kept watching her reactions. Yo, she caught feelings for that brother. The way she was looking at him.
Mm-hmm.
When you play Jedediah Brown, y'all pay attention to her reaction after he finished. Yo, I know that look. She was like, I'm telling you, I know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking. She caught a little bit of feel. He cooked me, but damn, you know what I'm saying? Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Jedediah, I tell you, he can talk a bald woman into a barrette. I said Jedediah got the gift. It's something about him. He's charming. He is. I like Jedediah, but yeah.
He was with her. I don't know. I really wasn't catching. He said he was with her during her campaign or something. And there's a lot of moving parts to this with Thorn Township and Dolton. Because a lot of people, when he was like Frank Brown, I said, oh, he must be talking about the prior mayor. Because I listened to a lot of the other auditors and like just slowly but surely putting the pieces together. But yo, the other brother, I didn't know that was him you was talking to, that was talking about the when he hit her with scripture. And I said, that's out of Proverbs, I believe. And I said, he always talking about, God, God, God. But I noticed, I said, you know what I noticed? She ain't never, anybody that reads the Bible, that's truly with God, they're gonna give you some scripture. They always gonna give you some kind of scripture. She has never once said anything. That woman ain't for God. She ain't with God. She couldn't be with God. It's just like he said, when the righteous are in power, when the righteous are in power, the people rejoice. But when the wicked, I don't know that whole scripture. When the wicked are in power, the people they're not doing well. And this is a classic. This is a prime example of that. Prime example of that. But I just wanted y'all to pay attention after he finished cooking her. Look at that. She was ignoring a lot of people. That was shocking to me, that she had to sit there and take that. But I said, it's not Dolton. She ain't running the show. It's too many hands there, and she had to be there. That's a once in a year meeting for Thornton Township. She had to be there. She had to take that. You see how she was disregarding Long Island order. He was bringing receipts to her. I know a lot of people are saying, oh, he's just there for clout. No, he goes around if you go to his channel, some of you guys, when you got time, he actually goes, he'll get arrested the whole 9 yards, but he'll go back and sue them, and he'll bring you updates of those receipts.
Now that's a good question, Black Crypto, because that's everyone's problem. It seems like a little bit, not everyone's, but I love our community because we talk about it. So I was listening to some comments, and they were like, okay, if he comes back and sue Dolton, I just learned about Long Island audit. I got a lot of slack when I rolled up on him that first time. People thought it was a setup, but Dolton's so small. If I see a 6 foot tall guy with sunglasses, and he, it's 95% black, so I'm looking like, what you doing here? Let me turn around and spin the block.
I didn't know he was 6 foot.
He's taller than 6 foot. I don't know if you saw me in the last video. I'm looking up at him because he's probably 6'5". He's probably 6'5". He's super tall.
Wow. And that's why they was pointing at him.
Oh, when he come in, he's really soft stepping. He's respectful. He's quiet.
He's not an aggressive person, and that's what gets under.
Yeah, he's really soft. Like, I didn't even know when my girlfriend had to point out that he's here, and she got frustrated with me because I didn't understand what she was like, I'm trying to tell you, log out. And I was like, huh? But he was walking so soft, even though he's tall. He's about 6'4", 6'5". But you don't notice him when he entered the room, but because it's mostly black, we notice, right? So when I rolled up on him that first time, people thought it was a setup. People thought it was like we had planned that. I didn't know him. So this is quite interesting to see that he went to the podium to speak because his audience asked for him to speak, and Mayor Henyard looked down. Wait, did I lose Black Crypto? Did I lose him? Oh, I'm talking to myself, y'all. Black Crypto, thank you. Thank you so much. I lost him. I don't know what's going on. I think people's phones are dropping. Okay. If you come on back, because it's in the description. I'm talking to myself, y'all. Thank you so much, Black Crypto. Come back if you can. So I want to play the part about Jedediah. But yeah, back to Long Island. He's very soft-spoken, in my opinion, and he walks really quietly. But when they saw him and he's walking around with the camera, that's a threat. That's a threat. And I don't know how he does it. Hey, Miss Indiz. Wait, no, it wasn't. We're going to say Tiffany cut the mic off. No, it wasn't. It was that DJ. That That DJ, they slid him a 20. He did what he had to do. Good morning, Bird. Shout out to Valerie Fisher. I fixed all the issues. What was the issue, Shay? Shout out to Real Late Night Crew. Please follow Shay. You know we support him over here. What's going on? And Shay, I got the link at the top if you want to call in, because they was eating me up in the comments over there in your section. You know how the people get to eating me up in your comments and get to eat you up in my like we're Siamese, like we're conjoined at the hip or something. Henry is mainly on the people's radar. She would crumble under pressure. She would let me tell you something. I saw in Shay Della Creme Della. I saw in Shay's chat that she mentioned. I haven't even finished because Shay, I've been working. It's not that I'm ignoring your chat. I have been working. I saw her put that I had a crush on Long Island. Long Island, and he's handsome. This Long Island artist, he's handsome. He is handsome. Let me go back to, let me see if I got a picture of Long Island audit. That's Long Island audit right here. He is a handsome guy. Really nice person. From what I only met him at 3 times, and I was over in Shay chat and they were like, he don't even know her. She's such a fan. She's such a groupie. I'm like, he's nice, he's respectful, he's bringing awareness to the community in my opinion. Shout out to Sean Reyes, and thank you so much. Like, I'm going to always give all of you guys that, like, thank you, Shay, for giving me over the threshold. Thank you for Hannibal for shouting me out. It's so many of you. Della Creme Della, thank you for the cash. I'm always cash up. Thank you. Y'all worried about me talking about I'm crushing on Sean. What you need to be worried about is me and Jedediah. That Jedediah Brown, I told you he'll talk a bald woman into a barrette. He'll sell a fish some water. Jedediah Brown, when he got up there, that's who you need to worry about. Burgundy, why all of a sudden you endorse a Jedediah Brown? Don't worry about it. He is just, I've told y'all since the beginning, he is very handsome, very charming. My problem with Jedediah Brown is he'll go out and do a task and won't complete it, or do a task and it comes with controversy. And I did have time to talk to him about it briefly. Like, if you finish this task, I'm gonna put Lori. I know this sounds weird, but you know how people are like Lori Lightfoot. You know how people are like Lori Lightfoot is bad because she was a bad mayor, but she's a good prosecutor. I think we could put Jedediah in that too. Jedediah is controversial. He come with some mess. He's messy, but he bring crowd out. He knows how to speak. He gets the public riled up. It's like a catch-22. So it's like we have to say, oh, yeah, Lori Lightfoot really wasn't feeling her as a mayor. But yeah, we're going to let her investigate Dolton. Jedediah Brown. Sorry, guys, getting the hiccups. Jedediah Brown. We remember that Kanika Jenkins situation, and it wasn't right. He was right there, left with Andrew Holmes, dead in the center. But he do get the people moving. That little dude, Jedediah, I don't know what kind of voice box or throat box he had. Jedediah is a small guy. He has just this voice. And I remember what Black Crypto was saying. He felt like Tiffany was attracted to him. I feel like he was like, you're cute. Yeah, you cute. You're pretty. And y'all, when he said you drinking your nice water, haven't we been talking about she always got to have Fiji water all the time? All the time. She got to have Fiji water. Like, I bet you in her office is all green M&Ms. Like she's like the Mariah Carey of mayorship. Like, pick out. I only want the pink Starburst and the green M&Ms. She's like, J-Lo, don't look me in the eye. Let me get to these comments, you guys. Let me tell you, y'all talking about Long Island, and Long Island is handsome in his own right. He's handsome in his own right. Thank you, Long Island. Thank you, Sean Reyes. But y'all need to be worried about that Jedediah Brown and Burgundy Blue. Jedediah look like he smell good, don't he? He look like he smell good. And he look you in the eye when he talk to you. Like, people be talking about what they worry about, who he sleep with in his bedroom. Long as the monkey is in the cage. Long as the monkey. Jedediah Brown is something else. He's something, and that's it. I'm gonna be all seriousness. Jedediah Brown would be a good community leader. He would be a good advocate, and this is Burgundy Blue telling you her opinion. If he would follow through. He can't get mad at people asking him where the money is going because they've seen what happened. He can't get mad because the past is the past. If he followed through with the citizens of Dolton and lead what he's trying to do, it's going to be a different story. Like, it be certain things like the cop situation. If the pictures of the, let's say the I'm just throwing it out there. If he got a restraining order from the police officer, okay. I think the restraining order was more because he's trying to talk about the sexual escapades than the unethical behavior. What my girl Trina Down said, unethical and corrupt behavior. So that's when the messiness get in. But are you doing the messiness because it keeps an audience? Because yesterday, y'all, I was on Facebook all night trying to figure out what Jedediah was doing in between work. So I don't know. So the bottom line with Jedediah Brown, like I said in the beginning, and I stand on it, I said Jason House. Jason House, don't you go over there giving Jedediah Brown no information. And that's what I'm saying. Don't you go over there. Don't you go over there giving no information to Jedediah Brown. No.
More, you prayed us in on unity. You prayed us in and came with the most divisive speech I heard in my life. Don't pray for me no more.
Don't you do it if you know what's good for you. And that's just because I feel in my situation. And look, Jedediah, I don't want one of them manila envelopes. I don't want one of them files you got over there. But it just gets messy. You know what I mean? It gets messy. Oh, we got Shay calling in. Before we get to Jedediah, let's bring out Shay from Late Night Crew. All right, Shay, you here? Hey. Shay, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. What's up, Shay? What's the merch today? What you got on? It's a municipality out yet?
I'm just lounging, just the lounge shit. Hold on, let me put you over here so I can not look over there.
Okay.
Yeah, just my lounge stuff.
Nice.
Shout out to the chat.
Yes, follow Late Night Crew, you guys. We need that municipality. I wasn't expecting that shirt.
Today is municipality day.
Y'all,
today is municipality day.
Late Night Crew. Late Night Crew. Hey, everybody say, hey, Shay. Hey, Shay.
Hey, I want to say this to you. I want to say this to your face, right?
Well, yeah, I would come on. I got a bonnet on. I would come on.
Yeah, don't turn that camera on if you got a bonnet on.
Do
not turn that camera on if you have a bonnet on.
It got rhinestones on it, but it's still a bonnet.
Is that motherfucker gonna be on the warrant list?
Yep.
I knew it. Here's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say it to you because I've said it out loud. I, Deshae Hall Sr., personally think you wrong. You are the most in-depth, you and Dell are probably the most in-depth reporters of this Dolton situation on the planet, not just in wherever y'all at, on the planet. and you gave very exclusive coverage, and your coverage was better than most when that was happening. So I just didn't like you doing all of that hard ass work and then you giving all of your credit to somebody else. That didn't mean that I had, I don't want you to think that I'm like, man, he don't even like people showing love to nobody. No, that's not what that was. But I just felt like you weren't showing nearly enough love to yourself and how much work you put into the content you do.
Oh, thank you so much. Oh, I get it. I was just to be clear. When I did, my phone was dead. My girl can vouch for me. We were in the spot, and she might not vouch for me. I'm not saying like that. We were in the spot, and then I refreshed my stuff just to see what's going on. By the time Long Island did say what he said, not to say that I'm not giving you credit, me credit, or anything like that. When he said, "Hey guys, go over there," by the time my phone charged, I had over 1,000 people had subbed that fast. So I wanted to just give him his just due for that. I think I'm doing good, but
he said your name wrong.
He said he called me Blueberry. He called Jason House Andrew.
Exactly.
I'll take Blueberry. Let me tell you, but Andrew Holmes, as long as he didn't call me Andrew Holmes, I was okay. But it's not like this is what I want. It's not like me and you, I have a personal relationship with you, in my opinion. So it's me and Long Island Audit. It's just he saw me drive up that day. He saw me the other day at the Dolton, and then he saw me, if you notice, when I turned the corner, he was like, "Shout out your channel." He saw us again. So he's just seeing me, but we don't talk any other time.
Y'all should. That's just my opinion. You ain't gotta say nothing to that. That's just my opinion.
You think so? Because I feel like he's an auditor and he's going state to state to state.
Okay, so this is what I mean, like with what you
calling
do.
me Blueberry and it's
but let me tell you, this is exactly what you do and what I'll be talking about. The only reason he was good was because you came and told everybody he was there and that he was there to help.
What do you mean?
Remember the first time he came and it was closed and you pulled up on him?
Oh no, they put him out. They put him out. It wasn't closed yet. It got closed because the auditors were coming, which I have a question about that too. What happened to the people that were sitting in Tiffany Henyard's desk? Did they release that video yet?
Nah, apparently they was on Clout Time.
Because I'm like, if they were sitting at the desk, because I personally feel like Long Island Audit didn't really cause the shutdown, but I'm waiting to judge before I see their video, because I feel like them coming and sitting, I wasn't saying it was racist, but you coming to sit in the mayor's seat with her gavel, that's not right, in my opinion.
Well, especially if that's all you were doing. Like, because this is what I be on. I joke really hard and to the fullest, but there's something behind it too. You kind of see what I'm saying?
Yeah, because
so it's like if you're gonna joke like that, then you got to kind of have some work that match. Where it's like you can't, it would look weird if I was going this hard on Tiffany, but wouldn't come to Dolton, wouldn't speak to anybody else and stuff like that.
I feel like you saw Dolton heart, and that's what made you saw we were real people. You didn't see us as like I did at first. That's the only reason I came on. I started to see people post the number one reason I came on to do this story. I saw a content creator I really respected, and I still respect. They posted that, what is it called, that Tiffany Henyard Cares? What's that called when you sign, you're the registered owner, the registered. Yes. They posted it, and I saw all the addresses. I knew every address, and I knew who lived at the address, and I knew that they were just, you ever had, I'm gonna use my mama address to get.
Yep.
I knew that they lived nowhere near that address, and it was posted with the address. I knew it was a 98-year-old person living in that address with a home a caretaker. You know what I mean? They didn't even live there. And I said, I have to say something, because to me, I know the addresses. It'll be like, I know this is apples to oranges, but somebody posted Wendy Williams building and they got all the addresses in the building. I wouldn't know what that was. But by me living in Dolton, I knew all that they didn't even live in those houses. and you're giving out house addresses. That's what made me get up there and say something. So you saw us as real people at the end of the day, and I appreciate it. And I just have to say that, like, I think that, for instance, I saw you on O'Shea Duke Jackson video. Congratulations. I love that you got the best coverage of the night. The best coverage of the night. I feel like if he covered you, shouted you out, would you give him any kind of, would you say shout out to O'Shea too? And did your followers grow from like 100 to 200?
Not in that scenario, no.
Mm.
The reason why is like he wasn't the only person that shouted you out. And other people shouted you out for longer too.
Really? Okay, so I didn't see that. I'll listen.
I'll give you an example.
Mm-hmm.
Just Late Night Crew. We had over 3,000 people the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
The whole time. And we were there the whole time.
You sure were.
The whole time. So I'll just put it that way. I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. And I shout out Late Night Crew repeatedly. Like I said, I could never repay you, but my plan is to make sure you understand. You are appreciated.
You got me saying that to everybody now. I said that to Car the other day.
I love Car.
I said you got me saying it to everybody now.
Yeah.
Look, can I borrow your ear for just like 2 seconds to say something?
Please.
I promise it's important.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I want to talk to people about my chat. Number one thing, if somebody don't have a blue wrench, man, talking to me about it is almost pointless. I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna hold you. I ain't gonna lie to you. I have 2 different tiers of wrenches. I got like people like Burgundy Blue and other content creators and maybe celebrities, if you will, or people close to the situation. I'll give them wrenches just to stay out of the way, to keep them from the ruckus. Pretty much all the other wrenches, I know these people personally. These are my people. These are my real people. Now, a lot of y'all don't know, I got probably about 1,000 YouTube videos hidden, live streams. I'm talking, you wouldn't believe how many views I have hidden. And we were reporting on this show called Big Brother on CBS. And we were literally the best in the world at it. And the level of harassment that we received from the way that I deliver my style and stuff, you would not believe. So a lot of people kind of have battered wife syndrome, for lack of better words, where it's just kind of like everybody's just kind of sitting waiting for a fist to come, and the fist hasn't come at all, and everybody's been amazing to us. So when we have newer people, like a lot of people, and I've been trying to explain to my people, like, yo, heavy out in the streets there. So there are a lot of people in Dolton that truly just don't know YouTube protocol and all these different types of things, and people are accidentally getting bounced and whatnot for mundane stuff. Me, on my channel, there's really only one rule. As long as you're not disrespectful to me or anybody in the chat, man, it's not going to be no issue. But the disrespectful stuff, I may say something, I may not, but the result pretty much going to be the same. You up out of there. So I wanted to say that whoever this Clark person is, I don't know that person, and I don't care. I know Clark has a problem with the N-word, but keeps coming to my chat and to everybody else's chat to know that I say the N-word, even though if he went to Dolton, he would learn how much the N-word may or may not be used. So I don't worry about stuff like that. And I know a lot of people have been concerned and whatnot. Like, mods, if y'all see any type of disrespect to Burgundy, we not entertaining it. That's just the end of it.
Oh, same here. You know what? Speaking of, I don't even want to put the spotlight on Clark. I think that sometimes the mods time out people, and then they get frustrated with us, and we're talking, so they don't know we did not see that. Exactly. We don't know what's going on until after the live or something like that. Now, if you listen to Shay at night, I had, like you have Clark, I had RR. So if you listen to Shay at night, he has a different kind of language than Burgundy does in the daytime. Now, but I think me and Shay are 2 different age brackets too. So I don't really.
No, we not. How old do you think I am?
Like 32, something like that. Are you like 30?
Nigga, Shay won today, nigga.
Yeah. I'm like, I thought you were in your 30s or
I'm getting ready to turn 42.
Really? Okay. See, this is totally different. Like you heard Dr. Nikita said that Tiffany said, you know, be you this, you that. I come from a different, like, me and my friends don't call each other bees. You know what I mean? So I can in a negative way or like, B, you did that, B, you going over there. We ain't doing that. We're not doing nothing like that. Okay. That's we might fight.
Not even when y'all wearing bonnets?
See, bonnets is different. Bonnets are altered. Now, if you leave the house with the bonnet, you're able to say what you want. but no, it's like a different kind of. But then sometimes you'll see me in the chat and I'll be joking, and people will be like, well, that's Burgundy After Dark. It's a whole different ball game. Right. But I also saw, when I was asking you, I was like, it was this nice older white lady, and she was following you around. And I was like, wait a minute, she listened to your show? Like, it's totally, it depends. So if you could take away with your ears, take away what you want to, you could do that. But I want to say this. I think what makes me different and you different and everybody else coming to Dolton, it's all working because it's putting pressure. No matter if we agree, hey, this person ain't gonna put back in the Dolton. Do they have to? You know what I mean? I'm the same way when I hear people say, this is how I feel. I'm the same way when somebody say, hey, you're here in Dolton, you're doing this situation. I'm in Dolton. Everybody done left me. I was at the store last night, and I said, just like when me and you were together, and I was asking for something, and someone turned around and said, do you got a podcast? Are you Burgundy? I'm still here by myself. And then Jedediah Brown is saying, we're going to need to move. I need to relocate because people know where I am. Okay, so do y'all relocate Burgundy too?
Who am I included in that, y'all?
No, I don't mean you.
Okay, I was just making sure because I promise I didn't come there to try to make it tougher for you. I promise.
No. I'm just saying that now that he, like for instance, Jedediah, he brought out the whole situation. He got a restraining order when we were there. When they pulled him to the back, that scared me.
That scared me too. I ain't gonna hold you.
Scared because I was like, oh God. But
I was like, they about to beat him.
He showed he told us, and we're gonna get to that. He showed his personal addresses, 2 houses, and he says, now they know my address. I have to pack up both houses, and I need your help. Are y'all gonna pack up me too, or y'all just gonna pack up the people that don't even live here? So it goes all kinds
Burgundy,
of ways.
You might know who I'm talking about. If you do, then you can give me permission to say who told me this, because you probably know who told me this.
Mm-hmm.
This is literally what somebody was telling me they were worried about, was the follow through.
Yeah.
They talk about we can get what we got in the meeting, but what we gonna get after this?
Yeah.
And I can see how some people will feel like that's a play to bolt up out of there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And especially and not only bolt up out of there, but bolt up out of there with without a hard idea of when you could come back. Because just waiting for when things are safe, that there's no timetable for that.
You're right. You're right. Let me tell you, it's no timetable for that. People are going to only come out here for the salaciousness. And I'll tell y'all this. I've had recently, and if you remember my channel, that was before that. But the second time I've had my voters registration be weaponized because people started to know who I was. It was somebody in your chat, and thank God to your mod, they said my real name in your chat, and the mod caught it.
Good.
They're like, oh, I know her. You know what I mean? When you were playing my video, I was so happy. They just caught, the mod was so smart. And then let me tell you this, if you sit up there and you say, wait till it's safe, it's never safe for people like us. You're coming back and forth. You saw how the police officer blocked you because they knew who you were. So you're being blocked. So now imagine me, a registered voter, my people getting knocks on the door now. Mm-hmm. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, but you have to. But I'm trying not to be messy. I feel like I'm non-biased, but I do have an opinion. But people don't respect that. So no, it's not safe for none of us. But at the end of the day, I don't think we can blame Long Island or Tyrant Terminator or any of these auditors that's coming in, getting their content and leaving, because it was really Detective Lacey and Tiffany Henyer fault with that Tommy G video when they violated his rights. That sent the, like you called it, that
Mhm.
sent the auditors out here.
Well, yes, and I do think that. And again, I just when I give my opinion on it, I just because I'm built differently, and I know a lot of people find me quirky and all that stuff, and I get that. But like, you know, my agreement and my setup with the Lord is definitely going to be different than everybody else's. So you know, I definitely understand that. But if y'all really knew how big they checks be from just coming there for a day, that's why Tommy G was like, we got to at least set it up to at least get a minimum of 15 bands for this, because he knows the type of money was going to be clocked from that. I bro, I lost all my money, but I still get to have enough to try to supplement the operation. And even before then, you know, I was making decent money from it. So that's just be on my personal things. Like, man, can you just put a piece of it in there, because it would help? Bro, just won't you just send some pizzas to a meeting? Or it's bro, it's stuff that they could do. Even bro, they ain't gotta come and be right in here and do it. Once you get home next month, when the check come, drop something off. That's all I'm saying. And
But
now,
how we know
obviously,
they
I
don't?
don't look at nobody and be like trying to count people's pockets or nothing like that.
Yeah.
But bro, that's like me sitting here looking at an NBA. If an NBA player went into fucking Dolton and made all these videos and stuff, people would look at this NBA player weird for not making any money. Well, some of these dudes got NBA money on a small level.
But how we know they don't? What if they are not vocal about it? How we know they don't just say, you know what, hey, I just want to slide this little money over to you? How we know they haven't done that or they won't donate to Jason House campaign? Or how do we know? Well, like, we haven't gave them the time, in my opinion. And in Long Island, I'm not defending him, but when we go to Long Island, he was here for Berwyn. So since he was here for Berwyn for the deposition, he came and doubled back to Dolton because his audience asked him to. Just like my audience asked, can I do ride-alongs? Shoot, I'm scared now. So I'm like, I can't really do, because now the people know who I am. So now I'm scared to do so many, not scared like in fear, but
right.
I don't want to be out here doing so. Dolton, you saw how small Dolton is. So all I got to do is a left and a right and a turn. And I'm
right.
But it's like, how do we know? Just because you're not vocal about it, people sometimes don't want to do the presentation in front of everybody. Just like Cat Williams, what he do for what's her name, the lady that he got the star for the Hollywood Walk of Fame, or how he went, Melba Moore, he got her star paid for it, nobody said anything for years, or how he helped many people with money and gave his fur coat off his back. Some people just don't want to say it. And
okay, can I say this part? Can I just interject this one small
yeah,
part?
you can do whatever. Yeah.
Okay, no, this your show. This your show.
We appreciate it over here.
I just want to say, like, okay, so with the Cat Williams analogy, all of those people can attest that Cat Williams knows them, and Cat Williams will say he knows them. Cat Williams wouldn't think that Jason House is Andrew Holmes. So when that type of stuff is on the table, it's very hard for me to believe when you don't even know who Jason House. Who in Dolton don't know who Jason House is?
Me. I'm sorry, Jason House. I had no idea who Jason House was before he knocked on my door. Maybe and I'm not trying to, I don't need you to knock on my door, trustees, or none of y'all. Jace, let me tell you who was out there, and this is from somebody on the ground. Tiffany Hilliard. Now I'm learning now, maybe I was in her, what do you call it, like her area, maybe that's why I saw her so much. But Jason House, me and Jason House are the same age. I do not recall ever running into him in the grocery store or nowhere. And it's no shade, I'm just like, I didn't know. I knew the name Jason House running for
But I'm
trustee.
talking about right now in the last year.
Oh,
Who in
now
Dalton?
yeah, everybody know who Jason
Oh,
House is.
so
Yeah,
how he don't know? How is
because
he helping and not even knowing who everybody know? That'd be what I be on. That doesn't mean anything. That's not like a conviction or anything. That's definitely innuendo. But that's just kind of the logic that I be on, where I'm just like, how can you really when you don't know anything or anybody? I watched on cam. You tried to school him on something that I promise he needed to hear you say it, and he wasn't even trying to hear it.
yeah, he was more concerned. But see, I think his concern is what his subscribers want, what he does as an auditor. I'm not looking for him to come out here and be an activist.
No,
Just
me
like
neither.
I was corrected by Jedediah. I was like, Jedediah need to start with small stuff, like getting Kiana Belcher picture put back up. Find out this. And then someone corrected me and said, but Burgundy, that's not what Jedediah does. Jedediah does the messiness and expose corruption. That's what Jedediah's strength is. And I said, oh, so they said the trustees need to worry about getting Kiana Belcher put. That's something small they could do. You know what I mean? And it brought that to my attention. So now I'm paying attention like Shay. I feel like I could be wrong. I feel like you saw we were in need and we were in need of support. So you demonetize and all. Make sure y'all subscribe to Late Night Crew. Support him over there. He doesn't ask me for that, but I'm saying it. You saw we were in need. We were scrambling. People rights were being violated, and you don't know what capacity you were coming out here, but you know you were coming out here to help, and you put your foot on the ground and you came to help us, and that is appreciated. But I didn't look at you like you were coming in there to stop and audit people. You know, just like I didn't look at Long Island audit like he was supposed. It's a cultural difference too, in my opinion. It's a cultural situation, just like when we get into the police and stuff like that. You know, when I hear the police, I'm like, all right, I'm out. Don't matter. Like, I'm gone. I'm gone. You said you did what? You don't know what's in my purse. Let me get up out of here.
I had just gotten to it with a police officer when I got outside and saw all them cop cars across the street.
Now
There was no hanging around for me. I was gone.
The cop cars, now it was okay, it's so much going on with the cops. South Holland Police Station is right there, but it's really east of where I was parked, and probably if I picture where you were parked, it would have been like south of you, I'm thinking. But I think they were expecting a riot or something, which is why at the end of the meeting, because I know y'all had to leave.
Okay, so I'll tell you, I could give you a picture. So you know when you go up the stairs and go out the township door,
yeah,
you go straight out that door. I walk probably straight out that door about 3 rows to where I was at.
I think you were at the north entrance. Yeah. Okay. So
I'm looking straight out the window to my right. So if I look to my left, I'm seeing the township door. Looking to my right, I see like what that strip mall, whatever, and that's where I saw like 5 cops huddled up with their lights on.
Okay, so you were by the Walgreens, which
Okay.
is actually where the Chase Bank. You guys, we gotta get to that. That's where the Chase Bank. Where people are like, Chase Bank is not. It's not in Harvey. Chase Bank right across the street where Shay was looking. That's where Chase Bank is.
Okay.
But so in the back where the Leeds Park, I'm gonna say, that's where Long Island was. And if you notice, me and my girl, we were walking around the back to avoid everybody, and we didn't even know we were going to run into him. So in the back, we have the 18,000 people on his chat calling about plates, and then in the front, you have the situation with the police thinking it might be a outbreak, and I found that out later, like that people might become unhinged. And then on the left, you got this is me and my thinking. You got Chief Staples over there, like Jedediah Brown in there after what he didn't put my family through.
Right.
So
my head was polishing it up.
Everybody was doing too much that night. So I'm glad. Now, let me tell you this. South Holland Police is a little different than Dolton Police. They at least, as you can see, when Tyrant Terminator came in, not Tyrant, no, I think it was Long Island. They at least try to assess a little bit more, but they still the police. And from where I come from, it's like, But do you call the police? But we have to get back to knowing our rights, and we have to get back to holding people accountable. That means staff, police, everybody. They have to be held accountable for how they're treating the situation. Even when we get to the Alexis Wilson case, I'm going to say this out my mouth. And I'm sorry, Cara. I feel like if it wasn't for what was going on now with Tommy G, all these people coming into town, they would have forgot about Alexis Wilson. I don't recall anybody saying anything about Alexis Wilson in Dolton after the mayor got her detail. I don't recall anybody saying, let's get a park, let's plant a tree, let's put a memorial up for her, let's paint a mural. I haven't seen nothing like that until the eyes shine on Dolton. I'm gonna send you something, Shay, so that you can use tonight. I went by Funnel Cake Man's place in I want people to know about Funnel Cake Man, but I don't have the time because I'm working so hard.
I'm glad you said that because I'm actually starting to work on that.
Okay, great. He didn't have no business in a food truck or standing outside with a tent. This is in Orland Mall is one of his businesses. He's in between Macy's and Cheesecake Factory. Okay, so Mrs. Funnel Cake Man, this is prime real estate they pay for to be in that ritzy mall like Orland, or what's the other one they're in? I think they're in South Lake. When you walk in the doors of Orland, you want a funnel cake right away. It's not no little shabby business where it's an orange sticker getting on the door. This is a real situation. And they took this man's life. People forgot about that. That's why the people are getting so riled up. And if the police are held accountable, and if the auditors and the village constituents, now we're getting into it. Now we're like, oh, hell no, this isn't right. What they did to Alexis wasn't right. We want the full tape. We're claiming that because Kim Fox and them are not coming to save us. So that I just want to say that I think everybody's being helpful in their own way. I really do, because I'm learning along the way. We needed Jedediah. Like I would tell you, we need somebody to start to kick it off.
Yeah, and it'd be some of the antics for me. Like, as far as all this stuff go, I'll be cool, but like I and my platform in no way can mess with Long Island audits under any circumstance. He lied right to my face about Alexis Wilson.
How did he lie about Alexis Wilson?
When I talked to him, when he came in my chat and was trying to defend how he was moving, I was talking to him about him going on his police rant. And he tried to imply that he talks to Carl Wilson by stating that his attorney is the same attorney as her attorney. Because that's why I was like, why don't you talk to nobody? And his response to why don't you talk to nobody was, Cara's attorney, my attorney are the same, which I can take a reasonable logic is to assume that he's telling me that he talks to Cara. I speak to Cara. Cara lets me know that she has emailed him several times and he never even responded to her. Tyrant Terminator did, but he didn't. So that when he did that right there, I can't mess with that because he know what he was doing. And the only reason why he came is because he was kind of taking a bath over it. And he felt like he needed to say it. And then he said, because when he said that, I eased all the way up on the situation. So I was like, okay, then. So there is some progress there. And that's all I was really talking about. And he went along with that, only for me to find out that he completely lied. So
I'm missing the lie. So he said that his attorney was the same attorney as Cara in the chat.
And that was in response to me telling him that if you was really like helping and stuff with the police, how come you ain't talked to any of these people that are involved with this? And multiple people were there and seen this. And his response to that was, Cara and him have the same attorneys. So why would I not assume that means you talked to her when that was what the conversation was about and that was your answer to it?
That him and Cara have the same attorney. So do you think that y'all could chop it up on a chat? Like, I don't think this is my reason. And I'm not trying to downplay it because I have much love and respect for Cara. I I remember emailing Hannibal. He never got back to me. I remember emailing Long Island saying thank you. He never got back to me. Do you think it's like I emailed what's his name, the lead attorney, some information. He never got back to me. So do you think it could be just an overkill of people? I'm just asking from my perspective. Do you think it's an overkill of people asking, hey, come here, come here, come here? And maybe
Did any of these people asked about you first, and then they implied that they talked to you first? Because that's what happened here. So if it was just that, man, that's cool. If he would have said, I haven't talked to her, and and then I found out she had emailed him and stuff like that, then that is what I would be on. I'm like, oh well, he deal with a bunch of stuff. He tried to make it seem like he did talk to her.
That he was both. Okay, so what do you think that, in your opinion, Long Island audit should do for Dolton since he's coming?
I can't speak for that because I'm not an auditor and I don't know any type of things of how that's supposed to go. All I know is my personal experience. My personal experience, he made stuff worse for me. It's just what it is. Within 30 seconds, if you go back and watch, within 30 seconds of me seeing all the cops across the street, before that, I got into it with Morris over my First Amendment right. He's the auditor that's supposed to go around auditing rights. He never audited the fact that my civil rights was violated for the whole time he was there. He put me on his stream multiple times.
Oh, okay. So you saw him put you on the stream. So
yeah.
Okay. So this is my question. If this is I swear, hope y'all don't lose y'all over this, but I do have to ask a question. I like to have these conversations.
Right.
And I'm thinking about what I want to say without saying it. Is he to be held accountable to respond to Cara? Is he is he supposed? I remember in my chat, I had a conversation, and I love this young lady. Do not take it wrong. Shawan Burns. We were talking about Cara, and Cara, if you come across this, please fact check, correct me. It was about 4 lives ago. And she said she handed it out to this person. Jedediah had never gotten back to her. I recall that. She was like, he said he was going to get back to me, and he never did. She said she emailed Shawan Burns, but she doesn't think Shawan Burns is interested. Mm-hmm. Do they have to respond to every person, even though we know how hurtful it was, and we know that in like everybody is covering this story? I get emails all the time about situations. I think one person that is going under the radar is and it's my fault. It's my fault because I can't remember. Is it Christopher Moore? That was murdered at the Maxwell Street Polish.
Mm-hmm.
I never even knew that happened. I never even knew that happened. So, and a lot of people don't cover that, like him and the 4 others that were injured. Do they have to? They have to?
That's a whole different issue. If somebody asked them why haven't they talked to them when they're trying to be like, this is what they be doing, and this was very specific. He was talking about the police.
Okay.
And all he would talk about with the police was all the stuff he went through and was afraid of with the police. All I countered with was there's multiple people in Dolton that's got real stories that are connected to the police. Had he listened to the person who spoke before him, Trina Downs, she literally named multiple specific things the police did to Dolton. He gets behind her, don't say none of that. That's cool and all. So now when I ask you about that, you cannot throw back to me implying that you've talked to like Cara. That's where it went left. He don't imply that. I don't feel the way I feel. But he did, and he did it for the sole purpose for me to get off his head about what I was talking about. And it worked. When he said that, I dialed it all the way back and thanked him for that.
Wow.
I only found out that it was a lie.
Do she have
never talked to Cara? Now if Shawan Burns and O'Shea New Jackson, he was over in Africa. I'm sure, I understand that. I'm a content creator. Sometimes it takes me a couple, especially just getting off the road. So it ain't even about like, you got to answer every email about Dolton. But don't try to say that, oh, well, me and Cara got the same lawyer in response to Why ain't you talk to Carl? Why ain't you talk about Tavares? Why ain't you talked about Christopher and these other things that with your 16,000 people audience? And this is coming from somebody with like a 2,000 live audience when it comes to these big events. 2,000. Everybody loved the fact that I used that small platform for specific Dolton issues.
Yeah, I agree. I'm just asking because because you guys could say the same thing about me. I wasn't trying to call anybody out. I was remember what people were saying in the chat. It'll be like, well, this person never responded. Because remember, I got the video of Jedediah saying, hey, I'm gonna call you later, but then he only told Kara to watch his live, and it wasn't until we got on Jedediah that she finally got the call, allegedly. But my thing is, do they have the same attorney? Did we find that out allegedly?
I don't know. I didn't check. Once I found out he didn't talk to her, it wasn't even that deep because you know, he bro, he don't owe me anything. And I need that to be understood for the record. But anybody I feel that it jeopardized my safety in any type of way, I don't care who you are. And then when it's followed up with you lying, I can forgive anybody for lying.
Wait a minute, I gotta pause it. How was your safety jeopardized, in your opinion? I just want to know.
That all that calling the police, having all them people call the police and whatnot. They already was on live streamers' heads. This is confirmed. What if they decided when all that police stuff was happening? I had just gotten to it with Morris. Morris didn't even want to give me his badge number. I'm talking about on my way out, I got into it with Morris, and this is on camera. He had already snuck out he was getting ready to speak when I left.
Okay.
He was getting ready to speak when I left. So he's literally feet away from me, getting into it with a cop. But he's where's he at? This is what he do. This is what he do.
He didn't even stay. I remember I was listening to your live. You were like, I was there the whole time, and he came late. I recall that. So this is my question when we get to the police, because if you guys don't know, y'all didn't see the video, I'm gone. Like when they say police, okay, nice seeing you. Because that's the type of environment I was raised in. That I'm like, no, I don't mess with the police. The police don't listen. And that's in my blood. But now that I'm learning about rights and stuff, don't you think, like, if we're all in there, we legal, we good, don't you think we need to hold the police more accountable, especially in this area? Like, they can't come in there and bum rush us and bring them new K9 dogs they just got out today. They have to be accountable. And shout out to Trina Downs. I do see your point. She did everything from the guy being hung in the police station, from the girl that got beat up at the Shell gas station. I covered that in my Patreon. I'll make that video public. I covered that 2 years ago on my Patreon. They protested that Shell gas station when she wanted to use the bathroom and got hit in the face. And that guy's back there working to this day. I don't know if you guys know that. The guy that hit her, he's back in the Shell gas station, allegedly. But he's been working. When you see stuff like that in our community, you know the police is not coming to help. Sometimes I feel like, especially, I gotta say, what Tommy G did, it made such a difference to show what is really going on. But shouldn't we hold the police accountable if they're just coming through, I can't breathe, doing this to our neighborhoods? This is crazy. You got your hoodie on now, just walking to the store to get a bag of Skittles. We need to start holding the police accountable.
I agree.
That's my thing. But I'm also, I don't know, because I'm like you. I'm like, look, when he said he called the police, I was like, let me get my purse up out of here.
Let me ask you something.
Yeah.
Who have you seen him say what's up to besides you?
Who his last, but he was going around, a lot of people were saying hello to him.
No.
Oh, who
did
said hello
he
to?
go say what's up to?
I wasn't following him like that, Shay. I'm being honest. My girl had to tell me twice he was in the room. I didn't know he was there.
He been there 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
Who has he gone and said what's up to besides you that you've seen?
I haven't seen him say, nobody other than probably Trustee Steve. He said that's a trustee and shook his hand. I don't know, but does he have, okay, this is my question. Okay. You got it that way. This is a Long Island thing. You think that Long Island, this is me and you, y'all, if y'all just tuning in, Shay is my friend. So we're chopping it up and we're doing it live. I got one for you. How am I in Dolton and none of the trustees invite me anywhere? I don't go to Pablo's. The trustees don't call me. I'm here a voting.
Okay, I got an answer for that question.
I'm a voting citizen. And then not that I don't do with trustees. I'm just saying, if you're saying the same thing, when the trustees don't even speak to me when they see me.
I have an answer for that.
What?
People be feeling like you don't be wanting to be disturbed.
I don't want
to I get why people can feel that way because of how you move. And I even told you a story about a certain person that you felt like they weren't feeling you, and I told you like they literally told me the exact same thing about you. Oh. So I get that because Burgundy moves really carefully. I love the way she moves. She moves like how I move when I don't know nobody. If I'm somewhere I don't know nobody or something like that, I would have been moving the same way she moves. So that's why you don't never hear me say nothing like, "Dang, Burgundy came in out. I don't know where she went." Nah, that's how she moved.
Yeah, I just get out the way because it's a lot of cameras, and I am kind of y'all. I told y'all I'm shy and I'm a little awkward, but I'm saying I'm a content creator on this platform. Do you think even one of the trustees in Dolton said, "Hey, let's go for a cup of coffee. I want to share a story with you"? You know who did? Clerk Key. Clerk Key was the only one that said, "I want to chop it up with you so we could, so you could hear my story." The trustees are team late night crew. I love it. I love it. But when I tell you Burgundy Blue Commentary is a registered voter of Dolton, and they won't even speak. How did that? But I'm supposed to excuse that. But Long Island is supposed to come in there and speak to everybody and give them. You know what I mean? It's like, to me, it's sort of the thing.
First of all, you cannot try to clump a podcaster with elected officials. That's just you can't do that. You can't and then on top of that, you remember when I asked you to come to both of those places? They were the ones that told me to tell you. Both of those places I told you to come
to. When you said, and I was like, I'm not appropriate. Yeah, I was like, I'm not appropriate. Yeah.
Yes, and it was not a suggestion. It wasn't like I asked if it was cool, because I would just tell you the truth if that's what it was. If that's what I would just tell the truth, but that's not what it was.
Oh yeah, you always gonna speak the truth. Did you get a one-on-one invite from any of the trustees to meet somewhere and get something and hang out?
I didn't get any one-on-one invites.
Okay, so I'm just asking because I'm like, okay, that would be the same thing if I come in and I say, oh, hey, trustee so-and-so, you look great. Hi, trustee so-and-so, you look. Just asking. So it's not, they don't have to because it's their right. It's their right. I feel like the same thing, like you said, I can't clump it together, but as someone that my vote counts.
Of course it does. Of course it does.
Me and my family votes count. I'm not even please, trustees, I'm just using that as an example.
Nah, it's too late. They coming now. You already done messed it up. They coming now.
Don't come because I've been voting for a long time. But I'm saying if that was the case, you what's the difference if you like, well, why Long Island ain't coming in there speaking to anybody or saying hi to somebody? I could say
just for the record, I just wanted to know. There was no implication in that question. I just wanted to know. Because I don't know.
Follow him,
and I truly don't know. I really just want to know.
Yeah, I don't follow him like that. Like literally people have to tell me he's here. And then when I see him, I'm just happy to see him because I'm like, man, you came back.
Right. I was happy to see him.
Yeah.
I was real life. Go back and check my stream. I was happy to see him. I needed his presence helped me in that moment. And I didn't want that to be lost on anybody. But it's like people can hear when I say that part and everybody can accept that, like, oh, that's a great thing to say. And when I give prayers to him, that's a great thing to say. But as soon as I criticize anything, then it turns like, oh, you're a hater. And I thought you prayed for him. And like, I didn't pray us in on unity and then go say the most divisive thing ever. That's not what I did. I prayed for his safety. And I stand on that.
You got the right. Let me tell you, Shay, I think your feelings are valid. And I think what you're saying is damn, you over here with 1 million subscribers, you could come in here and make more of a change. And I agree with that. But is it someone's, if
I
they
don't even
don't
think I'm
do it?
saying that.
Oh,
That's
okay,
not
what
what I'm.
you saying? What
I
you
don't think
saying?
that's what I'm
Put it
saying.
out there. Put it on out there. What you saying? What
What
you want?
I'm saying is don't be flexing unless you got stuff to flex about. When I sit, I'm gonna just tell you me personally. When I sit and hear him, that's why. Look, when I came in the room, Tiffany Henry stared me down. I have it on video. She wouldn't
I
even
saw
look
that.
at him.
I looked behind to see what was going on back there. It was you.
She stared me down. And so with him, she knew that was getting at him, that she wouldn't even look at him. And and in my opinion, he started sounding like Tiffany. I got 16,000, 17,000, 18,000. You're being disrespectful. And now that's just my personal opinion on that. Now, from that, do I go, man, you don't need to come to Dalton? If you, no, bro, that is public comment. He can say what he wants. Now, I've been doing this for months now. Now, let's break this down. I've been doing this for months now, breaking down everybody's public comments. How come I can't break down his without an issue?
Oh no, I think you should. I absolutely, because
But that's what happened is as soon as I broke down stuff that he was saying, then it turned into I'm hating because he got almost 1 million subscribers. And I'm like, I don't think you understand why I do this. I have millions of views hidden on my channel. I could care less.
Yeah, and I want to read this. Lana said, Carl Wilson lost a child. On a human level, that email would stick out. I can agree with that, Lana. I can agree. So we will see what will be the outcome. Like I didn't know anything about auditors. Let me tell you that at all. I'm being honest. And when it turned into this, I'm seeing people say that sometime he come back. I don't know about the lawsuits. We know Dolton can't take another lawsuit, please.
Right.
But yeah, I don't know anything about what he does other than going in there and showing people how to fight for their First Amendment rights, and then also giving training to the police about the First Amendment rights. I don't know anything else. I think it's a lot of people that cover this story, stay in their lane. Some people go above their lane. So I can definitely see what you're saying. And if you have,
I just want to ask you a serious. I want to ask you a question because
Yeah,
I really want to know what you feel. I promise it's just an opinion I want from you.
please.
How would you feel?
Mhm.
Or how does it, or could it make you feel if you, with what you were doing, you went somewhere and you brought some light to some stuff, but you did it in a way that as soon as you left, they shut that building down for the general public that still lives there. Now wait. You come back and you go to the town over, and now you got 17,000 people flooding the police lines. Why would you not at least suspect that there may be some level of retaliation to the residents again?
I feel like definitely two things. I'm thinking it's a cultural issue, right? Number one, because you saw, I don't know if y'all saw the video when he said, I was like, okay, and I'm
I
legal.
saw that and was laughing.
I ain't that. Like,
I was laughing. I tried not to bust you out on it, but the way you was edging off the side of the screen.
I was like, all right now. But also, I don't think that people realize how bad it is here. So the residents, he came. Now, I'm not to me, people are saying the auditors are coming, Long Island audit come, and then the next day was shut out. I feel like those guys that sat in the seat is the reason we got shut out of the village hall. But still, all the auditors are coming, right?
Okay.
So you're showing we're getting retaliated against. When I saw him come back, I thought, man, maybe he's going to be able to do something different. But nobody is coming to save us, in the words of Brittany Norwood. Nobody's coming to save us. But if they could shed some light, I don't know what he could do to make it right once we get retaliated against. Like if you calling the police now, if next time we go to the Thornton Township meeting and it's what you call it, metal detectors around, we gonna know why. You know what I mean? Because the police will call. Or if next time we see that Mayor or Supervisor Henyard had to switch cars, we gonna know why. It's like all of all of those things. So I don't know. I don't know how far this YouTube thing go. I don't know how much public information go. I don't know. I'm new.
Well, you got your ear to the streets, and pretty much everything you've told me about the streets of Dalton has come out to be true, right? Let me ask you a question. It's one thing me sitting here running my mouth like I do. If I went to Dalton and was actively searching out and messing with the police, do you think the residents would still mess with me as much as they do?
Hecky no.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
You'll be the. Remember, we thought Jedediah Versace belt was a badge. I blocked him immediately. he was blocked. No, sir. You know, he was blocked on site. Oh, he got a badge. But it's the culture here. It was so many things that went on live that I saw as a person that lived here. I was like, oh no, that ain't supposed, from everybody's different angles. I was like, oh no, you're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to, oh my God, this is gonna live on forever. So that's why I try to move around on my life, because I be trying not to get personal conversations. People lips be moving. I'm kind of like scared of all that. So yeah, I don't know. And I don't know if we're supposed to expect more out of Long Island audit, or if he's just doing what he does.
I think he's just doing what he does, and I don't expect more out of him. But that, like I said, I'm just that if he would have came over where I was at and was there with all this stuff, he would have gone uber viral just for being over there. He don't even know it.
The First Amendment, like if he would have caught you and Don't Pray for Me No More violating that lady up front.
Oh, can I break some news on your channel?
Yeah.
I talked to her this morning.
From Lansing Journal?
Miss Melanie from Lansing Journal. I talked to her this morning.
Oh, great. Are you gonna cover that tonight?
Can I break it on here?
Yeah, sure.
I talked to her this morning. She was having her rights violated, but here's exactly what happened. She sat down and Moore was trying to tell her that she couldn't record, and apparently Freedom Frank, the dude that was blocking me, had went over there and told her that if you sitting here, you can't like record. So she was taking pictures. She took some pictures, and then Moore, he carries this little trapper keeper type thing. He took it and was trying to block her camera with it. You know how they were doing me. He was trying to do that to her in the front row. And then like at one point he did like this, and she did like that, moved his arm, and then he snatched his arm back, and that's how it hit her phone. So that's why when they came over there, when Stephanie saw what she saw, they came over there, and then she was, she said that basically she vouched for him that it was probably an accident, because she said she did technically touch him first, and then when he snatched away like that, he hit her phone, and that's why people thought it was assault. She said, he did violate, he was violating freedom of the press, no doubt about it. But him actually hitting her phone out of her hand, he hit it out of her hand, but not like that.
Yeah, because they didn't want us taping unless you were in that media spot. But what I learned was you can do it anywhere. It's just a designated spot, but you don't have to stay there.
No, you don't.
And, if she now this is the question: if she pulled his hand down, is that on her or is it on him for knocking her? Like, is that too? Like, can he assault and she assault? Like, how does that work?
Well, the way that she explained it was like he was in her personal space. I saw the picture. I'm gonna show the picture tonight. I'm gonna show. I got a picture of this mug, like how I got a picture of the back of the dude's hat. She got a picture of a trapper keeper, like right here.
Yeah, and we got another one. I'm gonna put it up there too. Yeah, Shay, that's right. I saw. Yeah, the trapper keeper in the blue one.
Yeah, the little blue one. Grown man walking around with a trapper keeper.
He's a mess. And look, that's what you have to be careful about, that PRAY or that PREY, preying on people. Because now, why would you do all that? And why did they not want this tape? This is something that Thornton Township should have been streaming anyway.
Right.
They should have been streaming this any way it goes, but they didn't. So this is like, I appreciate you because it is a touchy subject, but I think it's just all different angles. Like it's some things I wouldn't see. Like when I saw Long Island the first time, I was like, "Oh, okay." He like, "Yeah, they called the police on me." I was like, "Bye, good luck." Sharks is that way. Lemon pepper is fire. But then on the same time, I sort of got my confidence. Like when I was doing my stream, y'all, I was shaking every time somebody got to yelling because I was scared it was gonna be a fight or a
They
outbreak
don't
or something.
understand the level of tension that had gotten in there.
Yeah, it was bad. It was bad in there. Like, and we were right in the pit of employees. We were sitting over there like where people was like, man, how long is this gonna be? I gotta be here. I have to vote. That's why Tiffany was counting those votes for her life. But here's a picture, Shay, I put up there. This is when Keith Freeman, I believe, was he pointing at what after security got there. He was telling them what happened, and that's Brother Moore sitting there in the black. And I want to say Melanie was like behind him to the left, right? A little
Yeah,
bit.
and who's this person with the wide back?
When you put that picture up last night, I fell asleep, but that picture was hilarious. He actually waved at me, and I was kind of like, do I wave back or am I intimidated by him waving at me? Like, I don't care. You know what I mean? It is what it is. I'm like, Miss Mary, you're gonna F around and find out. That's why when Long Island came around there, I was gone. Like, okay, Long Island, like you did call. They're gonna ask me a whole bunch of questions. Let me get on up out of here.
The funniest part about, I will say, the funniest part about that Long Island situation is regardless about what happened or whatever on the like the details, right? It's funny to know, like it was kind of on some Pulp Fiction. You know how like in Pulp Fiction it has like, or not Pulp Fiction, but Jackie Brown, where they show like the same scene like 4 times, but like from different perspectives, so you can see like what everybody's going through. For me to know that like y'all was just back there having that casual conversation, then when you heard the police, you start inching off. To know that I was on the other side of the building, paranoid like a crack fiend in the car. That did make me kind of chuckle myself, because I was like, bro, I was out there. To know that what y'all was on at the same time kind of cracked me up. But I don't have no personal beef. I'm God's son. I don't do personal beefs or whatever. I'm just very opinionated, honest.
No, I think you should be. I think that's one of the things we love about you. And then also you need to share, because it is a difference of opinion. Like I didn't see from your perspective what was going on your side. That's important for people to see what's now. What if the police were called and you were the first person that was affected by it because you were on the opposite side before they even would have got to us? You know what I mean? We don't know, and that's how a lot of things happen. That people be like, wrong place, wrong time, right, wrong place, wrong time, right? Just innocent. Okay, we got a black man with a hoodie. They don't know it's late night crew. They don't know you were there, and
thank the Lord I didn't have nothing like that on, because that, bro, I'd have stuck out like a sore thumb.
Yeah. Oh, I have a question, Shay. Okay, so when Officer Hot Dog Head, they called him in the pack of hot dogs. When Officer Freedom blocked you, we got to hear everything. What made you not move around him? Was it nowhere else to go? You knew they were
I was completely against the rope to the right, and Josh Bootsma, Eric Crump, and some other mainstream media were to my left. So I literally would have just been blocking them. So I basically only had like I was standing in maybe a box where I could move maybe a foot to my left, a foot to my right. I couldn't really move forward because I would just be into his back. And then I could back up a little bit, but I mean, that didn't really help. And then like so people didn't realize that they were making adjustments. So when they was seeing that I was figuring out ways, because first he was turned sideways so he could always see how I move, but he realized that I was going to put the camera right in his face if he did that. So he turned around. Like that's why he turned his back completely to me. So the township employees to my right, they were calling audibles. That's why they had the one short chick kind of try to stand right here and different things like that. It was weird. It was full court press.
Now we saw your rights being violated on camera. No one can deny it. It's on camera. And I did hear you say, I'm not going to sue because that will affect the people of Dolton. I saw Melanie. We tried to, but the Lancet Journal got to get their coin. There's so many ads up. We couldn't even watch. They got to get their coin too. They giving us
Independent journalism.
yeah. But my thing is, she contacted a couple of people. She said, would you think about, it wasn't for a lawsuit, but it was about her rights being violated. It was a couple of people she contacted about her rights being violated. Would you do the same? Like, it wasn't for a lawsuit, but to make people aware, hey, it's not like calling the police, but I was a journalist trying to cover this story, and this is what happened to me. Freedom of press. Would you consider doing the same, or do you call that snitching or something like that? You know what I mean?
Oh, it's snitching. It's snitching, but whether or not I find it appropriate in the sense is like, if you can show me where that helps them, like, yeah, I'd do that or whatever. And I know I can sue these people personally if I really wanted to, but like I'm so serious where, bro, I know how I run my mouth. So I didn't. And so yes, I don't want my rights violated, but I'm not so naive to pretend to not know why they did. You know what I'm saying? So I just want people to learn from that. And I actually did try to talk to dude, let them know, like, bro, like, because, and I told him, you lucky you kind of bumped into me, because had it been, if they would have did that same thing to LIA, he's suing.
Yeah. Someone has a question.
He has the right to sue. I'm not going to seriously say he don't have the right to sue. You shouldn't have violated his rights on camera.
Yeah.
So
they have a question for you, Shay. Did you hear how Tiffany responded when Miss Mary called them out for blocking you?
No, I did not.
No, what happened, Scott Johnson? Because I want to know.
I do remember that part, because I was when she said that, I was telling him, I was like, she talking to you.
Wow. And I do know one of my girlfriends came up there, was like, could you please move? Could you please? And he was like,
multiple people, and shout out to everybody in the Thornton Township meeting that came up. It was multiple people. Was like, bro, what are you doing? Including Eric Crump from Flossmoor Journal, or no, I don't know if it's Flossmoor Journal, Flossmoor, and I just misplaced the card. I had it.
Probably the Southland Journal. Was it Southland Journal?
No, it was Eric Crump. I just had the card right here.
Wait a minute. Who said? Scott said, she said cell phones are not the media. Who said that? Oh, that's what Tiffany Henyard tried to say.
Oh, so that's what's wrong, boo. I gotta step my camera game up. That wasn't impressing you. I got you, baby. Don't worry, I got you.
I'm gonna rewind it. Okay, yeah, because it got sticky in there, and you held your own, and you got some of the best shots. So we appreciate you so much. Not considered the meeting. It's a slippery slope. Blocking and completely stopping you from recording is debatable.
Not when you come up and say that they told you that your job was to block media from recording. There's no slippery slope there.
Isn't that crazy? Like, what don't you like? This is 2024. If you didn't, first of all, you know you're gonna be recorded. That's why your hair, nails, and makeup was done. So
right.
You know you're gonna be recorded. So this is where we at with it. But we have to all play our part. Because shout out again to Gardis Watts. Shout out to Miss Trina. When I cried a little bit when she said, I don't want your daughter in those situations.
Bars.
Oh, it hit my heart.
Those were powerful bars.
Shout out to it was the young man that was asking, he's in your chat a lot. I'm sorry his name is slipping me, but he was like, what about how much, what's it gonna take for the FOIA request to come through?
Paul Roberts.
Yeah. Shout out to him. People, and then Miss Wendy, who had the most education.
Man, they couldn't slip nothing past her, bro. She was like, I'm just trying to let y'all know, because I know most of y'all might not have time to read all of this, but I read all of it.
She read, and she kept going back until they produced that paper, which made Tiffany say, y'all could come here and get it. We shouldn't have to. All of that should be on the website like everything else. And shout out to Trustee Kiana Belcher and Trustee Tammy Brown.
Put that pressure on her.
Yeah, and Tammy Brown, I think her pen ran out of ink, because I was watching her, and she was, when Robert Hunt was reading them numbers, she was writing down, and I don't know if Kiana was getting the getting it like what do you call it, like a voice memo. I don't know, but I saw Tammy Brown said, "You said it's $5 million in Chase. Ain't no bank in Chase and Hart. Ain't no Chase bank." They skipped right over that. That's why Robert Hunt was sweating. He was sweating. So I know
He tried, and bro, he tried the best to be as low, fast, and monotone as possible.
Yeah, he couldn't get his numbers right because he was just like, and the last thing, because I know you got to go, but it was really cool to see the people hold their feet to the fire. It was a few people from Dolton, but Thornton Township was not having it, and we had our own homeless advocate, Jedediah Brown, take us to church. Take us to church. Jedediah Brown said, and I'm home. When they pulled him in the back, I was like, y'all, what we gonna do? Get the posters ready. What
I had the camera. I literally was waiting for commotion, and I let everybody know once he came back in the room too.
Yeah, I didn't know how to type, so I was trying to say they took Jedediah to the back, like at the timestamp. But how brave I'm not trying to use his stature, but that man has a powerful voice. How brave of him.
He had on slides. Sliding across the room, terrorizing everybody.
When he got Michael, what's his name? Michael Smith. He got everybody riled up. I got on video, Jedediah getting into it, and Long Island Audit, you getting blocked. So everything behind us was going on. That whole back row y'all was at was a mess.
It was crazy back there, and they pumped the heat up. It was so hot right there.
Yeah, that's why people thought what she said. If you didn't pay your phone bill, your problem. My phone was burning.
I said, what? Well, that's because I had learned out right before the meeting, like the village employees' phones had got turned off.
Wow. Mara says Dr. Cloud was in your chat spilling the tea on why they pulled Jedediah Brown back there to begin
Shout out to Dr. Cloud.
Yeah, shout out to Dr. Nikita. I call her Face Card Cloud. She's so beautiful.
It's all of y'all. Just for the record, y'all, they all fine in Dolton. All of them. All of them. I ain't even gonna hold they all look prettier in person. And I know it sounds like I'm hating, except Tiffany. It was I was let down.
You so funny. You know what? Tiffany is so, I always wonder, this sound weird, but I wonder her stylist and her makeup artist, I wonder if they're men, because Tiffany don't even need all that.
No, she don't.
She don't need all that. She don't. She's a cute girl. She did not need, like, the way they be trying to beat her and contour her up like she getting ready for, I don't know. I'd be like, she don't need all that. And Michelle Obama didn't do all that, not to compare them, but I'm like, girl, you do not need all that. You look good.
Well, can I ask you, can you answer this question about the township? Like, why would the lawyer not just say she's the township lawyer? Why wouldn't she just say that?
Nobody up there identified themselves, and it was no name tags for you to know who anyone was. That's a good question.
They going to prison. That's the first sign of prison.
Shout out to Stephanie Wiederman for having some balls.
Man, she was jaying her down.
She said, I just saw it on your laptop.
First of all, I can be searching for anything on my laptop.
that township attorney, she was sweating. Her hair got all
She had to get advice from Tiffany. Tiffany was literally advising her. Don't say nothing. Just don't even say nothing.
I think Tiffany was mad that Michael Delgado sent her instead of Michael Delgado.
Oh, Delgado did. I was there. I would have loved to get Delgado on camera. Delgado knew, man, they all knew what it was.
Yeah.
Because I'm telling you, I almost didn't go, but the residents told me, like, bro, go. We need you to go.
Yeah. I'm glad you went. Shout out to, I saw people walking around with the late night cruise shirts on. That was pretty cool.
Insane night.
And let me also say, I think if Lori Lightfoot, I don't know if you missed this part, Shay, the reason why
I'm the captain now.
I think the reason that Tiffany is the lawyer's name as well. I think the reason, I'm gonna put her up here for y'all that did. Oh, I might have deleted it. Yeah. Tiffany, I think she didn't answer the question because I think Delgado and them, if y'all think Lori Lightfoot making $400 an hour or something, what you think Delgado and them make?
15, 16.
I think they like, I honestly think, and I have to say allegedly at this point, but I think they like, man, we're gonna bleed this town dry because they so dumb. They just paying us whenever, because they
When I
got
heard that
all-
Delgado pulls up to the meetings in a Bentley truck.
Are you serious?
Delgado comes to every meeting in a Bentley truck. That's the type of respect for the village he got. He pulls up in the Bentley truck.
Yeah, I think, and I've been teeter-tottering on this, but the fact that he was a prosecuting attorney and then the village attorney left and he was just like, okay, I'll take that spot. He knew they weren't educated enough to know what was being billed, how much is being. I bet you he billed them if he got to print out a sheet of paper. Every time he make a phone call, they getting billed. So they complain about Lori Lightfoot getting $400. Like some people are saying that. I would love to see.
Don't he be getting like 48? Don't he be asking for like $48,000 a month? Ain't that what they be trying to take off the warrant list?
He be getting, I don't know, but I know it's triple what she be trying to take Odelson off the warrant list for. Triple that.
Okay, item number 1: terminate the contract of Bert Odelson. Let's go.
Like that's who you, but nobody
Do I have a
wanna.
motion?
And Shay, how did Delgado? This is the question. How did he even weasel? And I'm sorry, I gotta say it, but how did he weasel his way over to the township? How did that happen?
Who? You talking about Delgado?
Yeah, he wasn't the township attorney,
You
right?
seen Delgado? Delgado looked like he can weasel to a lot of places. He gonna weasel somewhere after this.
Yeah, somebody said those 18th floor suite of Michigan Avenue law offices don't pay for themselves. You are
know
right.
they don't.
Yeah, and then they're becoming not the village attorney, not the township attorney, but Tiffany Henry's attorney because that check is good. Hannibal has a theory last night on his live about Delgado and the protection of Tahoe Tiffany. I see all bad coming out in the end.
Well, yeah, because I mean that's literally his job. His job is it's supposed to be to protect all of them, and he just decided to just protect her. So I do understand it from that point, but like this is how attorneys are, bro. When all this go belly up, the stuff that could actually get him put in prison, he is going to be clear of. He gonna tell what he's supposed to tell and all these other things. Like Delgado ain't no dummy. He know that they dummies. Of all the people, I don't think Delgado's the dummy. I think he was the dummy for. It's kind of like a karma thing. He know that they were dumb and was gonna try to take advantage of them. And when I say they, I'm not talking about like the village.
No,
I'm talking about Tiffany.
I about to say Keith Freeman was like, "Go ahead and pay him. Go ahead and
Right.
pay him." Yeah,
Those are the people I'm talking about. He knew were idiots. Them. So, but then he got in with them, and bro, I guarantee if he knew that he would be where he at now with them, he wouldn't have took that check. I don't believe that.
Now let me tell you this. I feel like you're 100% spot on that. And then when Tiffany frustration that night with Tiffany the lawyer, because her name's Tiffany as well. Super Mayor frustration with Tiffany was, Heifer, I pay you enough. Why do I have to step in to check Stephanie? Because if you notice, Tiffany kept getting up, Tiffany the lawyer, she kept getting up to check Stephanie.
Yeah, walking around over there to like try to whisper in her ear.
Yeah. And she was like, I pay you enough. Basically, I feel like the super mayor is like, I'm paying y'all to deal with this. Deal with it. I said comment. It's public comment. Oh, yeah, the agenda changed. I said what I said. Find a loophole.
I'm paying you to find the loophole so you can tell them to shut up for me.
That exactly. Someone says Sports Mania, Delgado law offices represents all the Black and brown villages and communities in Illinois.
Not surprising.
Yeah, Dolton has a $30 million budget. And just think, they got an invoice at the trustees meeting for $950,000 from Delgado. Just from there. So if the village is getting that, how much you think Thornton Township is giving them? And I'm not trying to pocket watch. But
I feel you. That's why, like, whether or not I agree on Uncle Lightfoot, they got Uncle Lightfoot at a discount. So, you know, a substantial discount, almost like a free trial, if you will. And that when we talk about that type of stuff, 30,000 in that world. And so, yeah, like, okay, she belly ups on this. Well, it's you still got this Delgado hole you got to deal with.
Yeah, and that's what I think that letter went out when he tried to say, if y'all go forward with this Lori Lightfoot.
Let me tell you about that letter.
Mm-hmm.
I heard the trustees were actually mad that Bert Olson just gave the idea of what the letter was. Delgado apparently in that letter actually was cussing niggas out.
Ooh.
This happened. Delgado got to like threatening, F word this, F word that, F word. Like I heard that Delgado got a little saucy. It was a little extra saucy, and Bert Olson just gave the recap of the email. They wanted him to read the actual email. I think Bert felt like it was, maybe we shouldn't, but yeah, Delgado has some real strong language.
Yeah, because Bert probably was like, that's gonna cause another lawsuit. Let's not read it. I'm assuming. But yeah, I would have liked to hear that because Delgado, you in danger, girl. You in the land of the Lulu. They coming. Whoa. Hey,
You think Delgado gonna snitch on Tiffany at all?
Shawan Burns is in the house. Hi, Shawan Burns.
Shawan Burns, what's happening?
What's happening? Do I think he's going to snitch on Tiffany? I don't think it's going to be necessary. I think like whatever's going out right now with how Lori came in, and we don't know, but we feel like she was able to break that Andrew Holmes situation really, really fast. I think it's going to be something simple that's going to drag her, right?
Right.
And you guys know, I have always said, dang, I don't want to see that girl go to jail. I don't. I just wish she would stop and get it together, but I know that's wishful thinking and it's not that easy. But I think what's going to happen is Tiffany is going to spill the beans on everybody. I think that's what's going to happen. I think it's going to be something small that's going to come about, and then they're going to be like, okay, she needs to step aside, and she's going to have to do that. And then she'll be like, just like with the old administration, we always hear her say, y'all wasn't saying that when Zuccarelli and you weren't saying that when Stephanie, and you weren't saying that when y'all was getting bonuses. She's going to drag everybody. So if it's something, you ever been cool with somebody, and when y'all was cool, you just let them into your world from the beginning, then you start to figure out who they were, and then later down the line they held on to that tea, like, oh, Delgado, oh, why you worried about that? How about you used to make Maxwell Street give you free Polishes every day, and you was swiping. How about you was at Blueberry Fields swiping the credit card for one pancake meal, but then tipping the $800 charge? It could be anything crazy.
Yep.
Anything crazy could be going on. I think that's what's going to bring the empire down. I think that Tiffany probably has a lot of people that were doing wrong around her, and she'll be able to cut a deal. She's gonna be able to cut a deal. I don't think she'll go down by herself.
Well, I mean, I personally feel like this is why I think Keith Freeman, bro. I know I joke about Keith Freeman and stuff like that, but he got to really assess his situation, because if he don't see the play of how they are slowly trying to blame everything on him, everything. And then on top of that, another thing, I'm gonna just say this as a man. I'm gonna speak as just a man, as a father. I'm a father of a teenage girl. On top of that,
oh, nice.
I do not understand how I could be Keith Freeman and still rocking with any of this after Michael Connect the Dot Smith, Andrew Holmes, and the other person that Tiffany had hired. I forget his name. This is 3 people involved with sex crimes.
That's ridiculous.
As a man, I'd be out. I'd probably been out after the first one, definitely after the second. I wouldn't have been there for a third.
Yeah,
because then people gonna start looking at me. You might be number 4. You hang with all of them.
Yeah. And let me tell you something, Jedediah coming here, baby, this ain't gonna be the end of it. That ain't gonna be the end of what's gonna be exposed. Because Dolton, in my opinion, is not. I always try to think about it.
Big shout out to John Q. I see John Q out
Hey,
there. My
John
bad.
Q.
I ain't mean to interrupt you. I just want to be sure.
No, you're good. Hear him on YouTube. Thank you for your membership. Shawan Burns is in here.
I don't know what game Hiram on YouTube was playing. I was watching him. He was just casually going through, sliding everybody. He looked like he was playing this video game where I don't know if it was like Fortnite or something. It was some type of game kind of like that. But he was like acting like Jedediah. He was just running around with like this belt whooping people.
Yeah. Oh, this crazy. Not a belt. And you guys, and shout out Shawan Burns is in here. Shawan, I brought you up in my chat earlier regarding Cara Wilson. Didn't mean any malice, just making sure I was just putting it out there. That was in my chat. What was going on? We were comparing like social media not influencers. What are we? I don't know if I'm a content creator. I don't think I'm a content creator. I don't even know what I am. I'm just a lady on YouTube. So just wanted to let you know that was content that people are bringing up in my chat. But I do watch you and I like you. I love you actually. Follow you. What else is going on? Delgado, Miss T. Everybody saying, hey Shay, hey Shay. Oh, Shawan, thank you for the $10 chat. I think you're right. I believe someone from higher up is protecting Tiffany. Keith Freeman is a little B. Keith Freeman, I don't know how he got that job.
He's lost weight.
He's stressed. He turned gray hair.
Sick. He looked like he didn't. I'm on some real, no jokes aside, all jokes aside. He looked like he did not feel good. He looked sick.
Yeah. You know what? Can you imagine let me tell you, I was in the Dolton. First of all, Dolton politics, whoever's in charge, I know who's in charge because I just figured it out the other day. Y'all need to revamp that group. People, wait a minute. I got a question for you, Shay. I always love talking to you about this kind of stuff. Where's Miss Vivian at? She missed 2 meetings.
I didn't see her the whole time I was there.
Miss Vivian has missed 2 meetings. And if you guys don't know who Miss Vivian is, I hate to label her like this, but she's the woman that had the tumor.
She the one with the butt that walked with her butt poked out.
She has a walker.
Oh, that's why she be poking it out. Oh, my bad.
Miss Vivian goes on a walker. He talking about people booties on a walker, y'all. Lord, Shay is hilarious. Miss Vivian, she's the one that get up and yell about Tiffany and the wigs, and she helped with the campaign. I'm worried. I haven't seen her in the Dolton politics group for about a week. The last we heard from Miss Vivian, she said that she had to move because people was trying to threaten her, so she got a hotel room. And then she was in the Dolton politics group going off. But then she has missed. She said she was gonna be at that Dolton board meeting. She wasn't there, and she missed the Thornton Township board meeting. Somebody who know Miss Vivian, just check on her. I don't know her personally, but I was just like, wait a minute, where is she? Where's Miss Vivian? Be out. She don't care. She get off radiation and be up in there.
I expected to see her. I thought I was gonna see her while I was there.
Yeah. Clark said she was saying something to Midwest artists that she stole Tiffany's boyfriend. Yes. And thank you again, Shawan. Also, so that Dolton politics group, they put a picture up of Keith Freeman and his children, even though it's public.
Nah, that's
you need
out
to
of bounds.
Leave children and wives up out of there. Like that Dolton politics group, it's just getting really messy. We need a new group for people that really want to do something. I don't even know why nobody covered Shay traveling to come to Dolton. Y'all don't know what that means. Dolton is a few blocks. So for somebody to travel to come here and stay, like I told you, Spencer Cornelia got off on 142nd on Dolton Avenue, and he got right back on at Sibley and went right back to the airport. Spencer was like, nope. So for somebody to stay and be immersed in the culture, Shay went to Pablo's. Do you know I never been to Pablo's? Never been to Pablo's. Shout out to Shay.
And I invited her. I told her to come on down to Pablo's. She wasn't messing with it.
Pablo's. I forgot. What's it called?
Pablo's or placebos.
Y'all, I've never been to Pablo's or placebos, and I've never been to Mr. Rinky's. I have been to Wilma's barbecue, but I haven't been to Mr. Rinky's. I really haven't kicked it in Dolton, and Shay came to Dolton and he really kicked it. I've never kicked it in Dolton since probably in my 20s. I just haven't. So that should have been something covered on Dolton politics to see people from a different area really immersed in the culture here. It's something different. It's people. You know where I wish you would have went?
Where?
Big Woods Barbecue. I want to, because he's not open still. I wish, but I know it was a weekend you was there. Big Woods Barbecue. He's the one that was on the podcast.
Yeah.
Mr. Larry. I saw him at the meeting, but I wish you could have went by there and checked him out. And
Man,
but
well,
you only
here's the
had
plan for me.
1 hour.
If everybody show up to that first meeting the same way they did to where they have to move it at the park, I'll be at the next park meeting as well.
Oh, great. Okay, yeah, I think you should go. I think that'd be really cool. And you guys, I will be covering the May 1st. I think it's that first week because we're gonna be we're gonna be locked out again.
Right.
So I'll be
But you got to
covering.
make it official in order to get it.
Yeah, we have to be there. But come back, Shay. Come back and see some more things. I want to show you a couple of old school places when you come. I know you only had limited hours. and
Yeah, I
everybody-
didn't really get to kick it with Berg, and I didn't really get to kick it with Cara, and I didn't get to really kick it with Critical Smoker. So there's a few people I gotta see. I'm gonna try to make sure I'm back. This time when I come back, I'm gonna try to stay for a whole week.
Oh man, you going in a week?
I'm gonna try to. We see what the Lord say.
Look, I ain't been there a week. You just said it done. But yeah,
I mean, I might make it up to the city, a day or two.
Yeah, we gotta get Italian Fiesta. You gotta get some other
I went
spots.
to that Sitgo. I actually went to that Sitgo.
The Sitgo. Now, what happened at the Sitgo?
Well, I went there and got some blunts.
Okay, that's how you got to juice. Now you got to go to. I wish that you could talk to. I don't want you to just talk because you have such a mass audience. I hope you could talk to Napoleon Harris. I know you can't. I know the mayor is not going to give you an interview. Napoleon
she
Harris,
ain't?
because she's because you said you smashed.
She a woman. I'm the first person to tell her she smashed that I would smash. This is targeting.
She's a lady.
I feel targeted.
You can't look
Ladies
at
like
her.
to be told that. Y'all just lie. Y'all not allowed to say out loud. That's why when you say it to most girls, stop.
Yeah,
You
they said, well,
crazy. Ew. Yeah, so stop.
roll to 100K. Let me tell you something. Roll to 100K late night crew for sure. Let me tell
That's
you
not even a
something.
real thing.
I want you to. It is because you're reaching the masses. Hopefully, it would be really cool. Now if y'all got some balls, not you, say Stacy Corral, Public Works. Talk to late night crew.
Stacy, bro, I want to talk to Stacy. You know who I do want to talk to on the real?
Who?
T.O. Hardeman.
Ooh, now that's an interview right there.
I want to talk to T.O. Hey, you can come cuss on there. You ain't got to worry about that. You come on over here and cuss, T.O.
T.O., you know who else? I want you to talk to, if you can, Riley. I would love to know.
Riley Rogers?
Yes. Riley Rogers. Sean Howard, the old spokesman that spoke on Lexi case.
Okay.
And these are people that probably would not come forward.
Exactly.
I would love to hear Michelle Staples' point of view.
I can't interview her. I done seen too many pictures about her.
You saw stuff? I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, you don't even know nothing about this, but I saw some pictures.
Okay, we'll leave that out of there. But Stacy Corral.
I want to talk to Tanjanique.
Tanjanique. Oh yeah, she's not coming. Tanjanique.
She's not coming.
She's not coming. But
I want to talk to the crisis actor, that chick that work at Thornton Township. You can come over here and I'll talk. I won't pull my camera out, so you don't have to fear for your life.
No. Let's start with something small. I'm saying it's small. Stacy Corral and the Second Chance people. I would love to hear from them, but I do know they under the mayor's command. But it would be really cool because Public Works turned into a bunch of young people. They really do put in hard work. I don't know any of them personally, but I want to know what is their experience. What's going on there? What's going on? I can't wait for Clerk Key to say something too. But yeah, like just these people that's not talking. I would like to hear from them and some residents. That's not nobody really sat down and gave Mr. Lee an interview. How long Mr. Lee been here? I know he said it, but
so dad, because I interviewed Mr. Lee for a hot second after the meeting at the park.
Mm-hmm.
So that I made sure to stop talking to Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee definitely he definitely gave some good bars. That's what I'm gonna do today is release some of them interviews and whatnot.
Oh, I cannot wait. Yeah, because I want to hear from Mr. Lee a little bit more and see what's going on. I wish that we could talk to the what's the name of that department? I want to talk to Kim. I want to be like, Kim, what were you doing before this? I just want to know, because sometimes that's all it is. Where were you before this? Mr. Moore, what was you doing before this that made you have to use your trapper keeper as a weapon?
What is that spider he always wears on his coat?
You call it the Black Widow.
Yeah, that's like, I thought that was like a logo of Tiffany.
I saw some ladies at the meeting with that. Like, and if we could get like a little, just a little bit of insight from people that's like Keith Price. We begged him to come up that
Man,
day.
I want Keith, bro. Don't you know that was something that everybody asked me that I talked to? Basically, like, is Keith Price like people? Keith Price will never threaten me like he threatened them women. He walked past me like he ain't hear all the stuff I said about him.
I feel like, and then like someone said that he used to be something in Harvey. So is it like I said, you take away a man's ability to make a man, woman, I'm not gender, but you take a person's ability away to feed that, give them the basic needs, clean up. Hunger pains are a real thing. If you
really
not, if you can't feel your belly, and
when you get so hungry you can't eat.
Oh my God. And then never heard of that. Like, people don't know this is a real thing. I've been there where I haven't had the ability to not be hungry. I wasn't hungry like that, but the ability to have income. You know, if you take away that from somebody, that's what I think a lot of people are scared of, the fear. These jobs, these 6-figure jobs, those jobs are pretty easy too, Shay. I'm sorry, y'all get mad at me. Them jobs like Kim sitting up in there saying she gonna quit. They just sitting up there in the water department. Quit. Oh girl, quit. Like, these are pretty. Do you think Stan Brown is breaking a sweat at work every day?
I think Stan Brown is one conversation away from turning on Tiffany completely.
You do?
If you want my total, I got an exact clip you can go look at. Go look at when Jason House now adjourned that meeting at 7:58. All of them left out, and Kiana walked past and clearly was talking to him for a second. Then when she walked off, if you look at Stan Brown, he never even, they at the table scrambling, trying to figure out what they gonna do. Delgado, Freeman, all of them. Stan Brown just sitting in his chair like this, looking at them like, man, I wish I could go. Man, they going to Disney World and I can't even go. Man, my mama mean. I wish I could go with them. And go back and watch. And it was like for like 5 minutes. He never once turned, looked like, so what are we doing? Da, 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 da. He was the only one. Everybody else doing it. Stan Brown just sitting there. Stan Brown, he was at the meeting he was at the township thing on Monday.
Yeah, I saw
and
him.
He snuck up out of there.
My camera. He told you know who he told to move my camera?
Who?
You saw, remember on Tyrant Terminator when he got walked out by the man that spoke like
I don't know, you may have a gun on you.
Remember the man that was speaking like one of the Jacksons, like Jackie Jackson? He was like, hi, he was sitting behind me, and Stan motioned to him, from what I understand, for him to stop me from recording. And that soft-spoken man that that walked Tyrant Terminator out, from what I understand, was like, no, we can't stop her. He didn't tap me on the shoulder like he was allegedly instructed. So that was pretty cool. But yeah, this whole situation, and I have a question for anybody that's a professional in my chat, or Shay, or anybody that knows. Sam Brown retired from the post office. He getting that check. He getting a trustee check. He's on the fire and police board. He's getting that check. He's over at Thornton Township. He's getting a check for that. And I don't know. I'm like, wait a minute. So what happens when you retire? Can you collect all those checks like that?
Yes.
Okay, I was just wondering. So you just go right back into the work sector. So you're not. You
All
can still.
about it. It has to be set up a certain way, but for lack of better terms, yeah, it's kind of like how, for lack, just one analogy is like how you'll see an NBA player retire from the NBA, but then go work for NBC or something.
Very cool. Thank you for that. Because I was like, wait a minute, would that mess up his retirement? Because I'm like, what is Stan doing? Stan, like, I got 6 jobs. And last question, Shay, because I got long-winded. What do you think about
long with? Wait. Mary, we recognize? No, you got to play it. I'm here. You have to play it.
That's our part.
Can I be recognized, Mayor?
You want to be long-winded? I'm just asking.
Can you imagine when she went up there and said, y'all, we got my next clip is gonna be, it's not my problem that you didn't pay your phone bill. I was like, what?
And that was crazy because nobody even mentioned. I knew what it was, but I never said nothing to like my viewers or nothing because I didn't know how public it was. But when she said that, I was like, this idiot done admitted it.
My whole thing is, when you're telling us the township got a soup kitchen and it's like we help you with all this and it's free. Then you chastise us, like Jardis said today when the lady called for a ride. Like we heard Mayor Henry say, you get a ride for free. They told her to call an Uber. She worked. Like it's getting out of hand.
Chief Price can't be in charge of them food boxes. I stand on that.
Stop it.
I stand on that. I'll just leave it there. I stand on that.
What do you think about Andrew Holmes walking around in his vest from CTA, still like he don't got a care in the world? Like what's going on?
I heard about this when I got there, and I was floored. They're like, "Yeah, Andrew Holmes still be just walking around here like nothing happened." I'm like, "What?" Yes, that is. So if y'all thought Burgundy was playing, she's not playing. Andrew Holmes still out in the streets jogging behind cars.
He's still out here. What?
Time to get a criminal off the street, I guess.
Is nothing taken seriously? You know what I mean? Like that's.
But I hate to use this analogy, but it's kind of like a wheel thing. Like if I was facing some real trouble, it wouldn't be surprising if I decided to go on the air and cuss somebody out. That's because that's kind of my wheel. Like if Jedediah was feeling pressed, he'd come to the meeting like he did in that public thing. That's his wheel. So maybe just the wheel.
I think they need to, I don't know.
Maybe his whole thing is just like, this is what I know. This is what got me popular. So maybe I need to go. Because, with all this stuff, he wasn't doing it as heavy as he once was. So maybe he feel like if he can activate the streets again, they'll come defend him. Other than that, I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't understand what he's doing. And then on top of that, I don't understand why the allegations go out and he won't be a gentleman and just step down or to the side until the allegations are clear, or the mayor does not say, you know what, until this is clear, I stand behind this woman.
It's easy. Do you remember that picture that I showed with him wearing that hard hat with that Levi 501 jacket?
Yes.
That jacket told me that he would he's going all the way with this one.
Yeah, it's a lot of stubbornness going on all around.
I've never seen their level of stubbornness, but that's the stuff like with Tiffany. Like I think she's gonna end up getting more time than any other mayor has ever gotten, just off the strength of she's not gonna want to chill out when it's time to get that time. She's gonna be running her mouth from beginning to. I don't be surprised if Tiffany run through multiple lawyers.
No, every time I hear that, when people like, and I know y'all be getting so mad at me, not you, Shay, but a lot of people in my chat, you too, probably. I'd be like, damn, I just wish she would stop because I don't want to see her get. How much time you guys serve at Fed time? Like 90% or something?
95.
Oh, like I'm the youngest. Not if you go there.
Not if you go there. You won't be when you come out.
You won't be the youngest. Let's just stop it. And I feel so bad for her daughter. And I just don't know. Like, like I said, I'm on the outside looking in, so I'm only judging from what I see. But yeah,
I got her when she get locked up. I'm gonna keep her stipend full.
her stipend. And oh, you know what? Last person, Shay, Chris Gonzalez. He need a real late night crew interview. Chris
I
Gonzalez.
want to talk to Chris Gonzalez. He talked to me for a second, and he said he watched, and I know he, with what he said, I at least know he, whether or not he actually watched, he did know who I was. And yeah, I want to talk to kid because he let me my civil rights get violated. I was in his house. At the end of the day, that wasn't on no Thornton Township, none of them. Chris Gonzalez, I hold Chris Gonzalez higher because his whole shtick is, I'm the one guy that's not with any of this. I'm the one guy that's not with any of this. But I heard that's only the case because you didn't get what she promised you. And I saw how he was moving in person, which I can believe that. I ain't gonna say that that's true, but I can believe it.
Did you go to Vegas? Did you go to Vegas?
Did you go to Las Vegas? Did you go to Las Vegas? Did you? First of all, I want to give Trustee Chris Gonzalez. I want to give you a round of applause for a great show tonight. Great show. I wanted to trip him so bad.
I
just want to see him fall over. Like, I don't want nothing bad to happen to him. I just want to see you ever get a good belly laugh from somebody just taking a tumble? I need one of those with him. I just need to see Michael Smith just fall over.
Michael Smith needs to, like, I can't imagine having all those allegations, as y'all say, against me, and I'm standing at the microphone calling everybody else out on their sins. Like, no, just
That's bro. That was just next level messy. I thought he was getting ready to say, now you didn't smash somebody mama. You went over somebody mama house. I mean, Michael Smith took that meeting somewhere it wasn't supposed to go.
Everybody started leaving. They was going opposite of him, and it just got so bad. And then Tiffany was egging it on. He like, let's talk about it. She was pointing. She like, yeah. I'm like, wow.
I'm sitting here watching her. Nobody in the crowd. Just so you know, when Tiffany's laughing, she was the only one in that building laughing. Not even her people were laughing.
I kept on telling everybody it was some Grey Goose, like Fannie Williams. Fannie Williams said she don't like wine. She like, it was some Grey Goose in that Fiji bottle. It wasn't no water. She would take a sip.
Somebody said it was Molly water.
Every time when she would, I said, how much water is in this bottle? She's still going.
But she never takes a hard, it's never even a big sip either, like it's some alcohol or something.
Yeah, she probably, I mean, if I would have had to have a little gummy before I sat up there myself. Like, nah, I can't sit up here and deal with it, but you have to. That's what has the seat. But it would have been much easier if they would have gave everybody the figures they were asking, posted it on the township. Stop trying to transparency. That's all people asking for. A little transparency.
But like Trustee Belcher said, they don't want nothing on record because they not gonna answer no questions because they don't want nothing. Trustee, you out of order. Shut your ass. You out of order. Be quiet.
Wait a minute. I gotta play this part before you go, because this is what Shay, we gotta blame Shay for this because I felt like Shay was back there. I know he was being blocked. But if Shay, if you would have cut the lights off during this part, this would have been amazing. Like, if you would have just cut the lights. When Don Core got up there to say this.
First of all, we understand one thing. When you're doing wrong, you need to be corrected. So I only have one question, Ms. Darlene Gray. Do you think that the board is doing a good job right now? Frank told me to ask you that.
Yeah, you could have shut the man when he said that. You felt that went through everybody's bones. You felt that.
We all was like, did he say that? You should have cut the lights off, Shay.
That was game over. Like that was in the core.
He said, Frank told me to ask you that. And you know, Don Core knows where the skeletons are buried. Don Core knows more than. You know, I just would look. That's who needs an interview. Don Core.
Don Core is at the top of my list.
Yeah, because to sit there and campaign, he was outside of the trustees when they were outside yelling at Trustee Ed Steve. He was yelling at him. he was intimidating people to vote for Tiffany. Sorry, Don Court. You know, it was what it was. You were team
Stand on 10 toes, Stephanie.
Sorry,
Stand
Don
on
Court.
10 toes.
It was what it was. You know, you was riding and dying for Tiffany Henyard. So what happened? And he still works for the township. I was shocked. So
20
I'm
years,
like,
he said, right?
yeah. So I'm like, okay, so if you're an employee, you still held your spot. So she couldn't get rid of Don Court. I believe Don Court know where the skeletons are.
Got to.
He got to. He got to. But thanks, Shay. I hope I'll be long-winded with you all day. And I appreciate you so much for all you do. And thank you for giving me, I always say, thanks for getting me over that threshold. I had a goal in mind, and you made sure your people came through and got me to that goal. Thank you. Thank you.
We didn't do anything. You did.
Yes, y'all was there. And I'm gonna have to change my voice while I'm out, because now people know they
You
like,
can't.
oh.
It's over for that. It's over for that.
And tell the trustees, don't come calling me. I was just saying.
No, you can't have it both ways. You can't be like, they don't, and then I don't want.
It's my channel, and I do what I want to.
That's that bull, bro. You right, because I'm getting ready to go exactly to the place where I'm gonna be doing exactly what I want.
I love it, and I get in that chat and act the fool on Late Night Crew, y'all. That's Burgundy After Dark.
Hey, I need to. Can I say something to the chat before I go?
Please, you can stay.
I need a big favor from y'all. Everybody, if you can, hit that Cash App for Burgundy Blue right now. Burgundy Blue Com. That's COM. Burgundy Blue Com is the cash tag. Hit her right now. If you ain't got no Cash App, get in that chat right now. Get a membership, a super chat, a super thanks. Spend that bread. Put that bread back into the community and support real journalism from Dolton. Do it now.
Thank you. He gonna exit himself, y'all. He gonna exit himself. You are not excused, Shay. Thank you, Shay. Thank you, Late Night Crew. I appreciate you, Shay. Also, let me tell you, I was out the other day. He didn't tell y'all this, but when he said he put that money back in Dolton, he definitely sent me a little something. And I appreciate it, because I was able to add, what's that called? A giblet? Is it called giblets? I got me a giblet. One of those things to hold my phone steady. Because y'all, when all that action was going on behind me, your girl got a little shaky. I was like, oh. Frank said hi. Thank you guys. I appreciate y'all so much. Okay, let's get into this last. It's a gimbo. Giblet. I got a giblet. I got a gizzard to hold my phone up. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. Y'all don't have to do that. Shay is amazing. Shay, let me tell you, Shay got me over that threshold. So if you guys don't know what that is, first of all, I had a goal. I wanted to get 4,000 subscribers. And Shay got me to that. It was like 4K, I think I wanted, by April 1st. And him and his team did that. And then also, it's a threshold you have to have. It has $100 to get paid. So one day I was sitting in my chat, and Shay sent me like $50 or something weird like that. It was something crazy. And he got me to that threshold where I was able to get a check for that month. Thank you, Shay. Thank you so much. He got me out the free Indeed line, y'all, which was really nice. The free Indeed line was really, really nice. Shout out to Dr. Scott. So you guys, thank you. I appreciate it. Y'all don't have to do anything. Yeah, what not? He said, well, I was like, what? Amazing called me actually on Amazing called me like, are you okay? My phone overheated. My phone was super hot. They turned the heat up in there so we would leave. Thank you, Late Night Crew, for the $10. Thank you, Hiram. Thank you, Kaylee. Y'all don't have to do anything. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mocha. Hey, Mocha. It's so great seeing you. Thank you, Black Crypto. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. Okay, y'all. What didn't happen? What didn't happen? Why am I on here?
Can I be recognized, Mayor?
You want to be long-winded? I'm just asking.
Yo, how did this happen? Oh my goodness. Real quick, let's go to Jedediah. Last couple of minutes. We're going to just watch this report. Y'all let me know. Jedediah, he got a microphone now. Jedediah got a microphone now, and he is cutting up. But let's see. Somebody spotted Andrew Holmes. So they spotted Andrew Holmes here. He's walking, and I think he has a CTOA vest on, because I ran into Andrew Holmes and he was on the platform before, like at the CTA Green Line. He was on the Green Line when I saw him. So he was on the platform. I don't know what capacity he works for. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's where I saw Andrew Holmes. So I think this is why he's walking around with this orange blazer on. Okay, now let's get into a little bit of Jedediah's commentary. Y'all, I was supposed to be at work. Look at me. I got to get back out of here in a little bit, but I was definitely long-winded. Let's get to it. And shout out to everybody in the chat. Let me tell you, over here we're just talking about it. I don't know. I am confusion. And I think the sucky part about it is that we don't know what to do. Let me get to Jedediah first, but Jedediah got a lawsuit today, y'all. Let me put Jedediah in the chat. And you guys, if you have something to say, it's right here. This is Jedediah Brown's Facebook. The link is at the top. I think the problem is we don't know where to go. Let me tell you what I'm hoping happened. This is what I'm hoping happened. This is in a perfect word. Well, Jedediah's Facebook link is in the chat if you guys want to check it out. I hope that all this heat gets Cara Wilson's case open back up. I didn't know Illinois State Police closed the case. I hope, because the only thing we want for everybody, especially Cara, is for them to get their loved ones back, right? And we can't do that. Open that case back up. Give her that full footage. So I'm hoping all the pressure of everybody that's bringing, you got Hannibal, you got Shawan Burns. I'll do a list of all the people. You have Della Creme Della. You have Late Night Crew. You have it's so Pink Book Lessons. I don't know why she's not at the top when I forget Pink Book Lessons. You have Nate the Lawyer. You have freaking O'Shea Duke Jackson. You have all these people sharing about what's going on. Main Street Media is trying to hold it. We got Tommy G, right? So we got these people that's trying to share, open this case back up. I don't know what the freak, and I'm saying the freak, is wrong with Kim Fox. All this heat, and Kim Fox is not standing up. That really burns my grits. Now I don't get peed off about a lot of stuff, but that dang on Kim Fox not saying anything, it burns my grits. Even if she was just gonna say, we see what the residents of Dolton going through. Her not saying nothing, and we know she shows up to everything, that's sickening to me. Now, I don't have a lot of opinions about a lot of things, but that is one that really burns my grits. But they want to fight a case for the same that I'm not fight a case, but the church is suing Dolton because they can't get their church built in the spot Alexis Wilson met her demise in, where they shot her and she ended up dying in that bicycle place. Can you believe that? That's what pisses me off. And I'm like, okay, but y'all got time for lawsuits and to go over that to get this church. And there's no shade to the church. They bought the building. They just trying to open it up, right? But what the heck? You know what I mean? Open this girl, give that body cam footage to Alexis Wilson's mom. Open this freaking case back up. What is the problem? That's what I say. And Kim Fox, you should be, shame on you. Say something. Say something. That's the only thing I just don't get. And I understand I don't understand the politics of everything. I don't. I'm not a lawyer. I don't understand that. Shame on that attorney last night, or what was that? The ninth. That's going to sit up there and won't even identify herself as a township attorney. Who are we supposed to turn to? Shame on you. Shame. Anybody watch shame of Game of Thrones? Shame. Like Cersei. Shame. Like, you're not even saying anything. How can you do that? You got all these people like Shay driving all, I don't even know, Shay flew, he took us, but flying over here to get coverage on a village that's going through something. And we got a state's attorney that we could walk to where she lived from Dalton almost. We could ride our bikes over to Flossmoor, and has a resident of Homewood Flossmoor, a graduate of Homewood Flossmoor, lose her life. And you say nothing? But you were standing up to fight for your chief of police when the town called for him to get fired. Or whoever, not the town, the administration, right? Called for him to get fired. Kim Fox was like, oh no, not my chief. You see what the people are going through over here. You're the state's attorney. Don't let your time run out where you don't say anything. I just don't understand it. And I understand I don't understand politics, but you're not saying anything. What here? What got done at the meeting? Did we get any township business done? Tiffany was counting those votes for her life so that we did not have to get the numbers written down. Robert Hunt was sweating bullets. It's scary. Somebody say something. That's one thing I agree with Don Core. Say something, please. That's it. That's all I gotta say. I'm just like that. Oh, sorry, guys. That is just crazy to me. Justice for Alexis Wilson. Yeah. It's crazy. Open Meetings Acts being violated. All these different things that if it was going on in Schaumburg, or Bolingbrook, Naperville, they would not have it. You think the people of Munster, Indiana go for this kind of stuff? No. Say something. They're calling for Kwame. They're calling for the state's attorney. Say something. Say something. If I remember talking to Cara and she was like, good, we were chatting, not talking, but in the chat, she said, good, I just want the truth. Good, bad, and different. I just want the truth. I think that's what a lot of people just want here. Help. So Jedediah Brown, all we got, damn it, we're gonna take it. So let's go to Jedediah. Thank you, guys. We're gonna if Jedediah Brown is what who's gonna bring us to the promised land with Cairo the monkey, we're gonna take it, darn it. Thank you so much, guys. I missed some super stickers. Thank you. Zara Lou, thank you so much. Ashley Mitchell, thank you for the $10 blessings. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Nikita, Face Card Cloud. Thank you so much for the $9.99. Blessings to you. Thank you, Awake. Real like crew. Harem on YouTube. I think I said a Kaylee, Mocha Tees. Thank you so much. All right, let's get to Jedediah Brown and that monkey, y'all. I just know they're going to shut my page down one day for talking about that dang old monkey. Because it just don't sound right. They denied my crime victims application with viable proof. What happened? What? Miss T, can you email me burgundybluecommentary@gmail.com? And I got to remember to say, I went by Funnel Cake Man's store the other day. I wanted to send that to Shay. Let me make sure I do that. Dr. Nikita said the attorney didn't want to admit she was with Delgado Law Firm on camera. We got the receipts. All you got to do is scroll. But I guess that's what they be trying to block, huh? They be trying to block. What's the purpose of a meeting if you get no answers to questions? The loophole. That's where the loophole comes in. You know what I mean? And I'm like, I felt like at this meeting, after she saw the last meeting and how peaceful it is, like literally we were able to go into the field house for the special board meeting. And it was so nice that Stephanie was like, hey, if you guys don't feel like standing, and we're inside now. She said, if you don't feel like standing, go over here to the room and you can sit. It was like nothing like that when we went to the first of the month board meeting at Village Hall, when we were outside in the rain. People had to go to the bathroom. Seniors were standing out. I think Mr. Lee got a cold from it. Seniors were standing outside just cold in the rain. Then they get through, they have to go through the metal detectors and get patted down and wanded. Like, what? Like, what in the John Wick is going on here? I have zero respect for Kwame. Like, say something. That's why Lori Lightfoot is important, y'all, in my opinion. That's why. Hi, Valerie. Hi, everybody. I feel like that's why Lori Lightfoot is important, because it's just like almost like a marketing thing. I know I'm saying it wrong, but from the line of business I said that's like a name that's going to be like Lori Lightfoot, and people can say what they want to. They were saying stuff like she gonna come up in here and no, we don't want her, baby. When she came through that door, it was nothing but love and respect for her from everybody. People had their questions, but they still had respect, and she was able to answer those questions direct. Okay, guys, let's go to our boy. I'm the captain now. Uncle, like Miss Lori Lightfoot, y'all go leave her alone. Salty. I have zero respect for everybody with tip. Yeah. Cairo the monkey is probably better qualified for mayor and supervisor. Cairo is so cute, but Jedediah, get Cairo out the tub. Jedediah. Just a mess. Jedediah put Cairo in the tub and play Kiss of Life. So let's go to Jedediah, you guys. I told y'all I was not gonna be here long, and look at me. Look at me.
More you pray. Can I be recognized, Mayor?
You want to be long-winded? I'm just asking.
But you know, I'm only here for one reason.
So all I'm saying to you is like, come on, guys, we got to do better. We have to do better. And all I can tell you is that I am a fighter, and y'all know that. So when you come for me, be prepared for the fight, because at the end of the day, they talked about Jesus Christ. So why don't I think y'all are not gonna do me the same way? Somebody that's healing y'all and helping y'all. Same thing I'm over here doing, right? Healing and helping.
Asking another employee who went on that trip. You went down to Springfield, and what were you hoping to do in Springfield?
You need to ask the people that handles that. I'm not the one that handled it. I was just riding the bike.
We need more.
I'm trying to help and heal y'all. And you guys, I always say, like, I feel so bad for the super mayor. I just don't know what is going on. Like, I don't know if it's bad advisement. I remember I was in a relationship with somebody, and they would always tell me, you guys could sort of feel my personality. It's just, it is what it is. I'm kind of like, I don't know. I always try to look like my friend always say, it's no gray area. It's either black or white with her. I'm sort of like, maybe I'm like the devil's advocate. Like, well, maybe somebody's telling her, don't worry, they got her. I be feeling like people like, what they gonna do? They got her. And she's getting bad advisement on top of not wanting to listen. And it went too far. That's how I feel like. I feel like she's like, well, shoot, I can't turn around now. I went too far. But what's it going to take for her to say enough is enough? I thought it would be the Andrew Holmes thing. I thought that would be enough is enough. The fact that you're even here bringing shame to my name, enough is enough. The fact that you're even here sitting down as a trustee and with these allegations, enough is enough. Let's say allegedly, let's say everything was a complete lie. Okay, that Andrew Holmes is innocent, right? Who would pick out Andrew Holmes to bring down out of everybody? So we know it had to, like, who would just say, you know what, I'm gonna say that Andrew Holmes did this to me? Who would have picked that? The advocate? Like, it wouldn't even, I don't know, it wouldn't cross my mind. The fact that he won't even just be the person we see that's jogging behind everybody saying he's chasing down crime, that he wouldn't say in a statement, hey, you know what, while this allegations is going on, and I have been an advocate for a long time, I know I'm gonna step aside, like I would have told anybody else to do. I would have told somebody else to step aside until we found out too. So I'm gonna do the noble thing, and I'm gonna step aside. What's wrong? Like, when does it end? It's crazy. Okay, I'm sorry, y'all. Long-winded again. Augie, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Shabiz, thank you. You have a great day and weekend. All right, let's go over here to Cairo and Jedediah reporting live. So Jedediah just announced that he got sued. Okay, so it's new news with Jedediah going out every day. He said, "Oh, they're suing me. LOL. I've been served and got a cease and desist. Child, I'm homeless." When he got up there, said Jedediah Brown, I'm homeless. Because if you guys didn't catch that the first time he got up one time and they were like, you can't say anything because it was citizens address or citizens comment or something like that. I don't know. But he couldn't say anything during that time. So he came back up the second time and said, yeah, my name is Jedediah Brown and I'm homeless. So it says, as I said, I don't get scared. I get mad. Now I'm about to release more. Stupid asses just do the right thing and effing give up Andrew. The best part I've shared in the comments. Update. It's the pretext to the lawsuit if the demands aren't met by Tuesday. What do he say? The foregoing demands have been limited for purposes of this letter to facilitate prompt and expeditious resolution. Expeditious, right? I gotta be like TI, expeditious resolution. They represent very simple and straightforward demands. Your immediate compliance will ensure that this matter can be resolved without the need for more formal means of resolution. To that end, I look forward to hearing from you or your counsel and to receiving confirmation of the demands outlined by Tuesday, April 16th. Okay, so it's like every Tuesday we get a little tea from Jedediah. Oh Lord, what is this, y'all? Okay. Now, y'all, I'm just reporting the news. I'm just reporting the news over here. So Jedediah said, we have expanded our investigation into Dolton and matters surrounding these individuals. I don't even know who these people are. If you have any information or tips concerning those pictured below, just reach out. If information is found credible, you may receive compensation as a source. We are the official modern day Scooby-Doo crew of Dolton. I don't know, but you could sure go for Brother Moore because I want to know what the heck he got going on. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about the employees getting this. What do y'all think? I don't feel like the employees should get this kind of heat. Y'all let me know your thoughts. I don't know. Like this is, and then on top of that, the mayor sort of could stop all this by meeting Andrew Holmes, you have been sacrificed. The end. That's it. I don't know.
How you doing? This is your boy Jedediah and Dolton. Your tea is ready. And so look, you guys, tonight, as I promised you all, we're going to be looking to release some information and some receipts about the inquiries that we have been doing to get information about what is really and actually going on in the village of Dolton. So grab your seatbelt. I give honor and homage to all of our amazing reporters out there, reporters in the media, reporters over the YouTube, content creators and such. There's going to be quite a bit of people.
I want to put in here, hold on. Miss T, I'm gonna put my email. If you feel comfortable, this is what I'm wondering. Are you connected? I'm wondering, are you connected to, I'm not going to say it, not in a bad way. I was wondering if you had a victim in your family. Can you email me, burgundybluecommentary@gmail.com? I didn't know if you would, because it's somebody I was looking for that I missed. Every time I see her, she's kind of teary-eyed. If you guys know who I'm talking about, her son was taken away. Well, he was murdered at the Maxwell Street. I always miss her. And I wanted to get her story too as well. And, I try to do like the videos, like a breakdown, something like that, just to show how the people lived instead of how they left us violently. I want to show a little bit about how they left what their family is going to do now. I want to show a little bit about that because you guys are human. When I went by I went by Funnel Cakes Man place in Orland the other day. it was just like, man, these people are buying these funnel cakes and they're so delicious. I got to shake, but you're getting these funnel cakes and stuff, and then they don't know what happened and how he was taken away from his dream. So if you guys, that's what I would like to do. So please email me. That's all I want to say. Let's get back to Jedediah.
Today, one of my favorites is Hannibal. I actually want to give a shout out to the late night crew with Shay. I want to give a shout out to Burgundy. These are individuals who are specifically committed to focusing on things going on in Dolton and giving you all the facts as they come. And so today we're going to be doing the exact same thing. My role is a little different because I am an advocate who is also doing an investigation and an inquiry with myself and a team that does investigations. But tonight is going to be a different kind of night. And I want to just basically do a little bit of housekeeping before I get started with the tea.
Had to pause it. Jedediah, thank you for mentioning all of us content creators over here. I love them all. Hannibal, Shawan, Nate, late night crew for show. Love them all. Pink Book Lessons and stuff, and they're just trying to spread the word. It's a lot more, so blame it on my head and not my heart. But thanks, Jedediah, for mentioning me, because I saw you in the parking lot and I got scared. But I told you who I was.
There's going to be another team that is going to be assisting me tonight in the things that we talk about. They're going to be in my ear. They're going to also, we've basically been in communication. This is officially a movement. It is a collaboration. More unsung heroes have joined the squad, and this thing has expanded far beyond anything that has ever happened in the realm of getting information that I've ever experienced in any case in my entire life. Save this live, damn, I have class. Okay, so they are not visible, but they're here and they're on there. So I don't want my team to be getting all the credit. I want you all to know that there are a lot of people concerned about what's going on in Dolton, and the effort is expanding. Okay, a couple more things. I want you guys to know that you can help us out in this effort. If you all are appreciative of what we're doing, we're not just sharing information or talking about what people are doing. We're boots on the ground. We've got real investigators. We're getting real information and we're disseminating it. You can support our effort. Valerie is going to put up in this chat. Hold on, I don't even know if I can do that chat. I didn't even check that. There she goes. She just did it. Give me a second, y'all. Hold on. Sorry. I just saw she did it. Valerie just did it. Bam, 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 bam. It worked. Okay, so I just pinned up a way that you can actually support the work that we're doing and give us further resources to conduct and conclude this investigation, to organize more efforts to keep the pressure on the pipes until they bust, and to bring the results that the people of the people of Dolton need and deserve. Now, normally I'm rapid fire, right? I'm just giving you guys and saying it as it's in my heart and from my passion. But right now, because of the type of things we're going to talk about, I have a lot of stuff in front of me. So bear with me, just so that I can make sure you guys, I'm talking about the people in my earpiece. You can hear me, right? You still on it? Okay, just making sure you're there. So we're good. Their team is there. Hold on one second. Let me make sure.
Y'all, this cracked me up the way he was like, the way he was on his AirPod. And I was like, what is going on here? So I don't know. Let's keep going. Oh, wow. Wait a minute. I'm catching up on the chat. Out of those pictures, the only one I really feel bad for is Helen. She's such a sweet person. Sally, she's home girlfriend and collab. Oh, I feel bad for her just for being his girlfriend. Hey, Theotis. Hey, everybody. Okay. Cease and desist should be sent to Tiffany and her cohorts to immediately stop the misappropriation of funds, embezzlement, corruption, abuse of power and weaponizing the police. Deadline is 2021. Thank you for that. Hi, Mocha Cheese. Hey, everybody. Let me tell you something. Dr. Nikita, I feel bad for her because didn't she get it on both ends? Like, first of all, Andrew Holmes, maybe that why? Well, good thing she ain't married him. I say, y'all supposed to be married at this age, but he has a girlfriend, and okay, so Andrew Holmes has a girlfriend, and now she's hearing about the allegations, right? So that's hurtful. And then now then her pictures popped up. That's hurtful too. You know what I mean? I feel bad for her. Seriously, I feel bad. All right, let's get back into it. Let's go back to Jedediah. He got his AirPod in. It's nobody on that AirPod, Jedediah, is it?
Okay. So I think I'm gonna have to put the chats on this screen over here. Lord have mercy. Okay, my messenger has to update. We should have did this before I did it. But I want to thank all of the people who also saw my my last video and decided to contribute to the cause so that we can further get this information and do our job.
Jedediah was worth every bit of that $3,500. So Jedediah, I said, you were worth every bit of that $3,500.
Sorry, this is kind of hard. Hope y'all are doing well. The tea is ready. Give me one more second so I can open up my chat. I want to make sure that I can see my team. What? I'm sorry, y'all. Give me a second. Oh, that worked. Bam. All right. I can see my team. I can hear this team. We're ready. Let's do it. Hold on one second. And I'm also going to be giving you guys some visuals and
Real quick, thank you, Kiki, for the $20 Cash App. Thank you so much. Goes to upgrading the channel eventually. I appreciate you so much.
I wore this shirt specifically for this live, and depending on who you are, I wore this shirt for everybody. And if you're somebody who was rocking with us in our fight, this shirt simply says, "You matter. Don't give up." Okay? But if you're not rocking with us, this shirt says, "You don't matter. Give up." Depends on who you are. That's how I want you to read it. Now let's get into the tea bag. All right, here we go. Did you just laugh in my ear? I heard you. Was that good? Okay, so basically, I got a few more things to talk about. And again, you can talk to me in my ear. I don't think I'm gonna be that distracted. But if I am, I'm gonna tell you I am. Okay, so listen to me. I want you all to get this. This is not something that I think is a joke, but I am gonna be myself, and I may be very comical in trying to do this. We have tons of allegations. I really think that they need to rewrite that word in the dictionary. That shit hits so much better and harder. So we have tons of allegations, and that is exactly what these are. We're giving the facts as we have found them. And so I'm not the media. I can give out this information as we have found them, but these are allegations. So I'm giving these allegations for several reasons. It gives you guys an indication of what's going on according to what we found. It gives you a hint of the information that we're cooperating and turning over to authorities. It also gives you guys something to do. I've understood that so many people are burning food and not getting their hair done, showing up late for work, staying up late because y'all want the tea. But we're giving you this information so that you can do your research, and also so that you all will be able to answer the call with confidence when we tell you guys what we're doing as it relates to organizing. All right, so now let's get into it. I'm not stalking anybody. I'm not playing with nobody. We're just simply advocates giving the truth to the people as we understand it. Okay, so the first thing that I want to talk to you all about, and I'm going to kind of jump around here just a little bit, and I don't know if I want to start with some heavy stuff or some surface stuff. But I just want to let you guys know everybody can get it. And so I don't know where y'all think we should start. I'm talking to the people in my ear. Where y'all think we should start? At what part? Oh no, we still fact checking that. We still fact checking that. So, but this is what I will definitely say. Oh, you want to start that heavy? God damn. Well, look, this is what I want y'all to understand. We basically want Tiffany to stop throwing temper tantrums. And I said this in the last live, and I'll say it before, girl, every time you in them rooms cussing people out, slamming desks and throwing shit, we are hearing everything you're saying. And I said it on the last live, y'all don't know how to debug. I'm like a bed bug. I ain't going away. I'm listening to you talking and screaming and yelling. And guess what? We see how you feel. You ain't feeling good. And we think, as we said before, the best thing that you could do is to go ahead and take a step aside and take a nap before you're incarcerated for your crimes. But no reason to raise your blood pressure, because you know, as a Black African-American woman, blood pressure is a problem. So don't be in there screaming and throwing shit because you had a chance to make this all nice and kosher, you didn't take it. And let's also talk about that. For example, we started this thing, if y'all don't remember, basically asking for her to respond to how she handled the allegations of sexual assault of a former employee. Basically, we were not even going to go down this road. We just wanted her to basically separate herself from trustee Andrew Holmes. And then guess what? I would have been gone. But what she didn't do is the right thing. And so she tried to play the game that got us to where we are. And so what we're going to do, we're going to just start with a little bit about Kamal. We all know that Kamal makes $100,000 a year. I'm not going to give Kamal's file out right now, but I'm going to give you guys a little bit of peek snippet of what some of the things that we talked about. But I talked about this, that we're working on, but I talked about this in the last live, and I want to clarify something for people to understand. In the last live, I talked about her boyfriend, Kamal Woods, obtaining a building for $10 and then selling it for $200,000. Well, we had to get a double fact check. And what I want you all to know is, yes, Kamal Woods did get a building for $10 that was ultimately sold for $200,000, but that $10 was so that he can hold his intent to buy the property.
Man, you know, I can get into real estate. That's pretty cool. I don't know. Y'all heard of that? But I have a question. This me, I'm confusion. So if she doesn't step down, okay, or step aside, I'll do a poll. Put 1 in the chat if you think she won't step aside because of ego, or put a 2 in the chat if you think she won't step aside because she really feels she could turn it around. Like 1 would be ego, 2 would be she's not stepping aside because she feels she has more work to do. You know, let me know. Because that is a good question. Like, she'd have made $200,000 on one end on just a township seat, maybe another $100,000 on just the mayor and the liquor license commissioner seat. No telling what people pay for interviews or things of that nature. So she's made a nice bag. She could literally just say, you know, this is too much. I have a young daughter. I'm gonna step aside, but why won't she? That's a good question. Is it because she's just a fighter? Sorry, getting the hiccups, guys. Is she just a fighter, or I don't know. I don't know. Because I would have, don't give up. I'm not saying you gotta give up, but when it's doing more harm than good, that is a good question. Like, just step aside. I would step aside as the mayor and just focus on the township, honestly.
When they went to go do the closing, Kamal Wood had a mechanic's lien that was against his car wash that when you have a mechanic's lien, meaning you didn't pay some people that did some work for you at another property, he shouldn't have been able to close on the next property that now we understand he actually paid $80,000 for. I heard you. What were you saying? So he paid $80,000 for that property allegedly, but if that was you and my black ass, if we had a lien against us, we would have never been able to get anything closed. So that points to corruption, and what we're trying to get to the bottom of it is who in the Democrat party of people would allow Kamal to surpass the law that everybody else is held accountable to. Can you take him in there, please? Because that screaming is really getting me off track. Okay, but until then, can we just take them out? Okay, so 80,000. So he sold the building for $200,000. I don't have the clip. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna try to see if I can find it real quick. If I can find this clip, because I want to show y'all something that I think is interesting. Can somebody?
Y'all, we went over this like when I first started to do Dolton history and telling y'all that used to be the old animal hospital. But I didn't know it was called the St. Patrick's building. Thank you for that, Kiki. Ain't nobody on there. I'm sorry, Jen. Ain't nobody on the earpiece. The little Bluetooth not blinking. Nobody on the earpiece. Y'all so funny. Wait a minute. That building, y'all, I've never seen a building go up that fast. I know the weather has been so good here. So I guess the construction was able to go over through the winter. Like we've had a really good winter. We cannot complain. But that building is going up fast. They finally put the windows in it. I'm like, whoa, it's gotta be what, 4 or 5 stories? I'm actually excited to see what's gonna be in there. I heard what's gonna be in there, but you know, we hear one thing and it be a total a whole different thing. So I am excited to see what's gonna be in that building. It's right off the expressway. So that's going to bring y'all talking about straight. Miss Kim talking about she quit because strangers coming into town now. Just think about all the strangers going to come into town because of that building. So it's going to bring revenue possibly for Dolton. Wow. So say hello. Oh no, what happened? Amazing. We so sorry. We so sorry. Something very tough. So sorry. Residents didn't want it located there, but Tiffany gave her blessing. That building over there, because are you talking about the building on the car wash? Because what else? I was sick of looking at that animal hospital they never tore down. So why they didn't want that building there? I'm just having a question because I want to know why. What it was nothing else there. It was nothing but a dead animal hospital, literally a dead animal hospital. So what was why didn't they want the building? I missed that part. So I would like to know. And it's like this, you guys, when I have time, my friend, she dared me because it's like this. I just want somebody to know what's on that plaque. It's a plaque out there. I just want to know what's on it. Like, who is it dedicated to? Like, would it be something moving? I don't know. So I just want to know, like, it's a whole plaque out there. So in front of the building. So I'm wondering who the plaque is dedicated to, or is it just the name of the places that's going to go in there? I don't know, but it's pretty cool. Is this a rooftop bar? But see, that's the thing. Okay, I'm for it. If it's something nice, you know, for the community, something different for the community, I am all for it. However, okay, rooftop bar. I feel like I heard that. Oh, Rucker Cigar Lounge. Weren't they gonna have next door the Caribbean restaurant's gonna have like wine and stuff? Why we can't have both? Why we can't fix it? Y'all, I sound like a naive 3-year-old or something like that. But I'm like, can't we? I've always been the type of person. It's room out here for everybody. It's room out. When Shay came to town, Shay showed love. I showed love. All the content creators were showing love to each other. It's room out here for everybody. The media, Shay was over there standing with the media. The media was showing him, Channel 7 was showing him love. Like, it's room out here for everybody. It's room out here for everybody. So why Rutgers can't exist across the street from Village Hall, where we don't have any sit-down restaurants other than the Village Cafe, which I don't even know why they still open. No shade. I don't know who getting breakfast there. I'm like, who is still eating at the Village Cafe? It look dead all the time. But we don't have any sit-down restaurants. Basically, everything is to go. So why they both can't exist and bring some revenue to Dolton? I just don't see why not. Am I a low-key supporter of Tiffany? I will say this: I voted for Tiffany. I did 100%. I voted for her. A supporter of what she got going on now, even though I try to be non-biased. No, I didn't like what happened at Thornton Township. This, like, I'm one of those people, I gotta see it for myself. You guys saw Tommy G documentary when that guy was outside and he was like, hero or a villain, and he was like, she's building a amusement park for the kids up there. Let me tell you, Dalton ain't look this now. I do have the miss. Someone invited me to the west side of Dalton. I got the video of that. Y'all get over there to the west side of Dalton and clean it up. Get them potholes together. Dalton, like Greenwood, super clean. When you go past, I think that's Sibley, it's called. I think that light, I'm trying to remember. Now, this is how old I am. I remember it was a Payless at that light. But Sibley, right over there, when you going, like, it used to be Radio Shack and Payless. I can't remember. But that light right there, Greenwood and Sibley, I think it's the corner. When you keep going down, it's not as clean. But Dalton hasn't been this clean in a long time. So that's what I have to say. Like, I see things. So I was just like that guy. Like, she building something for the kids. I wasn't looking into what it costs. I love seeing the rink. I even like seeing those little Christmas lights until y'all told me they weren't paid for. I like the flashing stop signs until you find out it wasn't paid for. I love Dr. Scott's place until I found out that if she couldn't open it. I love seeing downtown Dalton where I got that CD tattoo at the tattoo shop. I love seeing the Masons building there until I found out they gave away free turkeys every year, until I found out they can't open anymore. So I wasn't as involved until I started talking about it and started to really look at the city. So yeah, I definitely 100% voted for Mayor Hilliard because I thought she was going to do something different. It was going to be a breath of fresh air. It was going to be something different. We saw her in the streets being the people's trustee. But I never looked at the old board meetings and saw, man, she was being a little disrespectful right here. I saw it as maybe she's standing up for us as citizens, you know? So yeah, that's to answer your question. It's crazy. It's crazy when you think about it. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm just sitting up here like, okay. Because y'all remember the first ride along I did? I was like, ooh, look at the pretty lights. The lights are blinking. Yes. And then, I don't know who was in my chat. They said, yeah, that was on the warrant list and they still not paid. And the Christmas lights was $65,000. Knew nothing. But if you don't show up to these meetings, you don't know. But was I so happy to see the basketball courts redone? Yes, I was even happy to see the police station was going to be a little in a better, well-lit area instead of the one-way street. It was so many things I was happy to see that was going to be different, including that building going up. But then it's like, dang, when you get down to it, what cost? What cost? What is going on? I don't know. So I'm just an outsider, y'all. I'm looking in. That's honest burgundy and easy to understand if you don't know the details. I did not know. I was sitting there like, yeah, I know this building right here. They give out turkeys to the kids every year. They do stuff for the youth. It's got an orange sticker on it. Why? I don't know. I don't know. Heck, I still don't know how Pablo's open and Mr. Rinky's not. I don't know. I'm on the outside looking in, but I'm just observing what's going on. Heck, I didn't even know they closed the Big Beauty Supply. They closed the Big Beauty Supply, y'all. Y'all had to tell me that. It's crazy. So I'm just hoping that everybody can get it together, because one thing I do agree with Miss Kim is they're watching us make fools of ourselves on the news. They're watching us make fools of ourselves, and nobody. It's in the next person that comes behind her that wants to run. We actually met someone in the parking lot that was thinking that she could be the next change, possibly. Not gonna call her out, but if she's in the chat, she could say something. But she was saying how she was thinking that maybe she would run for office. But do you think they'll let another Black woman mayor in office in Dolton? You know, this might be it. All our chips are on Jason House, probably in Dolton. And he's not going to be able to fix everything as soon as he swear in. It's going to take him a minute. They should allow whoever swear in, they got to get signed the 2 terms indefinitely. They got to sign a contract because they're not going to be able to fix everything. It's crazy. It's crazy. And I just feel bad for all involved. Once you get involved in your community, a whole new world opens up, good and bad. It does. It really does. Yeah. The basketball. I think they just painted over those basketball courts. I was like, why is it crack? I was like, they just probably painted over it. The basketball courts were already there. I don't know why I got those cracks. That's crazy. Jason House for mayor. Yeah, it's I could accept that, y'all. She made a fool out of me. She made a fool out of me if I was the one that would be like, yeah, we're gonna vote for her. I remember seeing the ticket. Now I could be wrong because you know how you have to vote twice or whatever. It was Ronnie Burge was on the ticket, and I was like, I'm definitely not voting for Ronnie Burge. I'm definitely not. No, sorry, Ronnie. I was like, no, I saw that name. I don't even know. I didn't even read what he was about. I was like, no, nope. Nope. That was it. That's all I had. No. And it was Tiffany Henyard. Okay. That was it. That was it. That was all. Shout out to who I met outside when I was voting. Miss Creighton. Where are the Creightons? Not that they're an activist family. They're just such a good family. I wonder what Miss Creighton think about all this. They're just such a good family. They're just a good family, period. But I know they probably like keep my name out your mouth. Burgundy. Don't get to finding the Creightons or the Staples and the Creightons. Like, keep my name out your mouth. All right, let's go back to Jedediah. He was talking to the earpiece.
Hold on 1 second. We're going to take our time today too, y'all. So don't rush me. All right, talk your shit. This is what I'm saying because we're going to take our time. I need somebody to find me the timestamp of this. There was a video of Dolton Mayor Tiffany Henyard cutting the ribbon for this building. They cut the ribbon for this building, and there is a video of it, and that's what made us aware or had us going down this track. Let me see if I can find it really quickly. Do you all have that by chance? Do you know what that's at? You don't? Okay. All right, they don't. Well, everybody's trying to find it. I'll come back, hopefully, with that image before we get off of this live. But Absolutely. And so we're going to try to get that image because I have never seen in the history of my lifetime a mayor showing up as a mayor for their own ribbon cut. God damn, she narcissistic. She showed up and had a
So y'all, I'm super slow when it comes to this point. So y'all bear with me. The new people in here, just bear with me, please. What's wrong with her showing up to the ribbon cutting? I didn't know. Can you please explain? I'm being dead serious. What was wrong with that? Like at first, I didn't realize how bad it was for her to have her photos over all the literature. I was like, what's the problem? You know what I mean? Now I see the overkill. So can someone explain to me why the mayor is not supposed to show up? And it is no shade Jedediah. I just didn't know. I've seen mayors show up to ribbon cuttings before. Can you just explain it to me in the chat so I know better next time? Thanks, guys.
Well, I'm man. And so we want to get that image because I think that is a golden image, and I think you all deserve to see it if you ain't seen it already. But if y'all don't think that that's bad, and this is why we need good government, Kamal has enjoyed a very wonderful, wonderful business life in Dolton because he has not paid a water bill and he has not paid taxes. Terrible. All of this stuff is researchable. But while y'all paying estimated water bills that's going through the mother and roof and barely through the pipes to give y'all the ability to wash y'all bodies, Kamal Woods can use all the money, the water he wants. He ain't got to pay a dime. So that in itself is a culture of corruption. I can hear you talking. And that's why we don't allow for bad government, because people abuse their power. Everybody deserves a break on their water bill then. If Kamal can get it, you should get it. You get a water break, tax break. You get a water bill break. You get a water bill break. Boy, I wish I was Oprah. I'll give it to you, but I ain't. Pay your bill, because she will cut your water off. All right. So one of the things that we think is very interesting is that we found out that there were some YouTubers who did some videos and they did an amazing job. So I don't have to go over that again because I don't really be looking at people's stuff. It was sent to me. I didn't look at it in great detail, but they did a great job, and Kamal Wood shut down his building. I'm going to show you all about property in Dolton that Kamal Wood has a part or a stake in, partnership in. They taking property, getting property, selling property, not paying the bill of it, but that's just one example. But we'll talk about the specifics of that in the Kamal Woods report. But one of the things that I found to be particularly interesting is that this is an allegation now. This is an allegation. I'm alleging, based upon what we found, that there's a possibility that they've allowed cars to go through that car wash to be scrubbed. And I ain't talking about because they're dirty with dirt off of the streets, but cars have been taken to that car wash and they've been scrubbed so that they can be sold to other people. And that's why we have expanded our investigation into this towing company. There are 2 tow companies that are operating in Dolton, Illinois. And so if you've gotten your car towed in Dolton, Illinois, can you give me those names? I don't remember those names off top. Does anybody know them? Say it again. JTS Towing and West Services, because that's what the white lady said to me over the day. Well, white lady, I did a little research and I figured out who you are. Ain't you the way? Aren't you like somebody's wife? The woman who answered the phone was the wife of the man who bought West Towing when they renamed it West Services. West Towing used to be owned by a man named Byron. Somebody help me out. Brian Booker. Brian Booker used to own West Towing. Filed bankruptcy a lot of times. He sold that motherfucker. But at the end of the day, it's something about Mr. Booker, and we following the breadcrumbs.
Y'all, okay. It'd be like the what am I trying to say? I don't know why this sounds weird when I say it, but Brian Booker sitting at home on his couch, like, what this guy do with me? I just sold the like, it'd be like oh my gosh. Why is this I don't know, but I just sometimes I feel some kind of way, like, oh my goodness, like, this is real life. Can you imagine somebody like me could just sit up here on the internet and get to talking and people will receive it and or not receive it? And then I'm thinking, like, Brian Booker, whoever he is, Yeah, he filed bankruptcy, but did we need to know that? Why we gotta be a Brian Book of business? And it goes across the world. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that.
For some reason, Tiffany does not want to upset Mr. Brian Booker, but West Towing, literally based on our research, has gotten an increase in towing. And what's the other one? JTS towing has gotten a decrease in towing. Now let's talk about why we think that that is important. Let me tell you why we think that's important. So when you do the research, you will find out that JTS towing, they pay an administration fee to the village of Dolton. Y'all, they literally, every time they take y'all shit, I'm sorry, that was just funny to me. Every time they take y'all shit, they give money back to the community, back to the administration, back to the village. Now, if we can get some records, we can find out what exactly they're doing with that money that's coming back from JTS Towing. And it just pains my heart because JTS Towing is not even Black owned. This is the towing company of white people. But what's crazy to me is West Towing don't give y'all shit but hard times. They take y'all shit and they don't give y'all no money back. But the reason
I ain't gonna lie, y'all. I'm not even gonna hold you. West Towing told me before. Oh, this was years ago. So I'm wondering how long West Towing had this contract. But anyway, I got told. You ever been at one of those? I was at an apartment, and you know how it's like if you park outside this gate, you get, you got to have a sticker to go inside the gate, or you have to. Dolton and Riverdale is notorious for that. Like the only parking is in the lot, but you can't park in the lot if you don't have a sticker. So I got told, y'all, I'm not playing. The car I had was a Buick Regal, a throwback. Y'all, I left that Regal right there with West Towing. When they finished with those fees, now I wish I wouldn't have did it in hindsight, but when they finished with those fees, and by the time I could muster up the money to get my car out of the storage, and they was requiring all kind of documents, it was crazy. Not even the regular registration insurance. West Towing took you through back then. Y'all, I left that car right where it was. I like good day. Good day. Because the car wasn't even worth what I had to pay to get it out. But yeah, I'm telling you, I went through complete heck. And this was back in the day. I think just to get the first day was $400, and the next day after overnight they were closed. I had to come back in the morning. It was like another $75 towing fee, and by the time I got back there, woo, my Buick Regal from Bob Watson wasn't even worth it. All right, let's go back.
was particularly interesting is because we have found that most of the cars that are being stolen from you, the people, are being stolen by West Towing. JTS Towing does things by the book. When your car is towed, there is a certified letter that must be sent out to you and to the lien holder if you have one. It's certified, that comes back. There is a waiting period. And when that waiting period is happening, there must be the signature of the police chief of the municipality that took your shit. Am I right? I'm right. That municipality has to sign off if you have overextended that period in waiting. And if you don't come get your busted lemon ass vehicle or your nice new shiny car, they then can take ownership of that car. They can go through a process of getting that title or that deed, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But what has happened in the city of Dolton is it seems that there's some illegal stuff that may possibly be going on. For example, there are some tolls that have been released by West Services or West Towing, I allege, that they don't even get the signature of the chief. Officers are not supposed to sign that, but I have some proof that there's some signatures on there that are not from the chief, and y'all ain't going through the whole process. Y'all better send them certified letters because guess what? You can't doctor too much shit up. However, as I said so many times, I reiterated today that one of those wonderful coveted vehicles are now being driven by the chief of Dolton Police, Chief Lacey. Chief Lacey is driving one of those cars that was taken back from y'all. A Dodge Durango SRT with police plates on that motherfucker. Now imagine seeing somebody pull you over or speed by you with their license.
Okay, I got a question. This is just a question I have, and I meant to ask Late Night Crew this. Sorry, guys, I'm scrolling across the floor from my chair. So this is my question. Now that okay, so you know how he just said, because I'm learning all this as I go, but I'm in my own lane on what I want to do, if that makes sense. Can we do that? And Jedediah got on me too, because I was like, can we do that? Because I'm asking, like, can we identify people, cars, and stuff like that? Like, is it just, I always go back to Trina Downs, corrupt and unethical behavior. Can we just be like, oh, the Detective Lacey drives a Batmobile? Can we say that? You know what I mean? Because now, and I'm not coming for Jedediah. I'm just wondering, because we were over there. You guys will have to watch Long Island audit video. When we were over there, and the whole video, you know, people were on display and stuff like that. So if you're in the public, it's no expectation of privacy, right? That's where we are with it. But can we do that? I'm just asking. I don't know. Like, should we do that? I don't know. I'm learning as we go. Like, because we know how rumors or things just travel. I heard this, I heard that. So now I'm looking for a Dodge Durango everywhere I go with police plates. Can we do that? I'm just asking. I don't know. But you know, I don't know.
Because and they in your shit. But they got it legally. And so basically, we so damn good at the research. I just want to tell y'all that the 3 cars y'all waiting to get now, y'all better leave that shit alone. Because I'm telling the feds. Oh, yeah, I'm snitching. I'm motherfucking snitching. And guess what? That Tesla nice. But y'all better leave that motherfucker in that yard and do that paperwork the right way. I don't got a Tesla. You don't.
That's what I was trying to say, Lisa Lee. Is that considered doxing? You know what I mean? I don't know. Because, okay, so, Lucia, okay, I was asking this question. You know how we're in the public? And so in this video, this is just an example. Like, Jedediah is saying what Detective Lacey drives on his personal vehicle. However, it got police plates, so I guess it's not personal. But he also says how he obtained the vehicle. And I'm wondering, can we say that? Or is that considered doxing? I'm wondering, because I don't know, because like if you put somebody plates online, someone could run that plate and that's it. You guys, let me tell you what happened to me when I was younger. True story. I didn't know this is a possibility. But the car wash got the inside done. And this was happening to a lot of people. So y'all that was an area you probably remember. Got the car wash, got the inside done, right? What's in my glove compartment? Registration, right? When the police say license and registration, my registration is right over there with my insurance, right? Garage door opener in the car. Okay? Don't even know that the garage door opener is missing. Poop. There you go. There we go. I know that happened to several people in the area I was in at the time. So you might have remembered that. It was a big thing. When you run someone's plates, that go to where the car is registered. Stuff like that. Are we on YouTube getting a little? I know this is our First Amendment. Is that the First Amendment right? It's a constitutional right. And you have no expectation of privacy in public. But isn't it like courtesy? And I'm not just talking about Jedediah. This just brought it to my attention. I've seen a couple of people do it. And it's like we're in little old Dolton. And now I'm able to, by watching other people's videos, identify them by what they drive, right? So let me see what you guys have to say. It's public info. Oh no. Only the police can run a plate. A car owned by a cop privately cannot be looked up by like a regular private car. Their registrations are private in Cali. That's not doxing. Our plates are public. Okay. I knew a locksmith in Texas. He could run plates to confirm he wasn't helping someone break into a car. I don't know how it is in Illinois. Freedom of the press. Thank you, Gio. Thank you, Lucille. No, that's not his vehicle. That's the city's vehicle. He's just driving. Hey, just humble me, Clark. If you give a name, an address, or phone number with the name, it's considered doxing by YouTube. Long Island Audit doxed himself. Oh no, he didn't dox himself. Did you guys see that video? He didn't dox himself necessarily, but when he called the police sort of doxed him and gave out a number he was calling from. Some vehicles can be used during seizures from criminal cases. Discount from taxes from citizens. I've heard of that. Thanks, Mike Rule. Sounds as if Western Company is not legally foreclosing on the vehicles in order to obtain a court-ordered title and said vehicle to legally be sold for an impound lot to cover the impound fees. Miss my Yaya Wings, there are cameras everywhere, so no privacy in public. Okay. I never leave my registration or insurance inside my car. I remember that I learned. I grew up with put your registration in your glove compartment. Very true, honeybee. Some states it's illegal for a cop to run plates for their own private info or for a friend. That's true. You can't run people names and plates here, I don't think either. That's why it was unethical them to make you give name and address in a meeting. Thank you for that, Jonathan. Yeah, they were like telling people to say their address, and some people were like, nope, point blank. That's not doxing. Plates are public info. Otherwise, they would be visible. They wouldn't be visible on our cards. Thank you for that, Lucille. He changed his number then and there. Thanks, Jonathan. I was wondering. The police knew what they were doing on that call. I was wondering. I was like, do they repeat? Thank God I haven't had to call the police, but do they repeat your phone number? They just should know your number because, like, if you call the police and hang up, they call you right back anyway, right? You don't have to repeat the number. Hey, Don Vision. The judge is signing off on these cars. That's it. Okay, thank you, guys. That's why Jed said he was homeless. Yes, he did. Thank you, Lucille. Thank you, Miss Indies. Okay, I was just wondering because you guys, I'm learning this as we go. I've never been interested in this kind of subject, nothing like that. I do have a heart for the employees because I could imagine what they're going through. Now that they're being posted about, because you guys think about it. Let's say 20 years ago, I worked for that strip club that Gardis brought up in Harvey, right? No, I'm just playing. I didn't, but I'm just joking. Let's say I worked at Arnie's 25, 30 years ago. And somebody, that's the first thing they do, put up burgundy picture and me on a pole, right? That was me 30 years ago. Now I'm the mother of the church. I'm the lunch lady of the school. And you bringing it up, it's kind of like, man, I was that person, but I'm not. I feel like some of those employees that's being posted, I sort of feel that way for some of them. Like I could take what Dr. Nikita said, like Miss Helen. She didn't know being Andrew Holmes' girlfriend was going to bring that I'm sure that being Andrew Holmes' girlfriend at some point gave her some clout. And now she's posted. So I don't know how I feel about it. But they work for the public. Let me tell you that, Yaya. When we were at the meeting and that girl was like, it's just like I flip burgers at Burger King. Before I ran into the First Amendment auditors, I would have thought that was the same. I never looked into how much our taxpayer dollars pay for. I never looked at what services were given freely. I never thought that what we pay for mattered like that. You know what I mean? So now my eyes are open. I just thought we were paying for some street lights and maybe some potholes to be fixed. I never knew we were paying for salaries as well. So it opened my eyes to this whole situation has opened my old eyes into this. So I appreciate that. Yeah. And I'm not saying that was serious, but I'm just saying I feel bad for people that is going through like, man, I work here and now all my business in the streets because it's such a small town that, yeah, you might hear whispers of this and that, right? But now it's whispers on Facebook and YouTube, and it's just, whoa, it's whoa. Holmes is a bum. I believe it. The info should be shared in their job orientation about being public. Dawn Vision, I have the belief that they just go. I have a belief that somebody just hire them and they start work. Don't nobody train them for nothing. That's my belief. I don't know. Burger King is a private business. It's not the same. Again, the staff needs to be educated about the township is public. There's a difference. Thank you, Lucille Fox. We're getting that education now because I would have before been like, yeah, she right. This just like you taping up at Burger King and they don't want you to. It's not the same. It's not the same. Thank you so much, guys. All right, let's get back. Jedediah. Oh, Lord. We only 20 minutes in.
I'm sitting down 41 minutes for people trying to take your life. Right, dog? Anyway, moving on. One of the things that I found to be particularly interesting and that we talked about in the video earlier is that I'm not saying that this man had an insurance policy against this man because I don't know yet. We're still doing the research on this. But Chief Lacy, very interestingly enough, Chief Lacy received $100,000 after the man who was married to his mistress. I already told you all this, but I'm putting it in this video so you can do your research. Go back to his video when he was sworn in as chief of police. When he was sworn in as chief of police, there was a Mexican lady there. And it wasn't because, and I don't care if y'all think I'm stereotyping or if y'all mad, that she was trying to get a vendor agreement to sell elotes and enchiladas. She was there.
Ooh, elotes. Oh, y'all, I'm so hungry right now. Oh my goodness. Okay, wait a minute. How did Chief Lacy get $100,000 for what? What's going on here? What happened? 100. And let me just keep on playing.
And her boo happened to be Chief Lacy. And so Chief Lacy was there with this woman who he was having an affair with because she was cheating on her husband, who, interestingly enough, mysteriously just died in his driveway. And then he dies and he got $100,000. Now, I don't know. They say something about the shoe size, tell you about the size of the penny. But I'll give you this. I thought that Chief Lacy's shoes was rather small. So I don't know if she dickmatized and gave him $100,000, but I do find it strange. And I'm not making an allegation right there.
Y'all can't see me. My mouth is wide open. What is Jedediah talking about? Oh my goodness, no wonder he gotta move. Jedediah was on live the other day saying he needs to relocate his 2 houses. I didn't know why. Now I understand. Okay, Jedediah said what? He just giving y'all spent that $3,500 and he came with it.
TTS, the dots. Okay, so it's just really interesting. So this is what I'm trying to understand though. So when we did a little bit of more When we did more digging into Chief Lacy and his behavior, I'm not gonna put out Chief Lacy's file just yet because we got things to do, and we'll do that at a later time. But there's a man by the name of Melvin Jones. Melvin Jones is Lacy's former partner. Melvin Jones went to jail for drug trafficking. Listen to what I'm saying. Get real close to your screen. Melvin Jones is the former police chief's partner that went to jail for drug trafficking. Now, speculatory testimony of some of the people we've interviewed and that we've gotten information from suggests that he went down for Chief Lacy. So we thought that that was a very interesting piece of information. Why? Because in our official inquiry into what's going on in Dolton, we have also uncovered, and this is an allegation, but we have uncovered a drug ring where there is vehicles that are.
Well, on that note, you guys going over to Jedediah Brown Facebook page because Burgundy will not be covering no more of what's going on in the police of Dolton. What what is going on? He done went from the car wash. Y'all know how I do when they get to talking about the police. And it's no shame in it. There you go. No, Jedediah, baby, you might have the funds to move. Okay, I'ma just here you go. Here go the link. Drop the link right here for those that need it. Here you go. Let me just go. Now hold on. Let me scroll because this calls for a scroll situation. Boom. There you go. Jedediah Brown Facebook. There you go. Y'all, there we go right there. Jedediah Brown, if you want to see his videos, go right on over because signing off. How did it get here? Okay, Jedediah. Jedediah. No. Y'all, the link is in the description. The link is right here in the chat. Continue on your own. Bring your headphones. Oh no. Oh no. What Shay say? Oh no. Oh no. We not no. Oh no. We're gonna exit right up out of that. Matter of fact, we clearing our search history. Let's go ahead and clear that search history. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Y'all ain't tell me Jedediah was talking about now. Now we was here for the bumping of the Frenchies in Vegas and this and that happening when he was talking about this person doing that. We was here for snapping on Andrew Holmes' creepy self for doing what he did to that poor victim. We was here for the bubblegum shrimp in Vegas. We was here for the slot machine in Vegas. But we are not doing over here on Burgundy Blue Commentary is uncovering nothing that with the D other than Dolton. Okay, we ain't the only D is Dolton. Okay. Oh no. Oh no. That is not what we doing over here. All right, let's get back to this. Y'all got the link? The link, he got his video up. Nope. Not uncovering. Oh no. Nope. Jedediah, you go. Good luck. I heard that SureGuard got a move-in special. Go ahead. It's $1. $1 to move storage. Storage at SureGuard or whatever. It's a $1 move in. They'll prorate your rent at the end. Oh no. Oh no. We won't be uncovering none of that. That's like, get somebody else. Oh no. Oh no, y'all should have told me. I know y'all was trying to tell me. Oh no, Jedediah. And what it's at a point. It be points. It's y'all probably like Burgundy. At what point is your limit? You saw it. You witnessed the limit. you witnessed the limit. Oh no. Jedediah.
More, you prayed us in on unity. You prayed us in and came with the most divisive speech I heard in my life. Don't pray for me no more.
Jedediah, I wish you the best. I wish you the best. Cairo, if you need somebody to watch Cairo, I won't change. I'm not changing no monkey diaper, but I will watch him babysit Cairo if you need be. But uncovering, Cause this is my thing. That's all I gotta say. Y'all didn't tell me. No, y'all didn't tell me that he was gonna be trying to. Y'all, I'm sorry. I didn't think it was gonna go there. I thought we were gonna hear about a little where we found Andrew Holmes. Maybe we found a little. Maybe we found a little Andrew Holmes, and maybe we found a little extra girlfriend here, there. Maybe we found out who was making the sandwiches in Melanie Fitness Center. You know what I mean? I was looking for some tea like that. Okay. Let's play our little thing, y'all.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out. And also, if you stay down here and you never fuck around, you'll never find out.
That's it. Well, back to reality TV I go. I appreciate all the time y'all had with me over here at Burgundy Blue Commentary. But no. Jedediah, thank you for speaking at the Thornton Township meeting. I'll go back to doing my clips. Y'all might get a little history or where some ice cream was made over here. But no. Y'all, I'm sorry. Y'all. Okay. We won't be uncovering nothing. Thank you, Paul Jones, for the $5. Thank you. I appreciate you so much. But we not gonna do that. The dots is connected. Tiara. Tiara says you were calling in, but it says you're not connected. You need to connect your mic to the cam so we can add you. Because no, baby. Oh no. Okay, we adding Tiara in here because we didn't change subjects, baby. Y'all want to learn about pop staples? We own it. Let's go. Hey, Tiara, you live?
Girl, you crazy. How you doing today?
I'm good. How you doing? Y'all didn't tell me what Jedediah was on. I was
you know that man he ain't got them all, but he on his mission, I guess.
Oh no, y'all going over. If he wanted me to stop covering his content, he got it. That's it.
Yeah, it was so funny to me when he ran down trying to quote unquote find Andrew Holmes. Girl, did you see that video?
Now that
when
was when he was like, come out and play.
Yeah, I was dying. But yeah, I just wanted to holler at you. I didn't realize you were about to get off, so I'm gonna be quick. I ain't gonna be long-winded. I just had a quick question. You know, I was on the fence all this time, like, oh, why aren't they going in on Tiffany? You know, and I could see how she's overspending, but Like, this is a lot. But when I saw her demeanor in that township, that turned my whole world around. It's like she don't have no respect for her constituents. And it's like, how did she get elected with that attitude? Did she just flip overnight? She was just so nasty to her people, the people who voted her in. And I was taken aback.
Yeah.
Did she always act like that?
I don't recall her acting like that. That's what I was saying at Long Island Audit. Like when people be like, y'all was supporting her, it was like I don't think anybody was wrong for supporting her. Like, I agree. She was a little rough around the edges, right? She was a little rough around the edges, but she meant well and she was in the community. You know what I mean? I don't know what the scenes because I'm the same way. I'm like, y'all leave her alone. The basketball courts are now open. The ice skating rink, the kids didn't have none. She was giving us something, but I didn't know all of this behind the scenes was going on. But when I saw her at that board meeting, she was being really. She shouldn't have took that. I know this sounds wrong, but she could have changed that meeting around at Thornton.
Exactly.
A different side of her than she was at Dolton.
Yeah.
But that would have been the mask. I guess we've been falling for, right? I don't know.
Yeah, and it was, what touched my heart was what Trina Downs got up there and said, I know this is not you or something like that. Or I know your heart is not like this. And she couldn't even look at her. I was like, yeah, something going on with this lady. So I just, and I'm gonna let you go. But my last question is this: it's like the everyday residents on the ground or whatever, outside of those who already maybe had an issue or run in with Tiffany, those who aren't as maybe politically, involved or whatever, do you feel as though the tide is changing against her, or if people are being influenced by all of the attention by this?
Yeah, I do. I think, and I know everybody gets mad at me when I say this, but I think she could possibly still win because she locks in those seniors so good. That big bingo and stuff, that's real. Like you could get a dang LED refrigerator for playing bingo. Those things. So February would be the only way to tell because I know Jason House is running for mayor, right? Possibly, but if he doesn't lock in those seniors and he don't lock in the youth, Tiffany has the seniors and the youth. I feel like Jason House have people like 30s and 40s that's like sort of like, well, we know Jason House and he's cool, and we hear what the mayor doing, so he's better. But would those 30 and 40-year-olds get out there and vote? That's gonna be the question. So that I think that the climate is changing. Like, oh, okay, now we see her this way. But she got her supporters out here. Don't be twisted. The people are supporting her. And think about
I guess if she putting money in the streets, it's like what's that movie, New Jack City, where everybody was trying to tell the community how bad Nino Brown was, and they was like, man, he gave me a turkey and he did this. F what you talking about. So it's like I think it's that type of dynamic,
Just think about it. You needed a roof, and she came through and put a roof on your house.
Exactly. Right.
She getting my vote.
The whole family voting.
The whole family voting, roof and windows, yes. So she might, if she could stall it out, she could possibly be a mayor again, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's wild. But I'm gonna let you go because I see you were wrapping up. But
thank you.
Keep it up, girl. Take care.
Thanks. I appreciate you, Tiara.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, guys, that's my opinion. I be sitting up here. I know everybody be like, what are you talking about? But I feel like she could probably, if she stalls it enough, like she hasn't stepped down, right? Now, I think everybody is for Jason House to come on. Like Jason House need more publicity. He needs more publicity. He needs to get out there. Like I said, I need Jason House out there with a baby. He needs to be kissing babies and handing out turkeys and all that good stuff. Handing out, if you don't eat ham, handing out bean pies and all that cool stuff. That's what Jason House needs to do because everything that Tiffany does, we see it. when she makes a move, she makes sure we know. Look at all those videos on the Dolton page. Y'all, we tearing down this house. Y'all been asking for it. Y'all, we doing this. Y'all been asking for it. Y'all, you asked for a Christmas tree. I brought you that. Jason House is going to have to do more than talk to the news to win. If the voter turnout comes out crazy, but Jason House, if he runs like we think he is, this is going to be a thing. He's going to have support from all over the world. But if you don't have that, if you're not able to register to vote, what does that mean? In our neighborhood, it means nothing. So that's going to be the hard part. So we're going to need those people to come into town around election time, I guess, or on their platforms, go on their platforms, have Jason House have the interviews and talk to people on why they should. He needs to be outside of Thornridge. Anybody 18 needs to register to vote for Jason House or whatever. I'm saying that's illegal, but you know what I mean. The people need to know he's running if they're able to vote. They're the age that can vote. If you're not registered here, and I could give you proof, look at that. And Shay was there. When you saw, I don't know if he knew what was going on, but when you saw those signs going up to vote, those people had township t-shirts on. It was one vote to either have the numbers were being rapid fired, right? So the numbers were being rapid fired out. So one of the constituents said, "Hey, can we hold this meeting so we have time to review these numbers to the next time? Just so we have time to review. Can we hold this vote?" They would have made that vote for next year because it was an annual town hall meeting. So then the second person came in and said, "Hey, no, can we just hold it to the next time we meet, the next meeting?" It was a vote on the floor. Those people to postpone the meeting, I think it was like 41. I have to look back on Shay video because he got great footage of that. 41 to 43. It was like 41 to 43. If you look at the people that were voting, it was Pep. Now they had the right to vote because they're registered. You had Peppy voting. You had yes, you had all the with Carmen Carlisle, all the people that's on the board are voting in the mayor's favor, the super mayor favor. And then if you went to the back of the room, everybody that held they sign up to vote, that was an elector, they all had Thornton Township, they all had jobs there. So my thing is, if Jason House, and this is my opinion, if he doesn't get out there, she could secure those seniors and those youth. That's just my opinion. You know what I mean? If she runs again, she could secure, no matter what people saying in the streets, it's the vote that's going to count. Like Don Core said, the vote is what counts. So yeah, there you go. That's my 2 cents. I said I wasn't going to be long with it. Connect the dots. Can I be recognized? Thank you, Shay. Shay sent it. Shay connecting the dots. DOTTS. Thank you, Shay. And let me tell you something. It's weird because when you think about it, he was trying to tell us something, but we didn't know what he meant. Anna Clark, what makes Jason House qualified to be mayor? Belcher and Steve are the only to speak up for citizens. Jason House will be another Brandon Johnson. Didn't Kiana Belcher, did she I know she ran for trustee. Did she run for mayor? I think Jason House might have ran for mayor. I don't know. I don't know, other than we could say the same thing about the mayor we have now. He was a trustee for 8 years or whatever. You know what I mean? That's how she ran, trustee for 8 years. The people's trustee had Good Burger, mayor. Boom. That's all I got, Anna Clark. Good Burger, trustee, mayor. Boom. And a bomb hair color. I really like her hair color. And we put her in as mayor. Bingo and freezers and balance. Burgundy Blue, you gotta say nothing 10, right? Nothing 10. Oh my goodness. I don't need bean pies, chitterlings, gas turkeys, or a roof. The mayor or supervisor who will do the right things, but citizens they represent. That we need a mayor to do the right thing. Point blank. Period. Isn't that crazy? Isn't it crazy, you guys? Like I bet you everybody's gonna be thinking differently. But yeah, Jason House, mayor. Why? I would say if I had to tell y'all to vote for him, seems like a family guy, family oriented, church oriented, and I hate to say that because now when we hear Brother Moore and Tiffany and all these people using the pray or the PREY or PRAY, now we don't want to say it. So, but finance guru, right? Finance person. On top of that, he always came first trying to organize what was the necessities to be paid. Kiana Belcher, I think she could be mayor. Yeah. It seems like she has a strong backing in finance. Probably I would say I think she needs to probably get out there too. You know what I mean? Be more seen with the people, in my opinion. I think I've seen. I said I haven't seen none of the trustees. Trustees, that's not true. I saw Brittany Norwood do work in the community too. I didn't know former trustee Ed Steve, but he's really, really nice. I could see him being mayor too. I could see trustee. Hey, why we don't ever say Tammy Brown can be mayor? Do anybody know? Because she seems very organized. I'm just thinking. But you guys, you know what's gonna happen. So over the years, I think I went through it in one of my videos who used to run for mayor, and I gave y'all Kimmy Kim and the Real Boss Mom and all these people. But Larry Rogers, one of those Rogers, I don't know if it was junior or senior, he ran for mayor repeatedly and never got in. He might be the one to be mayor if he lived in Dolton. Like I hope what happens is not like big a huge turnout where everybody and their mama, like we got 20,000 people in Dalton and then everybody wants to be mayor. I hope that's not the case. I hope that's not the case. That's why I brought up Miss Creighton. I just thought she would be so good to be on a council. I know she does park districts, but I thought she would be anyone. The Creighton name holds weight. And I think that any one of them would be good to be trustee as well. You know what I mean? And I don't even know Miss Creighton like that other than going to school. Just I always saw the work she did. But I think that it's time for Andrew Holmes and Stanley Brown. Sorry, Stan. It's time for them to go. It's time for them to go. Yeah, I think that's about it. And I'm wondering who are some people that we know we see around, but they haven't ran for office. I'm just trying to think. Okay, guys. You're right. Dangerous to equate a person's demeanor with intestinal fortitude or leadership ability. You're right. You're right. Thank you, Tom. You're right. I will take that. I agree. But Tiffany paid for bingo, freezers, skate rinks, etc. Y'all paid. We paid for it. Yeah, we paid for it. Thank you, Miss D. Tiffany smear campaign is gonna be. Oh my God. I'm going on vacation. I'm not looking forward to that. Cara Wilson, yeah. But she doesn't live in Dalton, but that would be great. Like that would be great. You know who's been speaking out? Funnel Cake Man Tavares, his wife, she's been speaking out and being more active in the community. Yeah, instead of having a phony crime chaser, it would be great to have someone that can really touch the people and talk to them. I'm sorry that it's under those circumstances. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to think, y'all. It's gonna be crazy who comes out of the woodwork. In my opinion, Jason House is a shoe-in. Jason House definitely is someone that we know you got to vote for him. You got to give him a chance if he runs. But we have to. You're right. Like we were talking a second ago, and Tanya said we have to look at what the qualifications are, because now, like I said, we're voting like, oh, look at Tiffany. Her curls look cute today. Let's vote her for mayor. No, we have to look down into what they really are going to do. Like, we know at inauguration, it was so many promises made, but were any of them kept? And I just don't understand. I don't understand. I am confusing. Oh, Clerk Key, she's about to run again. I mean, I don't know if she's going to run again. I'm not saying that. She's back up for election again. So it's going to be like 3 seats, I think, that's open. Clerk Key, we got to get her back in where she really has a chance to do her job, because she doesn't have a chance to do her job. You know what I mean? And then we have 2 more seats. I think this Brittany Norwood might be up for election again. And Kiana Belcher, I think she's up for election again. Then we got the mayor's seat. So yeah, I feel like even if they've been in here these 4 years, the people who were powerless was not able to show what they could do. I was at the board meeting and Brittany Norwood said it was going to be a skating party at Linwood roller rink. Why this, and I understand I skate at Linwood when I can, which is not recent. But if it's a party, I'll go to skate at Linwood or something like that. Why it's not at the skating rink up here, up the street, the Just Ice? Why? Why? That's sad. That's sad. And the community paid for it. It's sad. Jason House has never spoke out against Tiffany. Kiana Belcher and Steve is the reason the world knows about Tiffany. I could give you that. Anna Clark, I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right. I'm thinking about it. I don't know. He probably said something, but definitely we wouldn't know about the Tahoe. We wouldn't know about the by Viewpoint. We wouldn't know about the check if it wasn't for trustee Kiana Belcher and former trustee Ed Steve. You're right. I like talking to y'all. I be getting, someone with a business background and years of customer service. Yep. I think that he has it. I think that Jason House has the education too. It seems like he's level-headed. He's level-headed. Yeah, Clerk Key is a class. That's why it's important for whoever decides to run to know that they're called. The opposition will be there, but the battle belongs to the Lord. Yeah. Clerk Key is awesome. I respect how she protected the resolutions when Tiff asked for all of them. Key is truly the keeper of the books. Yeah. Because Just Ice isn't for the citizens. It's only for Tiff to use for events. You know how stuff change? I never thought that. I thought that anytime somebody could take their roller skates and go up there and pay $1.50 as a resident or something and go skate. I never knew it was closed down. Never knew. And it's such a beautiful rink. It's such a beautiful rink. I heard somebody say she has amazing ideas. She really does. But you have to implement people. Even when I saw at this meeting, guys, and I'm going to go because this is like 6 hours. When I saw at that meeting, guys, when she was pointing for the votes, like she was counting the votes, and I don't think it was her job. She could have, right? But it's a clerk right there and a moderator right there, but she had to do it for herself. Sometimes I feel like the super mayor wants to do everything for herself. Like it's a effort. I did it instead of a team effort. And it's just like the pressure. You know what I mean? Thank you, Just Humble Me, Clark. Thank you for the Cash App. Thank you. So yeah, guys, that's it. I'm gonna leave you up out of here. And I appreciate you guys so much, y'all. So we sat up there with that Jedediah Brown. Y'all go follow Jedediah Brown. I'm gonna finish listening to it in private. And I'm gonna leave you with this video on the way out. Thank you so much. You guys are wonderful to talk to. And as always, shout out to everybody that came through. Gardis Watts, thank you, Shay. Thank you, Tierra. Thank you. My guy, he came through. That was the first time. It's always nerve-wracking to have this because you're like, I'm not gonna let anybody call in, but y'all have been very, very good Black Crypto. And if I miss anybody, forgive me. Thanks everybody. Lar came in too. Thanks for everybody for coming in. Thank you for all the super chats. Thank you everybody that came in and said something, called in and gave their opinion. You know, your opinion matters over here. I want you to know that. I'm not the end all be all of Dolton culture or nothing like that. I'm just reporting on what I see, and I'm learning along the way, just like you are. Thank you so much. Thanks to all my mods. Thank you so much. All right, let's go ahead. We're gonna leave out with the Thornton Township medium, Mr. Don Corp, instead of the Long Island medium. We got, what do you guys remember that lady that would be on Montel Williams, and she was telling people that their so and so was gone or they were here, that they would find out that their loved one was still alive or whatever? All right, y'all, get to bed. Everybody get to bed. You've been out here so long. I have finished sewing my dress. And I'll see you later today. Have a great night. Bye.